Each time you indulge yourself, you can earn 1 million. The greater the indulgence, the more substantial the rewards. Given a chance, how would you choose to indulge? You just vented your frustrations about the boss in the WeChat group. 1 million was directly deposited into your bank account. As you stared in confusion at the bank notification, a system alert suddenly rang in your ear. Detected dissatisfaction with your life. Indulgence system activated. From now on, each indulgence will reward you based on its intensity. Hearing the alert, you clenched your fists in excitement. Is this wealth finally yours? You've never seen so much money in your life. After over 6 months at work, your monthly salary, after deductions, is just over 4,800. After rent and food, you've only saved about 14,000. Wow, the system rewarded you with 100 yuan, equivalent to half a year's savings. This sudden reward is exhilarating. You can almost see a golden future ahead. You jumped out of bed, ready to vent your frustrations at the boss again. The same indulgence will not earn you rewards from this system. Upon hearing the system's prompt, your previously straightened back immediately slumped. After some thought, you decided to resign from your job and look for more opportunities to earn rewards. Just as you were about to head to the subway station, you stopped in your tracks. You're a system user now. Why take the subway? Thinking this, you took out your phone and ordered a luxury ride. Ding! You successfully indulged once and earned a cash reward of 66,600 yuan. This is what life should be, earning money while enjoying it. 10 minutes after takeoff, an Audi with the license plate number 6 stopped in front of you. Are you Mr. Sheen, with the last 4 digits 2752? I'm your driver for this luxury ride. My surname is Hu. He cheerfully said to you, yes, thank you for your help. No problem. It's my duty. Listening to the driver, you sighed. This luxury service truly justifies its price. You didn't waste the extra few bucks. As you sat in the car, observing the various workers around you, you smiled slightly. Not long ago, you were one of them. Things are different now. Since last night, with the system, your life will change. The days of being just another worker are over. A bright future awaits you. Detected that you understand the essence of the indulgence system. You've earned a BMW 330i sports package as a reward. Wow, this is possible too. You calculated that with insurance, taxes, and registration, it would cost over 400,000. For someone from your background, this is definitely a luxury car. As you felt a surge of excitement, the driver reminded you that you had arrived at your destination. You walked straight into the elevator and patiently waited. 2 minutes later, you reached the 20th floor. After completing your resignation process, you lost this month's salary due to your harsh comments about the boss in the group. You didn't care. With the system in hand, you wouldn't miss those few peanuts. Back at your workstation, you glanced at your desk where you had worked for over 6 months, feeling no attachment. You picked up your personal belongings and prepared to leave. At that moment, a gentle and pleasant voice reached your ears. Are you really leaving? I've enjoyed working with you. Let's keep in touch. You turned to face the beautiful woman in front of you, momentarily stunned, then said, yes, Xiaojing. How about we have dinner tonight to celebrate my escape from this misery? Tianjing immediately agreed, sure. We haven't had a meal together in ages. I understand the situation. Don't be sad. Just work hard to find something better. Let's do it tonight. I'll find a restaurant and send you the address. I'll head out now. You waved goodbye to Tianjing and walked away. Exiting the company, you took the elevator to the first floor. Checking the time, it was exactly 10 o'clock, still early for lunch. Thinking about the BMW 330 reward from the system, you decided to pick up the car first, so you ordered another luxury ride to the BMW dealership. 15 minutes later, you arrived at the BMW dealership in Tianhe district, hands casually in your pockets. You walked in with utmost confidence. A female sales representative immediately approached you with enthusiasm. Hello, my employee number is 6850. I'm Zhou Jiejia, here to assist you. How may I assist you today? I'm here to pick up my car. You paused for a moment. Which model are you picking up? And what's the name of the salesperson in charge? I'll call them over. I ordered a BMW 330i sports package online. Here's my ID. Uncertain about how the system booked the car, you thought for a moment and came up with a random excuse. Please wait a moment while I check, said Zhou Jiejia, as she walked over to the computer. Sir, you indeed ordered a BMW 330i sports package with us. What color do you want for the interior and exterior? After thinking for a moment, you decided on black exterior with red interior. Alright, please wait a moment while we process the paperwork. We have the car in stock, and you can drive it away today. 10 minutes later, you were sitting in your very own BMW 330i, admiring the vibrant and elegant interior, feeling a rush of excitement. You realized that your life would undergo a tremendous change. things that once seemed out of reach might soon be yours. You drove the car to your residential area, parked it, then opened the door and stepped out. Checking your phone, it was already noon, and coincidentally, your stomach let out a loud growl. You looked around at various eateries, barbecue restaurants, hot pot places, and Shaw County snacks. Finally, you spotted your favorite ramen shop and walked in, ordering a large bowl of lamb ramen from the owner. As you sat at the table, ready to check your phone while waiting for your meal, an unread message about the system reward caught your eye. At least you have the system now. You're not just another worker anymore. So why are you still eating 16 yuan bowls of lamb ramen, with only a few slices of meat? That's hardly enough. Thinking this, you called out, "Boss, please add an extra half a kilo of lamb." As soon as you spoke, the surrounding diners looked at you in shock. Ignoring their envious gazes, you thought to yourself, now that I have the system, why would I eat the same ramen as them? That's just ridiculous. First indulgence successful. This time's score is 3 points, earning a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Kid, you're awesome. Looking at the notification on your phone, you felt a surge of satisfaction. You've earned in 2 days what others make in years. It's hard to believe. With the system, you've achieved financial freedom, and your future is boundless. Looking down at your little belly, you realized it was time to start dieting and exercising. Whether for health reasons or to attract girls, having a good physique is essential. Looking at the lamb ramen and half a gene of lamb brought to the table, I remember that I still have dinner with Tianjing tonight. You've decided to be disciplined, starting tomorrow, but today you'll indulge in a big meal, and officially start your diet tomorrow morning. After lunch, with nothing to do, you plan to go home for a nap, taking out your keys to unlock the door. You lie down on the soft, cozy bed, it feels wonderful. You set an alarm for 5 p.m. to avoid oversleeping and missing your goodnight with Tianjing, then you relax and close your eyes. At 5 p.m., the alarm rings, and you open your eyes. Nearly 3 hours of sleep leaves you feeling refreshed. Thinking about your dinner with Tianjing at 6 p.m., you quickly reserve a spot and send her the address. This is your first time inviting a girl to dinner alone, especially someone as beautiful and fair-skinned as Tianjing. Just thinking about it makes you quite excited. Since you're not sure about Tianjing's food preferences, you decide to send her a message. Xiaojing, do you have any dietary restrictions? Can you handle spicy food? Just as you put down your phone, Tianjing's message comes back. I can eat anything. And you forgot I can handle spicy food, I'm from Sichuan. Thinking about how famous hot pot is in the Sichuan Chongqing area, you ask, is hot pot okay for dinner today? Okay, I love hot pot the most. After ending the conversation, you carefully compare options on your phone and finally choose a highly rated seafood hot pot restaurant with an average cost of over 1,000 yuan per person. Looking at the location of the hot pot restaurant, about 5 kilometers from Dongdu Garden, you realize you need to reserve a spot in advance. You change your clothes, grab the keys to your BMW, and walk out the door. 10 minutes later, you park your BMW 330, enter the underground parking garage, and take the elevator straight to the seafood hot pot restaurant. Just as you're about to walk in, a waiter at the door greets you, saying, "Welcome, sir. How many in your party?" She smiles at you and gestures for you to enter. "There are 2 of us, and another female guest will arrive later. Please arrange a quiet private room for us." "Thank you, sir. Our private room has a minimum cash consumption of 5,888 yuan. Is that acceptable?" Ding. The host enjoys greater freedom and dietary choices, considered indulgence, and is rewarded with 100,000 yuan. The system produces quality products. You smile and follow the waiter into the private room. Looking around at the luxurious decor, you remark that it truly deserves its status as a hot pot restaurant with an average cost over 1,000 yuan. Then, you open your phone and send Tianjing your location. Tianjing replies with an OK. Just as you receive her message and are about to head out, her friend, Suyekian, calls her, "Hey, Jingjing, are you off work? Do you want to have dinner together tonight?" Hearing her roommate and close friend Suyekian's voice on the phone, Tianjing thinks to herself, "Oh no, I have dinner plans with a colleague who just left the company. He's really nice and has helped me a lot at work, so I agreed to meet him." That's quite unfortunate. Is he a man or a woman? If it's a guy, being as attractive as you are, he must have some thoughts about you. Why don't you ask him if you can bring your friend along? I can help keep an eye on things. Blushing at her friend's words, Tianjing responds, "Don't say that, we're just work-related. I often have questions at work and ask him for help. He's like a mentor to me." "Oh come on, Jingjing, I'm starving. Please let me tag along for a meal." Seeing her friend being unreasonable, Tianjing has no choice but to agree, saying, "Alright, fine. I'll ask her." After hanging up, Tianjing thinks for a moment and sends you a message. "Sorry, Xinga. My friend was originally going to have dinner with me today, but it didn't work out, so can I bring her along?" You look at Tianjing's message and think to yourself, if Tianjing is this attractive, her friend shouldn't be bad either. You quickly reply, no problem, Xiaojing, just let her come along. Seeing your reply, a slight smile appears on Tianjing's beautiful fair face. After forwarding your address to her friend, she calls for a ride and sets off. 20 minutes later, Tianjing and Su Yaqian meet at the destination. Xiaojing, what kind of family background does your colleague have to treat us to dinner here? Su Yaqian asks Tianjing with a puzzled expression. Oh, what's wrong? Don't you know? This place is famously expensive in Haicheng. I saw on my phone that the average cost is over 1,000 yuan. Wow, that expensive? Tianjing is surprised, not expecting you to treat her to such an expensive meal. Meanwhile, Su Yaqian grins mischievously and says, if he's treating you to such an expensive meal alone, he must be into you. Take it easy now. After saying that, Su Yaqian walks ahead, linking arms with her friend. As the two enter the restaurant, the hostess who greeted you earlier comes up to them immediately. Looking at the luxurious decor inside the restaurant, both Tianjing and her friend Su Yaqian feel a bit awkward, their fingers slightly sweaty. Seeing this, the hostess smiles and asks, are you two beauties here to dine? Looking around for you but not seeing you, Tianjing gathers her courage and asks the waiter, is there a Mr. Qin who reserved a table? Are you Ms. Tianjing? Yes, please follow me. Mr. Qin is waiting for you in the private room. Hearing the word private room, Tianjing's expression remains unchanged. However, Su Yaqian internally exclaims, she knows that this restaurant's private room has a minimum consumption of 5,888 yuan, equivalent to her 1-month salary. Just the thought of spending a month's salary on one meal feels extravagant. Immediately, the waiter leads the two to the private room, saying, Mr. Qin, your friends have arrived. Would you like us to serve the dishes now? Sure, just serve the dishes right away, you reply with a smile. Hearing your voice, Tianjing's awkwardness gradually fades away. You casually greet them, saying, hi, lovely ladies, please have a seat. Hi handsome, I'm Su Yaqian, Jingjing's roommate and close friend. I'm crashing for a meal today, hope you don't mind. Su Yaqian blinks her beautiful big eyes, smiles, and generously pulls Tianjing to sit across from you. Of course not. I'm more than happy to have two beautiful ladies join me for dinner, you say casually, but inside, you feel extremely excited. The beautiful friend's friend is indeed also beautiful, which is quite appealing. Bro, why did you choose to eat here? It's too expensive. You've just left your job, so you shouldn't be too financially comfortable, Tianjing, who has just sat down, hesitantly asks. You know you'll be making more money in the future, so you think about how to explain yourself. I actually made quite a bit of money investing in stocks. This is just a meal, a small issue, you say seriously while gazing into Tianjing's beautiful eyes. Tianjing looks into your sincere eyes and believes what you say. A few minutes later, various dishes are served, including over 4 pounds of Australian lobster and a 5-pound king crab, as these expensive ingredients are cut into pieces and placed into the hot pot. Tears of joy slowly stream from Tianjing and Su Yaqian's mouths. You feel a bit restless inside. After all, you haven't had much seafood yourself. The two beautiful girls take out their phones to snap some pictures, post on social media, and then begin to feast joyfully. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Tianjing pats her round belly and asks, Go, what are your plans for the future? Maybe start a business, at least I won't have to deal with bosses at a company. Go for it. I believe you can succeed in your business venture, Tianjing says, making a fist gesture that looks quite cute. Indulgence successful. This indulgence scores 8 points, and you receive a reward of 6 million in startup funds. An office suite on the 19th floor of the Rongtai building. The startup funds can only be used for business purposes and cannot be spent elsewhere. Hearing the system notification in your ear, you are taken aback. It's like the system is offering you a pillow when you're sleepy. Still, the 19th floor of the Rongtai building, your previous company, Tianyi Trading, is on the 20th floor. The Rongtai building, as one of Haicheng's top grade A office buildings, is located in the city's central area, a hub for 5-star commercial districts. Owning an office in such a place is like having a golden goose that lays eggs. You've probably understood the system's basic principles. Its main purpose is to help you improve and grow. Material wealth is just one aspect. The true goal is to lead yourself to become a well-rounded social elite. After the meal, you walk with Tianjing and Su Yaqian, chatting and laughing together. It's getting late, Xinga. Let's head out, Tianjing says after glancing at the time on her phone. How are you getting back? You ask, considering that it's late at night and it's not very safe for two girls to be out. We'll just take a taxi, it'll be quick, Su Yaqian replies, blinking her beautiful eyes. I drove here and parked in the underground garage. How about I give you a ride? I don't feel comfortable with you two taking a taxi at this hour. You bought a car? Tianjing is a bit surprised, having never seen you drive to the office before. Yeah, I just picked it up today, you explain. Then thank you for the trouble. You then lead the two to the underground garage, walk up to your BMW 330M, open the door, and say with a smile, "Get in." As the two beautiful ladies get into the car, before Tianjing can speak, Suyekian can't help but ask, "Is this your BMW? How much did it cost?" You smile and reply, "It's a BMW 330 in carbon black with volcanic red accents, cost over 400,000 yuan. Pretty cool, right?" Suyekian turns to Tianjing and says, "It really is handsome and looks great. Jingjing, what do you think?" "Yeah, it looks nice." Today's dinner is quite a shock for Tianjing, whether it's the seafood hotpot that costs over 1,000 yuan per person, or you driving a BMW worth over 400,000 yuan. She's never experienced this before, and your confidence is really appealing. 15 minutes later, you drop the two off at home, and just as you sit down on the sofa, your mother calls. "Hello, son. Why haven't you called home for so long? Your mom's been so worried." Listening to your mother's familiar voice on the phone, your eyes turn slightly red. You've been busy with company projects over the past few months, often working late and haven't called home, making your mother worry about you. "Mom, I'm sorry, I've been too busy with work." "I forgot, son. How have you been lately? How's work? Are you still working overtime often? Are you tired?" Hearing the concern in your mother's words warms your heart. In this world, the only ones who truly care for you and selflessly devote themselves are your parents. "I'm doing quite well now that I have some free time. I'm about to start my diet and exercise." "That's good to hear. Health is the most important thing." "Mom, I'm planning to try starting a business while work isn't too busy. I have a bit of a direction now. When I get rich, you and Dad can relax and wait for me to take care of you." After chatting with your mom for a while, you hang up the phone. Lying in bed, you can't help but smile. Tomorrow you need to go to the Rongtai building to secure the ownership of your office first. Then it's off to the gym to transform your body that has been overworked for years. Lost in thought, you drift off to sleep. The next day, after waking up and freshening up, you open your phone to search for the gym with the most attractive girls. Looking at the gym that many online users recommend, you can't help but smile. Working out and dieting needs motivation, and having attractive girls around gives you confidence. The host confronts his own shortcomings. Making changes to oneself is considered a successful indulgence. This indulgence scores 7 points, and you receive a reward of 2 million yuan. The phone buzzed. Qin Chao opened it to see that his bank card had gained another 400,000. His balance had now reached over 880,000. Money is a man's courage. Qin Chao knew that from now on, he would no longer suffer grievances in life. Qin Chao drove his beloved BMW 330M towards the Jinli Gym in the city center. As the top gym in Haicheng, Jinli Gym was located in the heart of the city, a prime piece of real estate. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of Jinli Gym. "Hello, sir, are you here to work out?" Without the cliched online scenarios, Li Jiajiu at the front desk smiled at Qin Chao. She glanced at him and noticed he was wearing what looked like a cheap sports outfit from Taobao for 20 yuan. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Yes. Qin Chao noticed the disappointment in Li Jiajiao's gaze, but he didn't mind. In the past, he might have felt a bit uneasy. With the system now, he was numb to such looks. After all, money is a man's courage. Thinking of the 880,000 in his card, that was his confidence. "May I ask how much it costs?" Qin Chao followed up with a question. "May I know your surname, sir?" "Qin." "Hello, Mr. Qin. Our gym has 3 membership tiers, the 1,888 yuan gold annual card, the 3,888 yuan platinum annual card, and the 5,888 yuan black gold annual card." Qin Chao pondered for a moment. He had just seen on a review site that many comments mentioned a particularly beautiful and sexy coach named Lu, with an amazing figure. He wondered if it would be inappropriate to ask directly. "We also have a VIP gym, but our VIP room is only open to diamond members who recharge over 20,000 at a time," Li Jiajiao added. Although she felt that Qin Chao probably couldn't afford the VIP, she still maintained her professionalism. "Then let's recharge 50,000 for now." Qin Chao thought that spending money was definitely not a mistake. After all, isn't money all-powerful? "Okay, recharging. 50,000. What? Really recharging? Did I hear that right?" Li Jiajiao found it hard to believe her ears, even thinking Qin Chao was joking. After all, this was 50,000, not 5,000. Seeing the surprised expression on the front desk, Qin Chao suddenly felt a rush of exhilaration. No wonder those novels often feature protagonists showing off and slapping faces. It really felt great. With the system, he could indeed do as he pleased. Scanning the code, payment successful. It was done in one go. It's gone through. After seeing the payment successful notification on Qin Chao's phone, Li Jiajiao finally snapped back to reality. "Big brother, you're serious. One cannot judge a book by its cover." Mr. Chin, you recharged 50,000. First, I'll get a black gold annual card for a year, and the rest will be used to buy private lessons from Coach Lu. Chin Chao laid it all out, directly mentioning the highly recommended Coach Lu. The road to fitness and weight loss is fraught with challenges. Having a beautiful coach by your side would surely make it twice as effective. I'll arrange that for you right away. Li Jiajiao's tone was respectful, with a hint of humility. Indeed, money is. Without money, nothing can be done. Under Li Jiajiao's guidance, Chin Chao went up to the third floor and arrived at the quiet VIP room. The VIP room was indeed much better than the public gym area on the first floor. The environment was very comfortable, and the facilities were complete. There was even a single sauna room and shower room. One could only say, expensive is indeed good. Pretty good. Chin Chao nodded in satisfaction, which made Li Jiajiao beside him exhale in relief, then smile and say, please wait here, I'll call Coach Lu over now. Okay. After leaving the VIP gym, Li Jiajiao excitedly dialed a number. Hello, Ru Yan. A rich guy came to the store today. He specifically asked for your personal training sessions. You should come to the VIP room quickly. I'm currently teaching a class. I don't have time right now. A pleasant voice came through the phone, tinged with a hint of indifference. Lu Ruyan, the most beautiful and sexiest coach at Jinli Gym, had countless men coming to the gym, trying various ways to get close to her. Some bought personal training sessions, but usually just one or two. Moreover, these men often had lewd gazes fixed on her during the sessions, which made her extremely uncomfortable. But working at the gym, she couldn't avoid it. Upon hearing Li Jiajiao's words, Lu Ruyan's first reaction was that it was another one of those disgusting men looking for her by name. Her tone naturally carried a bit of indifference. Are you really not coming, sis? This guy is here for the first time and directly charged 50,000. 50,000? Is that for real? Lu Ruyan blinked her beautiful, watery eyes, a look of surprise crossing her face. Usually, those men who sought her out for personal training sessions only spent a few hundred, and it was rare for them to spend over 1,000. Could it be that a wealthy client really came today? Lu Ruyan's curiosity was piqued. She genuinely wanted to see what this man looked like. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Lu Ruyan found a male coach to cover her remaining classes and hurried to the VIP room on the third floor. On the third floor of Jinli Gym, in the quiet VIP room, as Lu Ruyan walked in, she saw a man sitting on a single sofa. After a brief glance, her expression turned slightly disappointed. He looked to be around 24 or 25, with a slightly chubby physique, dressed in what was clearly cheap sportswear from Taobao. His face wasn't bad, but his overall demeanor was too ordinary, not at all like a wealthy person. Despite her doubts, he had indeed charged 50,000. Out of professional courtesy, she still smiled politely and said, "Hello, Mr. Chin, my name is Lu Ruyan. You can just call me Ruyan. I'm glad you chose me as your personal trainer." Chin Chao was still in awe, taking in the girl across from him. Her features were exquisite and beautiful, her figure tall, clad in black sports lingerie that accentuated her full curves, with clear abdominal muscles and a slim waist. Looking down, the curve changed dramatically, with white yoga pants hugging her ample, perky peach-shaped backside, complemented by long, straight legs. She was probably around 172 centimeters tall. With a large frame, she had a typical pear-shaped body, big chest, slim waist, and a large backside. She was truly an alluring beauty. The netizens were too kind. This was the first time Chin Chao had seen a girl with such an extraordinary figure in real life. She looked like a character from a Korean comic, simply unfair. Mr. Chin? Oh. Chin Chao snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied to Lu Ruyan. Hello, I feel like I've gained some weight and want to lose it quickly. Lu Ruyan, who had just felt uncomfortable under Chin Chao's gaze, thought to herself, oh no, another creep. But hearing Chin Chao's sincere words surprised her. I overthought it. It seems I misunderstood him. He seems to be serious about losing weight. A wave of guilt washed over Lu Ruyan. Alright, Mr. Chin, you can sign up for my personal training sessions. I can customize a weight loss plan for you one-on-one, ensuring you'll lose 10 pounds in half a month. My personal training sessions are 300 per session. Each session lasts 2 hours. Listening to Lu Ruyan's detailed introduction, Chin Chao waved his hand. Let's buy 15 sessions first and see how the results are in half a month. No problem. Lu Ruyan confidently agreed. A wave of happiness surged in her heart. After all, she was a serious coach, and selling personal training sessions wasn't easy. Unlike some female trainers in gyms who relied on their looks to sell classes, she despised such behavior from the bottom of her heart. Chin Chao wasn't a lecher. He was a wealthy man genuinely wanting to lose weight and get fit, and she welcomed that from the bottom of her heart. She was very aware of her own figure and appearance, and because of that, she often encountered too many lecherous men who only wanted to take advantage by pretending to buy a session or two. Although Qin Zhao was still wearing a cheap sports outfit from Taobao, Lu Ruyan found him much more pleasing to the eye at that moment. Perhaps he was a low-key rich second generation, she speculated. Coach Lu, can we start now? I want to begin training today, Qin Zhao asked. Ah, okay. His inquiry snapped Lu Ruyan back to reality. After a few deep breaths to adjust her state, she quickly entered serious teaching mode. Losing weight mainly involves controlling the calorie deficit. Simply put, it's about diet and exercise to keep the body in a good metabolic state. I'll lead you through a warm-up first to prevent injuries during exercise. With that, Lu Ruyan grabbed 2 yoga mats from the side and signaled for Qin Zhao to follow her movements. Arm stretches, squats, high knees, and other basic exercises. Looking at Lu Ruyan's sexy silhouette and alluring curves, Qin Zhao hurriedly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state before joining the warm-up. 20 minutes later, the warm-up was over. Lu Ruyan used her professional knowledge to guide Qin Zhao into systematic training. First, follow me for some fat-burning exercises to activate your whole body. Clapping under the hips, jumping jacks, knee raises on the same side, knee raises on the opposite side. Although these were basic movements, Lu Ruyan was very serious, occasionally correcting Qin Zhao's improper actions. Mr. Qin, when clapping under the hips, make sure to keep your chest up and look straight ahead. This mainly targets the stubborn fat on your waist and abdomen. Hang in there, don't twist your waist randomly, keep it straight. After more than an hour, I can't do it anymore. Qin Zhao collapsed onto the yoga mat. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked, feeling as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His legs were still trembling slightly, and he felt utterly weak and exhausted. Indeed, losing weight wasn't that easy, especially for someone like him who never exercised. Mr. Qin, are you okay? Seeing Qin Zhao looking nearly exhausted, Lu Ruyan quickly brought over electrolyte water and a towel, asking with concern, do you need me to help you up? At that moment, Qin Zhao was too tired to say a word and simply raised his right hand. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment but then reached out and pulled him up with strength. Feeling the soft, fair hand of the beautiful coach Lu Ruyan, Qin Zhao's heart began to race. After all, he had been single for 24 years, and this was the first time in his life he held a girl's hand, especially one as stunning and curvaceous as her. He felt a bit excited inside. To avoid leaving a bad impression on Lu Ruyan, he immediately let go of her hand the moment he stood up, smiling as he spoke. Coach Lu, I like your teaching style. I think you're a serious and responsible coach. I've decided to add another 100 personal training sessions. Ding, the host spends lavishly at the gym for the beautiful woman, indulging successfully. This indulgence scores 4 points, reward, 100,000 yuan. Hearing the system's delightful announcement, Qin Zhao's smile grew even wider. Really? Really? Upon hearing Qin Zhao say he would add 100 sessions, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. It was the first time someone had bought so many personal training sessions from her. Usually, she couldn't even sell 100 sessions in a month. Her salary at the gym mainly consisted of a base salary of 4,500 and a 20% commission on the sessions sold. 100 sessions meant 30,000 yuan, and just from the commission, she would earn 6,000 yuan. To put it in perspective, since she didn't engage in any questionable practices, her monthly salary was usually just over 6,000 yuan. This was basically close to her entire monthly salary. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Qin. I will definitely help you lose weight, Lu Ruyan said with a grateful expression, filled with sincerity. Let's add each other on WeChat. It will be convenient for me to ask you questions if I have any, she said, seizing the opportunity. Although she had other thoughts in her mind, Qin Zhao managed to calm himself down. He said with a serious face, as if he had genuinely suggested adding Lu Ruyan on WeChat just to consult her. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll scan you, Lu Ruyan said without any suspicion, quickly taking out her phone. After adding each other on WeChat, Qin Zhao waved goodbye to Lu Ruyan. Then I'll take my leave. Alright, see you tomorrow morning. Okay. After sending Qin Zhao off, Lu Ruyan sat on the single sofa in the VIP room, lost in thought. She still hadn't recovered from the surprise of the 100 sessions. Ding ding ding, the phone suddenly rang. Seeing Dad displayed on the caller ID, her heart trembled. After hesitating for a long time, she finally answered the call. Hello, Dad, what's up? Hello, Ruyan, how have you been lately? After a polite greeting, the other side went straight to the point. Do you have any money on you? I do, but Lu Ruyan was struggling to explain something, but the voice on the other end suddenly grew louder. Transfer 10,000 yuan to Dad, I have no money left. But I don't have much money either, I need to pay rent next month. We'll talk about next month's issues next month. Just transfer the money to Dad now, or I'll starve to death. The voice on the phone was somewhat impatient. I've raised you for so many years, and now you can't even transfer a little money without complaining. I know. Lu Ruyan hung up the phone feeling a bit wronged. She glanced at her bank account balance, and her expression immediately turned gloomy. Thankfully, Mr. Sheen placed an order for 100 sessions today, otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. Having such a father left Lu Ruyan feeling helpless. After leaving the gym, she checked the time. 9:30, in her rush that morning, Qin Chao hadn't prepared any clothes. He was still damp from his workout. He had initially planned to go to the Rongtai Building Property Management to collect the ownership of his office. After thinking it over, he decided to drive home to change into a different outfit. This outfit was simply too unpresentable. Walking to the parking lot, he got into his BMW and headed towards the Dongdu Garden community. The Rongtai building was a steel structure, standing about 190 meters tall, with 45 floors above ground and 3 underground, making it one of the tallest buildings in Haicheng. Previously, he had worked at Tianyi Trading for more than half a year, mostly taking the subway and bus 11 to get there. This was Qin Chao's first time driving his own car to the building. After changing clothes, Qin Chao drove into the above-ground paid parking lot, carefully choosing a shady parking spot and backing into it. After parking and locking the car, Qin Chao walked towards the main entrance of the building. Stepping through the transparent glass doors, he arrived at the front desk. Politely, he asked, "Hello, excuse me, which floor is the property management office on?" The female receptionist in a black uniform smiled and replied, "Hello, sir, our property office is on the 4th floor. How can I assist you?" Qin Chao pondered his words and said, "I purchased an office here, and the relevant procedures were entrusted to your company. I'm here for the inspection." Upon hearing this, the female receptionist clearly paused for a moment, and after regaining her composure, politely replied, "Sir, could you please leave your name? I will contact my supervisor for confirmation." They were all employees of the property management company and were quite familiar with the building situation. The Rongtai building had been completed for over 8 years, and it was mostly rented out. There weren't many floors for sale, and generally, only large enterprises would buy them, with individual buyers being very rare. Qin Chao. "Alright, please hold on a moment." The receptionist picked up the landline and made a call, briefly reporting the situation. After a while, her expression became excited as she said repeatedly, "Okay, Manager Zhang, I understand." After hanging up, a lively expression appeared on her face, and she warmly said, "Mr. Qin, please wait a moment, our manager will be down to meet you shortly. There are seats over here, if you're tired, feel free to come in and rest." "No need, thank you." Qin Chao quickly waved his hand. "Alright, if you need anything, just let me know." "Okay, thank you." After saying that, Qin Chao casually looked around, feeling somewhat bewildered by the sudden warmth from the opposite side, which he wasn't quite used to. A few minutes later, 4 or 5 people walked over from the direction of the elevator. The group arrived at the front desk, and Manager Zhang looked Qin Chao up and down, seemingly quite surprised by his youth. Then Manager Zhang solemnly extended his hand and said, "Mr. Qin, hello, I am the manager of the Rongtai Building Property Management Company, my name is Zhang Ji." It was the first time Qin Chao encountered such a formal occasion. It was the first time someone had called him Mr. Qin, and he felt a bit excited. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he extended his hand and shook it firmly. "Hello, Manager Zhang." Zhang Ji slightly bent his body and warmly said, "Mr. Qin, I will now take you for the inspection. The few people beside me are the heads of various departments in our property company, Li Chang from the maintenance department, Zhang He from the security department, and Wang Hu from the investment department. If you have any questions later, feel free to contact us anytime, and we will ensure to handle them well." "Thank you," Qin Chao said somewhat awkwardly. Ding, the elevator came to a steady stop on the 19th floor. When the elevator door opened, Manager Zhang stepped out first and then gestured, "This way, Mr. Qin." Qin Chao nodded and followed him into the spacious and bright corridor. Looking at the extraordinary decor and grand design, Qin Chao felt very satisfied. As expected of an office procured through the system, it was indeed exceptional. Manager Zhang introduced beside him, "The office you purchased includes 2 large working areas, room 19001 and room 19002. The total area is 238 square meters, and we have strictly followed your requirements for the decoration. Please take a look. If you are not satisfied, feel free to mention it so we can make timely corrections." "Alright, thank you, Manager Zhang." Qin Chao blinked, feeling a bit strange. He could sense that Manager Zhang held him in high regard, and his attitude was excessively good. Could it be the system again? How strange. "It's my duty," Manager Zhang smiled and said, "Here we are, this is the one." A department head behind him quickly took out a key card and stepped forward to open the light-colored glass door. Xin Chao walked in. This was an office filled with modernity and elegance. The decoration was exquisite, the decor was meticulous, the design was unique, and the atmosphere was extraordinary. Looking at the surrounding work environment, Xin Chao felt that this 19th floor was truly impressive, much better than the Tianyi trade on the 20th floor above. Mr. Qin, is there anything you are not satisfied with? Manager Zhang asked quietly. Xin Chao glanced around the entire office and said to Zhang Ji, not bad, I'm very satisfied. That's great. Manager Zhang smiled as he took a thick file bag from a supervisor behind him and said, the purchase contract, property certificate, and property management contract are all in here. You can check if there are any issues. Thank you. Xin Chao reached out to take it. He opened the file bag and carefully picked up each contract to read it attentively. Additionally, we've reserved 6 parking spaces for you on B2. Just let us know the license plate numbers you need to register, and we'll take care of it for you. Thank you. After reviewing the contracts and finding no issues, Xin Chao took the pen handed to him by a staff member and signed the acceptance form. Then we'll be leaving now. If you need anything, feel free to contact us. Okay. After watching Manager Zhang and the property company's staff leave, Xin Chao touched the property certificate in his hand. This was the core area of Haicheng CBD, also the Financial Technology Center, a truly golden commercial place. And this upscale office in the Rongtai building would belong to him from now on. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited, especially since he had worked on the 20th floor for more than half a year. Now, he was about to transform from a mere worker into a boss. Xin Chao felt a surge of ambition in his heart. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the distant skyscrapers and the bustling streets below. Xin Chao silently vowed to himself, I must work hard to succeed in my business. I want money, beautiful women, and social status. Only then will I be worthy of this gift from the system. As for what to do for his startup, Xin Chao had a clear idea. He had worked at Tianyi Trading for more than half a year, and he was quite confident in his work abilities. Tianyi Trading mainly engaged in offline clothing agency, which was considered top tier in Haicheng. Due to several major projects he had followed up on, he had met many clothing suppliers. Currently, offline clothing was difficult to manage, while the internet was particularly developed. Therefore, he thought he could venture into online clothing. With his previous connections, he could obtain goods from suppliers at a low price, significantly reducing costs. However, Xin Chao had only been a small employee before and had no experience in running a company, so he could only make plans first and take it step by step. Ding! Detected that the host's mindset has achieved a leap, vision has broadened, and there is great passion for entrepreneurship, indulging in success. This indulgence scored 6 points, and the reward is a feasibility plan for the entrepreneurial project. Entrepreneurial project feasibility plan, fill in the project content, project planning, project positioning, and other information in the report, which can automatically generate a comprehensive and practical entrepreneurial plan. Hearing the electronic synthesized voice in his mind, Xin Chao's lips curled up slightly. His smile gradually became twisted. It was truly a case of a pillow arriving just when one needed to sleep. The system is amazing. With an Office of Independent Property Rights, a project feasibility plan, a 1 million initial startup fund, and a low-cost supply chain, if this still fails, he might as well jump off the building. At the elevator entrance on the 19th floor of the Rongtai building, Xin Chao closed the office door and waited for the elevator. Ding! The elevator arrived. The door slowly opened. Looking up, a familiar beautiful face appeared before him. Tianjing, the beautiful former colleague, whom he had just had dinner with last night. Xin Chao glanced at her outfit today. She wore a light purple floral chiffon shirt on top, paired with a form-fitting skirt, and her legs were adorned with eye-catching black stockings. A typical OL style. Hello, Xiaojing, what a coincidence. Xin Chao greeted as he walked into the elevator. Xin Gu, you. What are you doing on the 19th floor? In the elevator, there was only Tianjing. The moment she saw Xin Chao, her eyes widened in surprise. I bought a 238 square meter office on this floor, and today I just came to inspect it, Xin Chao said honestly. Ah, brother Qin, this is the Rongtai building, how much did it cost? Tianjing's eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, this wasn't just any residential area, this was the Rongtai building, the CBD center of Haicheng, and the price of an office here was probably unimaginable. It wasn't too much, really. I made quite a bit from stock trading before, so I thought I'd prepare for entrepreneurship and buy an office space. Xin Chao shrugged and smiled at Tianjing. In fact, he wasn't sure how much it cost. After all, the system directly rewarded him with the property rights. Xiaojing, what are you going downstairs for now? After saying this, Qin Chao glanced at the time, 11:30, guessing that Tianjing was probably going down for lunch. After all, his previous company, Tianyi Trading, didn't have a cafeteria. Employees usually solved their lunch by ordering takeout or going to nearby restaurants. Isn't it almost lunchtime? I want to go down for lunch, Tianjing said, glancing at Qin Chao, her face a bit red, speaking somewhat awkwardly. In fact, she planned to go to a fast food restaurant. About 1,000 meters from the Rongtai building, there was a fast food place that was cheap and tasted decent, making it quite popular among the employees in the area. Tianjing basically went there for lunch every day. Are you going to that fast food place again? Qin Chao asked. He was quite familiar with that place, having eaten there a few times before, but he found the taste average and not quite to his liking. Yes, Tianjing said softly, her face flushed as she looked down. Seeing how successful Qin Chao was now, driving a BMW and buying an office, and then thinking about herself, Tianjing couldn't help but feel her face burning. Looking at the beautiful and uneasy Tianjing in front of him, Qin Chao understood her thoughts very well. She must have felt embarrassed and a bit ashamed, which was why her face was red. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chao raised his hand and gently touched her delicate face, comforting her. Xiaojing, you don't need to feel embarrassed in front of brother Qin. I was once like that too. As he felt the warm and smooth touch of her skin, a wave of heat surged in his heart. He didn't know why he suddenly reached out to touch her face. In the past, he wouldn't have had the courage to do this, but now, with the system, he felt more confident. He could do what he wanted now. He had always had a good impression of Tianjing. After all, who wouldn't like a beautiful woman, especially one with an angelic face and a devilish figure like hers? At that moment, Tianjing was completely stunned, as if she had turned into a fool. Brother Qin, why did he suddenly touch my face? Tianjing's heart was anything but calm. When she worked at Tianyi Trading, Qin Chao often helped her, so she had a good impression of him. Since their dinner last night, Qin Chao had been constantly reshaping her perception of him. Eating luxurious seafood hot pot, driving a BMW 330M, buying an office in the Rongtai building, one thing after another made it hard for Tianjing to keep her emotions in check. She knew that Qin Chao had become very wealthy, while she still had to eat cheap fast food in front of him, and the disparity made her self-esteem as a beautiful woman act up, making her feel particularly embarrassed. Qin Chao noticed this, which was why he spoke to comfort her. I understand, brother Qin. Tianjing's heart was pounding, and her face turned bright red, this time just from shyness. Yes, just that. Come eat with me, it's on me. I'll take you to eat something good. Just then, the elevator reached the first floor. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chao took Tianjing's fair little hand and turned to her, saying, "Ding." The host took a woman's hand for the first time in his life, officially taking his first step in emotions, indulging successfully. This indulgence scored 7 points, reward, a 388 square meter flat in Haixing Tiancheng. Note, all procedures have been completed, and they are reasonable and legal. The host can go to the Haixing Tiancheng property management to collect it. What? Haixing Tiancheng? A flat? Qin Chao was stunned. Haixing Tiancheng, located in the core area of Haicheng, surrounded by 3 major business districts, is very famous in Haicheng. The housing price can reach 30,000 per square meter, making it a well-known high-end community in Haicheng, where the residents are mostly either rich or noble. This is too awesome. I love you, system. Qin Chao was simply overjoyed. Okay. Looking at his hand being held, Tianjing felt not a trace of disgust in her heart, but a little joy. She glanced at Qin Chao with a face full of shyness and responded softly. The two of them arrived at the parking lot. Qin Chao's hand was still holding Tianjing's, never letting go. Deep down, Qin Chao was not as calm as he appeared. As a single dog for 24 years, Qin Chao swore this was the first time he held a girl's hand, and she was such a beautiful, sexy woman. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. But as a man, he had to maintain his composure. He couldn't blush like a girl. After all, he had to put on a show. From the elevator down to the parking lot, Tianjing's heart was pounding non-stop, filled with happiness and shyness. This was also her first time holding hands with a man. In front of Qin Chao, she felt inexplicably at ease. Qin Ji's hand is so warm, just like him. When I asked him questions at work, even though I was slow and asked him many times, he was always patient and taught me. So thoughtful. Tianjing kept self-encouraging in her mind. Bang! Qin Chao opened the passenger door of the black BMW 330M. Xiaojing, get in the car. Qin Chao finally let go of Tianjing's soft, fair little hand and spoke. Okay. Watching Tianjing get in the car, Qin Chao quickly ran to the driver's seat. Is there anything you want to eat? Don't be polite with Qin Gu. In the car, Qin Chao said with a smile. I'm fine with anything, Shin-gu, you decide. Alright, let me see what's good nearby. Shin Chao took out his phone and opened the Deepening app. He searched 4 restaurants near Rongtai building. Soon, several search results appeared. The top one was Hongdu with an average cost of 850 yuan. After reading a few reviews praising the restaurant, Shin Chao decided this one it is. He used Gouda map for navigation, and Shin Chao started the car towards Hongdu. 10 minutes later, after parking in the free parking space provided by the restaurant, Shin Chao consciously held Tianjing's little hand and walked into the restaurant. Welcome to Hongdu. How many of you? As they reached the entrance, a middle-aged woman in a black lady's suit greeted them. 2. While feeling Tianjing's soft and comfortable little hand, Shin Chao surveyed the restaurant. The decor was modern and stylish, the environment clean and tidy, looking very nice. No wonder it could become a popular restaurant. Okay, please follow me. The waitress gestured for them to follow and led the way. Shin Chao and Tianjing sat down at a windowside table. Here is the menu, please take a look. Alright. Shin Chao casually took the menu and handed it to Tianjing. Xiaojing, you order, get whatever you like, don't save money for me. Got it. Tianjing seemed much more cheerful, all the redness from earlier in the Rongtai building had disappeared. The whole person returned to that energetic state from before. Braised beef brisket with radish, abalone with flower mushrooms, steamed grouper, sautéed seasonal vegetables. Looking at the few dishes Tianjing ordered, which were not expensive, Shin Chao knew this little girl was trying to save him money. What a thrifty woman! Shin Chao sighed. After thinking for a moment, Shin Chao ordered 2 more dishes and handed the menu to the waiter. He seriously examined Tianjing, who was sitting across from him. A round, goose-egg face with sparkling big eyes, a high-nose bridge, and slightly upturned lips looked incredibly tempting, and a warm light flickered in Shin Chao's eyes. Under Shin Chao's unwavering gaze, Tianjing's face involuntarily turned red. Shin-gu, why do you keep looking at me like that? I'm getting shy. Tianjing pouted her lips and said in a delicate voice. Perhaps Shin Chao's little gestures like touching her face and holding hands made her understand his feelings for her. She now felt very natural in front of Shin Chao, returning to her true self. Xiaojing, you really look beautiful, Shin Chao sincerely complimented. His gaze remained fixed on Tianjing's face. Shin Chao noticed a subtle change in Tianjing's behavior and tone in front of him, and a thread of joy surged in his heart. It seemed like his younger brother was not far from enjoying the fruits of his labor. If someone had told him 2 days ago that he could flirt and hold hands with Tianjing, he would never have believed it, but now it had truly happened. One could only sigh that money is a man's courage. In this world, a man may lack many things, but there are 2 things he must have. One is enough money, and the other is enough endurance. After lunch, at the entrance of Rongtai building, Xiaojing, hurry back to work, I have to go too. Shin Chao stopped the car, jumped out, and helped Tianjing open the passenger door. Thank you, Shin-gu, I really had a great time today. Tianjing brushed a few strands of hair from her forehead and smiled sweetly. Bye-bye. Shin Chao waved his hand, got back in the car, and started the engine. Bye-bye. In the BMW 330, Shin Chao swayed his body while listening to upbeat music from the car. His heart was as restless as his body. After being single for 24 years, he never thought that so many of his firsts would be with a beauty like Tianjing. The first time he had a meal alone with a girl, held hands, touched a girl's face, his mood was hard to calm down for a long time. He glanced at the time. 1:50 p.m. Still early. Last night, his university classmates had agreed to meet at 6 p.m. After thinking for a moment, Shin Chao decided to go home and take a nap. After all, he had gotten up at 7 a.m. to go to the gym, and now he felt completely exhausted. 20 minutes later, the BMW parked in the parking lot of Dongdu Garden Community. Opening the door to his home, Shin Chao quickly walked to the bed and collapsed onto the blanket. He set an alarm for 5 p.m., tossed his phone aside, and closed his eyes. Before long, a snoring sound came from the bed. At 5 p.m., Shin Chao woke up to the sound of his phone alarm. After a few hours of sleep, he felt refreshed and much more energetic. The fatigue from the afternoon had long since vanished. He looked at the time, it was still early. Just as he was about to open Douyin to watch some beautiful yoga pants girls, a message came through the WeChat university class group. His phone vibrated incessantly. Curious, Shin Chao clicked to open it. Class monitor Li Yuhan at all members. Today's dinner address is Hongyan Hotel, Roma Holiday Hall, everyone split the bill. Li Yangich and Madong, will the campus beauty come today? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Wang He, yes, Madong, you have to come today. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and I really miss you. Shin Madong, I happen to be free today, I will go. Looking at the three characters Shin Madong, Qin Chao's mind conjured up a delicate and lovely face. Although Qin Chao had focused solely on his studies during university, he still knew quite a bit about her. After all, her fame was too great. Shen Madong was the class flower in his university class and one of the school's beauties. She was petite, about 160 centimeters tall, with a pretty and cute appearance and a lively personality. She was also the vice president of the school's cosplay club, frequently participating in various anime and comic exhibitions, dressed as characters like Tubi from Nier. She was the goddess in the hearts of her classmates, and Qin Chao was no exception. How could any guy not be moved by such a cute and beautiful school flower? He wondered what she was doing for work now that they had graduated. Initially, he thought a casual meal with classmates would suffice, but now that he knew Shin Madong was coming, he suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for the dinner. Perhaps it was the confidence he gained from holding hands with Tian Jing in the morning, or maybe it was the presence of the system. In any case, Qin Chao felt incredibly strong at that moment. At 5:45 p.m., outside the Hongyan Grand Hotel, Shin Madong stepped out of a taxi. She wore a fitted round-neck t-shirt on top and wide-leg white pants on the bottom, complemented by her long, straight black hair, looking clean and refreshing, both pure and alluring. As the school beauty during her university years, Shin Madong had always been confident in her looks and figure. With just a little effort in dressing up, she became an insurmountable peak for others. "Ah, where is that lazy Mu Yao? She's always slower than me," Shin Madong said, stretching her neck to look around, unable to spot her best friend. Zhou Muyao was her classmate and roommate in university, and they were as close as sisters. After graduation, both stayed in Haicheng for work, though their jobs were different. Shen Madong, with her good looks and figure, loved cosplay, and being a bit lazy, preferred to take it easy. Thus, she mainly worked as a model for anime clothing on platforms like Taobao and JD, with an unstable income, but overall, it was enough to cover her expenses in Haicheng, so she was unwilling to change. For her, just getting by was fine. Zhou Muyao, on the other hand, worked in a small company as an accountant, with a low salary but a stable schedule. "Ma Tong, Ma Tong." Just as Shin Madong was waiting boredly, a crisp voice approached from afar. Looking up, she saw Zhou Muyao running towards her. "Madong, let's go in, the class monitor and the others should be here." Catching her breath from running, Zhou Muyao linked arms with her best friend and prepared to enter the Hongyan Grand Hotel. At that moment, a pure black BMW pulled up in the parking space beside them. The shiny paint and the unique luster of a new car made it look very beautiful. Click, the car door opened. A tall figure stood up from inside. Wearing a clean, loose white t-shirt, with a slightly plump but still pleasant face, and a tall stature, he looked quite striking against the backdrop of the BMW. "Hi, beautiful ladies, long time no see," Qin Chao greeted generously. To leave a good impression on the long-lost school beauty Shin Madong, Qin Chao had spent a good 10 minutes tidying himself up at home. Even if he wasn't handsome, at least he had to look decent. An ugly guy would easily scare off beautiful women. Seeing the surprised expressions on the two, Qin Chao felt a bit smug inside. His efforts were not in vain. "Who are you? Qin Chao, the academic genius?" Shin Madong and Zhou Muyao hesitated to recognize him at first. It wasn't until that familiar face appeared before them that they realized it was indeed the academic genius from their university class, the bookworm. The two of them found it somewhat hard to believe. One was a bookworm and top student, while the other was a poised social elite driving a BMW. The disparity left their minds a bit bewildered. Zhou Muyao's looks could only be considered average, slightly above the ordinary, around 55 points. Qin Chao merely glanced at her before shifting his gaze to the school beauty beside her. With a sweet and lovely appearance, very fair skin, likely the legendary cold white skin, she stood at only 160 centimeters, but her figure was well proportioned, with a slim waist and graceful curves. Truly deserving of the title of school beauty, her innate JK physique was terrifyingly impressive. Qin Chao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "It's me," Qin Chao said. The two exchanged glances, seemingly unable to comprehend this former top student. Just half a year after graduating from university, he was already driving a BMW, and his aura was completely different. The gap between people was so vast, they earned only a few thousand yuan a month, while he seemed to be living a different life, like a model who fished for 3 days and sunbathed for 2. Barely maintaining a basic existence, akin to living paycheck to paycheck. "Top student, does your family have a mine? Driving a BMW 330 worth over 400,000? Zhou Muyao was the first to snap back from her surprise, teasing him. "What mine? Just lucky," Qin Chao humbly replied. It was indeed luck. If it weren't for the system, he would just be a loser, unable to hold his head high in front of such a beautiful school beauty. "Let's go in, to the Roman holiday hall." Noticing the increasingly awkward atmosphere among the three, Qin Chao took the initiative to break the silence. Alright, Emotong, let's go. Ladies first. Qin Chao followed behind the two, his gaze lingering on the school beauty's wide-legged pants that still couldn't hide her round and perky figure, a hint of heat flashing in his eyes. For some reason, he was particularly interested in this former goddess school beauty. Perhaps it was the loser mentality, or perhaps it was just the nature of a man. In any case, he had already regarded Shin Emotong as his prey. Emotong, can you believe which bookworm this is? During university, he was just a studious type, right? He was quite ordinary in other aspects. Up ahead, Zhou Muya whispered to her best friend. The change is indeed huge. He seems to have a completely different aura now, very confident. Could he really be a rich second generation? Shin Emotong asked curiously. In Shin Emotong's impression, this top student spent most of his university days studying. Every time she saw him in class, he looked like a diligent bookworm, dressed poorly and indifferent to his hairstyle and appearance. In short, if it weren't for his familiar face, Shin Emotong wouldn't have had much of an impression of him. Good grades were just that. After all, it was a second-tier university, and there was a limit. But he didn't seem like that in university. His clothing and style had nothing to do with being wealthy. Well, who knows? Maybe he excelled and became a department manager right after joining a company. What do you think of him? Now he definitely counts as one of the top quality stocks in our class. I just saw him staring at you. He probably has an interest in you. Ah, what nonsense are you saying? Shin Emotong's face turned bright red at her friend's words. She had actually noticed Qin Chao's gaze. After all, women have a natural sixth sense about men's stares, almost like a reflex. Just like now, Shin Emotong felt Qin Chao's gaze lingering on her perky backside. She turned around and shot Qin Chao a fierce glare, then quickly pulled her friend forward. Before long, they arrived at the Roman holiday hall. Pushing the door open, a cacophony of chatter filled the air. When Shin Emotong walked in, the noise abruptly ceased. The large hall suddenly fell silent. Qin Chao's university male classmates widened their eyes, staring at the school beauty, Zhou Muyao, and behind them, the composed Qin Chao. What's going on? The campus beauty actually walked in with Qin Chao? The campus beauty is still so beautiful, my goddess. The crowd began to murmur. Only one person looked displeased. Wang Yi, the former rich second generation who had always looked down on Qin Chao. Oh, isn't this the top student? I heard you quit your job. I bet you were fired for not doing well, right? Wang Yi sneered as he looked at the three who had just sat down, especially at the composed Qin Chao. None of your business. Qin Chao wasn't going to tolerate this idiot and shot back directly. Just trying to enjoy a meal, and this fool had to jump out and cause trouble. Qin Chao felt it was bad luck. It's none of my business, but seeing you like this makes me happy, ha ha ha. Wang Yi grinned with a disgusting smile. Wang Yi, it's not easy for everyone to gather for a meal after graduation. Can you not ruin the mood? Class monitor Li Yuhan shot Wang Yi a glance and spoke up. Forget it, Qin Chao, just ignore him, he's always like this. Come on, top student, let's chat. You don't look like someone who's unemployed, you look like a social elite. Several classmates who were close to Qin Chao during college chimed in. Alright, it's fine. Qin Chao didn't want to spoil everyone's fun, so he ignored Wang Yi and turned to chat with his old classmates. Wang Yi glared at Qin Chao resentfully but didn't say anything more. After a while, the dishes were served. The classmates raised their glasses and chatted happily. The male students talked about work, society, women, and cars. The female students discussed handsome guys, outfits, cosmetics, and skincare. The entire Roman holiday hall was lively. Class monitor Li Yuhan stood up. It's been more than half a year since graduation, and this is our first gathering. I thank all of you who could come to Haicheng. Meeting is fate. I wish everyone success in their future careers and a bright future. One could only say the class monitor was indeed the class monitor. Her words stirred everyone's emotions, and they reminisced about their college days. Finally, the class monitor raised her glass solemnly. Let's all drink to this cup. Who knows when the next gathering will be? Everyone stood up, including Wang Yi, and they all said together, cheers. At the entrance of Hongyan Hotel, the gathering ended, and everyone was getting ready to leave. Shen Matong and Zhou Muya were saying goodbye to a few female classmates. Matong, let me give you a ride home. I drove here. Wang Yi approached, acting overly familiar with the campus beauty. Look, this Volkswagen Magotan is brand new. It cost me 180,000. Wang Yi looked proudly at Shin Matong's delicate face. After all, these classmates had just graduated, earning a few thousand a month, and many were from out of town. How could they afford a car? Unlike him, a local from Haicheng, with a small shop and a house, he felt a sense of superiority over these classmates. His parents only bought him this car after he begged them repeatedly. Are we that familiar? Please call me by my full name, thank you. Looking at his annoying face and recalling how he had sneered at Qin Chao during dinner, Shen Madong thought this person was really brainless. Qin Chao didn't say anything when he drove a BMW 330 worth over 400,000. What was the big deal about a car worth over 100,000? Wang He awkwardly smiled and shamelessly continued, "Campus beauty Shen, can I at least give you a ride home?" "No need, I'll take her home." A calm and powerful voice rang out as Qin Chao appeared before them. "Ma Tong, where do you live? May I have the honor of taking you home?" Qin Chao smiled gently at the campus beauty. For some reason, looking at Qin Chao's smile in front of her, even though he wasn't particularly handsome and had a slightly chubby face, Shen Imotong's heart couldn't help but race. Moreover, she felt no aversion to Qin Chao calling her Imotong. Instead, it felt endearing. Unlike Wang He's way of saying Imotong, which made her skin crawl. People really are different, the school beauty thought to herself. Just as she was about to respond with a good, before the words could leave her mouth, the nearby Zhou Muyao teased her. "Oh, top student, what about me? Do I have the honor of riding back in your car?" "Of course, I'll give you both a ride," Qin Chao replied decisively. Wang He, standing nearby, looked displeased. What was up with these three? Did they think he was invisible? "Oh, isn't this the unemployed guy who just lost his job? How are you going to take Shen's school beauty back? Are you taking the 11 bus?" Wang He scoffed with disdain. In Wang He's eyes, Qin Chao was just a bookworm who only studied in college, dressed poorly, and clearly came from a bad background. Now, just over half a year after graduating, he was unemployed. How could he possibly afford a car? He must be bragging in front of the school beauty. However, seeing Qin Chao call the school beauty Imotong and noticing her lack of reaction made Wang He feel a twinge of discomfort, especially recalling how the school beauty reacted when he called her Imotong. "Looks like you're not aware, huh? Qin Chao drives a BMW 330, way better than your old Volkswagen." Before Qin Chao could speak, Zhou Muyao couldn't hold back any longer and said with a mocking expression. Wang He had been interested in Shen Imotong since college, often bringing her gifts and trying to win her favor, but she had never acknowledged him or accepted his gifts. Zhou Muyao was well aware of this. Wang He liked to show off and flaunt his wealth, and his unpleasant personality made Zhou Muyao quite averse to him. "What BMW 330? You're not trying to fool us, are you?" Wang He found it hard to believe. This guy could drive a BMW? He himself only drove a Volkswagen, which his parents had bought for him after he worked hard for a week. Maybe it's rented, just putting on a show. You girls are too naive, easily deceived. Wang He thought more and more that Qin Chao was just renting a car, planning to show off at the class reunion. Hearing Wang He's speculation, both Shen Imotong and Zhou Muyao felt a flicker of doubt. From their time in college, Qin Chao's clothing and behavior didn't seem like that of a rich second generation. They had only graduated 6 months ago, and Qin Chao had just said he had quit his job today. Where would he get the money to buy a car worth over 400,000? They exchanged glances, their eyes widening in unison. Could it be that Wang He was right, and Qin Chao was indeed renting a car to show off? Seeing the expressions of the three, Qin Chao felt speechless. Was he the kind of person who would rent a car to show off? Did he have no pride? Did the system have no pride? After thinking for a moment, Qin Chao walked over to the nearby BMW, pressed a button to unlock the door, and took out the vehicle's registration. With a blank expression, he walked back over. Wang He sensed something was off. He couldn't see any panic in Qin Chao's demeanor. Could it be that this BMW 330 worth over 400,000 was really his? Deep down, Wang He already had an answer. "Here's my registration, you can take a look," Qin Chao said, handing the registration to the two school beauties with a smile. It was as if someone had sent a pillow just when he was feeling sleepy. This phrase flashed through Qin Chao's mind. Tonight's best assist was undoubtedly Wang He, unknowingly helping him show off. At that moment, Qin Chao felt incredibly pleased. Perhaps the interaction with Tianjing in the morning had given him too much confidence. He now had a bit of experience dealing with pretty girls. Women are all attracted to strength. Men must have their own standout qualities and a strong sense of confidence. These are the reasons why girls are moved by you. Of course, money definitely comes first. Do you expect a beauty like Shen Xiaohua to suffer and squeeze into a rental apartment with you? Don't dream about it. Wake up quickly. Zhou Muyao took the driving license from Qin Chao's hand and opened it to look at it with Shen Madong. Seeing the name Qin Chao appear as the vehicle owner, both of them blushed a little. "We didn't mean to, sorry, Qin Chao. It's not that we doubt you, it's just that your previous performance was too different from now." Zhou Muyao returned the driving license to Qin Chao and explained generously. "It's a small issue, I understand. Come on, get in the car, I'll take you home." Qin Chao took the driving license, waved his hand nonchalantly, and walked towards the BMW. Shen Madong and Zhou Muyao hurriedly followed. As for Wang He, everyone had already ignored him. Just a clown. Watching the three of them leave, Won Yi felt a mix of red and white on his face, sulkily walking towards his Volkswagen Magoten. In the BMW. Where do you live? Let me see how to get you two home. Xin Chao sat in the driver's seat and glanced at the two in the rearview mirror. I live in the Qinghe Garden community on Qinghe Middle Road, and Modong lives in the Greenview Elegant Garden on Rend Road. We don't live in the same direction, so I'll just take a taxi back myself. You can take Modong home. No way. No way. Xin Chao and Shen Modong simultaneously rejected this suggestion. They were both surprised to look at each other when the words came out. How did you two suddenly become so in sync? Zhou Muya teased. Shen Modong's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head without speaking. How about this, I'll take Muyo home first, then I'll take Modong. Xin Chao thought for a moment and suggested. Mainly because they didn't live in the same direction, he could only take Zhou Muyo home first. He still wanted to spend some time alone with the school beauty to deepen their feelings. Okay. You're really nice, Xin Chao. Zhou Muyo laughed. I can refuse the good person card. Xin Chao joked and started the car. The black BMW shot into the flow of traffic like an arrow. All the way, Xin Chao focused on driving while the two girls chatted quietly. Modong, the top student definitely has an interest in you. Look at how well he's doing now. Do you have a crush on him? Zhou Muyo secretly glanced at Xin Chao, who was driving seriously, and said softly. I don't know, but I don't dislike him. Shin Xiaohua's pleasant voice reached Zhou Muyo's ears. But his situation is really strange. He drives such a nice car and has now quit his job. I just can't understand him. Zhou Muyo scratched her head, very puzzled. Actually, I made quite a bit of money from stock trading and plan to start my own company next. Xin Chao's calm and steady voice suddenly rang out in the car, startling the two. The space in the car was so small that Xin Chao basically heard everything they were whispering about. Hearing that Shin Xiaohua didn't dislike him, Xin Chao couldn't help but smile. Regarding their confusion about him, Xin Chao thought for a while and still used the reason he had in mind before. After all, the system is something that cannot be disclosed to outsiders, not even to parents. Wow, a top student is indeed a top student. Who says studying is useless? Amazing, you're going to be your own boss. Zhou Muyo gave Xin Chao a thumbs up. Shen Modong was also secretly surprised to hear Xin Chao's words. She didn't expect that Xin Chao actually earned his own money and wanted to start a company. How much money must he have made from stock trading? At least several million, right? Earning several million right after graduation is indeed impressive. I heard that you, Emoton, are a clothing model on platforms like Taobao and JD. My next entrepreneurial direction is the internet clothing industry. I wonder if there's a chance to work with you. During a previous dinner, Xin Chao had overheard a female classmate chatting about Shin Emoton and learned about her current situation. She received a few orders a month, fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, with not much income. Thinking it was related to his own entrepreneurial plans, he brought up the topic. That's great, Emoton. Didn't you say the income was low? Isn't this a chance to make money? Zhou Muyao said excitedly to her best friend. Okay, then contact me later. I'd be happy to have an extra source of income. Thank you, Xin Chao. Shin Emoton's sweet and delicate voice rang out, warm and pleasant to hear. Hearing the school beauty agree, Xin Chao couldn't help but smile wider. Shin Emoton, this beautiful and stunning university classmate, the school beauty, was like a little lamb, already stepping into the giant mouth of the big bad wolf that was him. A few minutes later, they arrived at Qinghe Garden Community. Zhou Muyao said goodbye to the two and got out of the car. Xin Chao started the car again, heading towards Lujingyuan. It was just past 9 p.m., and there weren't many cars on the road. The bright moonlight streamed through the car window, pure and flawless, like white jade. Inside the car, the two sat in silence. One was driving, and the other was looking out at the scenery. For a moment, no one spoke. What should I say? The atmosphere feels a bit awkward, but the top student has really changed a lot. Shen Emoton was secretly pondering. Xin Chao also felt a bit uneasy, with just the two of them alone. He wanted to find a topic to talk about but didn't know what to say. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Xin Chao decided to take the initiative. Emoton, is it too abrupt for me to call you that? I said it because I saw Won Yi pestering you, so it just slipped out. Now that I think about it, it seems a bit inappropriate. Xin Chao said apologetically. After all, they weren't familiar during university and had hardly spoken a few words. The insecure Xin Chao had no courage to talk to the school beauty Shin Emotong back then. It's fine, Xin Chao. Thank you for helping me out. Just call me that. It sounds nice and friendly. Okay, we haven't added each other on WeChat, right? I'll add you in the group later, and you can accept it. Alright, I'll add you first. Shin Emotong took out her phone and opened the university WeChat group. She found Qin Chao's name and clicked add. Soon, Qin Chao's phone chimed with a WeChat message. Okay, I'll accept it once you get out of the car. Once the conversation started, it couldn't be stopped. All the way, the two chatted enthusiastically, occasionally hearing the school beauty's delightful laughter. Their relationship grew increasingly harmonious. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of Lujing Yayuan community, Qin Chao parked the car and got out. He walked to the back of the car, opened the door, and gently said, "Emoton, be careful, don't bump your head." Hearing Qin Chao's gentle tone and seeing his considerate actions, Shin Emoton felt her heart racing, as if she could hear a thump-thump sound in her ears. I didn't expect the top student to be so thoughtful and caring, he. After getting out of the car, the two stood face to face. Seeing Qin Chao's bright eyes shining in the darkness, Shin Emoton felt her face turn as red as an apple. She said to Qin Chao, "Bye, drive safely on the road," and quickly turned to run towards the community. The cute little butt in the wide-leg pants swayed back and forth, looking extremely adorable. Watching the school beauty's silhouette gradually disappear into the night, Qin Chao shook his head, smiled, and opened the car door to get in. In no time, with a click, the black BMW roared to life, rushing into the boundless darkness. Time to go home and sleep. 20 minutes later, Qin Chao returned home. He hurriedly picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and accepted Shin Madong's friend request. Shin Madong's WeChat ID was Tong Jiang, which was fitting for someone who played cosplay in college. It was very much like her. Qin Chao chuckled. Just after accepting the friend request, his phone buzzed. He opened the chat with Tong Jiang. "Qin, I accepted your friend request, now we can start chatting." "Tong Jiang, I accepted your friend request, now we can start chatting." "Goodness," Qin Chao exclaimed, "it seems the school beauty is trying to play me." Qin Chao smiled slightly, not expecting that the school beauty online was different from her real-life self. She was quite playful on WeChat. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message. "Qin, I'm home now, how about you? You must be tired today, right?" Mainly, Qin Chao didn't have much experience chatting with girls on WeChat, so he decided to take it slow. As soon as he sent the message, he got an immediate reply. "Tong Jiang, so tired, I'm exhausted." JPG, looking at the school beauty's reply, which included a cute little cat emoji, Qin Chao couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that the school beauty was much more fun online. Are all those who play cosplay this girly? After thinking for a moment, Qin Chao replied with an emoji. "Qin, slacking off." JPG, Tong Jiang, take this. JGP, Qin, goofing off. JGP, Tong Jiang, falling down. JPG, the two began a playful exchange of images. He glanced at the time on his phone. 22:25, it was getting late, and he thought about needing to wake up early for a workout at the gym tomorrow. Qin Chao decided to end the chat for now. The school beauty wasn't going anywhere, he wasn't in a rush, wanting to improve himself first. To become more charming, there would be no shortage of beautiful women. "Qin, Madong, let's stop chatting for now. I need to wake up early for a workout at the gym tomorrow." Tong Jiang, okay, Qin Chao, you go ahead with your business. "Qin, good night, sleep early." Tong Jiang, little cat sleeping. JPG, looking at the last message, that cute emoji, Qin Chao thought of Shin, the school beauty, whom he saw at dinner tonight. For some reason, his heart felt as sweet as honey. The unattainable school beauty from college, beautiful and with a great figure, was now within reach. Despite having a system at his disposal, Qin Chao still wanted to improve himself, to become better. The entrepreneurial process needed to be submitted, he had an office address, a business plan, and initial funds. Now, he needed to recruit people and get the company staff together first. After pondering alone for a while, as he prepared to take a shower, Qin Chao felt like he had forgotten something. Looking around the bathroom, he suddenly remembered today the system rewarded him with a large flat. After a busy day, he almost forgot about it. Thinking of the 388 square meter flat in Haixing Tianchang, Qin Chao's lips curled up, unable to suppress his excitement. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the bathroom, full of passion. May 28, 2024 Sunday, sunny, 12-22 degrees Celsius. 7 a.m. Ding-ling-a-ling, the phone alarm rang. Qin Chao opened his eyes and jumped up from bed. After a quick wash, he changed into sportswear, grabbed a bag for his change of clothes, and headed out. Yesterday, I was completely soaked from exercising and had to run home to change clothes. Today, Qin Chao took the initiative, bringing a full set to change into. He drove his beloved BMW towards the Jinli gym. "Good morning, Mr. Qin, you're here." The receptionist, Li Jiajiao, immediately ran up with a beaming smile as soon as she spotted Qin Chao. There was no way around it, he was a big spender who deposited 50,000 yuan on his first visit. They had to treat him well. "Good morning, miss." Qin Chao nodded in response. "Is Coach Lu here?" he asked further. She's already waiting for you. Okay. Qin Chao walked towards the VIP room on the third floor. In the lobby on the first floor, many other customers who were exercising looked displeased at the way the receptionist treated Qin Chao. Shaoli, we also have membership cards. Why don't you welcome us like that when we come to the gym? Yeah, exactly. Is there a double standard? Several different voices of complaint arose. Mr. Qin is our gym's top member. He deposited 50,000 yuan on his first visit. If you also deposit 50,000, I can welcome you like this too, Li Jiajiu said, glancing at them with a blank expression. When Qin Chao pushed the door open and walked into the VIP room, a beautiful and sexy silhouette caught his eye. With a high ponytail, she wore a pink sports tank top that accentuated her graceful back. Her skin is white and flawless as pristine jade. Her lower half was clad in pink yoga pants, her round and perky peach-shaped backside swaying rhythmically on the step board, looking exceptionally tempting. It was Lu Ruyan, his exclusive beautiful personal trainer, who was currently jogging on the treadmill. Hearing the door creak open, Lu Ruyan turned her head curiously and, upon seeing Qin Chao's face, hurriedly stepped off the treadmill. Good morning, Mr. Qin, you're up really early. Lu Ruyan smiled at Qin Chao, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Good morning, Coach Lu. You keep addressing me formally, I might get upset. Qin Chao made a serious face, pretending to be angry. Alright, how should I address you then? Just call me by my name. Qin Chao. Directly using your name feels a bit inappropriate. If the boss finds out, won't I get my salary docked? How about I call you Brother Qin instead? Lu Ruyan blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a grin, as long as you're happy. Looking at the cute and silly expression on the beautiful trainer's face, and then at her curvaceous and sexy figure, Qin Chao felt overwhelmed. Is this what they call a contrast? Qin Chao thought. Let's start our workout. It's still 2 hours today. Let's go, let's go. Hearing Lu Ruyan's energetic voice, Qin Chao felt invigorated all over. It's just 2 hours, a small case. Qin Chao began an intense aerobic workout, clapping under his hips, jumping jacks, opposite knee raises, high knees in place. Brother Qin, keep it up. Just one more set, you're amazing. Just a little longer, we're almost done. Yay, Brother Qin, you're incredible. In the VIP room, similar sounds of clapping and encouragement echoed from time to time. Brother Qin, you've worked hard. He took the bottle of water Lu Ruyan handed him and gulped it down. Today's workout intensity was about the same as yesterday's, but Qin Chao felt he still had energy left, unlike yesterday when he collapsed on the floor after finishing. Although Lu Ruyan's praise felt a bit forced during the process, Qin Chao still appreciated it. Men, after all, have a childlike mentality. Flattery often works better than any other method. According to the weight loss plan I customized for you, you can switch to a few other workout methods tomorrow. Lu Ruyan wore a gentle smile as she spoke slowly. Alright. Qin Chao casually wiped his face with a towel, his gaze seemingly unintentionally landing on Lu Ruyan. Her sports bra clung tightly to her skin due to sweat, and from the edges, one could even see the pink lace patterns and her ample curves, looking particularly enticing. Qin Chao unconsciously swallowed. Wow! What a sight! He never expected Lu Ruyan to not only have long legs and a curvy figure but also a rather impressive bust. She was truly a beauty. Just as Qin Chao's mind was racing, Lu Ruyan suddenly handed him a lunchbox. Inside were a purple sweet potato, a boiled egg, a few shrimp, and some vegetables. Coach Lu, what is this? I guess that since you came so early, you must not have had breakfast, so I made this for you. Perhaps it was because it was her first time making breakfast for a guy. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you, Qin Gu, for taking such good care of me. You directly bought 100 classes, and losing weight also requires a balanced diet, so I'll help you with your breakfast from now on. That's too much trouble, Coach Lu. You still call me Coach Lu? That feels so distant. Lu Ruyan pouted, looking dissatisfied. Then I'll trouble you, Ruyan. Qin Chao wasn't one to be shy. He took the lunchbox, pulled out chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Watching Qin Chao devour his food like a starving ghost, Lu Ruyan shook her head and smiled foolishly. Silly. For some reason, those two words floated into Lu Ruyan's mind. After taking a shower in the gym's VIP room and changing clothes, Qin Chao said goodbye to Lu Ruyan and left the gym. Thinking of his 388 square meter apartment, Qin Chao decided to go check it out first. Haisheng Tiancheng. Located within the first ring of Haicheng, in the central area, where every inch of land is precious. Surrounded by 3 major commercial districts, with convenient education, medical, and transportation facilities, the housing price reached 30,000 per square meter, making it a true wealthy area of Haicheng. On the way to Haisheng Tiancheng, Qin Chao kept imagining what this apartment would be like. To be honest, he had never thought he could own such a place. His parents were still working hard to save for a down payment, hoping to buy him a small 100 square meter apartment in their hometown in Jiangxi province. It's worth noting that the housing price in that small county was only over 5,000 per square meter. But today, he was about to own a nearly 400 square meter apartment worth close to 12 million, priced at 30,000 per square meter. At this moment, Xin Chao's heart felt like a beggar suddenly rushing into a buffet, nervous yet excited. 15 minutes later, at the Haisheng Tiancheng Property Management Office. Hello, sir, how can I help you? The receptionist smiled politely. Hello, I bought an apartment in Haisheng Tiancheng and I'm here to check it out. Could you please show me your ID? I'll verify it for you. Sure. Xin Chao smiled as he handed over his ID. Mr. Xin, the apartment you purchased is located in Building 2, Room 2001, and it is a fully furnished suite. Please wait a moment, we will arrange for someone to take you for the inspection. Alright. 10 minutes later, the property staff arrived. Xin Chao followed the staff and took the elevator to the 20th floor. The corridor was brightly lit, with the floors and walls covered in milky white tiles. Turning the corner, a pair of black armored fireproof double doors came into view. A hint of amazement flashed in Xin Chao's eyes. Honestly, it was the first time he had seen such a stylish door. Damn, it looks amazing. The property staff asked Xin Chao to input his fingerprint and set a password. After getting these things sorted out, Xin Chao took a deep breath to ease his excitement and stepped through the front door. The lights in the room were instantly illuminated. The overall design featured no central light, with linear lights, spotlights, and magnetic track lights combining harmoniously. The lighting was soft, rich in layers, and had a strong three-dimensional feel. The decor was based on warm white, complemented by gray and white, creating a perfect match that was very suitable. The floor was made of textured marble tiles, with a moderate sheen. At first glance, the exquisite and spacious atmosphere of the flat was delightful. Truly, as expected from the system, the output was a masterpiece. Xin Chao marveled as he walked further inside. To his left was a south-facing living room, quite spacious, about 50 to 60 square meters in size. To his right was an independent entrance hall with a cloakroom, which looked quite roomy. On the adjacent wall, there was a smart control system that could adjust the lighting and central air conditioning. After a brief stroll in the entrance hall, Xin Chao turned left into the living room. The combined area of the living and dining rooms should exceed 100 square meters, exquisite and grand, with an Italian light luxury style, blending modern and classic decor, exuding a strong sense of sophistication. Looking at the surrounding black electric curtains, Xin Chao felt a stir in his heart, found the switch, and slowly opened the curtains. The sunlight at 10 a.m. suddenly poured in, dazzlingly bright, casting a golden hue on Xin Chao, as if he were coated in gold. It looked incredibly luxurious. 12 million. How could it not be luxurious? Xin Chao raised one hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight, took a few steps forward, and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The sky was a mix of blue and white, and the clouds seemed so close he could almost touch them. Through the 270-degree surrounding glass curtain wall, he could see the tall buildings outside, the bustling streets filled with people and cars. Looking down, the pedestrians below appeared as tiny as ants. There was a sense of standing at the top, looking down at the mountain small. Is this the view from a 20th floor flat? It truly felt different, making him feel exhilarated. High above, he looked down on 95% of ordinary people. Gently closing his eyes, Xin Chao opened his arms to embrace this never-before-seen beauty. His heart was so excited that words could not express it. From this day on, the term loser felt like a distant memory to him. His future would unveil landscapes he had never dared to imagine, just like this flat. Before seeing it, Xin Chao had never thought a house could be built so beautifully and nobly. Standing in the center of the living room, he turned 360 degrees in place and began to stroll leisurely through his flat. A dual kitchen with both Western and Chinese styles, a creatively designed island, a surrounding sofa, a full set of kitchen appliances, high-end bathrooms. 388 square meters, with 6 rooms and 4 bathrooms, panoramic views, and wide openings. Comfortable and aesthetically pleasing, it looked very upscale. Finally, Xin Chao pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, connecting balcony, solid wood flooring, and exquisite bedding. After stopping to admire for a while, Xin Chao entered the master bedroom's cloakroom. A U-shaped walk-in design, an open space. He turned on the lights. The brown glass cabinet doors exuded an Italian light luxury style. There were double rows of hanging areas, embedded with warm-colored light strips, creating a strong atmosphere. Xin Chao had never seen a cloakroom before. This room, exclusive to the wealthy, had always seemed unattainable to him. Now, it was his. It truly felt like a dream. For a moment, Xin Chao couldn't distinguish whether it was reality or a dream, feeling dazed and unable to control himself. Ouch, that hurts. He tugged at his thigh, the pain pulling him out of this self-induced reverie. I have a system, Dad. This is just the beginning. I need to quickly adjust my mindset and adapt, Xin Chao said to himself, his gaze clear. After visiting the entire house, Xin Chao signed the acceptance document from the property staff. With that, the dust settled, and Xin Chao officially became the owner of this 388 square meter flat. Looking down at his attire, he noticed it was still the cheap clothes and pants he had bought from Taobao. Then he glanced at the high-end furniture and luxurious decor around him. Xin Chao felt it was time to treat himself better and improve his fashion sense. Not to mention, with his upcoming entrepreneurial venture and public appearances, he needed to maintain a decent image. I should go shopping for a few nice outfits, brands like LV, Gucci, and Chanel, and I need to buy a couple of suits too, Xin Chao pondered with a frown. However, his taste was too poor, so he needed to find a stylish woman to advise him. Who could he ask? Tian Jing? Lu Ruyen? No, they might not be available. After thinking for a moment, Xin Chao's eyes lit up. The campus beauty, Shenemo Tong, would definitely be free, and since she used to be into cosplay, she must have some insights on fashion. Xin Chao quickly picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on the chat with Tong Jiang from last night. Xin, is the campus beauty around? I need your help with something. Just as he put down his phone, a WeChat notification chimed. Tong Jiang, I'm here. Tong Jiang, what's up, little cat? JPG, seeing Shenemo Tong's message, Xin Chao couldn't help but chuckle. Are all these anime fans this cute, with their expressive stickers? He then typed back. Xin, I want to go shopping for a few outfits and suits, but my fashion sense isn't great, so I'd like your advice. Green Scenic Garden. Shenemo Tong looked at the message from Xin Chao and felt a little flutter of excitement. They had just added each other on WeChat last night and were chatting happily. When he suddenly said he was going to sleep, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, and she instantly wilted. She actually wanted to keep chatting, but didn't want to disturb Xin Chao. Receiving his message this morning brightened her mood again. He can't be looking for an excuse to ask me out, right? No, he must really need my help. After all, I'm beautiful and have a great figure, and I'm the best at fashion. Shenemo Tong furrowed her lovely brows, thought for a moment, and began typing on her phone. Tong Jiang, sure. When are we going? Where are we going shopping? Xin, right now. I'll pick you up at Green Scenic Garden. Just wait for me a bit. Tong Jiang, little cat, okay. JPG, after ending the chat, Shenemo Tong smiled foolishly. Thinking about how Xin Chao was coming to pick her up, she quickly jumped out of bed. As a seasoned night owl, getting up at 10 was common for her. She had gone to bed quite late last night and had just woken up, lying in bed scrolling through her phone. Washing up, doing her makeup, and picking out her outfit for the day, she wanted to dazzle Xin Chao and show him what it meant to be fair-skinned and beautiful Shenemo Tong. 20 minutes later. Xin Chao parked his BMW at the entrance of the Green Scenic Garden community. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and informed Shenemo Tong. Xin, I've arrived, I'm at the entrance of your community. Ding, the WeChat notification sounded. Shenemo Tong was startled. She had just picked out her outfit for the day and hadn't had time to do her makeup yet. Thinking she couldn't keep Xin Chao waiting too long for their first meeting, she replied. Tong Jiang, wait for me 10 minutes, I'll be ready soon. After sending the message, she hurried to her vanity and started her makeup. There was no time for a full face, so she went for a quick 5-step daily look. She sprayed her face with mist 3 times for basic hydration and put on a lip mask. After applying sunscreen, she used a light foundation to reduce the makeup feel and even out her skin tone. Since Shenemo Tong had great skin, she only applied a thin layer, with a bit of concealer to touch up her flaws. By the time 10 minutes were up, Shenemo Tong's face was already adorned with a complete no-makeup look. Coupled with her naturally fair and dewy skin, she looked exceptionally exquisite and beautiful. After changing into her outfit, Shenemo Tong grabbed her bag and rushed out the door. At the entrance of the community, Xin Chao was sitting in his BMW, waiting in boredom. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance. She wore a light apricot-colored beige shirt, draped with a pink sun protection jacket, and a denim mini skirt, with white calf socks on her legs. Her slender waist and ample bosom formed a perfect silhouette. Between the denim skirt and the calf socks, her snow-white thighs swayed enticingly as she walked, quite eye-catching. It was the campus belle, Shenemo Tong. Unexpectedly, although the campus belle wasn't very tall, her figure was truly impressive. Xin Chao couldn't take his eyes off her, lost in the allure of her stunning physique, wishing he could measure her up personally. A bang-bang sound echoed as someone knocked on the car window. Xin Chao came back to his senses and unlocked the car door. Shin Madong opened the passenger door, lifted her denim skirt slightly, and sat down in the car. Seeing the astonished expression on Qin Chao's face, Shin Madong's own face seemed unchanged, but inside, she was secretly laughing and feeling pleased. Humph, my carefully chosen outfit wasn't in vain. Let's see if I can charm you to death. Buckle your seatbelt. Just as Shin Madong was secretly daydreaming, a gentle voice reached her ears. Oh, okay. Then let's set off. Set off. Go go go. The Wanxiang Center is the most famous high-end commercial complex in Haicheng. It houses hotels, office buildings, and shopping streets. Located in the city center, it boasts very convenient transportation. All major fashion luxury brands have set up shop there, including LV, Chanel, Hermes, Gucci. Qin Chao planned to come here for a good stroll and do some shopping. When he worked at Tianyi Trading, he had heard female colleagues chatting about the Wanxiang Center, mentioning that the items there were of high quality and expensive, making it a well-known commercial gold mine in Haicheng. But this was Qin Chao's first time visiting this upscale commercial center. After parking the car in the mall's underground parking lot, Qin Chao and Shen Madong took the B2 elevator straight to the mall. As the elevator ascended, seeing that the mall was Wanxiang Center, Shen Madong's fair little hand clenched into a fist, feeling a bit nervous inside. After all, Wanxiang Center mainly housed international top brands, a mall filled with luxury brands. Although she knew about this place, it was her first time here. Back in college, although she played cosplay and had various expensive costumes, those were mostly rented, as she couldn't afford to buy them. The clothes she usually bought were only a few hundred yuan, and those over 1,000 were rare. In Wanxiang Center, clothes costing several thousand yuan were considered quite cheap. Glancing at the campus belle beside her, whose small face looked anxious, Qin Chao couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out and pinched the beautiful, fair face of the campus belle, gently saying, Madong, relax a bit, there's no need to be nervous. I'm also here for the first time. Feeling a warm touch on her face, Shen Madong's face instantly flushed bright red. What? What does he want? Why is he touching my face? So shameless. You. She wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat and she couldn't get them out. Turning away, she felt a bit shy facing Qin Chao. Just then, the elevator came to a stop. Let's go, today's outfit is up to you, I trust your taste, Madong. With that, Qin Chao stepped out of the elevator first. Meh, Shen Madong made a cute face at Qin Chao's back and quickly followed him. LV store. Hello, sir and madam, welcome to Louis Vuitton. How can I assist you today? As soon as they walked in, a sales associate approached with a smile. Although Qin Chao was dressed quite ordinarily in taobao clothes, the LV sales associate in her black silk bodycon skirt did not show any impatience. Instead, her tone was gentle and polite, clearly a result of professional training. It seemed that what was shown on TV was misleading. Those disdainful sales associates were indeed a rare breed, Qin Chao thought to himself. Where's the men's section? We'll take a look ourselves. Qin Chao smiled back and said, Sure, it's this way. Please follow me. Upon reaching the men's section, the sales associate glanced at Shen Madong's beautiful, fair face and stepped aside. Madong, help me pick out some outfits. Don't worry about the price. I only have one requirement, it has to look good and stylish. Qin Chao smiled at Shen Madong. Alright, leave it to me. I'm a pro when it comes to outfits. Shen Madong's cute little face was filled with confidence as she walked over to pick out clothes. In the end, the campus belle chose 2 t-shirts, one black and one white, paired with 2 casual work pants. Qin Chao tried them on, and the effect was quite good. He looked much more spirited and stylish. Although he was slightly chubby, after a couple of days of dieting, he had lost a few pounds, and his overall figure was decent. Indeed, clothes make the man. Qin Chao sighed. Madong, pick one for yourself. I'll buy it for you as a thank you gift for today. After changing clothes and looking at his more spirited self in the mirror, Qin Chao smiled and turned to Shen Madong. No need, Qin Chao, I just helped you a little. Shen Madong quickly waved her hand. She knew the prices of those clothes. The few items she picked out earlier already totaled over 20,000 yuan. She hadn't really helped much, so accepting such an expensive gift felt inappropriate. Your taste is so good. If it were up to me, I definitely wouldn't have picked out such nice clothes. In my eyes, you've really helped me a lot. If you don't accept it, I won't be happy. Qin Chao pretended to be angry, his face stern. Well, okay then. After some hesitation, Shen Madong agreed. Quick, pick one. It must be something you like, don't worry about the price. Perhaps she had come to terms with it. Shen Madong happily ran off to choose her gift. Maybe there were too many options. After a long while, she returned with a cute style bag. This one. Looking at the cute bag, Qin Chao smiled at her and called over the sales associate to check out. That'll be 42,000 yuan in total. Will you be paying by card or scanning the code? I'll pay by card. Ding, the host acknowledges himself, changes his outfit, and indulges successfully. This indulgence scored 4 points, rewarding 200,000 yuan in cash. Spending over 40,000 yuan and receiving a reward of 200,000 yuan. The more he spent, the more rewards he got. Xin Chao felt helpless. He opened his phone to check the bank balance. His bank card balance had officially surpassed the million mark, reaching 1,040,000 yuan. After leaving LV, the two entered other luxury stores. Half an hour later, Xin Chao was holding several shopping bags. LV, Gucci, Givenchy. With Shin Madong's help, Xin Chao bought 2 more outfits and a suit, spending over 50,000 yuan in total. Unfortunately, this time the system did not reward him, and his bank card balance returned to 990,000 yuan. Glancing at the time, it was already 11:30. Thinking that he had enough clothes for now, Xin Chao ended the shopping trip. Mo Tong, let's go eat. We've been wandering for so long, you must be tired, right? You've really worked hard today, thank you. Seeing a hint of fatigue appear on Shin Mo Tong's delicate face, Xin Chao spoke a bit shyly. No need to thank me, Xin Chao, it's just a small effort. Besides, didn't you give me a bag? But I am indeed a bit hungry, so let's hurry and eat. Shin Mo Tong blinked her beautiful eyes and revealed a radiant smile. Alright, what do you want to eat? Order anything, I need to treat you well. Let me think. How about hot pot? I love hot pot the most. Okay, I'll satisfy you. The two chatted as they walked towards the 3rd floor of the Wanxiang Center. As a high-end commercial complex, the 1st and 2nd floors mainly feature luxury stores, while the 3rd floor is a dining center with various restaurants. After searching for a hot pot restaurant for a while, they finally entered the pinnacle of hot pot service, Hey Di Leo. Perhaps it was noon, but the usually crowded Hey Di Leo had surprisingly few people. Hello, how many for dining? As Xin Chao and Shin Mo Tong reached the entrance, a nearby waiter immediately approached them. 2. Alright, please follow me. As they followed the waiter to their seats, they occasionally heard a unified and orderly polite greeting, welcome to Hey Di Leo. As a nationwide chain of hot pot restaurants, Hey Di Leo's main selling point is its service. Deep down, Xin Chao felt it was indeed nice, giving a sense of homecoming. Once they were seated, they placed their orders, and the waiter also handed them 2 hot towels for cleaning their hands. Before long, the food arrived. After politely declining the waiter's offer to help serve the dishes, the two began to feast. Beef tripe, yellow throat, quail eggs, beef, lamb. They were enjoying themselves immensely. Watching Shin Mo Tong sweat as she ate, Xin Chao took out a tissue and gently wiped her forehead. Feeling the warm touch on her forehead, Shin Mo Tong, who was focused on eating quail eggs, was startled. When she looked up and saw Xin Chao holding a tissue, she understood what he was doing, and her face flushed with 2 shades of red. Thank you, Xin Chao, Shin Mo Tong said shyly. I should be the one thanking you, after all, you helped me today. Seeing the shy expression on the school beauty's face, Xin Chao felt a surge of joy in his heart and smiled gently. Hurry and eat, or it will get cold. It's really delicious. If it's good, eat more. Look at how thin you are. Glancing at Shin Mo Tong's ample chest and the curvy thighs under her denim skirt, Xin Chao thought that she wasn't that thin, there was still meat where it should be. I've heard that this kind of figure feels really good to the touch. I wonder if that's true, I really want to try it. Xin Chao thought to himself. Girls should be a bit thinner, it looks better in clothes. I'm not that thin either, I'm 160 centimeters and 98 gene. I still need to lose weight, losing another 8 gene would be good. Shin Mo Tong said seriously. Don't. Your slightly plump figure is perfect as it is, if you lose more weight, it won't look good. Hearing Shin Mo Tong say she wanted to lose weight, Xin Chao hurriedly spoke up. What a great figure she had, curvy and soft thighs, just thinking about it was incredible. What if she lost weight and reduced the key areas? It would be painful for him. Seeing Xin Chao's excited expression, Shin Mo Tong couldn't help but laugh. You're so excited about me wanting to lose weight, it feels like I'm yours or something, silly. Shin Mo Tong's delicate eyes blinked, and she smiled mischievously. Alright then, since you say so, I won't lose weight anymore. I'll just maintain my current state. For some reason, even though she had only spent 2 days with Xin Chao, Shin Madong felt as if they had known each other for a long time, with no sense of strangeness, just warmth and comfort. Before this, she had never been this close to a boy. Hearing that Xin Chao liked her with a bit of meat on her, and didn't want her to lose weight, she subconsciously felt a bit happy and secretly delighted. Could it be that I've really started to like him? No, Shin Madong, stay calm, be more reserved. She raised her head and stole a glance at Xin Chao. Although his face was still slightly chubby, in her eyes, he somehow seemed a bit handsome. Could this be the saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Shin Madong thought to herself. After they finished their meal, Qin Chao went to the front desk to pay the bill. The total was 488 yuan. To be honest, Qin Chao felt that this price was quite high compared to traditional hot pot restaurants. However, Heidileo was all about service. Since you enjoyed the service, you shouldn't mind the price. For Qin Chao, who used to earn over 4,800 yuan a month, spending 500 yuan on a meal might have stung a bit, but for the current Qin Chao, this amount was just a drop in the bucket. By the time they came out of Heidileo, it was already 1 o'clock. Thinking that the campus beauty had accompanied him for a whole morning and should be tired by now, and that he had already bought his clothes, Qin Chao frowned slightly. Madam, you've been shopping all morning, you must be tired. Let's call it a day, I'll take you back to rest. Sure, I didn't feel tired while shopping, but now I suddenly feel drained. Shen Madong complained, looking down. She indeed seemed to lack energy, her little bottom and the denim skirt swaying slowly as she walked. Then let's go. Thank you for today, you worked hard. Qin Chao, can you stop thanking me all the time? I don't like hearing that. It was as if she had hit a switch. Shen Madong pouted her little mouth, her expression full of dissatisfaction, her voice raised a notch. Alright, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I admit my mistake. I'm sorry, Lady Madong, can you forgive me? Seeing Shen Madong's angry expression, Qin Chao seemed to understand something. The campus beauty is so cute even when she's angry. This personality, this figure, the perfect contrast, I love it. Qin Chao thought to himself. Alright then, little Qinzi, seeing how sincere you are, Lady Madong will reluctantly forgive you. Watching Qin Chao's guilty expression and hearing him call her Lady Madong, Shen Madong's heart filled with joy, feeling as if she could fly. As a die-hard fan of the two-dimensional world and a devoted cosplay enthusiast during her university years, Shen Madong quickly got into character. Thank you, Lady Madong, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Seeing the campus beauty get into character so quickly and start playing, Qin Chao hurriedly joined in. Isn't this a great opportunity to deepen their feelings? To be honest, Qin Chao had previously only considered the campus beauty as a love at first sight, simply attracted to her looks and figure. But after spending time together and getting to know her personality, Qin Chao genuinely started to like Shen Madong. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful girl with a great figure and an adorable personality? Little Qinzi, let's head back to the palace. Shen Madong waved her hand lightly, mimicking a gesture from a Qing dynasty drama. Qin Chao quickly understood, half squatting on the ground, palms facing up, extending his hand. Yes. The moment their palms touched, both of them shivered, trembling slightly. Just then, one looked up and the other looked down, their eyes meeting. Her gaze seemed to stretch out. On the way back to Greenview Garden from the Wanxiang Center, Qin Chao stared straight ahead, focused on driving, while Shen Emotong silently lowered her head, her face flushed. So embarrassing, really. Thinking about the moment they locked eyes earlier, Shen Emotong's expression kept changing. There was shyness, and there was surprise. When their gazes met, she felt Qin Chao's affection for her through his eyes, an indescribable feeling. But she understood, she grasped Qin Chao's intentions. Qin Chao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but after thinking for a long time, he didn't know what to say. He was still somewhat of a novice when it came to romantic feelings. At most, he had some experience in the more intimate aspects, having watched quite a few films, as men do have those interests. What? Shen Emotong pulled her thoughts back and turned to look at him curiously. It's nothing. I mean, you're almost home. After a mental roundabout, Qin Chao decided not to confess his feelings just yet. After all, although they were in the same class during college, they had hardly interacted, and he had only added her on WeChat after the class reunion yesterday. It was too early, better to take it slow and steady. Oh, okay. Shen Emotong felt both nervous and expectant, afraid that Qin Chao might suddenly confess to her. She actually thought their time together was too short and she wasn't ready. However, hearing that Qin Chao ultimately didn't say those words left her with a slight sense of disappointment. It was faint, unclear, but it was there. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Greenview Garden. Bye, rest well, you worked hard this morning. Qin Chao sat in the driver's seat, looking at Shen Emotong outside the window with concern. Bye, drive safely. Okay, hurry inside. Waving her hand, Shen Emotong turned and walked into the community, her eyes holding a hint of reluctance. She really enjoyed being with Qin Chao. He felt gentle, easy to get along with, and being with him made her feel comfortable, without any pressure. Looking down at the large orange shopping bag with the LV logo in her hand, her eyes curved, and a smile appeared on her lips. This was the first time she received such an expensive gift, a bag worth nearly 20,000 yuan, and it was from him. Feeling that she couldn't just accept his gift without giving something in return, she thought for a moment, opened JD.com, and started browsing, planning to buy a gift for him. The value couldn't be too low, that wouldn't meet her standards, but it also couldn't be too high, as she couldn't afford that. After dropping off the campus beauty at home, Xinqiao felt tired too. He had woken up at 7 a.m., worked out at the gym for 2 hours, drove around, and shopped without much rest. Checking the time, it was just 2 p.m. He decided to go back to his home in East Capitol Garden for a good nap. Besides, now that he had a luxurious flat, he should change his living space. Soon, Xinqiao drove back to East Capitol Garden, opened the door, and headed straight for the bed, collapsing and falling into a deep sleep. When Xinqiao opened his eyes again, it was already past 5 p.m. After a 3-hour nap, he felt full of energy, able to do 200 push-ups without breaking a sweat. Just right, feeling strong and spirited, he began to tidy up his things, mainly clothes, pants, and shoes. As for other daily necessities like toothpaste, towels, and facial cleanser, he didn't plan to take those. Since he was going to live in a flat, he needed to elevate his quality of life. The previous habit of buying cheap things had to be discarded. From now on, whatever he bought had to be of a certain quality and style. Since most of the things were no longer needed, Xinqiao made a few trips back and forth, filling the trunk of his car, ready to return the lease to the landlord. Having arranged with the landlord in advance via WeChat, Xinqiao completed the lease termination procedures in just a few minutes. He happily ran to the parking lot, got into his beloved little BMW, and headed towards Haixingtiancheng. Building 2, room 2001. Ding dong, the elevator doors opened, and Xinqiao walked out carrying 2 large cardboard boxes. As a well-known high-end community in Haicheng, the spacious apartments in Haixingtiancheng are designed with 1 unit per floor, providing residents with ample privacy and convenience. Arriving at the armored door, he successfully unlocked it with his fingerprint and pushed the door open. Looking at the luxurious decor around the room, the high-quality solid wood furniture, and thinking about living here every day in the future, Xinqiao's heart was filled with excitement. So extravagant! This is what life is about. Only with money can it be called life. Without money, it can only be considered surviving. This saying makes sense. After wandering around his spacious apartment, Xinqiao casually placed the clothes he brought into the cloakroom. Since there weren't many clothes, the entire cloakroom appeared empty, looking somewhat shabby. Xinqiao decided that he would gradually fill the entire cloakroom, making it truly worthy of its name. After tidying up the clothes, Xinqiao was just about to sit down and rest for a while. Ding dong, the WeChat notification sound rang. He picked up his phone to take a look. Tianjing, sorry, Xingu, are you free tonight? It was a message from Tianjing, and Xinqiao was a bit curious about what this beautiful woman wanted. Curiosity aside, he quickly replied. Xinqiao, I'm free, Xiaojing, what's up? After all, he had just held her little hand yesterday. It felt tender, smooth, and soft, absolutely wonderful. Tianjing, actually, it's nothing much. You've treated me to 2 meals already, and they weren't cheap, so let me treat you to one. Tianjing, asterisk sneaky smile. JPG asterisk, Xinqiao, sure, a meal from the beautiful Xiaojing is a must. Tianjing, is there anything you want to eat? But I have to say up front, I can't afford anything expensive. Xinqiao, let's go eat what you usually like, it should be good. Looking at the straightforward message from Xinqiao, it was almost as if he was saying he liked her. A blush crept onto Tianjing's face, and a hint of delight flashed through her heart. After thinking for a while, she decided what to eat today. Tianjing, I know a really good fried skewer place, shall we go eat there? Xinqiao, sure, where are you now? Do you want me to pick you up? Tianjing, no need, I just got off work, and this place is not far from Rongtai Building, I can walk there. I'll send you the address, you can navigate. Tianjing, Chenji fried skewers. Map, Xinqiao, okay, see you in a bit. The chat ended. After changing into a new outfit he bought at the LV store that morning, Xinqiao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, looking left and right, feeling energetic and quite stylish. Damn, I'm handsome. Xinqiao narcissistically complimented himself, picked up the BMW car keys from the table, opened the cool armored door, and walked out. Following the map Tianjing sent, Xinqiao drove for 10 minutes and arrived at Chenji Fried Skewers. He parked the car in a roadside parking space, opened the car door, and just as he stepped down, a tall, sexy beauty standing by the roadside waved at him. Xingu, I'm over here. Tianjing called out excitedly to Xinqiao, worried that he might not see her. Passers-by on the street, hearing her lovely voice, curiously looked up, and once they saw her, they were captivated. A beautiful woman with striking features stood by the roadside, smiling and waving. She wore a simple white cotton t-shirt that hugged her curvaceous chest, which was both perky and firm, and her waist was slender, looking delicate enough to be grasped in one hand. Her light blue jeans clung to her shapely, rounded hips, and the most enticing aspect was her long, straight legs, which could captivate leg enthusiasts for at least a year. No, it was more like several years. Xiao Jing, have you been waiting long? Qin Chao locked the car door and walked towards Tianjing, smiling as he spoke. As he looked at the exquisite features and alluring figure of his former colleague, a spark of heat flickered in Qin Chao's eyes. This figure, these legs, if he could just throw her over his shoulder and play around, the sensation would be, wow, incredible. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, Qin Chao cleared his mind. Not at all, I just arrived. Let's go inside. Hearing Tianjing's melodious voice and recalling their last hand-holding moment, Qin Chao couldn't help himself. He stepped forward and took her delicate, fair hand, pretending nothing had happened as he led her towards the skewer shop. Ah, Qin Gu, he held my hand again. Tianjing was startled, feeling a rush of embarrassment. She glanced up at Qin Chao walking ahead, her eyes slightly downcast, allowing him to guide her into the shop. The pedestrians lingering by the roadside, watching the scene, were practically grinding their teeth in frustration, their faces filled with resentment. Damn it, how come such a pure and desirable beauty isn't mine? This guy looks so ordinary, why is he the one she likes? Just because he drives a BMW? My goddess, why are you lowering yourself like this? One by one, they expressed their envy and jealousy. Chenji's skewer shop wasn't large, just over 40 square meters, with 7 or 8 tables set up. Against the wall was a row of refrigerated display cases filled with various ingredients. The juicy sweet potato skins here are delicious, let's get 2, one for each of us. The ham sausages, quail eggs, and lamb skewers are also good, let's get 4 of each. By the way, we can't forget the vegetables, lettuce, spinach, baby bok choy. Once inside, Tianjing seemed to be in her element, eagerly selecting skewers, showcasing the youthful energy still present in a recent college graduate. Before long, her plastic basin was filled to the brim with skewers. Tianjing smiled brightly. Xingu, I haven't been to this place in half a month, this time I want to eat my fill, and you should eat more too. That's enough, we have plenty, I'm afraid we won't finish it all. Qin Chao pointed at the overflowing basin in her hands. Tianjing licked her lips. Then let's leave it at this for now. If we don't have enough later, we can order more. Watching Tianjing return to her lively and spirited self, Qin Chao felt that this was her true state of life. Cute and genuine, it made him like her even more. Before long, the skewers were served, steaming and fragrant. Tianjing picked up a quail egg skewer and handed it to him. Xingu, try this. The ingredients here are very fresh, and the taste is great, especially the sauce, it's so fragrant. Thank you, Xiao Jing. Qin Chao took it and started eating heartily. It was after work hours, and the shop was doing well, with customers coming in from time to time. The youthful and curvaceous Tianjing attracted many male gazes. The two sat there, eating skewers and chatting. Perhaps in her comfort zone, Tianjing was exceptionally lively, eating the skewers without a care for her image, soon getting sauce on her chin and the corners of her mouth. As they walked out of the skewer shop, the number of pedestrians had significantly decreased. Tianjing shook the bag of her phone a little, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, "It seems like I've eaten everything, and the leftovers I packed up too." "You didn't eat much, brother Qin." Qin Zhao reached out and patted her head, smiling as he said, "I've been on a diet lately, so I can't eat so much fried food. Once I lose weight, I'll enjoy a feast with you." I hope you succeed in your diet soon." Tianjing nodded vigorously, looking adorable and a bit cute. Coupled with her long legs, slim waist, and sexy figure, she had a striking contrast. "It's still early, how about we go watch a movie?" It was only around 7 p.m. after dinner, and going home felt too early. Qin Zhao wanted to spend more time with Tianjing to deepen their feelings, so he suggested, that sounds great. I haven't watched a movie in ages." Tianjing's face lit up with a radiant smile, and she even clapped her hands. "Brother Qin, you're so wonderful. Then let's go. There's a cinema not far from here, I saw it while driving. Go. Qin Zhao and Tianjing headed to the BMW parked by the roadside, heading straight for the cinema. Star River Cinema. Qin Zhao parked the car and took Tianjing's small hand as they walked inside. Along the way, they discussed for a long time and finally decided to watch the newly released movie Venom 3. Qin Zhao wasn't really a sci-fi fan, but he had seen several Marvel movies. Watching such commercial films in the cinema was indeed thrilling and addictive. At the cinema's front desk, Qin Zhao took out the electronic tickets he had purchased online and verified the QR code with the staff. Considering the movie's runtime of over 2 hours, he casually bought 2 cups of cola and a bucket of popcorn. He handed the popcorn to Tianjing, freeing one hand, and instinctively held onto her other fair hand as they walked towards the IMAX theater too. Tianjing glanced down at their intertwined fingers, her face beaming with a slightly shy smile as she kept pace with Qin Zhao. When they entered the IMAX theater, the movie had already started. Perhaps because it was a new Marvel film, the screening room was packed, with most of the front and middle seats filled. Qin Zhao led Tianjing to the last row of seats. When choosing seats, he thought about deepening his relationship with Xiao Jing, making it easier for them to chat privately, so he specifically chose the last row. He placed the cola in the drink holder beside him, and they sat down. At that moment, the screening room was dark, with only a large movie screen in front emitting light. Tianjing was seriously watching the movie, while Qin Zhao's mind was clearly elsewhere. Since they were sitting close together, Tianjing's sexy long legs in her jeans were pressed tightly against Qin Zhao's leg. He could faintly smell her subtle fragrance, which was pleasant and intoxicating. As a 24-year-old single man, Qin Zhao felt a bit overwhelmed. "Xiao Jing, could you come a little closer?" Qin Zhao, feeling restless, whispered. "Ah, oh." Tianjing was completely unaware, seeming not to understand Qin Zhao's meaning, her eyes still fixed on the screen. Yet, her body leaned closer to Qin Zhao. He wrapped his arms around Tianjing, feeling her slender waist. "Ah, brother Qin. You." Tianjing suddenly jumped in surprise, her face turning bright red, wanting to say something but too flustered to express it. "Xiao Jing. I'm sorry. I was being impulsive." Sensing that Tianjing was a bit startled, Qin Zhao quickly calmed down and apologized to her. What was wrong with him? Qin Zhao quickly slapped his own head a few times to clear his mind. "Brother Qin. I'm not mad at you, it's just too sudden, I didn't react in time." Watching Qin Zhao hit his head a few times with force, Tianjing quickly pulled his hand away and comforted him. In fact, she didn't feel any aversion to physical contact with Qin Zhao. In her heart, she even felt a bit of joy. It was just that she had been seriously watching the movie just moments ago and was suddenly startled. "Xiao Jing, I've been really happy spending time with you. I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Qin Zhao hesitated for a moment but finally spoke up. He could sense that Tianjing had feelings for him too, otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted without any refusal during their two hand-holding moments. In a girl's heart, it should be that she agrees to hold hands only if she implicitly likes him, right? Qin Zhao pondered to himself. Hearing Qin Zhao's straightforward confession, Tianjing's pupils slowly widened, and she momentarily short-circuited, her face instantly flushed bright red. "Okay. That's fine." After a while, Tianjing came back to her senses, lowered her head, and responded softly. "I like you too, Qin Zhao." "Really? I'm not dreaming, am I? You really agreed to me?" Qin Zhao's expression turned excited as he stepped forward and hugged Tianjing, somewhat in disbelief. After being single for 24 years, he was about to have a girlfriend, and he was completely overwhelmed. "Yes, it's true." Feeling the warmth of Qin Zhao's embrace, Tianjing closed her eyes, and her fair, beautiful little hands slowly wrapped around him. In the darkness, unable to see Tianjing's face, Qin Zhao slowly lowered his head, finding her full, red lips by feeling, and kissed her. Ding! The host officially bids farewell to being single and enters a romantic relationship, enjoying a wonderful life, successfully indulging. This indulgence scores 8 points, rewarding Bo Kai Ing Roy Management Consulting Company, Ltd. with 50% equity. Note 1, for equity collection, please contact lawyer Wang Tian from Haiqing Jinding Law Firm for equity reception. Wang Tian's phone, 158. Note 2, all procedures for this equity are reasonable and legal, the host need not worry. The system's reward arrived, but Qin Zhao had no intention of checking it at that moment and simply pushed it to the back of his mind. The two were lost in their kiss, immersed in the beauty of the moment, unable to extricate themselves. Unknowingly, Qin Zhao's hand slowly slid down, wrapping around Tianjing's smooth little waist. In the dark IMAX theater, due to the loud sound of the movie, no one noticed the last row. Feeling a strange sensation at her waist, Tianjing hurriedly pushed Qin Zhao away, breaking free from his embrace, her eyes wide as she glared at him fiercely. Sorry, Xiao Jing, it was a subconscious action." Qin Zhao awkwardly scratched his head, feeling a sense of shame at being caught in the act. "Pervert. You're such a big pervert," Tianjing pouted, looking displeased as she complained. "A man's true nature, the ancients did not deceive me." Seeing Tianjing's cute expression when she was angry, Qin Zhao couldn't help but smile. You still say. Alright, I won't say anymore. Let's watch the movie. It's all your fault, I miss so much, I don't even understand the plot now. Okay, it's all my fault. I'll take you to watch it again next time. You said it, don't lie to me, MMM. In the darkness, the last row of seats echoed with the whispers of the two flirting. After coming out of the cinema, it was almost 10 o'clock. Having just confirmed their relationship, the two were like a couple in the throes of romance, eager to be close to each other, wishing they could stick together at all times. Xiao Jing, do you want to sleep at my place? I don't want to be apart from you right now. Holding tightly onto Tianjing's slender waist, feeling her softness and sweetness, Qin Chao tentatively spoke. What do you want to do? Tianjing scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, her expression one of having seen through him. Are you up to no good, wanting to? I promise I don't mean that, I just don't want to be apart from you for even a second, Qin Chao said earnestly, his eyes wide open. Once you're in my bed, it's hard to say, I'd rather be the beast than the lesser beast, Qin Chao thought to himself. Really? Tianjing felt a bit hesitant. In truth, she didn't want to part with Qin Chao either. This was her first love, and she was truly experiencing the beauty of love, which was somewhat intoxicating. But since they had just established their relationship, she didn't want Qin Chao to think she was a casual girl. More real than pearls. I promise I won't do anything, I just want to hold you and sleep for a bit, I swear. Qin Chao interlocked his thumb and pinky, raising 3 fingers. Then, okay. In the end, Tianjing reluctantly agreed, though she felt uneasy inside. But thinking of Qin Chao's character, she felt she should trust him. Yay! Then I'll go drive, let's go home. Qin Chao shouted excitedly as he ran towards the parking space. Watching Qin Chao's childish demeanor, Tianjing shook her head helplessly, smiled, and followed him. The BMW drove into the underground parking lot of Haisheng Tiancheng Community. Tianjing, in the passenger seat, was not feeling calm at all. Does Qin Gu live in this community? It looks very upscale. Just now, while driving, she had seen through the car window that this community was located in the city center, and the buildings were quite beautiful and exquisite, looking very expensive. Shoved the car perfectly backed into the parking space, stopping in the designated spot for the flat. Xiaojing, we're here, let's get out. Qin Chao pushed open the car door and said to Tianjing. Okay. Tianjing's gentle voice came through as she got out of the car, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor. Sensing her emotions, Qin Chao walked over, gently wrapped his arms around Tianjing, and tenderly stroked her delicate, smooth face, saying, Don't be nervous, you'll come here often in the future, this is your home. Come on, let's go home. Thank you, Qin Gu. Tianjing nodded vigorously, her gaze towards Qin Chao filled with even more affection. Still calling me Qin Gu? I'm so sad, boo-hoo-hoo. Qin Chao pretended to cover his face, making an exaggerated sound. Then, how should I call you? Tianjing's little face turned red, speaking slowly. Call me husband. Qin Chao looked at Tianjing with a mischievous smile. Husband. Say it all together, louder. Husband. Hey, I'm here, wife. Qin Chao turned his head and kissed Tianjing on the cheek, responding with a grin. You. Shameless. Tianjing's sweet and beautiful face turned even redder. They took the elevator from the parking lot to the ground level of the community and walked slowly. At around 10 p.m. in Haisheng Tiancheng, it was silent and peaceful. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed, tap tap tap. I just moved in today, I'm so happy to spend the first night in my new home with you. Qin Chao breathed in the fresh air of the community. Haisheng Tiancheng was an upscale community, with lush trees and fragrant flowers, boasting a high greening rate, so the air quality was quite good. Tianjing looked surprised. Isn't this community very expensive? In Haicheng, it's considered top tier, around 30,000 per square meter. So expensive. Our hometown is only 5 to 6,000 per square meter. Haicheng is only a second-tier city, first-tier cities are even more expensive. The two chatted as they walked, quickly arriving at building 2. Ding, the elevator arrived, and they stepped inside. Qin Chao casually pressed the button for the 20th floor, then turned around and pulled Tianqing's soft, smooth little hand. Xiaojing's hand is really smooth. It's as soft as if it has no bones, the feel is just great. Just now in the cinema, holding her little waist, it was so slim. Qin Chao reminisced in his mind. Ding, they reached the 20th floor. Qin Chao took Tianqing's hand and walked out of the elevator towards room 2001. Standing in front of the armored door, he pressed his thumb against it. With a click, the door opened. Looking at the cool armored double door, Tiancheng was a bit surprised. She had never seen such a stylish and impressive door, it looked quite expensive. Come in and see our home, my wife. Qin Chao smiled slightly, glancing at Tiancheng with pride. Tiancheng slowly walked inside. Qin Chao turned on the light next to him, and instantly, the scenery inside the house came into her view. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows, luxurious decor, spacious area, high-end furniture, the 388 square meter flat left her a bit overwhelmed. Your home. Tianqing's eyes widened, and after thinking for a long time, she didn't know how to describe this house. In short, she thought it was very spacious and very beautiful. It's our home, actually. Qin Chao glanced at Tiansheng, holding her hand as they walked further inside. A Chinese and Western dual kitchen, a creatively designed island, a circular sofa. Step by step, Qin Chao led Tiancheng to the entrance of the master bedroom. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, a connecting balcony, solid wood flooring. Everything was a sight Tianqing had never seen before. She had never imagined a house could be this beautiful and this large. For the first time, she had an accurate concept of the words wealthy. This house is 388 square meters, it's a large flat. Seeing Tianqing's shocked expression, Xin Xiao felt a bit pleased and said with a smile, "So big. 388 square meters, I've never seen such a large and beautiful house before." Tianqing couldn't help but exclaim. She secretly calculated the price in her heart, 31,000 per square meter, 388 square meters would cost nearly 11.64 million. Just thinking about it was an astronomical figure. Is Qinggu really this rich, able to afford a house worth over 10 million? Tianqing thought to herself. If Qin Xiao could hear Tianqing's thoughts, he would definitely cry out in injustice. How could he afford a house worth over 10 million? It was all given by the system daddy. Wife, it's getting late, shouldn't we go to sleep? Qin Xiao thought of the serious matter and spoke with a serious face. He had to pretend to be a gentleman, not letting Tianqing sense his intentions. Let the little lamb obediently jump into his trap first, then, he would be the knife and she the fish. You don't have any evil thoughts, do you? Looking at Qin Xiao's serious expression, Tianqing felt something was off. It was as if a beautiful sheep was being lured into a wolf's den by a gray wolf, about to be devoured. Absolutely not. I promise I'll just hold you while we sleep. I'm very obedient. Qin Xiao wore an expression of I'm a good person, you can trust me. Then I'll go take a shower first, I'm all sticky from sweating. Wait, what if I don't have any clothes to change into? Wear mine, I'll get it for you. I don't need to change my underwear, right? After saying that, Qin Xiao ran to the cloakroom and brought back a loose shirt to hand to Tianqing. Taking the shirt, Tianqing stepped into the bathroom. In the bathroom, standing under the showerhead, feeling the warm water flowing over her, Tianqing felt a bit unreal. Looking at this spacious area, the high-end bathroom facilities, and the luxurious decor style, this house is worth nearly 12 million. 12 million. Brother Qin suddenly has so much money. I've heard that men become bad when they have money. I wonder if Brother Qin will be like that. Tianqing thought to herself while washing off the dirt from her body. He won't. Tonight, will he? He shouldn't, right? He promised me that he would just hold me while we sleep. Thinking of this, Tianjing's fair and smooth face, still being washed by the water, suddenly flushed with a hint of crimson. She looked down at her figure, long legs, slim waist, curves in all the right places, quite sexy and alluring. Tianjing felt a mix of fear and anticipation. Listening to the sound of water dripping in the bathroom, Qin Xiao, sitting on the high-end sofa in the living room, was also feeling restless inside. He knew that Tianjing agreeing to come to his house to sleep with him meant that she had already tacitly accepted that something might happen. Women are often like this, saying one thing but thinking another. As a guy who had been single for 24 years, tonight was also an important moment in his life. Nervousness, anticipation, worry, excitement. A variety of emotions surged within him, making him feel like his adrenaline was pumping faster. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Qin Xiao made a gesture to cheer himself on. After watching so many educational films, tonight he would put his knowledge to use and conquer all. 10 minutes later, Tianjing walked out of the bathroom. With slightly damp hair, fair and smooth skin, sparkling eyes, a delicate and straight nose, and a rosy, glossy little mouth, she looked like a fairy princess. Wearing a men's shirt that reached mid-thigh, she exuded a captivating charm with every move. The lower half of her body seemed to play a disappearing act, with two long, smooth legs standing tall and straight, longer than Qin Xiao's life. Looking at the sexy beauty emerging from the bath, Qin Xiao's eyes widened, momentarily stunned. "Brother Qin, you should go wash up too," Tianjing said lightly, wiping her wet hair with a towel. "What did you call me?" Qin Xiao's expression turned displeased, his eyes widening as he glared at Tianjing. "Oh, husband." Tianjing pouted her alluring little mouth, wearing a I forgot expression that looked quite adorable. "Now that's more like it, my wife." Qin Xiao's face instantly brightened, a smile spreading across his face as he turned to head to the bathroom. "Ah, wait." Tianjing suddenly remembered that her clothes were still in the bathroom, and while shouting, she hurriedly ran towards it. "What's wrong?" Qin Xiao followed her, puzzled. He watched as Tianjing quickly grabbed a few pieces of clothing and hid them behind her, her face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Xiao understood what was happening and teased with a smirk. "Wife, are you still shy in front of your husband? You hurry and wash your bath, you smell terrible." Tianjing shot him a fierce glare and walked out of the bathroom with her long legs. The speed at which guys shower is unquestionable. 5 minutes later, Qin Xiao emerged wrapped in a pure white towel. "I'm done washing, wife, and it's getting late. Let's hurry to bed." Qin Xiao quickly dried his hair in a minute and invited Tianjing over. You mustn't get handsy, just sleep well. Tianjing feigned calmness as she reminded Qin Chao, her slightly trembling voice betraying her. Come on, I promise. He took a few steps onto the soft, wide double mattress, lying on his side, propping himself up with one hand while patting the pillow beside him. Tianjing slowly moved over step by step, opened the quilt, crawled in, and turned off the light. Lying on her side, with her back to Qin Chao, she trembled slightly, unsure if it was from nervousness or some other reason. Go to sleep. Breathing in the pleasant scent of Tianjing, Qin Chao took a deep breath and slowly reached out to wrap his arms around her waist. Her slender, soft, and smooth waist felt wonderful to the touch. Feeling the strange sensations coursing through her body, Tianjing shivered all over. Qin Chao, you said you would just hold me while sleeping, right? Her melodious voice trembled in Qin Chao's ear. Xiao Jing, I love you. Qin Chao pulled Tianjing closer and gently whispered in her ear, will you give yourself to me? I promise to treat you well for a lifetime. Tianjing hesitated for a moment and silently nodded. I'll be gentler. In the darkness, faint sounds gradually emerged, the beautiful moans resembling a lovely melody, echoing endlessly. Ding-ling-a-ling, the alarm clock rang in Qin Chao's ear. After fumbling around in bed for a while, he finally found his phone. Blinking his eyes open, he glanced at the time. 7:01, thinking about losing weight and exercising to become a better version of himself, Qin Chao resolutely prepared to get up. A murmur came from beside him. Tianjing opened her eyes from Qin Chao's embrace. Honey, you're up so early. After a night, Tianjing seemed to have undergone some changes, transitioning from a girl to a young woman, with a hint of charm in her every move. I need to go to the gym to lose weight and exercise. It's still early, you can sleep a bit more. Qin Chao looked tenderly at the beauty wrapped in the quilt. Long, fair legs, smooth skin, and a slender waist. He clearly knew the immense energy hidden within this body. He had gone to sleep around 1 o'clock last night. Although he was still inexperienced, whether it was talent or something else, his fighting ability was quite impressive. I'm so tired. At that moment, Tianjing felt exhausted all over, even a bit of pain, and her overall condition wasn't great. Then you should rest well. I'll go buy breakfast and come back. You can eat when you wake up. Qin Chao gently stroked Tianjing's beautiful face and softly spoke in her ear. Honey, you're so nice. I love you. I love you too. After buying breakfast near the community and changing into his workout clothes at home, Qin Chao grabbed his car keys and walked out the door, heading to Jinli Gym. On the third floor of Jinli Gym, in the VIP room, Lu Ruyan was running on the treadmill with her long legs. The white tight-fitting sports top wrapped around her upper body, her figure tall and graceful, with a slender waist. Her thighs were rounded and fleshy, and her perky hips moved rhythmically, full of charm. Ding ding, the WeChat notification sounded. Lu Ruyan picked up her phone and opened the message. Dad, voice. MP4, click to play. Ruyan, can you send Dad another 20,000 yuan? Dad needs it. Hearing her father's voice asking for money again, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Lu Ruyan's family background was not good. Her hometown was a small county in a wealthy province, and both her parents were workers, earning only about 3,000 to 4,000 a month. When she was young, the family managed to get by since her parents had only her as their daughter, and their combined income was enough to support her education. However, when she was in her senior year of high school, her mother passed away due to illness, leaving the family in debt. Her father then turned to drinking and stopped working, forcing her to take on part-time jobs on weekends, which caused her studies to suffer. As a result, she didn't perform well in the college entrance examination and only got into a second-tier university in Haicheng. In order to escape this family and distance herself from her alcoholic father, she worked part-time throughout college, earning most of her tuition herself. After graduating, her father, seeing her start to work, would occasionally ask her for money, which troubled her greatly. I just gave you 10,000 a few days ago, and now you want 20,000 again? I have no money. Lu Ruyan angrily replied in a message. Yet, a flicker of sadness, helplessness, and loneliness crossed her mind. With a father like this, was there still hope for her life? Ding-a-ling-a-ling, this time, he initiated a voice call directly. Although she was reluctant to answer, he was her only family left in the world, so in the end, Lu Ruyan pressed to connect. As soon as the call connected, a loud voice filled with curses came through. You ungrateful wretch! I raised you all these years, fed you and clothed you, and now you won't even give me some money? Hearing that familiar scolding, tears streamed down Lu Ruyan's face uncontrollably. Why was she born into such a family? Why was her life so bitter? What do you need the money for? I lost money gambling. If I don't pay them, they'll beat me to death. If I die, you'll be happy, you ungrateful wretch. Upon hearing that her father was in trouble because of gambling, Lu Ruyan felt her vision darken. He had only been an alcoholic before, and now he had escalated to gambling. Wasn't gambling just a bottomless pit? How could he have gotten into this? Anger rising, Lu Ruyan shot back, "You've even gotten into gambling now. I have no money, you figure it out." Hearing this, her father clearly panicked. If his daughter didn't help him, he would really be beaten to death. His tone immediately became submissive. "Yenner, please help your dad. Your mom left early, and it's just the two of us. If you don't help me, I really will be killed. Those people are from the underworld, they don't hold back when they hit someone." Hearing her father's pleading tone, remembering the good he had done for her as a child, and recalling how he borrowed money everywhere after her mother passed away, Lu Ruyan's heart softened in the end. Fine, but I don't have enough money right now. Wait for me to gather some. This is the last time. If there's a next time, I won't care about your life or death. Okay, I promise it will be the last time." Hearing Lu Ruyan agree, her father sighed in relief and immediately assured her. Outside the VIP room, Xin Zhao had been standing for a few minutes. He had heard every word of Lu Ruyan's phone conversation clearly. "I didn't expect that such a sexy coach, Lu Ruyan, would have such a gambling father. Every family has its own difficulties." Xin Zhao sighed to himself. With a creak, he pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, Lu Ruyan had just finished her call with her father and stood there in a daze. She only came to her senses when she saw Xin Zhao's figure in front of her. She quickly turned around to wipe the tears from her eyes, took a deep breath, adjusted herself, and smiled slightly as she said, "Brother Qin, you're here. Good morning." Looking at the stunningly beautiful Lu Ruyan, Xin Zhao felt no trace of lewd desire at that moment. Instead, he felt a twinge of pity for this girl with a troubled background. After a moment of thought, he spoke up, "I heard your conversation with your father outside. Gambling is indeed a road of no return, but he is your father. I can understand your feelings. If you don't have enough money, I can lend you some. I have no other requirements, I just want to help you as a friend." Meeting Xin Zhao's earnest gaze and listening to his sincere words, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of emotion, gratitude. In just a few days, Xin Zhao had shown a genuine willingness to help her without any ulterior motives, which warmed her heart. At that moment, Xin Zhao's face, which was not particularly handsome and slightly chubby, seemed to rival that of Wu Yanzu in her eyes. For some reason, a strange feeling stirred in her heart. Seeing the beautiful face of Lu Ruyan once again streaming with tears, Xin Zhao opened his arms, smiled gently at her, and said, "If you don't mind, you can borrow my shoulder. Cry if you want, don't hold back." His words seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Ruyan immediately lunged into Xin Zhao's embrace, holding him tightly and crying loudly, as if she wanted to release all the grievances she had suffered since her mother's death all those years ago. Xin Zhao held Lu Ruyan while gently patting her back, comforting her. Although he had no lewd thoughts at that moment, Lu Ruyan's figure was undeniably alluring. At the same time, the faint scent of her perfume was making Xin Zhao's body feel a bit strange. As Lu Ruyan released most of her emotions, her cries gradually quieted down. Suddenly, a strange sensation coursed through her body, leaving Lu Ruyan puzzled. "Ah!" Lu Ruyan exclaimed in panic, her face turning bright red as she broke free from Xin Zhao's embrace. At that moment, Xin Zhao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "This was too mortifying. I didn't mean anything." Well, your figure is just too good. It's a natural phenomenon. I swear." Xin Zhao scratched his head while earnestly explaining. He didn't want Lu Ruyan to think he was a pervert, so he was very serious in his defense. "Put." Lu Ruyan burst into laughter. If it were any other man making such a move, she would be furious, but seeing Xin Zhao's silly and earnest explanation, she felt no disgust at all, and even a hint of joy flashed through her heart. Seeing Lu Ruyan smile, Xin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid she would think he was a pervert, which would leave a bad impression. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his head and transferred 20,000 yuan to Lu Ruyan via his phone. Ruyan, I transferred 20,000 yuan to you. You can use it for your dad first, no need to rush to pay me back, just give it to me whenever you have it." Ding, the host helped Lu Ruyan solve her problem, benefiting others while pleasing himself. Indulgence successful. This indulgence scored 5 points, reward, 200,000 yuan cash. Looking at the notification of 200,000 yuan arriving in his mobile banking, Xin Zhao felt secretly happy. Lending out 20,000 yuan and earning back 200,000 yuan while also strengthening his relationship with Lu Ruyan was a double win. The system was amazing. "Thank you, Brother Qin. I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible." Lu Ruyan accepted the transfer and looked into Xin Zhao's eyes, saying earnestly, "I'm really not in a hurry, this money doesn't affect me much. You can pay me back whenever you want. Don't you consider me a friend?" Xin Zhao became a bit anxious. He didn't want her to feel pressured to pay back such a small amount, Even if he stopped going to the gym later, they could still maintain a close connection. Of course, we are friends. Seeing Qin Chao's anxious expression, Lu Ruyan smiled. She knew that 20,000 yuan was pocket change for Qin Chao, and after a moment's thought, she decided not to refuse his kindness. After all, she was indeed not very financially flexible lately, and rent was due soon. I understand. Then I'll pay you back when I'm a bit more financially comfortable. Things are tight right now. Okay, very good. Hearing Lu Ruyan say this, Qin Chao was very happy. Then let's start exercising, brother Qin. Okay, go. Let's do some cardio first, on the treadmill. An hour and a half later. After a vigorous workout, Qin Chao sat exhausted on the single sofa in the VIP room, panting heavily. Qin Gu, here you go. Lu Ruyan handed him a bottle of water and a towel. Thank you. Qin Chao twisted open the cap of the mineral water bottle and gulped it down. Qin Gu, I see that your weight loss is quite effective. If you keep it up for a while longer and control your diet, you'll slim down quickly. Noticing that the flesh on Qin Chao's face had slightly reduced since the first day, and his jawline was becoming clearer, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes curved with delight. Thank you, Ruyan. I owe it all to you. Listening to the sweet compliments from his attractive personal trainer, Qin Chao felt a surge of happiness. It seemed he had made the right choice in picking Lu Ruyan. Working out with such a stunning beauty was incredibly effective, and even the cardio felt less exhausting. If he had a male coach, the results wouldn't be as good. It had to be a mix of genders. This is the breakfast I prepared for you today. Lu Ruyan walked to the side and took out a cute pink lunchbox with a Doraemon print from an insulated bag on the table. Let me see what delicious food I have today. Qin Chao happily took the lunchbox and opened it. Boiled eggs, cold tossed zucchini, and a small bowl of whole grain rice. Finally, it's not broccoli. I really don't want to eat broccoli. He picked up a piece of zucchini with his chopsticks and quickly put it in his mouth. Wow, it's delicious. Much better than broccoli. Qin Chao's eyes sparkled as if he had tasted some heavenly delicacy, exaggerating his praise. Is it really that good? You're not just trying to make me happy, are you, Qin Gu? Lu Ruyan glanced at him, her face filled with disbelief. Open your mouth. Ah. Qin Chao picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of zucchini into Lu Ruyan's mouth. Watching her rosy, full lips move as she chewed delicately, a smile spread across Qin Chao's face. How is it? Tastes good, right? I can't believe you doubted your own cooking. I was in a rush this morning, so I really didn't taste it. I didn't expect it to be this good, Lu Ruyan replied, looking surprised. She had woken up at 5:30 a.m., washed up, used the bathroom, did her makeup, and by the time she was done, it was already 6:10. She hurriedly spent 20 minutes preparing breakfast for Qin Chao before quickly taking a taxi to the gym. To her surprise, the cold-tossed zucchini she made in a rush received praise from Qin Chao, filling her with joy. It gave her a sense of satisfaction from being recognized by someone else, especially someone like Qin Chao. At that moment, she felt quite fond of him, a mix of friendship and a woman's attraction to a man. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Qin Chao teased with a mischievous smile at the beautiful personal trainer. Being with Lu Ruyan, her every smile and frown, combined with her pear-shaped figure, easily made Qin Chao feel a bit flirtatious. Tianjing and Lu Ruyan represented two different styles of beauty. Tianjing had a sweet and cute face, a tall and slender figure, with long legs that stood out, fitting the type of beauty suited for wearing jeans and short skirts, embodying a uniform temptation style. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, had a bright and stunning face, a large frame, a slim waist, and a full bottom, typical of an hourglass figure, looking voluptuous and incredibly sexy overall. Such a beauty was perfect for wearing suspenders and dresses that highlighted her figure, making her very alluring to men. Qin Gu, I didn't expect you to play such childish tricks. This isn't the Qin Chao I know. Lu Ruyan had a look of I misjudged you, making Qin Chao feel a bit embarrassed. He chuckled awkwardly and lowered his head to continue eating. Lu Ruyan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of crimson unexpectedly appearing on her face. This was the first time she had eaten food that a man had picked for her, and the chopsticks were still stained with Qin Chao's saliva from just moments ago. She had unconsciously opened her mouth without even thinking of refusing, as if it were completely natural, without a trace of resistance. Could it be that I really like Qin Gu? Lu Ruyan silently asked herself. Qin Gu is quite nice, has a good personality, is wealthy and generous, although a bit chubby, his features are still quite good. If he lost some weight, he would definitely be a handsome guy, a high-quality man among men. Counting Qin Chao's merits in her heart, Lu Ruyan was surprised to find that he really could be considered an ideal boyfriend. I just wonder if he has a girlfriend? Lu Ruyan's beautiful and delicate face showed calmness, but inside, her heart was racing. By the way, Qin Gu, How come I've never seen your girlfriend? Gently pushing a strand of hair behind her ear, Lu Ruyan seemed to casually ask. What does she mean by that? Is she deliberately hinting at whether I have a girlfriend? Could it be that she's interested in me? There was some confusion in his heart, but Qin Chao was not foolish. Even though he had just confirmed his relationship with Tianjing, he would never let go of a perfect figure like Lu Ruyan. To say he had a girlfriend? That would be digging his own grave. I don't have a girlfriend, just a single dog. Qin Chao replied firmly. Whoever said he had a girlfriend, he would deal with them. He had a girlfriend yesterday, but not today. Ah, Qin Gu, you're so outstanding, yet you don't have a girlfriend? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in surprise. It's great that he doesn't have a girlfriend, hee. Joy surged in Lu Ruyan's heart, but her face showed no sign of it. Maybe it's just not the right time. Qin Chao's expression was calm, as if he had come to terms with it. So what kind of girl do you like? Lu Ruyan asked curiously. Qin Chao frowned, thought for a moment, and seriously replied, I like girls with good figures, curvy front and back. Pfft! Lu Ruyan burst out laughing, her face full of disbelief. She was listening intently, thinking he would say something serious, but instead, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, comparing it to herself, it seemed she met all his criteria. Suddenly feeling a bit happy at this thought. Just kidding, I actually don't care about these things, as long as there's a spark. Qin Chao laughed loudly and added, but I do prefer a fuller figure. If what I just said could be satisfied, that would be even better. Lu Ruyan thought Qin Chao's preferences were a bit cliché, but then again, it was normal, men are like that. Having a rough idea of the type of women Qin Chao liked and knowing he didn't have a girlfriend, she felt she had achieved her goal. Lu Ruyan planned to end this topic and was just about to speak when Qin Chao's voice reached her ears again. Ruyan, do you have a boyfriend? No. What type of guy do you like? I don't know. How old are you? 23. Are you checking my household registration? Lu Ruyan realized what was happening, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she spoke with a mix of shyness and annoyance. He. Qin Chao chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. I was just asking casually, no other meaning, sorry. Looking at Qin Chao's guilty expression, like a child who had made a mistake, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt no anger and quietly teased, dang, and ran off. 36D. Hip circumference 101. Qin Chao's eyes widened. Watching Lu Ruyan run away with her face flushed, her tight yoga pants hugging her round, full backside, swaying rhythmically, Qin Chao unconsciously swallowed. That's really my type, a 101 centimeters hip circumference, truly wider than the shoulders, surpassing even a living deity. I couldn't help but exclaim to myself. To be honest, Lu Ruyan is indeed a seductive and alluring beauty, far more captivating than those female fitness influencers I come across on Douyin. After all, Douyin has the enhancement of technology beautification, leg elongation, waist slimming, skin smoothing. The real ingredients are still up for debate. In the VIP room's bathroom, I took a shower and changed into a new outfit. I glanced at the time, it was just past 9 o'clock. Suddenly, Qin Chao remembered the 50% equity in Bo Kai Ing Rui Company, Ltd., that the system had rewarded him with yesterday, mainly because he had been focused on kissing at the time and hadn't paid much attention. He didn't know much about this company and was unclear about its specific value. After thinking for a moment, he opened Baidu, clicked on the search bar, and a bunch of results quickly appeared, directly clicking on the first one. Bo Kai Ing Rui Management Consulting Company, Ltd., was established in 2020. It is a professional human resources service agency that provides corporate talent strategy consulting, organizational structure design, personalized talent recruitment, employee training, and other services. The company is located in Haicheng, with a registered capital of 5 million, and a current market value of around 50 million renminbi. 50 million. Half of the equity is 25 million. The system is still so powerful. Qin Chao felt a surge of joy. Wasn't his company in need of people? Right now, he was still in the dark. With half the equity in this human resources company, recruiting some business talents would be just perfect, like adding wings to a tiger. Noticing the phone number of lawyer Wang Tian noted by the system, Qin Chao took out his phone, entered the number, and dialed. The call was immediately connected, and a steady voice of a middle-aged man came through. Hello, this is Wang Tian from Jinding Law Firm. How can I help you? Hello, my name is Qin Chao. Before Qin Chao could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Tian's voice, which carried a hint of eagerness and respect. Are you Mr. Qin, who just acquired half of Bo Kai Ing Rui's equity? I was just about to call you. Yes. Could you let me know if you have time to meet? I would like to hand over the specific paperwork to you. Listening to lawyer Wang Tian's respectful tone, With every "you," Qin Chao felt a strange sensation arise within him. Satisfaction, comfort, pleasure. Is this the confidence that comes with wealth? Is this the treatment that rich people enjoy? It was indeed different, easily intoxicating. I happen to have time right now. I'm waiting for you on the 19th floor of Rongtai building. My offices are 19001 and 19002. Qin Chao spoke steadily, calmly arranging the meeting in his own office. It was mainly for convenience. Jinli Gym was less than 3 kilometers away from Rongtai building, just a few minutes by car. Okay, please wait for me a moment. I'll be there soon. Goodbye. The call ended. Qin Chao tidied up and walked out of the gym. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Rongtai building in his BMW. After parking, he walked towards the main entrance of the building. As he pushed open the revolving glass door and reached the front desk, a sarcastic voice rang in his ear. Oh, isn't this our handsome Qin? What brings you to Rongtai today? Wang Xiaojie, an employee of Tianyi Trading, a second generation with a background. Qin Chao remembered that the project he had negotiated was handed over to him by Li Jiankan, who then kicked him aside. Glancing at him briefly, Qin Chao directly ignored him and continued walking towards the elevator. Seeing this country bumpkin and his eyes completely disregard him, Wang Xiaojie felt a surge of anger. A local bumpkin who came to Haicheng to work, with no background, dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. He had to deal with him. Oh, still so cocky, you, the bumpkin who got fired, dare to come to Rongtai building? Seeing Qin Chao continue walking forward, completely ignoring him, Wang Xiaojie felt his anger surge. He looked at the security guard standing at the entrance and shouted loudly, "Security! Security! There's a bumpkin here who was fired from our company, and he's walking into the building. Come and stop him." The two security guards, who were chatting leisurely, heard his shout and walked over with surprised expressions. What happened? The lead guard, who was in his 50s and had an unfriendly demeanor, asked. This person was fired from our company and no longer works at Rongtai building. He's here again today, and I suspect he has some ulterior motives, Wang Xiaojie said with a sinister smile, embellishing the story. Sir, please show us your work ID, we need to verify, the lead guard said, believing Wang Xiaojie's words. His job was to prevent outsiders from entering the building, so he spoke with some doubt. Qin Chao was visibly displeased. He didn't want to bother with such an idiot, but damn it, this idiot had to come over and provoke him. Just as he was about to speak, a surprised voice came over. President Qin, what a coincidence. Good morning. The property manager, Zhang Ji, approached with a beaming smile and greeted him. As he got closer, he noticed something was off. The two security guards were questioning Qin Chao, and there was an idiot looking at him with a surprised expression. Well, he ignored the idiot. Looking at the two security guards, he spoke in a stern voice. What are you doing? What do you want with President Qin? The two guards were clearly startled. Upon hearing manager Zhang call out President Qin, their hearts sank. They knew they were in trouble. They stammered and explained the situation. As they listened to the guard's explanation, manager Zhang's expression grew increasingly grim. He directly cursed, have you lost your mind? President Qin is the owner of units 19001 and 19002 in our Rongtai building. Who gave you the guts to believe others' slander? The two guards exchanged glances, lowered their heads, and remained silent, listening to the reprimand. After manager Zhang finished scolding, he turned to Qin Chao and apologetically said, President Qin, I'm really sorry. It's all our fault today, we startled you. At this moment, Wang Xiaojie looked dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was hearing. Wasn't Qin Chao fired? Wasn't he just a bumpkin who had just graduated from college? How did he become President Qin? Who could tell him what was happening? Was he dreaming? He pinched his arm hard and realized it wasn't a dream, it was real. Watching the two guards grovel in Wang Xiaojie's stunned expression, listening to manager Zhang's sincere apology, Qin Chao suddenly felt very pleased. He didn't even have to lift a finger, manager Zhang had come out to help him put on a show. After thinking for a moment, he felt it was meaningless. Wang Xiaojie's level was too low for him now, and they were no longer in the same league. There was no need to pay him any mind. Besides, the two guards hadn't done anything wrong, it was their duty. He smiled and said, it's fine, it's not the guards' fault. There's just a mad dog biting people. Manager Zhang shot a sidelong glance at Wang Xiaojie and smiled obsequiously. What you said is right, President Qin. Even if this mad dog bites, we can't bite back. Alright, I'll head up first. Okay. Goodbye, President Qin. The two security guards quickly raised their heads, smiling ingratiatingly and waving, take care, goodbye, President Qin. After saying that, they shot Wang Xiaojie a glare and walked toward the entrance. Wang Xiaojie listened to Qin Chao cursing like a mad dog, feeling angry inside but not daring to show it on his face. This manager Zhang was not an ordinary person, He was the property manager of Rongtai Building, usually dealing with the boss of Tianyi Trading, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Seeing that manager Zhang had left, he walked towards the elevator with a sullen expression. 19th floor of Rongtai Building. After sitting in his office for 10 minutes, lawyer Wang Tian arrived. Qin Chao gave him a brief glance. He was in his early 40s, dressed in a black suit, wearing gray glasses, with a meticulously styled haircut, strong features, and a capable demeanor, exuding the air of an elite professional. Qin Chao stood up, walked over, extended his hand, and said, "Hello, I am Qin Chao." "Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Wang Tian from Jinding Law Firm." Wang Tian maintained a low posture, stepping forward to shake hands, slightly bending forward and lowering his head, showing great respect. "Then let's discuss the equity transfer procedures." Qin Chao waved his hand, indicating for him to sit down. "Okay." After seeing off lawyer Wang Tian, Qin Chao returned to his office. His fingers brushed over the thick stack of documents on the desk. These included the equity transfer agreement, company articles, shareholder meeting resolutions, and equity proof documents. Having these documents meant that he officially owned 50% of the shares in Buetsayingrui, becoming one of the owners of this human resources company. The first thing he wanted to do upon entering Buetsayingrui was to recruit a batch of talents for his new company to perfect its overall framework. Sitting in the comfortable boss chair, he flipped through the equity transfer agreement again. Ding dong, the WeChat notification sound rang. "Tongjiang, Qin Chao, are you free tonight? It's the school beauty." Remembering Shen Madong's lively and adorable personality, along with her exquisite and beautiful face, Qin Chao's lips curled up slightly. Of course, he was free. He replied on his phone, "The school beauty is looking for me, 24 hours, I must be free." He then added a funny emoji. Poof. Shen Madong was still lounging in bed at that moment. Seeing Qin Chao's reply filled with flattery, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a young woman and a qualified night owl, Shen Madong usually woke up quite late in the morning. Having just woken up that morning, she was lazily playing with her phone in bed when she spotted the LV bag worth 20,000 that Qin Chao had given her. Thinking that Qin Chao hadn't contacted her in the past few days, she pouted her lips, feeling unhappy. If he doesn't come to find me, I can take the initiative to find him, Shen Madong thought to herself. Although she had no experience in actively inviting boys out, she had Zaya Hongshu. After searching on Zaya Hongshu, she made the following decision, to invite Qin Chao out for dinner first, then watch a movie after dinner, and finally have him take her home. I'm such a genius. Shen Madong's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, a typical case of self-praise. Tongjiang, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I know a great restaurant, the food is amazing, and I often go there with friends. Seeing the invitation from the school beauty to have dinner together, Qin Chao's smile widened. What does the school beauty mean by this? Is she taking the initiative to invite me to dinner? Who is the hunter and who is the prey? After a series of pretentious questions, Qin Chao suddenly felt that his recent romantic prospects were too prosperous. Just last night, he had confirmed his relationship with Tian Jing, and today the school beauty was taking the initiative to invite him. Hiss, that damn male pride. It felt so good. A real man should be like this. Ever since he got the indulgence system, his luck with women had indeed skyrocketed. If he were still the workplace rookie he used to be, he would never have a chance to connect with these goddesses in his lifetime. It must be his fate, being a child of fortune is nothing less. Coming back to his senses, Qin Chao quickly replied to the message. Qin Chao, great, the restaurant recommended by the school beauty must be good. I've decided not to eat lunch, saving my stomach for dinner. Reading this message word by word, Shen Madong felt very happy inside. She didn't know why Qin Chao could so easily influence her mood. Anyway, being with Qin Chao, whether chatting, eating, or shopping, made her feel effortlessly happy and satisfied. Perhaps it was just a matter of mutual attraction. She could sense that Qin Chao had feelings for her too. They probably belonged to a state of being more than friends but less than lovers, and they needed to spend more time together. After all, although they were university classmates, Shen Madong had hardly interacted with Qin Chao during their time at university, having exchanged only a few words, not much different from strangers. It was only after the class reunion that they started to connect. Shen Madong believed that even if there were feelings between a man and a woman, they still needed to spend more time together to understand each other's character and integrity before deciding if they were suitable for each other and could be together. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to both parties. Tongchan, I'll send you the address in a bit, see you at the restaurant tonight. Tongchan, waiting for you. Oh. JPG Qin Chao, okay, Lord Madong. After sending the message, Shen Madong was about to end the chat. Seeing the words Lord Madong, she recalled the spark between them at the mall that day. Her little face couldn't help but flush slightly as she got up, dressed, and hummed a little tune while heading to the bathroom to wash up. On Qin Chao's side, after finishing the chat with the school beauty, he thought about the completed equity transfer and that he had received the relevant documents. Thinking of Tianjing, who had just lost her virginity last night, he expected her to be particularly clingy today. He tidied up the files, took the folder, and walked out of the office, ready to go home and accompany his wife. After locking the office door, he checked the time while waiting for the elevator. It was almost noon. Tianjing would definitely find it inconvenient to go out today, especially since he had acted like a beast last night, not like a human. After some thought, Qin Chao decided to buy lunch before heading back. What should I eat? Qin Chao muttered to himself. Fried rice? Pork trotter rice? Noodles? Oh my, what am I thinking? Qin Chao snapped back to reality. I already drive a BMW and live in Haixing Tiancheng, yet I'm still eating like before? Qin Chao suddenly felt a bit disdainful of himself. Ding, the elevator arrived. Stepping into the elevator, a light suddenly flickered in Qin Chao's mind. Xiao Jing should drink porridge now. I'll buy her some seafood porridge. It's nourishing and good for the stomach. Reasonable, too reasonable. I'm simply a genius. A smile gradually appeared on Qin Chao's face. He drove to a seafood porridge shop near Haixing Tiancheng and bought a super luxurious seafood porridge worth 688. Qin Chao quickly arrived at his doorstep. Pushing open the sleek black armored door, he walked in. He placed the seafood porridge on the luxurious and exquisite dining table and headed to the master bedroom to wake Tianjing. Wife, are you awake? Hubby is back. At this moment, Tianjing had already gotten out of bed, leaning against the bedside table, still feeling a bit fatigued. The pain throughout her body had lessened significantly, but she still felt somewhat weak. The intense match from last night flashed through her mind, and a blush crept onto Tianjing's pretty face. Having just lost her virginity, Tianjing's face had lost some of its youthful freshness and gained a touch of mature charm. As she was lost in thought, a gentle and familiar voice called from outside the door. I'm up, hubby, I'm hungry. Looking at Qin Chao's face appearing at the door, Tianjing playfully pouted. Did you not eat the breakfast I bought this morning? I didn't eat, I was still in bed and it hurt. Qin Chao moved closer, sitting at the head of the bed, wrapping his arms around his long-legged girlfriend. One hand held her slender, smooth waist, which felt wonderful to the touch. Hey, what are your hands doing? Tianjing pouted in dissatisfaction. You men just want to get hands on all day long, really disgusting. Although she was complaining about men, seeing Qin Chao's affectionate gaze made her heart flutter with joy. She actively wrapped her arms around Qin Chao's neck and kissed him. MMM. After a while of sweet moments with Tianjing, Qin Chao stopped. Little Jing was still weak, so it was better not to engage in such antics and let her rest well. Gently kissing Tianjing's forehead, Qin Chao held her delicate face and said softly, let's eat first, my wife. You're still weak, I bought seafood porridge for us to share. Seeing that Qin Chao considered her discomfort and stopped his actions in time, Tianjing felt a wave of emotion in her heart. Hearing his gentle voice, she could feel his affection, love, tenderness, and concern for her, making her feel like the happiest woman in the world. Love was truly sweet. It felt like her heart was filled with honey, and being cared for by her husband was simply wonderful. Now she could call him husband without any reservations, and that little bit of shame had vanished. Okay, husband, I want you to carry me. Tianjing's rosy lips slightly pouted, her beautiful, lively eyes looking at Qin Chao as she opened her arms and acted spoiled. This was her first time being so coy in front of a man, and it felt really nice. As you command, my lady. Qin Chao scooped Tianjing up, cradling her like a princess, his expression serious and earnest, like a knight obeying his princess, exuding a sense of mission. Put. Tianjing couldn't help but laugh at Qin Chao's serious yet playful demeanor. She tightened her arms around his neck, looking up at him with eyes full of love. Qin Chao was her first love, her first man. She felt she loved him immensely, wishing she could give him her heart. Women tend to have a strong attachment to their first love, and the impression is usually very deep. Qin Chao carried Tianjing to the dining table and set her down on a chair. The solid wood dining table and chairs were uniquely designed, exquisitely crafted, and the materials were indistinguishable yet exuded a sense of quality, clearly worth a lot. After all, it was a 12 million yuan flat in High City, definitely a top-tier place. None of the furniture in the house was cheap. Untying the plastic bag, Qin Chao lifted the large round white takeout box. A fragrant aroma wafted out. There was the fresh scent of rice porridge and the enticing smell of seafood, and Tianjing felt her stomach protesting. Qin Chao went into the kitchen to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, along with 2 porcelain spoons, serving Tianjing a bowl and placing it in front of her. Eat up. You must be starving since last night. Thank you, husband, I'm about to starve. Tianjing grinned as she lowered her head to eat. The ultra-luxurious seafood porridge, priced at 688 yuan per serving, was indeed filled with seafood. Abalone, crab, large shrimp, squid, and more, a variety of fresh and delicious options. Tianjing, already famished, took a bite and her eyes lit up, devouring it with delight. She swore she had never tasted such delicious seafood porridge in her life. It was 1,000 times better than any she had had before, and she felt incredibly happy. After the hearty meal, Qin Chao held his long-legged, slender-waisted wife and sat down on the high-end leather sofa in the living room, turning on the TV. At that moment, Tianjing was very clingy to Qin Chao, not wanting to leave his side for a second, snuggling tightly in his embrace. "Xiao Jing, did you take a leave from work today?" Qin Chao suddenly asked. "I did. I asked for leave in the group chat with the boss this morning, otherwise, I would have been docked pay. With my meager salary, I can't afford any deductions. I was afraid you might forget, but I didn't expect my wife to have such a good memory." Qin Chao looked at Tianjing with a smile, though his hands were a bit restless. "Bad man. Bad husband." Tianjing shot him a flirtatious glance with her enchanting eyes, teasing him playfully. "If a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. How bad are you?" "Very, very bad. Worse than you can imagine." "I love you." "Husband. I love you too." "Wife." They playfully teased each other for the entire afternoon. As evening approached, Qin Chao thought about his date with the campus beauty, while Tianjing hadn't fully recovered and it wasn't convenient for her to go home alone. After a moment of thought, he found an excuse to slip out. "Xiao Jing, I have dinner plans with some friends tonight to discuss business, so I won't be home for dinner." Qin Chao played with Tianjing's soft, smooth hand, casually saying, "There was no choice, an excellent player must have good time management, or else things could go wrong." These skills were innate, and Qin Chao had learned them without a teacher. "That's fine, you go ahead and be busy. I can order takeout by myself." Tianjing smiled innocently. "So good. If you get tired, go to bed early. I probably won't be back that soon." Got it. Drive safely." "Alright, it's about time, so I'll head out now. Bye-bye, husband." "Bye-bye." After opening the door to the room and changing his clothes, Qin Chao walked out. As he arrived at the underground parking lot of the community, his phone in his pocket dinged. Qin Chao opened the message. "Tongchan, Guantong. Map." It was the restaurant address sent by the campus beauty. Clicking on it, he saw it was located at Haihat Commercial Plaza, about 8 kilometers from Haixing Tianchang, not too far, but not too close either. Qin Chao got into his BMW, started the engine, and slowly drove out of the parking lot towards his destination. At that moment, Tianjing was at home, putting on beautiful makeup and changing into a nice outfit, ensuring that Qin Chao wouldn't be able to take his eyes off her. Although she was very confident in her looks and figure, women, especially beautiful ones, always hope to become even more beautiful. "Okay, done. Just watch me mesmerize him." Tianjing checked herself in the full-length mirror, finding her makeup and outfit perfect and eye-catching enough. She grabbed her phone and bag and left the house. 15 minutes later, Qin Chao arrived at Haihat Commercial Plaza. This was an old shopping mall in Haicheng, built nearly 7 years ago, and since it was in an old district, it usually had a large flow of customers. After parking in the underground lot, Qin Chao took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Arriving at the restaurant's entrance, he wasn't sure if she had arrived, so he took out his phone and sent her a message. "Qin, I'm at the entrance of Guantong, have you arrived?" After a moment, his phone buzzed. "Tongchan, almost there, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Wait for me there." "Qin, okay." While waiting, Qin Chao leaned against the glass railing on the 3rd floor, starting to observe the mall. The decor style was somewhat outdated, and the overall atmosphere felt a bit old, but the crowd was bustling, and it looked quite lively. A few minutes later, "Hi, Qin Chao, I'm here." A voice filled with surprise rang in his ears. Qin Chao turned to look, his eyes widening in astonishment. The campus beauty was wearing a pink JK uniform today, looking sweet and adorable. She had sexy black stockings on her legs and was wearing little leather shoes, exuding a charming lowly vibe. A slightly plump goose-egg face, long black hair cascading down to her waist, beautiful eyes shimmering with a watery glow, a petite yet straight nose, and slightly moist red lips all showcased the delicate charm of this black JK girl, evoking a sense of longing. Unlike those pale, thin girls, the campus beauty had a hint of softness, making her face appear even cuter, while her legs, wrapped in black, were plump, exuding both innocence and desire, with a palpable sexual tension. Qin Chao took a deep breath. His heart had been a bit unstable lately, easily getting carried away. "Hi, Mo Tong." He raised his hand politely to greet her. "Hee, did you wait long?" "Sorry about that." "No, I just arrived. Besides, I wouldn't mind waiting longer for the campus beauty," Qin Chao said with a look of infatuation, smiling. Mo Tong's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, clearly pleased. That saying is true, flattery never fails, the ancients do not deceive me. Then let's go in. The two entered the restaurant and, guided by the waiter, arrived at a windowside table. Sir, here's the menu. You can check off the dishes you want to order. The polite and friendly waiter approached. Okay, we can look at it ourselves. Shen Mo Tong replied, taking the menu to start ordering. Red rice sausage, black bean spare ribs, money belly, crystal shrimp dumplings, these are all delicious. Also, the steamed sponge cake and char siu buns are great, you should try them all later. Shen Mo Tong clearly was a regular here, effortlessly recommending the best dishes to Qin Chao. Alright, I love everything you order. Qin Chao looked at Shen Xiaohua with tenderness, a smile spreading across his face. Mo Tong is really adorable, I can't help but want to tease her. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Shen Mo Tong was startled by the slightly ambiguous remark, a blush creeping onto her face. How bold. Is this a confession? I haven't decided whether to accept yet. Shen Xiaohua thought to herself, secretly daydreaming. After ordering, the attentive waiter quickly came over to take the menu. Please wait a moment, the dishes will be served shortly. Our restaurant prides itself on fast service. The waiter kindly added before leaving. I want to see just how good the restaurant recommended by Mo Tong is. Qin Chao raised his eyebrows at Shen Mo Tong, wearing a comical expression. Just watch, little Qin. Shen Mo Tong quickly got into character, spreading her hands with an air of arrogance. Before long, the dishes were served. Just as the waiter had said, so many dishes arrived in just a few minutes, truly impressive speed. Try the red rice sausage first, it's my favorite. Shen Mo Tong naturally picked up a piece of red rice sausage and placed it in Qin Chao's bowl, smiling. Her smile was beautiful, like a gentle breeze passing by, refreshing. Qin Chao took a bite, his eyes narrowing in delight. The taste is indeed good, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a great texture. He couldn't help but praise it. This restaurant was Cantonese, mainly serving dim sum, which suited girls' tastes well. Then eat more, with so many dishes, I can't finish them all by myself. Shen Mo Tong added a few more different dishes to Qin Chao's plate, looking quite considerate, as if she were his girlfriend. Thank you for your generous offerings, Mo Tong. I won't let you down, I'll finish everything. Qin Chao's playful spirit rose again, his mouth full of food. He then began to eat heartily. He had been hungry since he had seafood porridge with his long-legged wife at noon. As everyone knows, porridge makes one hungry easily. So he opened his stomach wide to eat, devouring the food without stopping. Seeing Qin Chao enjoying his meal so much, Shen Mo Tong's beautiful eyebrows curved, her heart filled with happiness and satisfaction. Fool, eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Unable to help but complain again, she also started to eat little by little. The two finished everything. Qin Chao barely felt full. These Cantonese dim sum tasted good, but the portions were small, just a little bit for each serving. Unlike northeastern cuisine, where a single dish is enough for several people, the differences between the northern and southern cuisines were evident. Let's go, I'll pay the bill, Qin Chao said as he stood up first. No way, today I'm treating, I have to pay. Shen Modong pouted slightly, looking adorably upset as if to say she would be angry if he didn't pay. Seeing the school beauty's cute expression, Qin Chao couldn't help but pinch her little face. It was soft and smooth, quite pleasant to the touch. Shen Modong immediately reacted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Stinky Qin Chao, why are you pinching my face? You've made it all red. The two playfully bickered as they walked to the front desk, settled the bill, and exited Kuntong. Standing at the elevator entrance of the mall, Shen Modong hesitantly spoke up, it's still early, how about we go watch a movie? She seemed a bit shy, after all, she was a girl and had a thin skin, so it was a little embarrassing to take the initiative to suggest watching a movie. Qin Chao understood her expression and replied firmly, as you command, Lady Modong. After saying that, he made a playful face at the school beauty. Shen Modong swatted at Qin Chao a few times, inadvertently hitting an unusual spot. In an instant, Qin Chao's expression changed strangely. As if realizing something, Shen Modong's face turned bright red. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I didn't hurt you, did I? She had learned in middle school health class that area was said to be very delicate and could easily get hurt. Qin Chao rolled his eyes and bent down, calling out, ouch, it hurts. He exaggerated in an instant. Wow, you won't break me, will you? Ah, it really hurts. A look of concern suddenly appeared on Shen Modong's innocent face as she quietly asked, does it hurt a lot? Do you want to go to the hospital? Just then, the elevator arrived. Qin Chao bent over and entered the elevator, followed closely by the school beauty. At that moment, there were only two people in the quiet elevator. Qin Chao whispered, leaning his head close to the school beauty's ear, forget the hospital, how about we go to the car now? and you help me check it out. It really hurts. What if it's really bad? Shen Madong looked at Qin Chao with suspicion, her little head slightly pondering. It can't be, I only hit him lightly, it shouldn't be that serious. Then she thought, I heard that area is very delicate. Looking at Qin Chao's expression, he shouldn't be lying to me, but should I really help him check? Her little head tilted left and right, showing a conflicted expression. Ding, the elevator arrived at the B2 parking lot. Qin Chao saw the school beauty's naive expression and decided to push a little harder. Ah, it still hurts a lot. What should I do? Qin Chao walked while bending over, calling out in pain. If it were an experienced woman, she would have noticed something was off with Qin Chao long ago. But Shen Madong, as a player in the two-dimensional realm and just graduated from college, lacked social experience. Just like that, the naive sheep fell into the trap of the gray wolf. Then, I'll support you. I'll help you check when we get to the car. Shen Madong's face was flushed, filled with both worry and shyness. Although she had feelings for Qin Chao, even a bit of affection, this was still her first time dealing with such matters in her life. She felt a bit nervous and curious. After all, she had only seen such things in her middle school health class textbooks. The two slowly walked to the black BMW 330. Qin Chao pressed the key to unlock the vehicle. Shen Madong helped Qin Chao into the driver's seat and hurriedly got into the passenger seat herself. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shen Madong felt her heart pounding, her inner self extremely tense. She slowly opened her mouth. Could you pull your pants down a bit? This sentence seemed to drain all the strength from her body. After speaking, she took a deep breath, slowly calming her emotions. Qin Chao felt a bit reluctant to deceive such a lovely school beauty, but then he thought, she must be mine anyway, whether it's today or tomorrow, it's all the same. This is at most a kind-hearted lie. With that thought, he steeled himself and pulled his pants down. Shen Madong turned her head in the opposite direction and slowly reached out her hand. Qin Chao's eyes were fixed on Tianjing's long, fair little hand. To be honest, he was quite excited inside. He glanced outside the car window. Thankfully, there was no one in the underground parking lot at night. Shen Madong sensed something strange with her hand, feeling a bit puzzled, and turned her head to look. She exclaimed. Clenching her little fist, she began to punch Qin Chao's body. While hitting, she scolded him. Qin Chao, you bastard, you pervert. How dare you deceive me, you shameless. After putting his pants back on, Qin Chao defended against the school beauty's attacks while turning his body. He forcefully pulled Shen Madong into his arms. Gently, he said, Tong Tong, you're so cute, I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Feeling herself tightly embraced, listening to Qin Chao's gentle confession in her ear, Shen Madong, filled with anger and embarrassment, gradually changed her expression. The anger faded, but the shyness remained. Slowly lifting her head, she found Qin Chao staring at her intently, his eyes filled with love and tenderness. Her heart suddenly felt as sweet as honey. The earlier anger and embarrassment had long vanished. She pouted and said, You're so bad. To deceive me. Making me. That's because I like you too much. Promise me, will you be my girlfriend? Qin Chao continued his heartfelt confession. Shen Madong's heart had already agreed 1,000 times. She had taken the initiative to invite Qin Chao to dinner and a movie today, which was actually a date. She missed him, so she made the first move. However, women tend to be reserved in matters of love. They can't let men feel that they are too easy to get, or else men won't cherish them. Her expression shifted from frowning to relaxing, and finally, with her head down, she softly said, Okay. Qin Chao's heart was filled with joy, which directly reflected in his actions. He cupped Shen Madong's fair, cute, slightly plump face in his hands and kissed her. From her cheek to her red lips, it was as if he were savoring the most wonderful thing in the world. Shen Madong slightly lifted her head, allowing him to kiss her. Faced with his kiss, she didn't want to resist at all. In fact, she felt a bit delighted. He loves me so much. Shen Madong slightly closed her eyes, responding like a song, like weeping. After finishing the French wet kiss with Shen Madong, Qin Chao was met with the school beauty's eye roll. The reason was that while kissing, Qin Chao's hands had become disobedient, unconsciously resting on her perky bottom and little bear. You're so lewd, Qin Chao. I've never realized you were this perverted. Shen Madong glanced at Qin Chao, complaining. You're too beautiful, Tong Tong. I can't control myself in front of you. Qin Chao responded with a flurry of compliments. Shen Madong was immediately flattered, beaming with pride, of course. This school beauty is just naturally stunning. Looking at the time, it was getting late. Qin Chao decided to take the school beauty home first. Honey Tong Tong, fasten your seatbelt, it's time for me to take you home. Who is your wife? Shen Madong's fair and delicate face flushed with a hint of red as she mumbled softly. It's you, you've already promised me, don't think you can escape from my grasp. With a fierce glare at Qin Chao, the school beauty urged. Hurry up and drive, we're going home. Yes, my lady wife. Qin Chao started the engine, and the black BMW slowly drove away. He took Shin Modong back to Greenview Elegant Garden. Qin Chao drove back to Haisheng Tiancheng. At the entrance of the community, he bought a few pounds of oranges at Ah Bing's fruit supermarket. There was no way around it. He had just shared a passionate kiss, embraced, and touched the school beauty. He was covered in her scent. If he went home like this, he would definitely be in trouble. Tianjing would surely notice. You have to know, women are all like detectives in this regard. As a high-end playboy and master of time management, Qin Chao would never overlook such small details. Men are natural liars, and this is something they pick up on instinctively. After peeling a few oranges, he rubbed the peels all over himself, ensuring that the only scent on him was that of oranges before returning home. Tianjing was not asleep at the moment. She was lying on the leather sofa, watching the funny variety show keep running. When she saw Qin Chao walk in, her eyes immediately lit up. Ah, hubby, you're back. Tianjing ran towards Qin Chao and jumped straight into his arms. I missed you so much. Suddenly, her nose began to sniff incessantly. What's that smell? Oranges? Why do you smell so strongly of oranges? Tianjing looked at Qin Chao with a face full of disdain. I bought a few pounds of oranges downstairs. They taste good, so I ate too. Qin Chao's expression was calm and composed, not the slightest bit flustered. Inside, however, he was secretly sweating. Thank goodness I was prepared in advance, otherwise, Xiao Jing would definitely smell the school beauty's scent. You should go take a shower, hubby, this smell is unpleasant. I want to hug you, but I've already showered. Tianjing stomped her feet in place, swaying her body, acting cute. Alright, let's go now. Qin Chao said decisively, without a hint of hesitation. There was no choice, walking on the edge of a knife required caution. After showering, Qin Chao lay on the sofa with his long-legged wife, watching the variety show together. Of course, his hands were not idle. He would occasionally touch her soft body, rub Tianjing's delicate little butt, caress her well-proportioned thighs, and wrap his arms around her slender waist. This made Tianjing occasionally let out soft murmurs of and It was quite enjoyable. Dong 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 dong, the phone rang, a WeChat video call came in. Qin Chao picked it up to take a look. Mom, he quickly clicked to answer. Son, how's life been lately? Do you need any money? Qin's mother's caring voice came through. In the video, she was sitting on the edge of the bed, knitting, wearing reading glasses, showing a kind expression like all mothers in the world. It seemed she had propped the phone up against the bedside table, so her entire action was visible. Mom, I'm doing well, I'm with my girlfriend. Qin Chao looked proudly at the screen, holding Tianjing, both appearing on the screen. What? Qin's mother showed a look of surprise, stopping her movements, stepping forward to pick up the phone, and looking seriously at the screen. A beautiful, sweet oval face appeared on the screen next to Qin Chao's head. With willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin red lips, she was clearly a stunning beauty. Seeing Tianjing's face close to Qin Chao's, Qin's mother smiled happily. This girl is really beautiful, she looks like a fairy. Tianjing's face instantly turned red, and she shyly greeted the screen. Hello, Auntie, my name is Tianjing, and I am Qin Chao's girlfriend. Oh, hello, dear, you are so beautiful. How did you end up with our Qin Chao? Jeet Sairong had a good understanding of her son. He was ordinary, not wealthy, and a bit chubby. Logically, he shouldn't be able to attract such a beautiful girl as a girlfriend. Could it be that she was drawn to his character and work ethic? Those were the only 2 points where her son could be considered excellent. Listening to the Queen Mother's complaints, Qin Chao was speechless and rolled his eyes. Are you my real mother? Is there anyone who talks about their son like that? Am I really that bad? He fired off a series of 3 questions. Beside them, Tianjing couldn't help but chuckle at their mother-son banter. Auntie, you are really humorous. After a pause, she added, Xingu is a really nice person. He helped me a lot at work before and has been very good to me. I really like him. Qin Chao nodded in satisfaction, gently stroking Tianjing's smooth, straight hair. Seeing the girl's sweet and charming smile and the focused look in her eyes when she praised her son, Qin Mu felt happier than if she had drunk honey. Her son had found such a beautiful girlfriend, and judging by her polite demeanor, her character must be good too. This is wonderful. Suddenly, Qin Mu's attention was drawn to the scene on the screen. Looking at the spacious and beautiful room, a hint of confusion flashed through her mind. So she directly asked, Son, where are you living? It looks different from where you lived before. This house seems very big and beautiful. Qin Chao stood up, turned the camera around, and began to show the room with his phone. Mom, this is the house I bought. Seeing the high-end furniture and spacious house in the video, Qin Mu's eyes widened in surprise. She hurriedly asked, Aren't you just graduated? Where did you get the money to buy a house? You aren't doing anything illegal, are you? A mother worries for her son, and looking at the luxurious flat, Jeet Sairong's first reaction was not surprise but concern for her son, fearing he might be going down the wrong path and doing something bad. Xin Chao looked at his mother on the screen and spoke earnestly. Mom, I earned this money by trading stocks myself. Don't worry, I didn't steal or rob. It's all legal. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Jing. Tian Jing quickly chimed in. Auntie, please don't worry. Xin Go earned all this himself, and it's not illegal. You can rest assured. Hearing Xiao Jing's affirmation, Xin Mu's anxious heart slowly calmed down, and she let out a long sigh. That's good, son. Now I can relax. Then, she curiously asked, this house looks so big, it must be over 100 square meters, right? Xin Chao smiled and proudly explained, this house is called a flat, and it has 388 square meters. Ah, so big. How can there be such a large house? Xin Mu was completely shocked. It was her first time hearing about a house nearly 400 square meters, which truly exceeded her expectations. In their small county in Gan province, most houses were over 100 square meters, with prices around 5,000 per square meter, totaling just over 500,000 for a unit. This 400 square meter house must be worth over 2 million. How much did this house cost you? Xin Mu asked. Almost 12 million, Xin Chao answered his mother seriously. Although she guessed it would be more than 2 million, hearing the figure of 12 million still sent waves of shock through Xin Mu's heart. This, how do you have so much money? Xin Mu was truly stunned. Is this really my son? Living in a 12 million house? Mom, I told you it's all from my stock trading. That's how the stock market is. Those who are skilled can make a lot of money. Hearing her son reassure her again, Xin's mother finally accepted this fact. My son is really impressive. I need to tell your dad. He's out chatting with someone. Then let's leave it at that, okay? Bye. Just as Xin Chao was about to say goodbye, his mother hung up directly. Well, that's really my mom, decisive and straightforward, hanging up without any hesitation. Tian Jing, seeing Xin's mother hang up so abruptly, was momentarily stunned, then she pursed her lips and secretly laughed. Honey, your mom is so humorous, she's really interesting. Xin Chao made a fierce expression and pinched Tian Jing's little face. Whose mom? What should you call her? Our mom. Good, so obedient. Come here, give me a kiss. Kiss. A quiet night passed. The next morning, Xin Chao drove Tian Jing to the Rongtai building. After resting well last night, Tian Jing had basically recovered, so she had to go to work as usual today. Xin Chao then headed to the Jinli gym. Losing weight and being disciplined is a long-term task that requires perseverance. It can't be a half-hearted effort. When Xin Chao arrived at the Jinli gym, it was exactly 7:30. Good morning, Xin Gu. As soon as he walked in, the receptionist, Li Jiao, immediately came over to greet him. Her bright smile made one feel as if they were basking in spring. With money, the treatment and service are indeed completely different. Morning, Jiao. Xin Chao smiled and nodded, walking towards the VIP room on the third floor. Just as he reached the door, loud arguing could be heard from inside. Lu Ruyan, I paid for the lessons. What right do you have to deny me my personal training session? A coarse and unpleasant voice reached Xin Chao's ears. He pushed the door open and walked in. A man around 40, overweight and with a lewd expression, stood by the sofa with his head held high. The beautiful and sexy coach Lu stood defiantly beside him, looking unyielding. The remaining lessons have been transferred to other coaches. You can find another personal trainer for your sessions, Lu Ruyan said calmly, her expression serene. This middle-aged man, Wang Jun, was a lewd old man who had directly signed up for 5 personal training sessions with her as soon as he saw her at the gym. However, that was before Xin Chao started coming to the gym. Wang Jun would always look around lewdly during the sessions, sometimes even trying to touch her, but she managed to dodge him every time. Although he disgusted her, she thought since he had bought 5 sessions, she would let him finish them. After Xin Chao arrived, he directly ordered 100 sessions with Lu Ruyan, and the boss specified that she would only be responsible for him. The remaining 3 sessions of Wang Jun were transferred to another male coach, and when this man learned of the news today, he came to the gym to cause a scene. Watching Wang Jun shout and leer at Lu Ruyan, Xin Chao's anger surged. Damn it! That's my woman. What right does this middle-aged fat pig have to look at her? Xin Chao walked directly in front of Lu Ruyan, blocking Wang Jun's lewd gaze. He arrogantly asked, how many sessions do you have left, you fat pig? Seeing Xin Chao's tall and imposing figure, along with the LV logo on his clothes, Wang Jun suddenly felt a bit guilty, his eyes darting around. He was just an ordinary loser. Those 5 sessions costing 1,500 yuan were a stretch for him, and he couldn't afford to mess with someone like Xin Chao. He stammered, 3 sessions. Seeing him so submissive, Qin Chao was momentarily speechless. I thought this fat pig was so arrogant, but is that all? Boring. After a moment of thought, he fixed a fierce gaze on this LSP and said, I'll refund you double for your personal training fees. Just take it and get lost. Wang Jun had already been considering backing out. He couldn't afford to mess with rich people. Upon hearing about the double refund, his eyes immediately lit up. Such a good deal? He quickly nodded. Alright, there are still 3 classes left, each costing 300. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan was staring intently at Qin Chao's tall and imposing figure, feeling extremely warm and secure inside. Hearing that Qin Chao was going to refund him double, she immediately became displeased. She angrily said, Qin Gu, that's not fair. Why should he get a double refund? He doesn't deserve it. Qin Chao turned around and shot her a glare, signaling her to be quiet. Lu Ruoyan wanted to say something more, but looking into Qin Chao's threatening eyes, she felt a bit scared and stuck out her tongue in frustration, falling silent. She scanned the WeChat QR code and paid 1,800 yuan. Ding, the host rationally solves problems for a favored opposite sex, avoiding procrastination, successfully indulging. This indulgence scored 6 points, reward, 1 million yuan. Goodness! Spent 1,800 and earned 1 million. What a brilliant business! Qin Chao felt both excited and puzzled. Those material indulgence rewards were only 100,000 or 200,000, but this time spending money to solve a problem earned him so much. He gradually began to understand the system's rules. In general, material enjoyment rewards were capped at 500,000, while spiritual and non-material rewards were the real big bucks. His office in the Rongwei building and his spacious apartment all came from this. At this moment, his bank account balance had exceeded 2 million, which was quite a substantial asset. After all, having 2 million in the bank would yield over 30,000 yuan in interest a year, averaging 2,600 yuan a month. Looking back, after receiving the money, the LSP walked away cheerfully. For him, not only did he not spend money, but he also made 300 yuan. After watching the fat pig leave, Qin Chao closed the door and slowly walked up to Lu Ruoyan. With a gentle yet calm tone, he said, We're not in the right here. Technically, I did cut in line. But for someone like this poor loser, if money can solve the problem, then let's use money to solve it, to avoid further trouble later on. Understanding the meaning behind Qin Chao's words, Lu Ruoyan nodded and quietly said, Then I'll transfer this money to you, I can't let you pay. Forget it. Qin Chao waved his hand and continued, We're friends, this little bit of money doesn't matter. Just add it to the course fees. As long as you help me lose weight and be disciplined, that's enough of a return for me. This was a bit of a clever tactic, owing a little today, a little tomorrow, and before long, the debt would grow. He had already considered Lu Ruoyan as his possession, slowly letting her lower her guard, and by the time she realized it, she wouldn't be able to pay it back. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes lit up. After all, she still owed him 20,000, so she didn't mind this little bit. As long as she helped him lose weight seriously, Qin Gu wouldn't fuss over such trivial matters. Qin Gu, let's start exercising. Let's do some fasted cardio first, follow me for some HIIT fat-burning training. Lu Ruoyan walked to the side and pulled out a yoga mat, slowly laying it out. Back in her professional field, Lu Ruoyan's expression became serious and focused again. Alright. Qin Chao imitated her and dragged over a yoga mat, stretching it out. Let's start with the first exercise, clapping under the legs. Lu Ruoyan moved her hands and feet in sync, starting to exercise. However, Qin Chao's gaze became a bit dazed as he finally noticed Lu Ruoyan's outfit today. She was wearing a black one-piece fitness suit, her figure tall and curvy. Her waist was slender, her body line smooth, and she exuded a captivating charm. It was as if the female protagonist from a Korean comic had broken through the second dimension and appeared before him, directly stunning him. Gulp! In the quiet gym, there were only the two of them, and Qin Chao's swallowing sound was quite noticeable. Lu Ruoyan, facing away from Qin Chao, felt a bit puzzled upon hearing this sound. She turned to look at Qin Chao, and upon seeing him, her face quickly flushed, as if it had been painted with a layer of red light. Qin, brother Qin, you, she stammered, unable to form a complete sentence after a long pause. Qin Chao felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't meant to stare at her, but Lu Ruoyan was just too alluring, and he couldn't help himself. However, as a man, he had to take responsibility. He cleared his throat lightly to ease the awkwardness and said, Ruoyan, I'm sorry, I got distracted. It's fine. Brother Qin, let's continue with the exercises. Lu Ruoyan's pretty face was still red as she hurriedly turned back, speaking in a fragmented manner. After a while, her emotions calmed down, and Lu Ruoyan began to focus on her teaching again. Lift your head, chest out, tighten your waist and abdomen. Yes, just like that, follow my lead. After 40 minutes of aerobic fat burning, Lu Ruyan started to take Qin Chao to various fitness equipment for strength training. First, let's do kettlebell deadlifts, 2 sets, 8 reps each, give it a try. For the leg press machine, do 2 sets, also 8 reps each. In the spacious VIP gym, sounds like these echoed intermittently. After the workout, having finished the fat-reducing breakfast prepared by Lu Ruyan, Qin Chao bid farewell to the private trainer with the voluptuous figure reminiscent of a Korean comic. Sitting in his black BMW, Qin Chao seriously contemplated his life plan moving forward. Losing weight was a given, it was something he had to stick to every morning. But recently, he had been a bit carried away, practically diving into a sea of women. Tianjing, the campus beauty, Lu Ruyan, he felt like he had nothing to do but chase after women. No, this couldn't go on. He needed to quickly establish his company and get back on track. First, he needed to recruit talent and set up the basic framework of the company. With this in mind, he used Gaota maps to navigate to Buetsai-Ingrue, driving towards his destination. Buetsai-Ingrue Human Resources Consulting Company, Ltd., was located on the 12th floor of the Fujin building in the Hetian district of Haicheng City. This building was quite well known in Haicheng, second only to the Rongtai building where Qin Chao's office was located, and it was also a grade A office building. Since it wasn't far, Qin Chao arrived at the Fujin building in just 15 minutes, parking in the ground parking lot surrounding the building. He walked towards the entrance of the building. However, it was Qin Chao's first time here, and without a work ID, he couldn't get in. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered a number he had saved on his phone during the equity procedures that day, the general manager of Buetsai-Ingrue, Hu Zongyi. He directly dialed the general manager's number. After a few seconds, the call connected. Hello, this is Qin Chao, I'm on the first floor of the Fujin building. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Qin Chao revealed his identity directly, his tone calm and composed, without a hint of disturbance. At that moment, Hu Zongyi was leisurely sipping tea in his office. When he answered the call and saw the unfamiliar number, he felt a bit puzzled. Upon hearing the clear voice saying, "This is Qin Chao," his mind instantly cleared. He knew that the company had been partially acquired by a big boss just a couple of days ago, spending a whopping 25 million. However, the other party hadn't contacted him or come to the company, so he hadn't taken the initiative to inquire. But he remembered the name of that big boss and the equity agreement very clearly, it was Qin Chao. He quickly stood up from the general manager's chair and rushed out of the office. This was his direct superior, his new boss, and his attitude had to be proper. As a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience in the workforce, he knew the importance of first impressions. It was crucial to have a good attitude and to cater to the boss. This was the secret to his position as general manager. Flattery had to come first. He hurried to the elevator, pressed the button, and Hu Zongyi's steps were somewhat anxious. He couldn't wait for the elevator to arrive so he could fly in front of his new boss. In his mind, this boss was surely a middle-aged man around his age, someone with deep social experience, often difficult to deal with. Ding, the elevator arrived. Hu Zongyi rushed in and pressed the button for the first floor. Soon, the elevator reached the first floor, and Hu Zongyi looked around for a long time but didn't see the middle-aged man. Only a tall young man stood there, leaving him feeling uncertain. Just then, he saw the man raise his hand, and he hurriedly jogged over. Is that you, Director Qin? Hu Zongyi asked slowly, weighing his words. Yes, it is. A calm and indifferent voice replied. Looking at the other man's excessively youthful face, Hu Zongyi realized he had made an assumption, but this new boss was indeed a bit too young. Hello, Director Qin, I am Hu Zongyi, the general manager of Buetsai-Ingrue Human Resources Company, Ltd. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. The response was still flat, devoid of emotion. Director Qin, please follow me, let's go to the company. Qin Chao actually had little experience, after all, it was his first time being a boss. He was the owner of a company valued at 50 million, and he felt a bit nervous inside. But he suddenly remembered a phrase he had read in a book before: if you don't know what to say, then don't say anything. If you're afraid of saying too much and making mistakes, then say less. With a serious expression and careful enunciation, he thought that saying less would definitely not be wrong. As the new boss of the company, meeting employees for the first time, no one knew him yet. Speaking less and maintaining a serious demeanor would increase the sense of mystery and authority in the eyes of the employees, which would be greatly beneficial for managing the company. Soon, they reached the 12th floor. The company's facade was a huge glass frame with the metallic letters Buetsai-Ingrue Human Resources Company, Ltd. engraved on it. The receptionist, Juyu, was a young girl with a sweet and cute appearance, currently sneaking in some time playing the mobile game Honor of Kings. She was using Bai Li Shoyu to dominate the game. When she saw General Manager Huzongi and a tall young man walking in slowly, her demeanor became somewhat humble, giving off a sense of a sycophant. Suddenly flustered, she hurriedly flipped her phone face down on the desk and stood up respectfully, exclaiming, "Hello, General Manager Hu." Huzongi shot her a glare, smiled, and turned to Qin Xiao, introducing him flatteringly, "Director Qin, this is our receptionist, Juyu." After the introduction, he immediately looked at Juyu and sternly scolded, "Juyu, this is the new boss of the company, Director Qin. Why aren't you coming over to welcome him?" Juyu's little face was still dazed. She had guessed from Huzongi's obsequious demeanor that Qin Xiao's identity was not simple. She had heard in recent days that a big boss had acquired 50% of the company's shares. She just didn't expect him to be so young, looking only about 24 or 25. Coming back to her senses, she hurriedly stepped forward a few paces, slightly bent over and lowered her head, saying, "Hello, Director Qin, welcome." Seeing the sweet little receptionist trembling slightly, Qin Xiao couldn't help but find it amusing. However, he didn't show it on his face. He glanced at her and replied expressionlessly, "Hello." After speaking, he followed Huzongi into the company, exuding the aura of a high and mighty CEO. Qin Xiao began to understand the benefits of power and status. He was their boss, holding the power of life and death over them. They had to flatter him, but they also feared him. This feeling was indeed wonderful. For Qin Xiao, who had previously been just a corporate drone, a nobody, it was the first time he tasted the flavor of power. He could only say, it was truly exhilarating. The feeling of being revered and flattered was indeed intoxicating. Upon entering the company, Qin Xiao took a quick look around the environment. The company wasn't large, probably around 300 to 400 square meters. The design was simple, the decor modern, and the style grand. Overall, it was acceptable. However, it was still not as good as Tianyi Trading, where he had worked before. After all, Tianyi Trading had a market value of over 100 million, and compared to it, Borui still had some gaps. As soon as Huzongi entered, he hurried to the center of the office area and shouted loudly, "Everyone stop what you're doing and gather here, quickly. What's going on? I still have work to finish. Seriously, what's the rush?" Listening to the murmurs of the employees around him, especially in front of Qin Xiao, Huzongi's face turned red and white, feeling he had lost face in front of the new boss. Immediately, he spoke angrily, "Shut up and come over here. Anyone who doesn't come immediately will be fired." Hearing the general manager's angry tone and the direct threat of dismissal, the employees immediately fell silent, each one quickly running over. Soon, everyone was gathered. Huzongi's expression improved a bit. He took a deep breath and composed himself. With a kind smile, he looked at everyone and respectfully gestured towards Qin Xiao, saying, "This is our company's new boss, Director Qin. Please welcome him." The surrounding employees were dumbfounded. Most of them were young, mostly under 30, with both men and women present. They had noticed Qin Xiao when he entered, but seeing how young he was, they assumed he was a new employee and didn't think much of it. To their surprise, he turned out to be their new boss, leaving them all stunned. They all knew that a boss had spent 25 million to acquire half of the company's shares, but they never expected him to be so young. What kind of family is this? In his 20s, spending 25 million to buy a company? He must be a billionaire. My new boss's family is definitely wealthy, no doubt about it. Coming back to their senses, the employees respectfully greeted Qin Xiao. "Hello, Director Qin. Welcome." They were both surprised and happy. Having such a young boss should mean he would be easy to talk to. A few attractive female colleagues, adjusting their hair and clothes, wanted to make a good impression on the new boss. After all, if he took a liking to one of them, that girl could soar to new heights and achieve a leap in social class. Thinking of this, several girls who considered themselves good-looking looked at Qin Xiao with even more fervent gazes. Qin Xiao slightly raised his head and scanned the surroundings. Wherever his gaze landed, the employees immediately averted their eyes, none daring to meet his gaze. Qin Xiao was very satisfied with this scene, a smile forming on his lips. "Hello everyone. It's great to see you. I hope you all work hard, and together we can create a better future." Hearing Qin Xiao immediately talk about grand plans, the employees looked somewhat speechless. Qin Xiao paused for a moment and then continued, "Starting next month, salaries will be uniformly raised by 10%. As the owner of the company, he had that power. Moreover, he had been a worker before, and he understood these ins and outs very well. For employees, everything else was superficial, only the salary was real. Wow! Oh, Chairman Qin is generous. Long live the boss. The employees were all cheering. In the general manager's office, Qin Xiao sat in the manager's chair, rocking it back and forth. Huzongi stood respectfully to the side. "Mr. Hu, I'm here this time to ask for your help with something." Qin Xiao got straight to the point. "There's no need to arrange anything, Chairman Qin. Just give me your orders directly." Hu Zongyi replied very respectfully. He understood clearly that whether he could do the job or not, Qin Chao had the final say. If Qin Chao was displeased with him, he would definitely be fired. After all, Qin Chao was the largest shareholder, holding half the shares. I want to start a new company focused on internet clothing. Help me find a capable professional manager, either male or female, and also recruit a few employees with relevant work experience. Once they're hired, I'll interview them one by one, Qin Chao said. Okay, understood. I'll take care of it right away, Hu Zongyi replied respectfully. As soon as possible, call me when it's done, and I'll come personally to interview them. Alright, Chairman Qin. After giving one last reminder, Qin Chao stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. Hu Zongyi followed him out. At the company entrance, the young receptionist was still lost in the game Honor of Kings. Seeing this scene, Hu Zongyi was about to go over and reprimand her when Qin Chao reached out to stop him. Quietly walking up to her, he watched for a moment before suddenly speaking, "By Li Shouyu plays quite well. Of course, I'm in the top 3 in the country." The young girl, Zhu Yu, responded. Suddenly realizing, she looked up and her sweet, cute face turned beet red as she hurriedly stood up to apologize. "I'm sorry, Chairman Qin, I didn't know it was you. I'm doomed, I'm definitely dead. The new boss caught me slacking off at work, I might as well be dead. If anything happens, burn some paper for me." Zhu Yu felt a wave of despair. The new boss looked so serious, he must be hard to get along with, and she was definitely going to be fired. Just as she closed her eyes, waiting for the dismissal notice, a gentle voice rang in her ears. "Just pay attention next time, you can't slack off during work hours. Also, you really play By Li Shouyu quite well." Tap, 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 the footsteps gradually faded away. Zhu Yu slowly opened her bright, beautiful eyes and found that the new boss and the general manager had already left. A ripple of emotion stirred in her heart. The boss didn't fire me, and his voice was really gentle, so nice to hear. The young girl's face flushed instantly. The girl was daydreaming. On the first floor, at the entrance of the Fuin building. "Mr. Hu, you can go back now, this is far enough," Qin Chao said to the respectfully standing Hu Zongyi beside him. "Ah, alright, Chairman Qin. Then I'll take my leave." "Wait." At the last moment, Qin Chao called out to him. "Don't punish that young girl, I'm counting on her to carry me in the game." "Yes, Chairman Qin." Hu Zongyi turned and walked towards the elevator. On the 12th floor of the Fuin building, at the entrance of the Bokai Ing Rua Human Resources Company, Zhu Yu sat quietly in the reception chair, lost in thought. Tap, 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 General Manager Hu Zongyi returned. She had expected to be met with a barrage of scolding from him and had already mentally prepared herself, letting it go in one ear and out the other. To her surprise, Hu Zongyi stared at her for a moment and said nothing. "He didn't scold me, this is really strange," Zhu Yu thought to herself. "Director Qin said to let you carry him in the game, and you did well. I'll send you his phone number in a bit, so remember to add him on WeChat," Hu Zongyi said with a smile. He then reminded her, "You must carry him in the game, it's a task." After saying that, he walked into the company, leaving Zhu Yu in a daze. "What? Let me play games with the boss? Am I dreaming?" Zhu Yu pinched her long, smooth thigh hard. "Ouch. That hurt, it's real. What kind of outrageous luck is this, that I would encounter such a thing? What a divine boss. I'm in love." Thinking of this, a happy Zhu Yu quickly opened her phone, clicked on WeChat, and dialed her best friend's video call. In no time, the call was connected. "Hello, yeah, what's up?" As a charming and pleasant voice came through, a stunningly beautiful face appeared on the screen. A fair and delicate oval face, slender willow leaf eyebrows, enchanting peach blossom eyes, a straight nose, and full, upturned red lips, exuding an irresistible charm. Zhu Yu's best friend, Zhou Jia, a female sales representative at a BMW dealership in Tianhe district. "Jia, let me tell you, we got a new boss at our company today. Zhu Yu excitedly recounted the entire story to her best friend. "How old is your boss?" Zhou Jia asked, somewhat puzzled. Logically, the bosses of such large companies should be middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. Would such men still play Honor of Kings? Guess? Zhu Yu teased, looking at her friend with a mischievous smile. "Given your expression, he must not be an old man. Let me think. He's probably in his 30s? Zhou Jia guessed after careful analysis. Based on her understanding of her best friend, he couldn't be a man in his 50s or 60s, otherwise, she wouldn't be so happy. Being in his 30s, after more than a decade of hard work, becoming a company owner seemed the most reasonable. "Congratulations, you're wrong. He looks only about 24 or 25, so young." Zhu Yu's eyes sparkled. She often got teased by her friend, and today she finally got to see her mature and beautiful friend taken aback. Her best friend Zhou Jia was 3 years older than her, and as a female sales representative at a BMW dealership, she had much more life experience. She was more mature in makeup, dressing, and speech, and Juyu often consulted her on things she didn't understand. In front of her, Juyu often felt like a naive little rabbit, innocent and pure. So young? The beautiful saleswoman on the screen looked a bit surprised, her enchanting peach blossom eyes widening slightly. A new boss at 24 or 25 was indeed unexpected, especially since Bo Kai-ing Rui was valued at 50 million, and he owned half the shares, which meant 25 million. He must be a rich second generation, or at least from a very well-off family, with family assets likely approaching $1 billion. If he only had 1 or 2 billion in assets, where would he get 25 million to squander on his son? In Haicheng, this was definitely a high-class family. Didn't expect that, right? I was shocked when I first found out too. Juyu laughed. Does the new boss have a crush on you? After all, you're so sweet and cute, maybe he likes your type? Zhou Jiajia teased. You're talking nonsense, I'm not talking to you anymore. Juyu decisively hung up the phone, her face flushed. She knew her friend was deliberately teasing her to retaliate against her earlier provocation. However, recalling Qin Zhao's gentle tone in her ear just now, her heart suddenly raced like thunder, thump thump thump, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Exiting the Fuyin building. As Qin Zhao just settled into his vehicle, preparing to drive home, his phone suddenly rang. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. He picked it up to see it was his mom. He clicked to answer. Hey, Mom. What's up? Hey, son, it's like this. Our former neighbors just returned from Haicheng a few days ago to visit family. You know how they are, when they came over to our place to hang out, they made snide remarks about our family's financial situation. Your dad has a short temper, and when he got angry, he let slip about you buying a big apartment in Haicheng. That bunch went back to Haicheng last night and said they want to treat you to lunch today and check out your place. What do you think? After listening to his mom for a while, Qin Xiao understood the situation. Since their village was called Qin Family Village, most people in the area shared the surname Qin. The neighbor was Qin Yuandao, his wife was Wang Guilan, and they had a son named Qin Han. Qin Xiao was all too familiar with the character of this family. To be honest, he didn't like them at all, especially Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan. These two were the epitome of snobbishness. Their son, Qin Han, had been working hard in Haicheng, dating a girl from there, and was preparing for marriage. The girl's family required that the boy own a house in Haicheng, so the couple spent all their savings to buy their son a roughly 120 square meter apartment in Haicheng and moved there themselves. After all, Haicheng was a second-tier city, much more developed than their small county in Jiangxi province. Having lived in Haicheng for a few years, the Qin family felt like locals, and during every holiday visit back home, they would look down on this and that, constantly bragging about how great Haicheng was. In short, Qin Xiao deeply despised them. When they returned home to visit family and came over to eat, they would again belittle his father, who happened to have a fiery temper. It was one thing when they were struggling, but just yesterday, they learned that their son had become successful and was making big money, so his dad stood up and confronted them. It was time for his dad to save face. Before, he had no power, but now, Qin Xiao just wanted to laugh out loud. The Qin family had come to provoke him, and this time, he wouldn't hold back. He would make sure to give them a good beating, and his dad would regain his dignity. Qin Xiao said directly, Mom, don't worry, it's a small matter. I've been unhappy with Qin Yuandao's family for a long time. This time, I'll definitely slap them hard in the face and boost my dad's pride. Well, as long as you have a plan, that's fine. I'll hang up now. Bye, take care of yourself and dad. After hanging up, he checked the time, 10:30. It wasn't even lunchtime yet. Qin Xiao frowned, planning how to give them a good slap in the face. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Every year during the new year, seeing them made him feel disgusted, even losing his appetite. Dingling, the phone rang again. Without thinking, it was definitely Qin Yuandao and his family. Qin Xiao didn't answer immediately, letting the phone ring for 2 minutes before slowly picking it up. He wanted to dampen their spirits first. Hello, is this Qin Xiao? Came Qin Yuandao's distinctive, croaky voice from the phone. It was unbearable to listen to, and Qin Xiao felt speechless. It's me. Who are you? I'm your neighbor, Uncle Yuandao. Do you remember me? The voice on the phone had a hint of arrogance. Oh, it's Uncle Yuandao. I was busy with work just now, sorry for the delay. Qin Xiao replied calmly, his tone indifferent. Listening to Qin Xiao's calm and unruffled tone, which seemed to carry a hint of disdain, the person across from him appeared to sense something and immediately skipped over the topic. With a smile that showed no embarrassment, he said, Well, I heard from your dad that you bought a house in Haicheng. Uncle Yu and his family are treating you to a meal today to celebrate, and they want to visit your house, get to know the place, so it'll be easier to visit in the future. On the surface, this reasoning seemed fine. They were all neighbors from the countryside, now in Haicheng, celebrating the house purchase with a meal and a visit. However, Qin Chao knew deep down that they just wanted to see his house and verify whether what his dad said was true. They were afraid he would refuse them, so they spoke in such grand terms that made it hard for him to decline. He was well aware of their true intentions. How could Qin Chao refuse when he wanted to slap them in the face? After a minute of silence, as the other party grew a bit impatient, he finally said, "Alright, where are we eating? I'll head over in a bit." Upon hearing Qin Chao's agreement, the other person immediately smiled. "At the Hongyan Grand Hotel, I'll pick you up at the entrance." In fact, he had his own little scheme. He wanted to see what car Qin Chao drove. If he really bought a large flat, he should be driving a luxury car, right? So he took the initiative to offer to pick Qin Chao up. Qin Chao was immune to such little tricks. He was looking forward to the expressions on their faces when they saw his luxurious large flat. Just thinking about that scene made him feel exhilarated. He replied decisively, "Okay. Alright then, you get busy, I won't disturb you." Qin Chao hung up the phone directly. His display of impatience seemed to have no effect on Qin Yuandao, who instead was grinning. Qin Chao found it a bit strange. However, he soon realized that such extremely pragmatic and snobbish people were actually quite fearful of the wealthy. They could only flaunt their power over the poor to find some confidence. In front of real wealthy people, they felt inferior, both despicable and pitiful. The Hongyan Grand Hotel was not unfamiliar to Qin Chao. They had their university class reunions there. The environment was nice, and the prices were not low. It was rare for Qin Yuandao's family to be generous, so he planned to order the expensive dishes to make them spend a bit. The Fujin building was not far from the Hongyan Grand Hotel, only about 5 kilometers away, a 10-minute drive. Qin Chao decided to kill some time and go over a little later. He took out his phone, opened Douyin, and started scrolling seriously, occasionally commenting. "This figure is not bad, big, but just don't know if it's real. This face is pretty, but the bear is too small, bad review. This one is top-notch, curvy, and can twist, just don't know if it's real." Soon, an hour passed. After checking the time, Qin Chao figured it was about time, started the car, and drove towards the Hongyan Grand Hotel. At the entrance of the Hongyan Grand Hotel, Qin Yuandao stood in the middle, occasionally scanning the passing vehicles. He was a short, unremarkable man, probably in his 50s, with a glint of shrewdness flashing across his face from time to time, making it clear he was not easy to get along with. Deep down, he didn't really believe that Qin Chao had bought a large flat in Haicheng. He knew that Qin Chao had just graduated from university, so how could he possibly have enough money to buy a house? That was just a pipe dream. However, he knew his neighbor Qin Jihua well, a straightforward and honest man who wasn't good at lying. This piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to find out more. When Qin Chao answered the phone earlier, he had a calm and indifferent demeanor, clearly not wanting to engage with him. This mature and composed appearance was worlds apart from the Qin Chao he had in mind, creating a significant gap, so he had already begun to believe a bit of what Qin Jihua had said. If the Qin dynasty really became prosperous and wealthy, then it would be best to deepen the relationship by visiting more often. After all, they had been neighbors for decades and there were feelings involved. Who knows, they might even benefit from it. After waiting for about 10 minutes without seeing any sign of the Qin dynasty, Qin Yuandao was starting to feel impatient. He just took out his phone, ready to urge the Qin dynasty, but after thinking it over, he put the phone down again. What if the Qin dynasty really had become successful, and he still treated him with the same attitude as before? That might annoy him, and then where would he be able to gain any benefits? Having thought this through, Qin Yuandao calmed down and stood still, waiting slowly. Before long, a black BMW slowly drove over from a distance and stopped at the entrance of the Hongyan Grand Hotel. A tall, composed young man got out of the car. Qin Yuandao squinted his eyes, confirming that this young man was indeed Qin Chao, whom he hadn't seen for several years. He recognized the BMW 330 model, which cost around 400,000 yuan, a pretty decent car. He had a friend who drove the same model, but his friend's car was gray. Qin Chao actually drove a BMW 330 worth over 400,000. Qin Yuandao's heart exploded with shock. If he had only believed one part of Qin Jihua's words earlier, now he believed 5 parts. He patted his collar, revealing a friendly smile, and approached. "Qin Chao, you're here. It's been a long time, Uncle Yuandao has missed you." Qin Chao walked over slowly, and seeing Qin Yuandao acting so close to him, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly, though he didn't show it on his face. He knew Qin Yuandao all too well, snobbish and shrewd. Just yesterday, he had been mocking his father at the dinner table back in their hometown, and today, seeing him drive a BMW worth over 400,000, he immediately put on a friendly facade. Truly a master of the art of face-changing, just like in Sichuan opera. But today, he was here to slap him in the face. He didn't care whether he changed his expression or not, he just wanted to help his father vent his anger first. With that thought, Qin Chao walked up expressionlessly, glanced at Qin Yuandao, nodded, and simply said, "Uncle Yuandao," before falling silent. Qin Yuandao, with his warm face pressed against a cold shoulder, hit a wall and felt awkward. However, he wasn't angry and still smiled, saying, "Come on in, your Aunt Guilan and the others are inside." After saying that, he led Qin Chao into the Hongyan Grand Hotel, heading towards the Roman Holiday Hall. Coincidentally, it was the same restaurant where Qin Chao had gathered with his college classmates last time. Fate was indeed hard to explain. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Roman Holiday Hall. Qin Yuandao pushed the door open, and Qin Chao followed him inside. At that moment, there were three people sitting inside: Qin Yuandao's wife, Wang Guilan, his son Qin Han, and Qin Han's wife, Li Feng. As the two entered, all six eyes turned to Qin Chao, sizing him up. Wang Guilan glanced at Qin Chao with disdain before shifting her gaze away. In her view, Qin Jiwa must be bragging. How could a young man who had just graduated afford a big house in Haicheng? It was just a matter of pride. Qin Han, on the other hand, had no animosity towards Qin Chao. Instead, he smiled and greeted him. "Qin Chao, you're here. You've become quite handsome." Qin Chao nodded at him and returned a smile. As for his aunt Wang Guilan, he completely ignored her. Qin Han had a good relationship with him. When they were young, he used to follow neighbor Qin Han around to play, but as they grew older and went to middle and high school, their bond gradually faded, and they only exchanged pleasantries during the new year. Qin Han's wife, Li Feng, was a fashionable 30-year-old woman with a curvy figure and delicate features, exuding femininity. She stood up and greeted Qin Chao warmly. "Qin Chao, thank you for coming to dinner today. Here, just treat it like your own home, no need to be polite." Qin Chao was somewhat surprised by her enthusiasm. He had still been in his senior year of high school when Qin Han got married, and at that time, he had gone with his parents to High City to attend the wedding. He had been just a rural teenager from a small county, dressed awkwardly, and when he first saw the exquisite-looking, curvaceous city woman Li Feng, he was stunned by her beauty. He could only dare to steal glances at her, turning red when introduced by his parents, and he hadn't managed to say a word to her. So, up until now, he had never spoken to Li Feng. Her friendly and familiar approach left Qin Chao a bit at a loss. Not to mention anything else, at least on certain nights during his youth, the beautiful and sexy Li Feng often appeared in his dreams. The Qin Yuandao couple was indeed disgusting, but one couldn't generalize about Qin Han and Li Feng. At least they had never done anything bad to him or his dad. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chao smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Sister Feng Feng, I will." At this moment, Li Feng's heart was also unsettled. She remembered Qin Chao. She had seen him once when she had just gotten married, and he had been a 17 or 18-year-old boy then. The first time she met him, he was too shy to speak, which she found amusing. She hadn't expected that after a few years, he would be so tall and strong, with such a composed demeanor. More importantly, he was dressed in LV fashion, which clearly was quite valuable. That was why she greeted Qin Chao so warmly. Qin Yuandao looked at Qin Chao and smiled at his son and daughter-in-law. A smile appeared on his face as well. From Qin Chao's attitude towards him, it was clear he knew about what had happened yesterday when he had pressured his dad back in their hometown, hence his indifference towards him. He knew what kind of person his wife was. It would be difficult for them to get close to him and gain any benefits. Fortunately, his son and daughter-in-law had a decent relationship with him, so he thought it might be a good idea to encourage them to interact more with him, which might yield unexpected results. With this in mind, Qin Yuandao's smile became even more enthusiastic. He turned to signal the waiter to bring out the dishes, then picked up the beer that had been poured on the table and said, "I propose we all raise a glass to welcome Qin Chao. Moreover, we are all from Qin family village, developing in High City, so we must help each other in the future." He glanced at Qin Chao with a hint of meaning and casually asked, "Qin Chao, don't you think so?" Wang Guilan remained expressionless, her hands still resting on the table without moving. What a joke, letting her elder welcome this kid. Dream on. Seeing this scene, Qin Yuandao's expression instantly darkened. This wasteful woman, was she stupid? How could he have married someone like her? He tugged at Wang Guilan's clothes under the table while constantly giving her meaningful glances. Wang Guilan seemed to understand his meaning and reluctantly raised her beer, saying, "Welcome." Qin Han and Li Feng remained warm and stood up, raising their glasses to clink with Qin Chao from a distance, saying, "Welcome, Qin Chao. Let's keep in touch and gather more in the future." Qin Chao expressionlessly glanced at the two old folks, Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan, and ignored them. Help each other? The further away they stayed from him, the better. He was still filled with disgust towards these two old folks and didn't want to give them any face. However, he still held a good impression of Qin Han and Li Feng, especially this beautiful and voluptuous woman who often appeared in his dreams during his youth. He didn't mind having more contact with her. He then stood up, raised his glass, and toasted back to Qin Han and Li Fong with a sincere smile, saying, "Thank you, Brother Han, Sister Fong Fong, cheers. Let's gather more in the future." Qin Yuandao heard Qin Chao say that he should gather more in the future, and a sinister smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. With his shrewd appearance, he resembled a villain in a movie when their schemes succeeded, quite despicable. You Qin Chao have become successful and wealthy, showing me your attitude. But I have plenty of ways to take advantage of you, Qin Yuandao thought to himself. Soon, the dishes were served. Everyone began to eat heartily. The food at this hotel was indeed quite good, and Qin Chao was satisfied with his meal. Of course, there were occasional snippets of conversation at the table. Most of it was between Li Fong and Qin Chao, while Qin Han was rather dull, not saying much and focusing on his food. When Qin Yuandao spoke to Qin Chao hardly paid him any attention, occasionally responding with a simple Seeing that Qin Chao was too lazy to engage with him, Qin Yuandao gradually fell silent and ate on his own. Most of the conversations between Li Fong and Qin Chao were initiated by Li Fong. She was simply too curious about Qin Chao. She casually asked, "Qin Chao, how's work going for you lately?" "I quit my job, Sister Fong Fong," Qin Chao replied directly. "Ah, what do you plan to do next?" "I'm planning to start my own company," Qin Chao said calmly, his expression serene. "Ha, you starting a company? That's really laughable." Wang Guilan immediately chimed in, mocking him. "Are you going to set up a street stall?" She knew that Qin Chao had just graduated, so where would he get the money to start a company? Young people just love to show off and brag. In her eyes, Qin Chao was just like his father, a complete country bumpkin. Qin Chao shot her a glance and ignored her. Wang Guilan was just a brainless person, and he couldn't be bothered with her. Qin Yuandao shot a fierce glare at Wang Guilan, and she sulkily lowered her head and stopped talking. Li Fong also deeply despised her mother-in-law, as they often clashed in daily life, and she constantly criticized Li Fong for not being able to have children. In fact, it was her husband Qin Han's issue. She had accompanied him to the hospital for tests before, and the doctor said his sperm viability was extremely low, making it nearly impossible for her to conceive. For the sake of her husband's pride, she had never mentioned this in front of them, but Wang Guilan often used this to mock her, calling her a chicken that couldn't lay eggs. Li Fong had complained to her husband many times, suggesting they move back to their hometown, but her dutiful husband had refused. He said that his parents had spent most of their money to buy this house, and he couldn't just send them back, otherwise, they would be ridiculed in their hometown, so every time it ended without resolution. Today, at the dinner table, Wang Guilan again made cold jabs at Qin Chao, leaving Li Fong speechless. She felt she had really hit rock bottom to have such a mother-in-law. However, Li Fong was somewhat non-committal about Qin Chao's plan to start a company. Although he was dressed in expensive clothes, and he might have earned some small money, Hai City was still a second-tier city, not comparable to their small county in Gan province. Starting a company in Hai City required significant funds and connections. Was it a bit too ambitious for a recent graduate? Despite thinking this, Li Fong had no intention of exposing Qin Chao. She smiled brightly, her full, upturned red lips opening to say, "Qin Chao, what area are you planning to focus on?" "Internet clothing, the e-commerce sector." "Really? I'm also in the internet women's clothing business. When your company opens, don't forget about me," Li Fong said with a charming smile. She didn't really believe it, but it didn't hurt to say a few flattering words. After all, he was her husband's childhood neighbor, and it was nice to make him happy. "Sure, no problem. When the company opens, you're welcome to come over, and the salary will definitely satisfy you," Qin Chao said firmly, looking serious. He had arranged for Hu Zongyi to help him recruit staff, including professional managers, and it would only take a few days. At most, the company would be up and running in a week. Li Fong happened to be in the business of women's clothing on the internet, which was like adding wings to a tiger for him. Moreover, he secretly liked Li Fong quite a bit. Working with her was just perfect. He had no intention of prying into Qin Han's territory. He simply liked Li Fong as a person. She was easy to get along with, and beyond that, he had no other intentions. Of course, Li Fong was also very beautiful and had a great figure, and working with a beauty is something every man would be happy about. "Alright, then I'll wait for your good news. By the way, we don't have WeChat. Let's add each other so we can stay in touch." After saying this, Li Fong opened the QR code and held it in front of Qin Chao. "Okay." Qin Chao scanned the QR code and added Li Fong on WeChat. Her WeChat ID was quite unique, named Silence. It's rare for a young woman to choose such an ID. While Qin Chao's ID was simply Qin, just one character, which fit quite well. Soon, after finishing their meal, Qin Yuandao went to settle the bill, which cost him over 2,000, making his heart ache a bit. A group of people stood at the entrance of the Hongyan Hotel. Just as they were about to say goodbye, Xin Yuandao suddenly spoke up. Hey, Xin Chao, didn't your dad say yesterday that you bought a big house in Haicheng? We haven't seen it yet. Why don't you take us to have a look? He didn't mention a large flat but referred to it as a big house. To be honest, he didn't really understand what a large flat was. In his eyes, anything over 160 square meters was a big house, but he had no concept of how big it actually was. Ah, Xin Chao, you bought a house in Haicheng? The two looked at Xin Chao in surprise. Xin Yuandao hadn't mentioned anything about Xin Chao when he returned from his hometown because he wasn't sure if it was true, so he kept quiet. Xin Han and Li Feng thought today was just a simple meal together. After all, they were all developing in Haicheng, and it was normal to have a meal together. Everyone was surprised after hearing Xin Yuandao's words. After all, Haicheng is a second-tier city, and housing prices are not low. It's not comparable to a small county in Gan province. Oh, the fox's tail is showing. Xin Chao sneered inwardly. He knew that today's meal was, to put it bluntly, Xin Yuandao wanting to see if he really bought a big house in Haicheng and if he had become successful. If it weren't for this matter, these two would not have treated him to a meal. That would truly be a rare occurrence. Yes, I just bought it recently. Xin Chao smiled, seeing the expressions of Xin Han and the others. They should be unaware of it. Wow, Xin Chao, you're really impressive. Li Feng exclaimed sincerely, knowing how difficult it is for someone to buy a house in Haicheng. Just like Xin Han, their entire family's savings only allowed them to buy a 120 square meter house in Haicheng. Which community did you buy in? Is it convenient for us to go see it? I'm really curious about what kind of house you would buy. Li Feng stared into Xin Chao's eyes, looking very curious. Not just Li Feng, but also Uncle Xin Yuandao and Xin Han were staring at Xin Chao with great interest, including Wang Guilan, who was secretly sizing up Xin Chao. She also wanted to see if this kid was just bragging and if he would be slapped in the face later. Haixing Tianchang, then let's go together. I'll take you there. Xin Chao said calmly, his expression composed. Inside, however, he was quite excited. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Soon, he would give Xin Yuandao and Wang Guilan a good slap in the face, shocking them to death. Don't you look down on my dad? Damn it, soon I'll thoroughly despise you, you country bumpkin. You must have never seen a large flat before, let alone a 388 square meter large flat. Thinking of that scene, Xin Chao was already experiencing that sense of satisfaction. Dad, I'm about to help you vent your anger. Xin Chao thought to himself. What? Haixing Tianchang? Li Feng and Xin Han were both stunned. They couldn't have heard wrong, could they? Is Haixing Tianchang? Xin Yuandao and Wang Guilan beside him looked puzzled, not knowing what was happening. Why were their son and daughter-in-law so surprised after mentioning Haixing Tianchang? What Haixing Tianchang? What's going on? Xin Yuandao asked directly. Dad, you don't know, Haixing Tianchang is a very famous high-end community in Haicheng, where the residents are either rich or noble, basically all wealthy people, Xin Han explained to his father. That. Xin Chao. Li Feng wanted to ask something, but before she could finish, she saw Xin Chao walking towards a sleek black BMW parked nearby. That can't be his car, can it? Li Feng thought to herself. Watching Xin Chao deftly unlock the car and start the engine, Li Feng suddenly felt relieved. Living in Haixing Tianchang, driving a BMW is nothing. This Xin Chao really opened their eyes today. She knew exactly what his family situation was like. She had visited his home with her husband when they went back to their hometown. This meant that all of this was earned by him, and he had just graduated from college less than a year ago. What a genius at making money! While everyone was in a daze, a voice came over. Get in the car. He only called Li Feng because he knew Xin Han had driven here, and he didn't want to take Xin Yuandao and Wang Guilan, these two snobs. Oh, coming. Li Feng hurriedly opened the passenger door and got in. It had been a long time since she had been in a BMW. She missed the feeling of sitting in one. Seeing that Xin Chao was ready to set off, Xin Han also walked to the side and got into his Volkswagen Magotan, turning around to say, Mom and Dad, get in the car. Xin Yuandao paused for a moment, looking enviously at the black BMW in front, pulling Wang Guilan along to get into their son's car together. Even after getting in the car, Wang Guilan still looked dazed, unable to believe it. She couldn't believe that the bumpkin Xin Chao had really driven a BMW. So, his house is real too. Wang Guilan's mind was in turmoil. Han Gu, keep close to me. Xin Chao leaned out of the window and shouted to Xin Han behind. After saying that, he slowly started the engine, and the car shot into the flow of traffic like a black arrow, with the white Volkswagen Magotan quickly following behind. In the BMW passenger seat, Li Feng's expression was still a bit dazed. She was still digesting the information she had just seen and heard. Haixing Tianchang. BMW 330. So, is it true that he wants to start an internet clothing company? Li Feng suddenly thought. Clearing her throat gently, she asked, Xin Chao, you really surprised me. How did you do all this? Didn't you just graduate from college? Actually, I made a fortune in the stock market. I started playing stocks back in college, Xin Chao replied with a faint smile. It was the same familiar answer. Xin Chao had long thought this through, and the existence of the system could not be disclosed. So, the explanation was the same for everyone. He made money from playing stocks, and that was indisputable. You're really amazing. I seriously suspect you're the legendary genius, born knowing everything. Li Feng could only praise him. After all of this was earned by Xin Chao himself, making him a self-made wealthy generation. Suddenly remembering something, Li Feng continued, Xin Chao, is it true that you said you want to start an internet clothing company during dinner? Of course, Xin Chao replied firmly. Then, what about me? Can I join? I also do internet women's clothing and want to work at your company, Li Feng said in a rush, a slight blush appearing on her exquisite and beautiful face. During dinner, she thought Xin Chao was just bragging, casually saying it without really intending to go to his company. Now she realized that he was truly preparing to start a company and wasn't joking. She felt a wave of shame, her face turning beet red. However, she genuinely wanted to work at Xin Chao's company. First of all, the company she was currently at didn't offer good benefits, and her boss often harassed her under the guise of work. She had long wanted to change jobs. Previously, she hesitated because she thought it would be hard to find a new one. Now that Xin Chao was starting a company in the internet clothing sector, it helped her make up her mind. Moreover, he was somewhat like family. It would be easier to communicate with a neighbor if there were issues, and she wouldn't have to worry about being harassed at work. Besides, she had a slight fondness for the tall, strong, and composed Xin Chao. She had just turned 30 this year, the age when a woman is most charming, and her husband was somewhat weak, so she often felt a lack of affection. Xin Chao was not only charming but also capable and wealthy. Working with him would surely be enjoyable. She wondered if he could. Li Feng thought to herself. The more she thought, the more flustered she became, her face growing redder and her breathing more rapid. Of course, no problem. What's wrong with you? Xin Chao was focused on driving when he turned to glance at Li Feng, noticing her flushed face, even her neck was red. He thought she might have a cold or fever, so he quickly expressed his concern. A startled cry escaped. Li Feng came back to her senses, realizing what she was doing, and her face instantly turned as red as if it were about to bleed. She hurriedly covered her face with her hands, feeling both shy and angry. It's nothing, just drive well. Li Feng felt she had completely embarrassed herself in front of Xin Chao, thinking about such chaotic things. What was she thinking? How could she be so shameless? Li Feng secretly despised herself. Little did she know, she was at the most alluring age for a woman. Her husband was not well, and Xin Chao's presence was like a deadly poison to her, filled with extreme allure. Externally, internally, in terms of wealth and temperament, he far surpassed her husband, Xin Han. People are afraid of comparisons. Once compared, there are differences, and with differences comes the desire to bridge the gap. The way to bridge that gap is to make him hers. So, it wasn't really Li Feng's fault. She simply made a mistake that many women make, though this mistake was a bit more. Looking at Li Feng's exquisite and beautiful face filled with shame and anger, 1,000 question marks flashed through Xin Chao's mind. What the hell? What happened to her? Why is her face so red? Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Xin Chao shrugged it off, shaking his head. It didn't really concern him anyway. He returned to focusing on driving. Before long, they arrived at Haixing Tianchang. As they entered the community, Xin Chao specifically informed the security guard that the white Volkswagen behind him was driven by a relative, just coming in to visit for a while. The guard readily agreed to let them through. After all, the residents in this community were all wealthy, and he, as a small security guard, couldn't afford to offend them. Thus, Xin Han drove the Volkswagen Magotan, following Xin Chao into the Haixing Tiancheng community. After parking the car, the group slowly got out. This community is really beautiful. The houses are like palaces, and there's even a swimming pool. As they walked along the main road of the community, Xin Yuan exclaimed, looking around in awe. In his view, this community was far superior to the Daijing garden where he lived. The differences were significant in every aspect. It really is beautiful, luxurious, and high-end. Even Xin Han, who usually spoke little, couldn't help but chime in. At that moment, Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. If only I could live here, it's so beautiful, and in the summer, I could swim. This is simply my dream home. Sigh, why is there such a big difference between men? Li Feng thought to herself. She was starting to envy the girlfriends or wives of men like Xin Chao after the Qin dynasty. What luck they must have to meet such a good man. Why doesn't she, Li Feng, have that kind of luck? She glanced at Qin Chao ahead, his tall and upright figure, his imposing demeanor, how charming he was. Then she looked at her husband, Qin Han, next to her, who looked like a country bumpkin entering a grand garden, disheveled and in a terrible state, which made her feel a bit nauseous. Soon, the group arrived at Building 2. While waiting for the elevator, Qin Chao briefly introduced the community and the floor he lived on. Of course, he didn't mention how big his house was. He wanted to keep that suspense, to slap Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan in the face later, avenging his father. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 20th floor. The group walked out. Soon, Qin Chao stopped in front of his door, unlocked it with his familiar fingerprint, and pushed open the black armored door. When they saw the cold, black armored door, all their eyes widened in surprise. To be honest, they had never seen such an armored door. Black, deep, steady, extraordinary, it looked very expensive, something they couldn't afford. Qin Chao's clear and calm voice interrupted their astonishment. Everyone, come in. No need to take off your shoes, I will arrange for housekeeping to clean regularly. Qin Yuandao was the first to step inside, eager to see what the inside of the house looked like. The others followed one after another into the house. Qin Chao changed his shoes at the entrance and led them to the living room. Everyone's expressions were synchronized, with blank faces and mouths agape. Their first reaction was, big, big, big. How big could this house be? This living room must be 70 or 80 square meters. Qin Yuandao felt his mind was spinning. Yesterday, when he had pressed Qin Jihua, he had said that his son bought a large flat, but he had been quite dismissive. He didn't know what a large flat was, he just thought it was a big house, at most over 100 square meters. Coming here today, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. He even harbored a sense of resentment towards Qin Jihua. Damn it, your son has made it big, so rich, why didn't you say it earlier, making me feel like an outsider now. He just wanted to find a corner to hide in, his face alternating between red and pale. As for Wang Guilan, foolish, ignored. Li Fong was currently dazedly looking around. Although she already knew Qin Chao was wealthy, she had no concept of just how wealthy. This house must be 300 or 400 square meters, and she had seen the price of houses in Haixing Tiancheng before, 30,000 per square meter. That means this house costs over 10 million? Li Fong silently calculated in her heart. This is just too extravagant. Suddenly, she saw an enormous floor-to-ceiling window nearby. She jogged over, stood by the window, and gazed outside. The view from the 20th floor was extremely expansive, the cityscape unfolding before her eyes. Distant skyscrapers, bustling streets, busy people. This truly was her dream home. She couldn't imagine what it would feel like to wake up in this house every morning. Qin Chao scanned the expressions of everyone in Qin Yuandao's family. Seeing the astonishment and embarrassment on Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan's faces, a smile appeared on his face. He felt great. Very great. Ding! The host fiercely beat Qin Yuandao's face, earning face for his family, commendable filial piety, and indulged successfully. This indulgence scores 7 points, reward, 1 Porsche Panamera GTS 4, 0T. Note 1, the vehicle is defaulted to the top configuration, insurance, documents, procedures, etc. are all complete. Please go to the Haicheng Porsche Marketing Center 4S store to collect it. Note 2, the host can specify the interior and exterior colors. Wow! The system daddy has appeared. Qin Chao is truly in love. Like a tiger with wings, it is indeed a time of spring breeze and success, and the system directly took action. Porsche Panamera. Qin Chao has heard of Porsche, but he doesn't understand other specific models and styles. No problem, he directly took out his phone and searched for Porsche Panamera GTS 4, 0T on Baidu. Soon, the results came out. The starting price is 1,888 million. The system directly defaults to the top configuration. Qin Chao estimates that the final price will be at least 2.4 million. Awesome, system daddy. After driving a BMW 330 worth over 400,000 for so long, Qin Chao was a bit visually fatigued. This time, the system daddy really delivered. The curve of Qin Chao's smile rose higher and higher, almost unable to be contained. Qin Chao, your house is too big, right? How many square meters? How much did it cost? Li Fong was the first to snap out of her daze, directly firing a triple question. She was too curious and couldn't help wanting to know more about the house. 388 square meters, cost nearly 12 million. Qin Chao smiled faintly and spoke to Li Fong. He had a good impression of Li Fong and was very willing to communicate with her. Li Fong's delicate face slightly lifted, her charming peach blossom eyes fixed on Qin Chao's lips, revealing an expression of as expected. Indeed, over 10 million, the house she currently lived in was just a fraction of Qin Chao's large flat, and even less than that. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. He just graduated from university, how could he be so capable? Li Fang's mind began to wander. She deliberately took a few steps and secretly sized up Qin Chao from head to toe. His features were well defined, his face slightly fleshy, but it didn't affect the overall impression. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and a perky backside. Overall, he had a good figure, and his demeanor was calm. In terms of appearance, he would definitely score well, at least 80 points. As for his abilities, starting from university, he began stock trading and earned such substantial wealth, which showed his farsightedness and outstanding capabilities. Overall score, 90 points. Economically, a direct 120 points. As she evaluated Qin Chao in her heart, Li Fang's face gradually turned red, her charming peach blossom eyes shimmering with a hint of luster. Being secretly scrutinized by Li Fang, Qin Chao felt a strange sensation rising in his heart. Since he answered that question, Li Fang had been looking at him with those flirtatious, ambiguous eyes. What did she mean? So blatant? Her husband, Qin Han, was still nearby. Qin Chao turned to take a look and found that Qin Han had already walked to the other side and was about to enter the bedroom. Oh, then it's fine. But, would this be inappropriate? Qin Chao's inner self began to argue. One said, let her take the initiative, we won't take the initiative, won't be responsible, and won't refuse. The other said, I agree with his statement. Alright, everyone is in agreement, then let's do it this way. If you ask whether Qin Chao has any other thoughts about this beautiful and voluptuous woman, he wouldn't deny it. After all, the first time he saw her was at Qin Han's wedding, where she wore a pure white wedding dress, had a sexy neckline, a stunning face, and a tall figure. It left a deep imprint in the heart of the 18-year-old boy. That was his first encounter with what a beautiful and sexy woman looked like. From then on, how many midnight dreams would he have, thinking of that beautiful woman? The dreams of the past, perhaps now were not so difficult to realize for him. However, he remembered Qin Han, who had been a good companion in his youth, and felt that he still couldn't act that way. Forget it, out of respect for Qin Han, he would never take the initiative. Still the same saying, not taking the initiative, not refusing, not being responsible. Let's see if Li Fang has that kind of intention, maybe he was overthinking it. Now he had Tianjing, had Mo Tong, and also had the ambiguous Coach Lu, so there was no need to have anything with her. Just as the two were lost in thought in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Qin Yuandao and his wife Wang Guilan, along with their son Qin Han, were touring the master bedroom of the house. The master bedroom was a spacious 50 to 60 square meters, with luxurious decor and high-end furniture that left them in awe. This little bastard doesn't know how he makes so much money. This house is over 10 million, right? He didn't rob a bank, did he? Wang Guilan scolded with an unhappy face. Shut your mouth, with that pig brain of yours, don't talk nonsense in front of Qin Chao in the future. He's not someone we can afford to offend now. Qin Yuandao glared at Wang Guilan fiercely, looking at her like a teammate who was letting the team down. He knew that Qin Chao's economic status was no longer a subject for jokes. Got it, Wang Guilan muttered. She felt that Qin Chao was just lucky, she was just short of that bit of luck, otherwise, she could also make so much money. Son, Qin Chao looks down on your mom and me 1,000 times, but he's quite warm towards you and Fang Fang. You and Fang Fang should seize the opportunity, communicate with him more, and invite him out for meals when you have time. Qin Yuandao earnestly advised his son, then added, he's now successful and even starting his own company. If we tighten our relationship with him, even a little favor from him could bring a tremendous change to our family. Understood. Qin Han replied quietly, lowering his head. This taciturn man felt genuine admiration for Qin Chao, the little kid who used to follow him around when they were young. Buying a house worth over 10 million at such a young age, what about his future? He was only 24. Looking at his son's calm demeanor, Qin Yuandao felt speechless. But he also knew that his son had this kind of personality, silent and reserved. It was unrealistic to expect him to communicate more with Qin Chao. I should go back and remind Fang Fang, her personality is more outgoing, and it would be good for her to communicate more with Qin Chao. Qin Yuandao thought to himself. Soon, the four of them finished touring the entire house. Looking at the time, it was already past 3 p.m., so they decided to go home. Qin Chao had planned to drive Li Fang home, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Her husband was right there, why would he need to drive her? That would be annoying. After saying goodbye at the door, Qin Chao returned home. Just as he sat down on the sofa, a ding-dong sound of a WeChat message came through. He opened it to see. Gee, remember to tell me when your company opens, don't forget me. It was Li Fang. Qin Chao immediately replied. Qin, don't worry, I keep you in my heart, can't forget you. Not long after, another message came through. Gee, do you really keep me in your heart? Are there any other people in your heart? Sheen, my mom, my dad. Gee, I'm talking about women. Are there any other young and beautiful women? Qin Chao was momentarily stunned by this message. It had become somewhat ambiguous. It was completely unlike the kind of conversation their relationship should have. The fish is hooked. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight arc as he typed slowly. Qin, there's no one else, only you. After sending the message, Qin Chao's heart was still pounding. Although it was just typing, he felt a kind of nervous excitement bubbling inside him. No wonder people say a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a mistress, and a mistress is not as good as one who cannot be had. The ancients truly do not deceive me, Qin Chao thought to himself. Meanwhile, over here, Qin Yuan and the others were sitting in a Volkswagen Magotan, the car slowly cruising down the road. Li Fong looked at the message Qin Chao had sent and her heart skipped a beat. Stealing a glance at her husband, she found him focused on driving. From the rearview mirror, she saw her in-laws resting with their eyes closed, and she let out a long breath, relieved that no one had seen. Bang bang bang, her heart thundered like a storm. What did Qin Chao mean by that? Does he mean what I think he means? Li Fong pondered quietly. After thinking for a long time, she decided to test the waters first. She began typing a message. Gee, is it true? You're so outstanding, young and wealthy, tall and strong. There's no way girls wouldn't like you, I can't believe it. Then, she sent a cute pouting emoji, aiming for a contrast. When Qin Chao opened the message, he was drinking water and, upon seeing that emoji, he immediately sprayed the water out. Who would have thought Li Fong had such a contrast? With her sexy and beautiful appearance, enchanting peach blossom eyes, full and upturned red lips, and a curvy figure, she was the typical mature woman type. He never expected her to be like this online. Got it. Qin Chao felt enlightened. He replied directly, Qin, more real than sincerity, there are girls pursuing me, but I don't fancy any of them. After that, he sent an emoji, but just like that. JPG. This time, the reply came back instantly. Gee, then what kind of girl do you like? Gee, innocent and cute. JPG, Qin Chao chuckled, not sending a message immediately, but instead typing and deleting. Long line, big fish. In the passenger seat, Li Fong's fair and delicate hand tightly held the phone, but she still hadn't received a reply. What was Qin Chao thinking? Why hadn't he replied for so long? She felt a bit puzzled. She opened the chat box, just about to type a question. She saw the other party is typing appear above, so she stopped. However, after waiting for a minute, she still hadn't received a message. She opened the chat box again and found the other party is typing appeared once more. She felt a tickle in her heart, so curious about what Qin Chao was struggling with. After a while, the message finally came through. She quickly opened it. Qin, I'm not very good at saying this. Her heart jumped, and a hint of surprise washed over her. Could it be really what I'm thinking? She asked directly, just say it, don't be afraid. Qin, then I'll say it. Li Fong replied with anticipation, go ahead. After a long delay, no message came. Li Fong's heart was in turmoil, hanging in the air, unable to settle down. At that moment, she suddenly saw a line of text next to Qin Chao's avatar in the chat box. Someone like you. Bang, Li Fong's heartbeat suddenly slowed a beat, and she froze for a moment. Then, her heart began to race again, pounding uncontrollably. She found it strange, just a few words had such terrifying power. After that message was sent, 10 minutes had passed, and still no reply came. Qin Chao was starting to feel anxious waiting. Could it be that Li Fong wanted to use my trick to fish for me? Qin Chao thought to himself. He opened the chat box, but he didn't see the words the other party is typing appear. Strange. Qin Chao was a bit puzzled. In the car, Li Fong's expression was somewhat odd, as if she had just finished a vigorous workout, her face flushed. Her husband beside her noticed her unusual state and quickly asked with concern, what's wrong? Your face is so red, are you feeling unwell? Hearing her husband's warm inquiry, a wave of shame surged within Li Fong. She, actually, felt her heart racing because of a few words. Li Fong scolded herself harshly in her mind. Turning to look at her husband's concerned gaze, Li Fong said, it's nothing, maybe it's just too hot, I've sweated a lot. Let's hurry home so I can take a shower. That's good. Qin Han nodded lightly and turned back to focus on driving. Seeing her husband like this, the guilt in Li Fong's heart immediately vanished. He asked a question, and then there was nothing more. Li Fong felt speechless. Her husband, Qin Han, was taciturn in daily life, lacking in romance, and had no sense of fun. Day after day, their life was dull and uneventful, flat and tasteless. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but compare Qin Zhao with Qin Han. Qin Zhao was tall and strong, with a unique temperament, young and wealthy, outstanding in ability, and eloquent. Qin Han. Qin Zhao scored 100, Qin Han scored 0, they were not even on the same level. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly picked up her phone. Checking the chat history. There were many unread messages. Qin, what's wrong? Why didn't you reply to my message? Qin, I'm sorry, it's my fault, sorry for bothering you. Qin, just delete me, I must have short-circuited my brain to say such things. Qin, I'm sorry. Looking at these unread messages, Li Fang could imagine Qin Zhao's anxious expression while waiting. Her brain was really stupid. She scolded herself in her heart, feeling extremely guilty towards Qin Zhao at this moment. This guilt far exceeded her guilt towards her husband, by 100-fold or 1,000-fold. She hurriedly typed, "Gee, I'm sorry, I was busy with something else just now and didn't see your message." As soon as she sent it, the reply came back instantly. "Qin, I'm just glad you're not mad at me, you scared me to death." Li Fang felt even more guilty. She quickly comforted him, "I'm not angry at all, on the contrary, I'm very happy. At my age, I can still attract a young handsome guy like you." At this moment, Qin Zhao was leisurely lying on a high-end sofa, watching a 110-inch ultra-large LCD TV. Although there were some minor setbacks during the process, everything was under control. A smile curved at the corners of Qin Zhao's mouth as he typed slowly, "You're only in your early 30s, the prime age for a woman, how can you say you're old?" Then he added, "I like mature women like you, with a bright temperament, fragrant and captivating, refreshing to the soul." This was already a very straightforward tease, but since Qin Zhao dared to send it, he was quite confident in himself. She would definitely take the bait. Qin Zhao was full of confidence. After a while, a message alert sounded. He opened the message. "Gee, you're being so straightforward, I'm so embarrassed." "You're embarrassed?" Qin Zhao didn't believe a single punctuation mark of that. "You're the old cow eating the young grass, I'm the woman 3 years older who should be embarrassed, right?" Qin Zhao smiled wickedly, not exposing her, and typed, "So what do you mean? I've been waiting for many years. Since I first saw you in my senior year of high school, I've kept you in my heart, you've appeared in my dreams countless times." At this moment, Qin Han had already driven back to the community, just parking the car in the community parking space when Li Fang hurriedly opened the car door and got out. She quickly started jogging, turning back to remind her husband, "I'm all sweaty and feeling terrible, I'm going home to take a shower first." Once home, Li Fang swiftly returned to her room to grab a change of clothes and ran towards the bathroom. She closed the door and locked it, all in one go. Sitting on the toilet, Li Fang took out her phone. She opened the chat history with Qin Zhao, and that message came into her view, word for word. "From the first time I saw you in senior year, I've kept you in my heart, you've appeared in my dreams countless times." These two sentences deeply stimulated her. Qin Zhao had a crush on her from the first time he saw her, and he often dreamed about her. Li Fang murmured to herself. Her gaze became increasingly dazed, her eyes glistening with tears, and she was filled with an air of desire. After a long time without a reply, Qin Zhao felt speechless, as if 10,000 alpacas were passing through his mind. What on earth is she doing? Maybe something held her up, Qin Zhao comforted himself. Ding dong, the WeChat message notification sounded. Here it comes. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up, curious about how Li Fang would respond. He opened the message. "Gee, you're pretty good, and I like you a lot. Gee, not talking for now, I'm all sweaty today, going to take a shower first." Looking at these two messages, Qin Zhao stroked his chin. As expected, the fish was easily hooked. However, it wasn't that hot today, how could she sweat so much? Maybe it's a personal health issue. After all, the physiological structures of men and women are different, and their adaptability to temperature might vary. Qin Zhao speculated inwardly. He licked his lips, propped his forehead with one hand, and began to ponder. For now, he shouldn't think too much, he would wait until his company was established. By then, when Li Fang came to work, they would have more time to interact and get to know each other better. Anyway, he couldn't easily take the initiative, at most, he would passively accept, which would be better for everyone. After all, Li Fang was the daughter-in-law of Qin Yuandao, and the wife of his childhood playmate Qin Han. If something happened and it got back to the village, it would be embarrassing for his parents, and he didn't want to be the subject of gossip and ridicule. Qin Zhao, being such a filial person, didn't want that to happen. So, it was better to be conservative and wait until she came to work at his company. He glanced at the time. It was 4 p.m. Qin Zhao initially wanted to wait for Li Fang to finish her shower and chat with her more, to build their relationship, but then he thought better of it. He understood the principle of moderation, being too eager could backfire. There was no need to rush, she wasn't going anywhere. He thought about the Porsche Panamera that the system had just rewarded him. Qin Zhao was already itching with anticipation. The BMW 330 was decent, but it wasn't exactly a luxury car. He was now the big boss of Bo Kaiying Roy and was about to open a new company. A prestigious car was essential. A car is a man's face, and Qin Xiao felt it was time to upgrade to a better one. To be honest, the BMW 330 was still lacking. A car worth over 400,000 and one worth over 2 million were on completely different levels. With that in mind, Qin Xiao took out his phone and searched for Haicheng Porsche Marketing Center 4S store on Gata map. It was neither too far nor too close, about 15 kilometers away. He grabbed the car keys, closed the heavy armored door, and walked towards the community parking lot. 20 minutes later, Qin Xiao arrived at the Porsche Marketing Center. He parked in the temporary parking space designated for the Porsche 4S store and got out, walking towards the store. As soon as he entered, a stunningly beautiful female salesperson approached him with a smile. "Hello, sir, welcome to Haicheng Porsche 4S store. I'm the salesperson Xia. How can I assist you today?" Qin Xiao casually glanced at the young saleswoman named Xia, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "I bought a car from your store, and I'm here to pick it up today." He secretly evaluated Xia in his mind. The fitted black OL uniform top, the black knee-length pencil skirt, the ultra-thin black stockings on her legs, and the pair of roughly 5 cm stiletto heels made her tall and graceful, with a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. She was both sexy and beautiful, exuding an air of sophistication. Not bad. No wonder she's a Porsche saleswoman. It makes sense why they say on Douyin that for every car sold, there's one less female salesperson. There's definitely some truth to that. Qin Xiao mused to himself. "May I ask your surname, sir?" Xia's expression showed a hint of surprise, but her professional demeanor quickly brought her back to composure, her smile becoming even more enthusiastic. A young man like him actually placed an order for a car at their store. Although she wasn't sure of the model, anyone who could afford a Porsche must be wealthy. Probably a rich second generation. Xia speculated in her mind. "My surname is Qin," Qin Xiao replied gently. "Mr. Qin, could you please show me your ID so I can verify your information?" Xia slightly bent her body, her tone respectful. "Sure." Qin Xiao nodded and handed over his ID. Xia took the ID and walked over to a nearby computer desk. Soon, her eyes lit up, and she walked back to Qin Xiao with a smile. "Mr. Qin, I found that you placed your order directly through our Porsche Greater China headquarters and have paid in full. May I ask what colors you would like for the exterior and interior?" To be honest, Xia was very surprised at that moment. Based on her estimation, the car Qin Xiao was buying was likely a Macan, a model priced under $1 million. While that was decent, she had seen plenty of similar rich second-generation clients before. But when the order information appeared on her computer screen, she found it hard to believe. Panamera GTS 4.0T, top configuration. The on-road price was nearly $2.5 million, which was considered a very high-end luxury car in Haicheng. In fact, this price only made her regard Qin Xiao with a bit more respect, but what truly astonished her was that the car was ordered directly through Porsche's China headquarters with full payment. She understood very well what that represented. Which young master from Haicheng has come down to experience life? Xia thought to herself. Wow! No wonder the system is so powerful, placing orders directly through headquarters. Impressive. Qin Xiao was somewhat surprised, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Black exterior with volcanic red interior. He still preferred this combination. His current BMW 330 also had this setup with a stable and dignified exterior and a passionate, fiery interior, which suited his personality. The headquarters probably wouldn't be able to deliver the car that quickly, right? Qin Xiao initially thought he could drive this car away like his last BMW, but this time it seemed unlikely. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Hello, could you tell me when I might be able to pick up the car? Since the headquarters has arranged everything for you, I will send your color choices to them, and they should be able to send the car over soon, probably in about a week." Xia slightly bent her body, her exquisite face maintaining a smile, her tone even a bit flattering. "Mr. Qin, why don't you add me on WeChat? When the car arrives, I'll contact you immediately, ensuring it won't take up a second of your time." "Okay, sure." Qin Xiao quickly opened the QR code for her to scan. Dong dong, the WeChat friend request was successfully added. Now that he couldn't pick up the car, Qin Xiao turned to leave the 4S store. "Then I'll be on my way. I'll come back to pick up the car when it arrives." Qin Xiao smiled at the sexy and graceful female salesperson, waving his hand. In fact, Xia gave him a pretty good impression. She was stunningly beautiful, with a slender figure, but her frame was well proportioned, with curves that were quite alluring, and she had enough flesh in the right places, making her a beauty that could score an 85. Although Qin Xiao didn't think much of her as a girlfriend, he figured that occasionally indulging in her company could serve as an appetizer. Of course, all of this was just his fantasy. Mr. Qin, let me see you off. Xia quickly walked over, standing in front of Qin Xiao and gesturing for him to go ahead. She then walked straight towards the door. Qin Xiao followed behind her slowly, observing her figure closely. Her straight back and long legs beneath the black silk uniform skirt, along with her curvy hips swaying rhythmically as she walked, were captivating. As they walked, Qin Xiao felt her waist twisting more and more, as if she were deliberately showcasing her curves. He bit his lip, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. Damn, he was getting a bit worked up. It had been 2 days since he last ate meat. He was starting to feel a bit restless. Mr. Qin, take care. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime, 24 hours a day. At the entrance of the 4S dealership, Xia leaned slightly forward, speaking respectfully. Really, anything I need? Qin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smirk, half-jokingly asking. Yes, as long as you need it, I'm available 24 hours. Xia understood the implications behind Qin Xiao's words, but this was her choice. This Mr. Qin was definitely a man of significance in Haicheng. She didn't want to miss out on this opportunity, especially since he was young, tall, and strong, fitting her type perfectly. She wouldn't mind developing a relationship beyond friendship with him. Although she knew she had no chance of being his girlfriend, having a few more interactions would be nice. What if he actually liked her type? Xia was very confident in her looks and figure. Back in school, she was the class beauty. Hearing Xia's response, Qin Xiao's smile widened. Not bad, she was quite savvy. If the opportunity arose, he could always reach out to her when he felt lonely one night. Qin Xiao made a mental note. After leaving the Porsche 4S dealership, Qin Xiao drove his BMW 330 home. Since he couldn't pick up the car, he had spent the whole day out and was feeling quite tired. A hot shower at home, comfortably lying on the sofa watching TV, wasn't that appealing? He turned on the car music and played a song called Ordinary Road, humming along. BGM, Wandering on the Road. Are you going to leave? Via via, fragile, proud, that was once my appearance. At the Porsche 4S dealership, when Qin Xiao was picking up the car. Tianhu Garden Community. Building 5, Apartment 502. Li Fang stood naked under the silver shower, warm, slender water flowing gently over her face. Her heart was quite complicated at this moment. The messages Qin Xiao sent her flashed repeatedly in her mind. It's you. I've liked you since senior year, for many years. She felt both excited and a bit scared. It was like a child facing candy offered by a stranger. She wanted it so much, yet her rationality held her back. On one side was the young, wealthy, tall, and strong handsome neighbor, Qin Xiao. On the other was her husband and the emotions built over so many years. Her hands clenched tightly, her mind in turmoil, struggling to decide. The reason she abruptly ended the chat with Qin Xiao was that her heart was trying to escape. After all, it had been so many years since she last saw Qin Xiao, and today was their first meeting in Haicheng. The last time they met was at his wedding. He had come to attend the ceremony, and at that time, he was just a senior in high school. As her thoughts drifted, Li Fang pondered for a while. In the end, she decided to take it slow. Qin Xiao was about to start a new company, so she could go work for him then. One step at a time, time would provide the answers. 15 minutes later, Qin Xiao returned to Haisheng Tianchang. Sitting on the spacious and comfortable high-end sofa, he glanced at his phone. It had been over an hour, and Li Fang still hadn't sent a message. Forget it, she's probably feeling quite confused right now. Qin Xiao sighed and opened the Meituan takeout app, preparing to order something to eat. He had been out all day, running around, which had left him both physically and mentally exhausted. After browsing for a while, Qin Xiao finally ordered a Chengdu-style spicy hot pot. Roast duck, quail eggs, duck gizzards, beef tripe, duck blood. Everything he had been reluctant to eat before while working was now on his order, totaling 158 yuan. For Qin Xiao a week ago, this would have been quite extravagant. But now, it was no big deal. While waiting for the takeout, Qin Xiao casually opened Douyin, ready to scroll through some flashy content and see fitness streamers to elevate his mood. Just as he was about to click, a buzz from WeChat interrupted him. He thought it was Li Fang, and his heart lifted. He quickly opened the message. Tianjing, honey, have you had dinner yet? Oh, it's my long-legged wife. Qin Xiao hurriedly replied. Qin, not yet, just ordered takeout, waiting at home. The reply came back instantly. Tianjing, takeout is so unhygienic, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Qin, okay, dear, do you want me to pick you up? Tianjing, no need, I can get a taxi quickly. The chat ended. Knowing Tianjing was coming over made Qin Xiao feel a warmth in his tired body. She must be coming to cook for him, Truly, his long-legged wife was a blessing, and he was in for a treat today. With that thought, Qin Chao quickly cancelled the takeout order. Fortunately, since it was just placed, there was still time. What a joke! With a wife cooking, who would still eat takeout? Tianjing had boasted about her cooking skills to Qin Chao, and based on his understanding of his long-legged wife, what she said was mostly true. Thinking of this, Qin Chao felt his hunger increase a bit more. He hadn't eaten much during lunch with his uncle and the others, most of it had been drinking, so he was quite hungry now. Qin Chao took a few steps to the fridge, opened it, and found it empty. He decided he needed to go to the supermarket to stock up. At the very least, he needed to fill the fridge, and snacks, drinks, and alcohol couldn't be lacking either. Qin Chao made up his mind. After dinner, he would head out to shop, and it would be perfect to take a stroll with his long-legged wife. Life couldn't be more wonderful. Before long, the sound of the fingerprint lock unlocking came from the front door. Last night, Qin Chao had already registered Tianjing's fingerprint in the system, so she could come and go freely in the community and the house. Although Qin Chao had several fish in his pond, and it would be risky to let one of them know the door lock code, potentially exposing him as the owner of the pond, he understood Tianjing's character very well. He knew she wasn't the type to just show up at his house unannounced. If she came, she would definitely notify him in advance, so the chances of a fish incident were very low. Qin Chao trusted his judgment of people. "Honey, I'm here." After entering the door, Tianjing changed into her home slippers at the entrance and greeted Qin Chao. She was clean and composed, as if they were an old married couple. She was carrying large and small bags of vegetables and meat, clearly the type of woman who was a good wife and mother. To be honest, ever since she completed her transformation from girl to woman a couple of days ago, Tianjing indeed exuded a charm that only mature women possess, making her even more attractive. "Wife, buying so many groceries? I'm in for a treat tonight." Seeing his long-legged wife carrying so much, Qin Chao hurriedly stepped forward to take a few items, and casually planted a kiss on her sexy red lips. So fragrant! His wife smelled delightful all over. Qin Chao grinned as he carried the items into the kitchen. Just wait to eat." Tianjing's face was beaming with confidence. "My cooking is far better than my mom's. I'll definitely surprise my husband later." Tianjing chuckled to herself. After putting everything down, Qin Chao was promptly shooed out of the kitchen by Tianjing. Her exact words were, "The kitchen is where women should be, men just wait to eat. My mom used to say that to my dad." After hearing that, Qin Chao left with a smile. He felt like he had struck gold. Marrying a woman like Tianjing was truly a blessing he had earned over 8 lifetimes. Obedient, sensible, virtuous, good-natured, and gentle, she was nothing like the girls from Sichuan province. She lacked the "I'm tough on the Sichuan roads" attitude and resembled more of a gentle and virtuous girl from Jiangnan. However, her tall and sexy figure, standing at 1.72 meters, didn't quite fit the typical Jiangnan girl, as southern girls were generally shorter. Tianjing's height was quite exceptional in the south. In summary, Tianjing seemed like a favored child of heaven, embodying the essence of the world and the elegance of creation, with hardly any flaws. At least that's what Qin Chao thought. As the saying goes, a good wife should be virtuous. Tianjing was indeed a very suitable choice for a wife. However, Qin Chao temporarily set that thought aside. He still had another lovely and beautiful school flower girlfriend, Shen Madong, along with the curvaceous Lu Ruyan and the mature and charming Li Fan to pursue. He hadn't enjoyed his wonderful days enough yet. How could he think about marriage? Ridiculous. Qin Chao quickly pushed the thought out of his mind and took out his phone to scroll through Douyin. Beautiful women in yoga pants, sexy stepmoms in skirts, OL beauties in black stockings. What is this? What kind of content is Douyin pushing to me? Qin Chao despised it in his heart while also unable to take his eyes off the screen. He casually commented on these alluring women. This one has a nice chest, but her butt is a bit small. This figure is perfect, but her face is lacking a bit. This one. Wow, I wonder how much technology is behind that. After an hour, 4 dishes were laid out on the high-end one Wally solid wood dining table. Kung Pao chicken, spicy hot pot, water-boiled beef, and stir-fried greens. The colors were tempting, exuding a strong aroma, and Qin Chao couldn't help but swallow hard. The dishes looked and smelled delicious, clearly very appetizing. "Come on, try it. 4 dishes are enough for the 2 of us, right?" Tianjing served a bowl of rice for both Qin Chao and herself, taking out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the cupboard and handing 1 pair to Qin Chao. "Wife, you've worked hard, these dishes look amazing." Qin Chao picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. "Delicious, wow, this is really good. Wife, your cooking is just too good." Qin Chao generously praised her, genuinely amazed. The beef was slightly spicy, tender, and chewy, truly rivaling the taste of a big restaurant. After just 1 bite, Qin Chao felt like he had eaten a piece of gum. He simply couldn't stop. With his already flat stomach, paired with this mildly spicy Sichuan cuisine, he couldn't leave the table without finishing at least 4 bowls. Eat more if it's good, I'm on a diet and usually can't eat much at night. Tianjing looked at Qin Chao, who was devouring his food, and couldn't help but smile with a mix of happiness and indulgence. Her husband was so cute, eating like a child. Tianjing secretly found it amusing. This was the first time Qin Chao had shown such a childish side in front of her, completely opposite to his usual calm and composed demeanor. It made her feel a surge of maternal instincts. The saying that men remain boys until death had some truth to it. Tianjing thought to herself, you're already so thin, and you're still on a diet? Qin Chao was puzzled upon hearing Tianjing's words. Wow! His long-legged wife, 172 centimeters, 102 pounds, and she's still dieting? With legs that are long, straight, and slender, she's not even fat. Qin Chao truly didn't understand girls' definitions of body weight. I still think I'm a bit chubby, I want to lose a few more pounds, Tianjing said sweetly. Don't! Qin Chao immediately made a bitter face. Your body feels just right now. If you lose more weight and slim down your chest and hips, what will I do in the future? Qin Chao protested strongly. Tianjing's current figure was just perfect for him. If she lost more weight, she would look a bit bony, and holding her would feel uncomfortable, which would ruin the experience. Wife, I like you just the way you are now, with a little softness, Qin Chao said with a wronged expression, speaking softly. Alright, husband, I'll do whatever you like, Tianjing said, patting Qin Chao's head in comfort. After saying that, she went to serve herself another half bowl of rice, showing her determination. I love you, wife. Qin Chao's passionate kiss conveyed his answer to Tianjing. What started as a meal slowly began to feel a bit off. After dinner and tidying up the house, the two snuggled together on the soft, comfortable high-end sofa. Qin Chao held his long-legged wife tightly, fully enjoying the softness and smoothness of her body. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Well, for now, a girlfriend would do. Having such a perfect girlfriend both in and out of bed was truly a blessing, Qin Chao thought to himself. Suddenly, a soft voice reached his ears, very pleasant to hear. Husband. I'm ready. After saying this, Tianjing's face instantly turned a shade of crimson. She was the kind of gentle, shy, and innocent girl. For her to say something with a hint of suggestion made her blush deeply. Qin Chao made a sound and then understood. His wife knew him well. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, they think of lust. At this moment, Qin Chao was indeed feeling a bit tipsy after a satisfying meal. Change into a black OL uniform later, and remember to wear black stockings, Qin Chao whispered in Tianjing's ear. He didn't have a particular fetish for uniforms, but with his wife's figure, it would be a waste not to dress her like that. She needed to fully utilize her long legs to gain the upper hand in their upcoming friendly competition, making him flustered, otherwise, the battle would be too dull. Sigh, it's lonely at the top. Xiao Jing, you need to learn more. Qin Chao silently cheered her on in his heart. I got it. After hearing Qin Chao's whisper, Tianjing's face turned even redder. She was very aware of her figure, and the black stockings and uniform would indeed showcase her charm, giving her a sense of a cool, aloof goddess. However, she had just recently transitioned from being a girl to a woman, and deep down, she still felt a bit shy about these sensitive terms related to gender relations. Unlike some female drivers who joked about speeding and even had thoughts more wicked than most men, Tianjing had a roommate in college who was just like that. Back in university, they often watched romantic short films in their dorm, and during meals and chats, they would casually drive into risque topics, making everyone blush. Thinking of this, Tianjing recalled her roommate's name, Lin Shui. She was also a quite beautiful girl, with looks comparable to her own. However, beneath her exquisite appearance lay a mind filled with colorful thoughts and a materialistic soul. Tianjing pulled back her wandering thoughts and looked at her tall and sturdy boyfriend in front of her. Unlike when they first met at the company, Qin Chao had lost a lot of weight these days, and the contours of his jawline were now quite pronounced. His already good-looking features now appeared much more three-dimensional, making him look significantly more handsome than before. Tianjing reached out to touch his high-nose bridge and thin lips, her eyes filled with admiration as she said, "Honey, you've lost so much weight these days, I feel like you're much more handsome than before." "Wasn't I handsome before?" Qin Chao replied with a smug expression, defensively. "Put." Tianjing laughed, quietly watching him show off. "Alright, you did have quite a bit of meat on your face before." Qin Chao scratched his head awkwardly. Although he had a thick skin, he hadn't mastered the art of it yet and easily broke character. "Now I wake up early every day to work out. Just wait, soon you'll see a guy as handsome as Wu Yinzu in front of you," Qin Chao said confidently. "Meishem, honey, you've always been very handsome in my heart." I love you. Tianjing's slightly upturned peach blossom eyes reflected Qin Xiao's image, her voice soft and sincere. I love you too, Xiao Jing. Let's go take a shower. You go first. Of course we should shower together. Qin Xiao effortlessly picked up Tianjing, one arm around her waist and the other around her legs, and walked towards the bright and spacious bathroom. The next day, 7:10 a.m., Qin Xiao was driving towards the Jinli gym. His mind was still replaying everything from last night. After they showered, Qin Xiao returned to the spacious master bedroom with his long-legged wife in his arms. They engaged in a friendly and harmonious exchange of affection, going back and forth, until Qin Xiao seized the opportunity when Tianjing was distracted and managed to win the playful contest. 10 minutes later, Jinli Gym. Qin Xiao walked through the entrance. Good morning, brother Qin. The receptionist, Li Jiaojiao, greeted him with a sweet smile. Li Jiaojiao was quite close to Lu Ruyan and often chatted with her privately. From Lu Ruyan's descriptions, she knew that Qin Xiao was a very gentle and wealthy man, without any airs, making him easy to get along with. Previously, she was unsure of Qin Xiao's temperament, so she had always treated him with respect and awe, as she couldn't quite grasp the thoughts of such a rich person. Being respectful was definitely the right approach. Now, she could communicate with Qin Xiao more calmly and confidently, like with an older brother, friendly and polite. Good morning, Jiaojiao. Qin Xiao smiled gently and then headed to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Soon, he arrived on the 3rd floor. As he pushed open the door to the VIP room, a sexy and curvy figure caught his eye. Lu Ruyan was jogging steadily on the treadmill. She wore a pink sports bra on top and brown yoga pants on the bottom, her rounded and full figure reminiscent of a character from a Korean comic. The sound of the door being pushed open echoed. Lu Ruyan turned her head to take a look and found it was Qin Xiao. She quickly pressed the stop button on the treadmill and jumped down. With a beaming smile, she walked over to greet him. Good morning, Qin Gu. Good morning, Qin Xiao replied gently, his voice slightly magnetic. Lu Ruyan looked him up and down, a hint of a smile on her lips. Qin Gu, you look quite energetic today. Qin Xiao's face flushed slightly as memories of last night's friendly match with Tianjing flashed in his mind. It's alright. Lu Ruyan stared closely at Qin Xiao's face, feeling a bit shy. She had never looked closely before. Why did she think Qin Gu looked quite handsome today? When she first arrived, Qin Xiao had some extra flesh on both sides of his face, making it appear somewhat round and definitely not handsome. However, after sticking to aerobic exercises every day and with Lu Ruyan bringing him fat-reducing meals, the extra flesh on his face had diminished significantly. His facial contours emerged, forming a typical heart-shaped face with strong lines and a clear jawline, indeed making him quite a handsome guy. No wonder people say that overweight individuals have potential. Just a few days of aerobic exercise had sharpened Qin Xiao's facial lines, and his attractiveness had noticeably increased by 2 levels. Of course, his features were already quite good, which was crucial. An ugly featured fat person would still look unattractive after losing weight. It had nothing to do with being fat or thin. Ruyan. Qin Xiao's voice called her back to reality. Lu Ruyan suddenly realized she had spaced out. Oh my, I was lost in thought. Her face instantly turned bright red, even her ears blushing. Staring at someone's face and getting lost in thought. How embarrassing. Let's start today's workout. Qin Xiao spoke up to ease her embarrassment. At the same time, he felt a surge of eagerness. Last night's friendly match made him clearly realize that he was still a novice and not a competition expert. So now, he was fully passionate about fitness training, wanting to transform into a man with an 8-pack, well-defined chest muscles, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. Muscles shouldn't be too big, a lean physique would be just right, both good-looking and strong. Of course, the main focus was on training endurance and core strength, which would greatly help in competitions. Okay, Qin Gu, Lu Ruyan nodded, smiling slightly. She felt a bit grateful. Qin Gu was always so understanding and gentle, never putting her in an awkward position. What she didn't know was that Qin Gu was not only understanding but also perceptive in other ways. Ruyan, I want to ask you how to improve endurance and core strength, Qin Xiao asked straightforwardly. His expression was serious and earnest, like a diligent student seeking answers from a teacher. Of course, the question was somewhat informal. Anyone with a discerning eye would know what he was really asking. Lu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. Mainly strength training to build endurance in the core muscles. Although she felt a bit shy, Lu Ruyan still provided an accurate answer. She was also somewhat puzzled. Qin Gu, are you asking this for? She wasn't sure if her thoughts were correct but felt too shy to ask outright. After all, their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. However, she recalled Qin Xiao saying last time that he didn't have a girlfriend. If he didn't have a girlfriend, why would he need to train his core? Lu Ruyan felt very curious. Can I start practicing today? Qin Chao's eager gaze was fixed on Lu Ruyan, making her feel a bit uneasy. Why is he staring at me like that? Is he doing this for me? Lu Ruyan lowered her head to glance at her stunning figure and secretly nodded to herself. She felt she must not be mistaken. Brother Qin must have taken a liking to her, and since her figure didn't match his, she thought about improving herself to reach a level that would be compatible with him. With this thought, Lu Ruyan felt both worried and delighted. She was happy that Qin Zhao liked her figure, but worried that he only liked her for her body. After all, if they were to date, liking each other solely for their bodies wouldn't lead to a lasting relationship. Forget it, no more thinking. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. Alright, according to the plan, we can reduce today's cardio and focus mainly on strength training. Since Brother Qin wants to work on his waist and abdomen, let's concentrate on those two areas for now. Lu Ruyan explained to Qin Zhao with a serious expression. Okay, let's hurry up. Qin Zhao's face lit up, eager to begin. Follow me. Lu Ruyan's expression was a bit strange as she led Qin Zhao to the equipment for waist and abdomen training. Is he really that anxious? What does he want to do? Lu Ruyan thought to herself. Jinli Gym. 3rd floor, VIP room. Plank for 2 minutes, this can activate the whole body's fat switch. Weighted squats, 20 times for 4 sets. Sit-ups, 10 times for 4 sets. Crunches. Lu Ruyan's stern voice rang out. Qin Zhao was drenched in sweat, trembling all over. He felt utterly drained, nearly collapsing. This workout was exhausting, it was about to kill him. Qin Zhao complained inwardly. These exercises were far more tiring than cardio. He could barely hold on after 30 seconds of the plank, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. After just 2 sets of sit-ups, he felt like his waist was about to break. Indeed, there are no shortcuts to training, everything relies on oneself. Discipline and perseverance are both essential. Glancing at Lu Ruyan's full bosom and curvaceous hips beside him, Qin Zhao gritted his teeth and steeled himself. Damn it, if he couldn't even endure this little training, how could he improve his muscle endurance and strengthen his waist and abdomen? How could he better himself? With Lu Ruyan's sexy figure, he probably wouldn't even be a match for her in a 1v1 friendly competition right now, let alone in the future. Enough of that. The body is the foundation of revolution. With this thought, Qin Zhao continued with his squats, his face contorted and expression fierce. A tall building rises from the ground. Today he would lay a solid foundation. The stronger the foundation, the more stable the house. Over an hour later. Alright, let's stop here for today. You can't train your waist and abdomen too hard on your first day, your body won't be able to handle it. Looking at the drenched Qin Zhao, Lu Ruyan handed him a towel and spoke. Got it. Qin Zhao gasped for breath, responding weakly. He felt like he had just eaten a dog's head, utterly weak and on the verge of collapse. So damn tired. He felt like he had never been this exhausted in his life. Every cell in his body seemed to be dehydrated, feeling extremely fatigued. Qin Zhao even entertained the thought of giving up. Could he withstand this if it happened every day? Brother Qin. Lu Ruyan teased him with a half smile. Training your waist and abdomen and building muscle endurance is very tiring, but I think you can hold on, right? After saying that, Lu Ruyan pretended to stretch casually, even jumping a few times in place. Suddenly, a scene of undulating waves and shaking hips appeared before Qin Zhao's eyes. Hiss, Qin Zhao took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. The female lead of a Korean comic truly lived up to her reputation. The thought of giving up that Qin Zhao had before instantly vanished. If you don't have a good body, good core muscle endurance, or good competition experience, how can you harmoniously compete in a friendly match with Lu Ruyan? Ruyan, this little training feels like just scratching an itch. Another 2 hours, and I won't have any problem at all. Qin Zhao's expression was calm, as if this training was nothing. However, the slightly trembling muscles in his legs betrayed him. Lu Ruyan secretly found it amusing, but she didn't show it on her face. She wasn't planning to expose him. After all, men care about their pride, especially in this regard, they are the most competitive. She walked over to the sofa, took out the fat-reducing meal she had carefully prepared that morning, and handed it to Qin Zhao. Here, your fat-reducing meal. I got up a bit earlier today, so I put some effort into it. Give it a try. Thank you, Ruyan. It's great to have you. Qin Zhao took the meal box and couldn't help but exclaim. He genuinely felt that this beautiful and sexy female personal trainer was thoughtful. Setting aside his thoughts about their relationship, objectively speaking, Lu Ruyan was definitely a competent personal trainer. Most trainers wouldn't provide such a service. Of course, it could also be because he was her benefactor, and benefactors should enjoy such privileges. Qin Zhao thought to himself. When Lu Ruyan heard Qin Zhao unconsciously say, "It's great to have you," her heart skipped a beat. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was attentive. She already had a lot of affection for Qin Zhao, his gentle demeanor, calmness, youthfulness, wealth, and tall stature all appealed to her. Even his previously slightly chubby face, which could only be considered average, had undergone a significant transformation, becoming more handsome with distinct features, already quite attractive in her eyes. At least in Lu Ruyan's view, he was very pleasing to her. She wasn't one to be overly concerned with looks, but as a woman, she certainly hoped her boyfriend would be somewhat handsome, making her feel proud when they went out together. Well, Brother Chin, I want to say the same to you. It's great to have you. I'm very happy to have met you as a friend. Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment, her smile sweet and innocent as she spoke. She genuinely felt grateful to Qin Chao. During her most difficult times, it was Qin Chao who reached out to help her. Oh, just friends? Qin Chao frowned, tilting his head as if in thought. I thought we were. Qin Chao dragged out his words, not finishing, leaving her in suspense. What is it? Lu Ruyan immediately took the bait. She stared intently at Qin Chao's lips, her heart filled with anticipation, hoping he would say something she longed to hear. It's good friends. Seeing Lu Ruyan's expression and tone, Qin Chao had some thoughts he wanted to verify, so he deliberately said this. Oh, yes. That's right. The light in Lu Ruyan's eyes dimmed instantly, her anticipation turning into disappointment. Does Brother Qin only see me as a good friend? Lu Ruyan thought to herself. It made sense, he was aware of her family situation, and with a father like that, aside from her decent looks and figure, she really didn't have many other advantages. There were plenty of beautiful women with good figures, he might not even be interested in her. Thinking of this, the slight disappointment in Lu Ruyan's heart was overshadowed by a layer of gloom, and she suddenly felt sad. Her eyes slightly reddened, she took a deep breath and held back her tears. Although she had only spent a short time with Qin Chao, she had indeed developed some feelings for him. She thought it was mutual, but it turned out to be her own delusion, and her mindset began to crumble a bit. Qin Chao's gaze had been fixed on Lu Ruyan's face. Seeing her expression dim and the corners of her eyes slightly red, he suddenly felt a bit guilty. He initially wanted to tease the sexy female personal trainer, but he didn't expect that she might actually like him, and not just a little. Of course, in his heart, this female trainer, whose figure and personality were completely mismatched, had long been his possession. He just didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Ahem, he cleared his throat, stepped forward, and wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan. I was just teasing you. From the very first day at the gym, the moment I saw you, I was taken with you. Qin Zhao's expression was serious, indicating that he was very sincere and not joking this time. When Qin Zhao pulled her close, Lu Ruyan was only a bit surprised. But when this heartfelt confession, which was essentially a declaration of love, reached her ears, she felt a jolt, her mind buzzing. Really? Did I hear that right? Is Qin Gu confessing to me? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Then, overwhelming joy quickly washed over her previous sadness, flooding her heart. Her entire body flushed red, and she felt as if she were flying. Why you really mean it? She asked softly, nestled in Qin Zhao's embrace. More real than pearls. If I didn't like you, why would I only recharge my card here? There are so many female personal trainers at the gym, and a few of them are quite good looking. He spoke with the tone of a scoundrel, a master of manipulation. But Lu Ruyan didn't think too much about it. She naively believed him, not wanting to overthink at that moment. In fact, her level of experience was too low. If she were a seasoned player, she would have seen through Qin Zhao's true nature as a playboy long ago. Lu Ruyan had been lying in Qin Zhao's arms for 5 minutes, occasionally giggling to herself. This girl is so silly, Qin Zhao thought to himself. He was genuinely struggling. Lu Ruyan was pressed tightly against him, her entire body nestled against his chest. Her ample bosom pressed against Qin Zhao, and he was wearing only a thin sports outfit, having just finished exercising, completely soaked. If you rounded it off, it was like he wasn't wearing a top at all. The immense pressure made him feel overwhelmed, and he stood up abruptly. However, Qin Zhao didn't dare to stay close to her. He tried to pull in his abdomen and slightly pushed his hips back to avoid contact with her body. After all, he had just confessed his feelings, and to turn around and act like this was too much. As a man, being lecherous was instinctual, but he hadn't sunk to such a lewd level. At least in his heart, he still considered himself a somewhat innocent boy. Oh no, an innocent playboy. Lu Ruyan noticed Qin Zhao's little movements and felt a bit puzzled. Why was Qin Gu sticking his butt out? Did he find me unattractive? With my perfect figure, how could he find me lacking? Lu Ruyan's heart was suddenly filled with resentment. As a novice, Lu Ruyan clearly lacked experience on this path. She wasn't like those seasoned players, and in some aspects, she was indeed a rookie. She playfully tightened her grip around Qin Zhao's waist, pressing her sexy body, wrapped in her dark brown yoga pants, against him, instantly filling his embrace. Now they were tightly wrapped around each other, with no gaps between them. Her face instantly flushed bright red, the blush spreading to her neck and behind her ears. She finally understood the meaning of his earlier strange movements after the practice. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Qin Xiao felt this saying resonated perfectly with his current state of mind. It was indeed very true, he understood the essence of truth. Ah! Lu Ruyan panicked, shouted, and pushed Qin Xiao away. Why you? She stammered, unable to finish her sentence. Although both sides have tentatively established a relationship, in essence, Lu Ruyan is indeed a relatively conservative woman. She is not like those fitness enthusiasts who would sell their bodies to promote their classes, so she has little in common with the other female personal trainers at the gym, and their relationship is not very good. She has feelings for Qin Xiao and does not reject physical contact, but this is clearly a bit beyond her comfort zone. Ruyan, your figure is too tempting for me. I don't want this either, Qin Xiao explained awkwardly. But your figure really is great, he added sincerely. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had actually forgiven him. She wasn't really resistant, just a bit startled, an instinctive reaction to being unprepared. Hearing his compliments, a hint of pride and satisfaction appeared on her face. Of course, I am the Great Lu Ruyan. She chuckled to herself. She actually knew about the nickname Great Lu Ruyan and had been teased by friends about it, but she didn't mind. A name is just a code, after all. Her father gave her this name, and she quite liked it, so she let it be. It's good that you know. There are many people who like me, you should cherish it, Lu Ruyan said, patting Qin Xiao's shoulder, her expression full of Sundara charm. I really like you a lot, Ruyan. Let's hug again, Qin Xiao said with a gentle smile, opening his arms. As Lu Ruyan's tone returned to normal, Qin Xiao sensed that she actually did not mind their physical contact. She was just caught off guard a moment ago. Looking at the sexy figure of the female personal trainer, he couldn't help but extend an invitation. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a second, seemingly glancing at Qin Xiao's pants. In an instant, she had no more hesitation and directly leaped into Qin Xiao's arms. She also really liked the scent on Qin Xiao. She was very willing to have every physical contact with him. The two pressed tightly against each other, inhaling each other's scent, feeling the attachment they had for one another. This was not about desire, but about affection. A faint emotional connection lingered between them. Qin Xiao turned his head and pressed his lips against Lu Ruyan's small mouth. Soft and sweet, that was Qin Xiao's first reaction. Immediately after, a faint scent of a woman wafted into his nose. He tightly embraced this female personal trainer with the figure of a comic book heroine, immersing himself in the kiss. At first, Lu Ruyan quietly immersed herself in the embrace of her newly established boyfriend, who felt like an older brother. Qin Xiao's care for her was indeed like that of a brother, gentle, warm, and reassuring, which made her, coming from a broken family, feel especially safe. In her heart, Qin Xiao was like a sun, continuously radiating light and warmth, saving her from the ravages of a harsh winter. When Qin Xiao's warm lips touched her delicate petals, she was momentarily stunned, then slowly closed her eyes, deeply engaging in this romantic French wet kiss. Strictly speaking, this was her first kiss. During her university years, she had no time for romance. Work, through various part-time jobs, she had witnessed the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Her classmates in university seemed too immature in her eyes. She could not find a boy who could make her heart flutter. Her heart had remained stagnant, never revived. But with Qin Xiao, her heart finally began to thump with excitement. He had so many qualities she liked. 1. Exceptional financial capability. Her years of working experience taught her that it was crucial to find a boyfriend with economic strength, or else she would only suffer and go hungry. 2. His physique and temperament matched hers. He was 181 centimeters tall while she was 170 centimeters, and his looks and demeanor were exactly her type, calm and serene like a still lake. 3. A gentle temperament, stable emotions, and delicate thoughts. His personality is extremely easy to get along with, and being with him makes her very happy. He approaches tasks with a balance of tension and relaxation, always considering himself. Lu Ruyan truly feels that Qin Xiao is her ideal type. Perhaps it is heaven's mercy, compensating her for a life of suffering. She will definitely not let such a sentiment go to waste. She wants to be with him, forever and ever. After saying goodbye to Lu Ruyan, Qin Xiao walked out of the gym, preparing to head home. Ding-ling-ding, the ringtone of his phone in his pocket rang out. It was Hu Zhangyi. Qin Xiao guessed it was about the task he had given him that day, to find suitable candidates for staff and professional managers. He quickly answered the call. Hello, is this Director Qin? This is Hu Zhangyi. Go ahead, Qin Xiao replied lightly. Well, the matter you instructed has been taken care of. I have prepared all their information. Should I send it to you now? Qin Xiao initially wanted to say yes, but he hadn't interviewed these staff members yet. If he received the information now, would he have to notify them one by one for interviews later? That would mean a lot of work for him. After some consideration, Qin Chao said, "Could you contact everyone on the list and inform them to gather at our company at 9:30 tomorrow morning? I will personally interview them." "Okay, Director Qin, I understand. I will definitely complete the task," Hu Zongyi replied confidently, making a promise. Thank you for your hard work, General Hu." Hearing this from Qin Chao, Hu Zongyi felt a surge of joy on the other end of the line. He had been diligently working for Qin Chao these past 2 days to make a good impression on his boss. Now, it was all worth it. As long as the boss had a good impression of him, he would be secure in his position at the company. He quickly replied, "It's not hard at all. I'm very willing to assist Director Qin. Next time, if you have other tasks, just hand them over to me, and I promise to handle them well." Qin Chao sighed inwardly, this kid really knows the ropes and is a talent. No wonder he could be the general manager. His skill in flattery is exceptional. Indeed, to become the general manager of a company valued at 5 billion, both capability and insight are indispensable. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Qin Chao hung up the phone. He began to think. The appointment for tomorrow is at 9:30, so he should take a day off and not go to the gym. He had pushed himself a bit hard during his workout this morning, and now his waist and abdominal muscles were sore. He probably wouldn't be able to train tomorrow morning either. Perfect, this way he wouldn't waste time, a win-win situation. Glancing at the time, it was still early. Since he had nothing else to do today, Qin Chao decided to head home first. Taking the elevator straight to the B2 underground parking lot, Qin Chao drove his black BMW 330 towards Haixingtiancheng. Unfortunately, the Porsche hadn't arrived yet. Qin Chao had long wanted to test drive this car worth over 2 million to see what it felt like. After resting at home for the entire afternoon, when Qin Chao opened his eyes again, it was already 5:30 p.m. He opened his phone and found several unread messages. Upon checking, they were all from the campus bell. "Tongchan, Qin Chao, do you want to have dinner together tonight? 1:30 p.m., Tongchan, why are you ignoring me? Sad face JPG, 2:30 p.m., Tongchan, stinky Qin Chao, just you wait. How dare you not reply to my messages, For 48 p.m. oh no, the campus bell's cute little temper, she must be angry. Qin Chao quickly dialed her for a video call. Dong 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 dong. The phone rang for a minute before it was answered. On the screen appeared Shin Madong's sweet and adorable oval face. With her delicate and lovely round face, a straight nose, and her small lips slightly parted, she exuded a two-dimensional style. At that moment, Shin, the campus belle, was frowning, pouting her little mouth, looking quite proud. Her face seemed to scream, "I'm not happy, come and comfort me quickly." Tong Tong was still as adorable as ever. Qin Chao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "What's the matter?" Shin Mo Tong spoke first, wearing an expression that said, "Don't bother me if it's nothing. Tong Tong, I didn't mean to ignore your messages. I slept all afternoon and just woke up." Qin Chao explained sincerely. "Please forgive me, I really didn't do it on purpose. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner tonight to express my apology." With his heartfelt apology, Shin Mo Tong's heart was already giggling. However, the campus beauty was someone who valued her pride. She pretended to think for a long time and said hesitantly, "Since that's the case, I forgive you. But, I want to eat a lot of delicious food later." She seized the opportunity to up the ante. "No problem, eat whatever you want, tonight's expenses are on young Master Qin." Put. This sentence finally made Shin Mo Tong unable to hold back, bursting into laughter. Soon, she couldn't stop. Ha ha ha. Her clear and melodious laughter came through the phone. Qin Chao was also infected by the campus beauty's laughter and started grinning foolishly. Being with a two-dimensional campus beauty girlfriend always made the atmosphere joyful and fun. "Get ready, I'm coming to pick you up now." Glancing at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock, and Qin Chao was preparing to set off. It was rush hour, and there would be a lot of cars on the road. Driving to Lujing Yayuan would take a while. Okay. The campus beauty sweetly replied, her lovely face blooming with a flower-like smile. After ending the call, Qin Chao rushed out the door. He didn't want to be stuck in traffic later, that would be too painful. Just a couple of days ago, he had been stuck in traffic for 10 minutes, and he didn't want to experience that again. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Qin Chao drove his soon-to-be-retired BMW out of Haixingtiancheng. The journey was bumpy, and after more than 20 minutes, he finally arrived at Lujing Yayuan. Normally, it only took 10 minutes, but this time it took over 20 minutes, more than double the time. Qin Chao silently resolved that next time he went out to eat with a girl, he would definitely make a reservation in advance at the restaurant. He didn't want to go through this traffic hassle again. "Qin Chao, over here." Shin Tong had been waiting by the roadside for a while. Upon seeing Qin Chao's black BMW, she waved her hand and shouted. Qin Chao slowly drove over. "You're so slow today, I've been waiting for a while." The campus beauty pouted, complaining. She felt that Qin Chao had made her quite unhappy today and couldn't help but want to tease him. "Sorry, Mo Tong, my wife, there was traffic on the road." Qin Chao lowered his head to apologize. He truly felt sorry for his campus beauty girlfriend today and sincerely admitted his mistake. As long as she vented her frustration, everything would be fine. It's okay, I don't blame you." Shin Tong's face turned a bit red, indicating that she had already forgiven him. In fact, she felt a bit shy hearing him call her Mo Tong, my wife. The two-dimensional campus beauty had a relatively thin skin and was easily teased. "Get in the car, we should go." Shin Tong opened the passenger door and bent down to sit inside. "Where do you want to eat? You can choose any place, just don't hold back on the budget." Qin Chao looked at her with a smile and asked. "Then let's go for Japanese cuisine. There's a new Japanese restaurant open near Mingzhu Square, and it's getting good reviews, but it's a bit pricey." Qin Chao waved his hand grandly. "Why be polite with your husband? Let's go, go. He then started the car. Shin Tong also clenched her little fist and waved it forward. Go. I've been craving this for a long time." 20 minutes later, Qin Chao drove to Mingzhu Square. He parked the car in the underground parking lot of the mall, and the two took the elevator to the third floor. This floor was mostly restaurants, and it was mealtime, so the entire third floor was bustling with people, the aisles crowded. Shin Xiaohua was wearing a pure white dress today, looking like a delicate little white flower, innocent and lovely, beautiful and captivating. As they stepped out of the elevator, the gazes of those around them turned towards the two. At 182 centimeters, Qin Chao was tall and sturdy, while Shen Madong was 160 centimeters, petite and adorable, creating the cutest height difference. Especially Shen Madong, with her sweet and lovely innocent face, her small yet curvy figure attracted the attention of most men. Some even turned back to take another look as they walked by. Occasionally, whispers of discussion could be heard around them. "Wow, that girl is really beautiful, just like my high school crush. What luck this guy has, with such a beautiful girlfriend, I'm so envious. Damn, if I had a girlfriend like that, I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a villa." Qin Chao had sharp ears and caught a few of these comments. He wrapped his arm around his school flower wife's shoulders, his face full of pride and satisfaction. "No wonder she's the school flower, she really brings me honor, it's so impressive. A woman's looks and figure, a man's face." Shin Madong also heard the whispers around them, and at that moment, her face turned a bit red. She leaned her head tightly against Qin Chao's chest and slowly walked forward with him. Soon, they arrived at the Japanese restaurant Shin Madong had mentioned. Sushi One Japanese cuisine had a rather strange name. Qin Chao had never eaten Japanese cuisine before, but he roughly knew it consisted of raw seafood, and having been used to cooked food, he was somewhat resistant to it. However, since his school flower wife wanted to come, he could only fulfill her wish. They walked inside. Qin Chao looked around the restaurant. It had a typical Japanese style, with wooden floors and simple, fresh decor. The overall environment looked quite nice. When a handsome man and a beautiful woman walked in, a nearby waiter quickly approached to greet them. "Hello, sir and madam, welcome to Sushi One Japanese Cuisine. How many of you are there?" "2. Please follow me." The waiter gestured for them to follow and led the way. They sat at a table by the window. "Sir, our restaurant operates on a set menu. What package would you like? We have 3 price tiers, 980, 1480, and 1980. The waiter handed over the menu. Qin Chao took it and passed it to his school flower wife. It was Shin Madong's first time at this restaurant, and she picked up the menu to look. There were only 3 types of set menus. The dishes corresponding to the 3 prices were different, and the various exquisite dish pictures made Shin Madong a bit dazzled. "So expensive, the cheapest is already 1,000 yuan. Shin Madong silently complained in her heart. Her boyfriend's money didn't come from the wind. After thinking for a moment, she quietly said to Qin Chao, "It's so expensive, Qin Chao, why don't we leave and eat somewhere else?" Qin Chao smiled upon hearing this, gently stroking his school flower wife's face. He waved to the waiter, who immediately jogged over respectfully. "Sir, I'll take the 1980 package, please place the order." His school flower wife was so thrifty, even saving money for him. Qin Chao felt both gratified and pained. He was gratified that the school flower really liked him as a person, not just for his money. He felt pained that she hesitated over a mere 1,000 yuan package. As her boyfriend, Qin Chao wouldn't let her suffer even a little. Her beauty and figure deserve the best. She has the system, the capital, and the obligation to enjoy these things. After placing the order, Xin Chao turned and took the school beauty's soft, fair hand. He softly said to Shin Tong, "Your husband is rich, you don't need to save money for me. In my eyes, you are a priceless treasure and deserve the best." The words that reached her ears felt like a loving arrow from Cupid, striking directly at Shin Tong's heart, hitting the mark perfectly. Her heart skipped a beat, and her gaze froze. In her 24 years of life, it was the first time a man had said such sweet words to her, and she felt her heart melting. In interactions between men and women, sometimes emotions can be stirred in an instant. She already liked Xin Chao and had agreed to be his girlfriend a few days ago, but their feelings weren't very deep yet. They hadn't experienced much together, and their time spent together was only these few days. However, after today, Shin Tong felt that she had truly fallen in love with Xin Chao. Husband, I. The previously embarrassing title slipped out naturally, and she wanted to say something but couldn't figure out what to express. Wife, this is nothing, you don't need to worry about it. Being with me, you just need to be beautiful, I'll take care of the rest. Xin Chao somewhat understood Shin Tong's feelings at that moment. He leaned down and kissed her cheek, gently comforting her. Shin Tong's eyes gradually turned red, and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She felt so happy. Xin Chao was truly an ideal boyfriend. He would think for you, give for you, comfort you from your perspective, and had a good temperament, except for being a bit lecherous. But then again, if a man wasn't lecherous, wouldn't he be a eunuch? Thinking of this, Shin Tong lifted her head, leaned in, and kissed Xin Chao on the lips. It was a brief touch. After all, they were in public, and the school beauty was still shy. At that moment, Xin Chao's heart was filled with joy. He could feel that the school beauty's feelings for him had deepened significantly. Just now, she had even called him husband on her own, which represented a qualitative leap in their relationship. It was a milestone, he thought to himself. The dishes are ready, please enjoy. The waiter's voice interrupted the sweet atmosphere between the two. Xin Chao really wanted to give him a good scolding to wake him up. He had no sense at all, he might as well be a waiter for life. Eat, wife, and see if it's good. Xin Chao smiled and picked up a piece of tuna belly, placing it in Shin Tong's bowl. Shin Tong nodded, lowered her head, and slowly tasted it with her small mouth. It's delicious, you should try it too. Xin Chao picked up a piece of belly, but his hand moved slowly, and he hesitated to put it in his mouth. He still found it hard to accept raw fish. It was a psychological resistance. Just like some people love cilantro, while others want to vomit at the taste of it, it's really a psychological issue. Watching Xin Chao not move his chopsticks while the school beauty was enjoying her meal made her a bit curious. She directly picked up a piece of raw fish and stuffed it into Xin Chao's mouth. Xin Chao steeled himself, closed his eyes, and started chewing. Slowly, he realized that the taste wasn't bad at all. Then, he tried several other types of seafood sashimi, and his taste buds opened up. He began to eat heartily. It felt like the door to a new world had been pushed open. I always thought raw food would be very fishy and disgusting, but today I suddenly discovered that it's not bad at all. It's quite delicious, Xin Chao explained to the school beauty about his earlier behavior. Ha ha. Shin Tong laughed twice and then lowered her head. It was only now that she realized Xin Chao didn't eat sashimi, yet he agreed to come eat Japanese food with her. Thinking of this, Shin Tong felt a wave of emotion in her heart, and the corners of her eyes became slightly moist. She was a sentimental woman, easily moved by certain things. She didn't say anything more and quietly began to eat. After finishing their meal at the Japanese restaurant, it was already past 8 p.m. To be honest, this time felt quite awkward. It was too late to catch a movie, and too early to go home to sleep. After pondering for a while, Xin Chao decided to take the campus beauty for a walk in the nearby People's Park. It was a good opportunity to bond. After all, he had only kissed her so far. Tong, are you full? Xin Chao asked. I'm so full. I feel like I could burst. Shin Xiaohua gently rubbed her little belly, a satisfied look on her face. Today had certainly satisfied her cravings. This place has the best food. It's the best Japanese restaurant I've ever been to. Indeed, there's a reason why it's expensive, she exclaimed. Xin Chao glanced at her, reached out to ruffle her hair, and said with a doting expression, next time you want to eat something, just tell your husband, and I'll take you anytime. He then suggested, isn't there a People's Park nearby? Let's go for a walk and digest a bit. Sure. The campus beauty giggled. It's just right, I'm a bit too full, let my little belly digest, hee hee. Let's go. Xin Chao shook his head, holding the campus beauty's little hand as they walked out of the mall. As they exited the main door, the two walked along the small path by the roadside. It was early June, and the early summer evening breeze blew gently, cool and pleasant, instantly refreshing their spirits. The People's Park was very close to Mingzhu Square. They arrived in about 7 or 8 minutes. As they entered the park, lively music immediately filled their ears. The vast horizon is my love. A large group of aunties were dancing in unison, full of energy and radiance. Indeed, the aunties had their square dancing, just like fish had water. Xin Xiao thought to himself. Beside him, Shen Xiaohua watched them with interest for a while, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Before long, her slender waist and delicate hips beneath her white dress began to sway involuntarily. Poof! Xin Xiao burst out laughing. God knows how adorable and sweet the campus beauty looked imitating the aunties dancing. He was truly a bit smitten. Although the campus beauty was only about 160 centimeters tall, her figure was very well proportioned, with an excellent waist-to-hip ratio. The rhythmic movements of her waist and perky hips revealed a unique allure. You dare to make fun of me. Shen Madong pouted her delicate red lips, looking displeased. No, I really was smitten by you, you were so cute just now. Xin Xiao hurriedly explained, his desire to survive very strong. I command you to dance with me. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'm going to get angry. Shen Madong's eyes sparkled mischievously as she threatened Xin Xiao. Okay, I'll dance, Xin Xiao said, using both hands and feet, moving his waist and hips like the aunties. At 182 centimeters tall, his slightly muscular build made his square dancing look quite comical. Ha 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 ha. Shen Madong immediately burst into laughter, her voice crisp and pleasant. Oh no, I can't take it anymore, my stomach is going to hurt from laughing. This burst of laughter was quite loud, attracting the attention of the aunties. Oh, this young man dances pretty well, doesn't he? This young man is tall and strong, you can't tell at all, and he's quite talented. A few aunties began to whisper among themselves. Seeing this scene, Xin Xiao suddenly felt socially dead and quickly grabbed the hand of his school beauty wife, running deeper into the park. Ha ha ha. Throughout the journey, Shen Xiaohua's laughter never stopped. She thought Xin Xiao was just too funny, too interesting, and being with him made her incredibly happy. Soon, there was no one around them. It was close to 9 p.m., walking along the quiet park's tree-lined path, the street lights dim, and a sense of silence enveloped them. Xin Xiao pulled Shen Madong's hand and sat down at a nearby stone table. Is it funny? Xin Xiao stared at Shen Madong with a blank expression. Ha ha ha. Not funny. Shen Madong replied, trying to hold back her laughter. I want you to laugh. Xin Xiao directly pulled Shen Madong into his arms, making her sit face to face on his lap, wrapping his arms around her slim waist. Shen Xiaohua suddenly felt a bit flustered. It was dim around them, and there was no one else, just the two of them, a lonely man and woman at the park's stone table. What do you want to do? Before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced. Xin Xiao kissed her tender red lips. While kissing her, he inhaled the fresh and elegant fragrance of his school beauty girlfriend. His large hand resting on her waist began to wander restlessly, exploring her soft and smooth body. You! Smack! A crisp sound echoed in the silent space, like thunder. Xin Xiao slapped her cute bottom. Call me husband. Xin Xiao stared at Shen Xiaohua with fierce eyes, speaking harshly. Under the dim light, Xin Xiao's fierce gaze was fixed on her, like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Shen Madong felt all her strength leave her body, soft and unable to move. Husband, she murmured sweetly. She wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to Xin Xiao's kiss and his exploration of her body. So obedient, like a good little sheep. I just love obedient little Madong. Xin Xiao greedily savored her breath, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument, like a domineering CEO in a drama. To be honest, Xin Xiao really was a domineering CEO. He held 50% of the shares in a prestigious company and was about to launch his own new business. Xin Xiao felt like he was beginning to understand his school beauty girlfriend's preferences. It seemed that those who enjoyed the two-dimensional world liked to be roughly commanded. They belonged to that type that was both cute and easily bullied. Could she be a submissive? Xin Xiao wondered. He had heard from his college roommates that those who played in the two-dimensional world often had a masochistic tendency, but the truth of this matter was still up for debate. I will listen to my husband's words, Shen Madong murmured sweetly. Ever since she was slapped, it was as if she had opened her meridians, obediently following everything Xin Xiao said. Xin Xiao found it hard to believe. No way. Is the school beauty really a submissive? Xin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He wasn't very familiar with those chaotic circles, just had a slight understanding. But he was very clear about how thrilling it would be to have a little submissive girlfriend to bully at friendship exchange events. It was hard to imagine. At this moment, Xin Xiao felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. 10 minutes later, their lips parted. Both were panting heavily. I can hardly breathe, you stinky Xin Xiao. Shen Madong pouted sweetly. The school beauty returned to her innocent and cute nature, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. It's your little mouth that's too tempting, Xin Xiao said with a wicked smile. He was very satisfied. In his daily life, he really liked the school beauty with her sweet and lovely personality. At the friendship exchange competition, the school beauty showed another side of herself. The contrast between these two sides made it hard for him to resist. He felt like he had struck gold. Having such a girlfriend was truly indescribable. Oof. Of course, I am Shin Madong, the school beauty said with a proud and haughty expression. She was quite famous during her university years, considered a prominent figure at the school, the president of the cosplay club, and one of the top 3 school beauties according to the school forum. At that time, Shin Zhao was just a decent student, dressed poorly, with a terrible hairstyle, and not very noticeable in class. Although they were classmates, Shin Zhao neither participated in activities nor joined clubs, so Shin Madong had never really paid attention to him. However, after graduating from university, she often slacked off, not wanting to work, so she could only take on some costume orders from platforms. Living in a second-tier city like Haichang, she could only be considered to be getting by. I can hardly believe that the school beauty from university, the goddess in the hearts of so many boys, has become my girlfriend. Shin Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. Hee, you really got lucky. You should cherish the school beauty. Shin Madong giggled and continued. Next time at the class reunion, you'll have face. When you bring me along, those boys in class will be so envious of you. How impressive. Hee, I'm actually looking forward to it. Shin Zhao chuckled, silently pondering in his mind. In fact, with his status, he would undoubtedly be the center of attention at the class reunion. Logically, he had no need to attend any reunions, but with the school beauty as his girlfriend, he felt a bit uneasy not showing off in front of those classmates. It just didn't feel perfect. He thought of it as a complete farewell to his past self. Shin Zhao silently gave himself a reason. After gaining the system, he had seen towering peaks and magnificent scenery, but he still vaguely remembered that he was once just an ant. Just lucky. At the entrance of the Greenview Elegant Garden community, Shin Zhao parked the car. The two sat quietly in the car without speaking. Shin Madong's eyes were filled with reluctance. She didn't want to part ways with Shin Zhao. However, she also didn't want to give herself to him so soon. After all, they had only just confirmed their relationship not long ago. In other words, she wanted to be in a relationship but was afraid of being taken advantage of. Shin Zhao felt a bit restless as well. Just earlier in the park, he had clearly felt how alluring the school beauty's figure was under her dress. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Tong, can I come to your house for a cup of tea? Upon hearing this, Shin Madong's heart stirred a little. However, she quickly thought about the underlying meaning of his words and felt a bit hesitant. She knew what agreeing would imply, but she wasn't fully prepared in her heart. Her brows furrowed, her expression unusually conflicted. Shin Zhao saw through her thoughts. After thinking it over, he realized that it was still a bit early since they had only confirmed their relationship a few days ago. He had been a bit carried away lately, always wanting to speed things up. Never mind, let's do it next time. I have things to do when I get back, Shin Zhao said proactively, not wanting to put Shin Madong in a difficult position. Maybe if he kept pushing, she would eventually agree, but that wouldn't be meaningful. He wanted Shin Madong to willingly open her arms to him, not in a half-coerced manner. Hearing this, Shin Madong breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Shin Zhao with a hint of gratitude. She knew he didn't want to make things difficult for her. Remembering how he had accompanied her to eat Japanese food, which she didn't like, Shin Madong felt a bit guilty in her heart. Shin Zhao was really good to her, but after thinking for a moment, she reached out her hands, wrapped them around Shin Zhao's neck, and took the initiative to kiss him. Facing the school beauty's bold move, Shin Zhao naturally welcomed it without hesitation. Their lips and tongues intertwined, as if they were glued together. A few minutes later, Shin Madong got off Shin Zhao and gently whispered in his ear, I'm feeling a bit conflicted right now. After all, we've only been dating for a few days. Once I figure things out, I'll give you all of myself. This was one of her rare serious moments. Usually, she was sweet, cute, and carefree. Shin Zhao touched her delicate and lovely face, leaned in, and kissed her, saying, Don't feel any pressure. You are a priceless treasure in my heart, and I respect your thoughts. Got it. I should head back now. Shin Madong returned to her sweet, delicate tone, opened the car door, and jumped out. As she walked towards the community, she reminded Shin Zhao, drive slowly tonight, be safe, and text me when you get home. Okay. Shin Zhao started the car and drove into the night. Creek Building 2, Apartment 301, Greenview Garden. Shin Madong pushed open the door and walked in. She changed into slippers at the entrance, hung up her handbag, and plopped down on the living room sofa. The apartment she rented was a one-bedroom, one-living-room unit, not expensive at all, only 1,500 yuan a month, which was quite a good deal in Haicheng. Thinking about how lonely Shin Zhao looked when he drove away alone just now, Shin Madong felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She regretted not stopping him. He was so good to her, she should have given herself to him. It was just a thin layer, after all. What era was it? It wasn't decades ago, societal norms had changed long ago, yet she was still. Shen Madong's mind was in a haze, and she didn't know how long had passed. Buzz buzz suddenly, a WeChat message notification sounded. She quickly picked up her phone and opened the message. Chin, I'm home. Don't overthink it when you get back. I'll come find you in a couple of days. Seeing the content of the message, a smile curved her lips. Chin Chao was worried about her overthinking even after getting home, and he specifically reminded her. She felt truly captivated by him. His constant care made her intoxicated and delighted. Shen Madong secretly made a decision in her heart. The next time they met, she would completely give herself to him. With the decision made, her heart suddenly relaxed, and she felt very light. She picked up her phone and quickly typed a reply. Got it, hubby. I'm going to take a shower now. I'll give you a surprise next time we meet. As if recalling something, a smile appeared on Shen Madong's lips. She turned off her phone and walked towards the bathroom while taking off her clothes. The next day. Ding 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 ding, the alarm clock sounded particularly harsh in the quiet bedroom. Chin Chao frowned, groggily reaching out to fumble around for his phone on the pillow for a long time before finally finding it and pressing the stop button. He glanced at the time, 8:30. Since he had important matters today and wouldn't be going to the gym, Chin Chao had messaged Lu Ruyan last night to communicate. His usual alarm was set for 6:50, but wanting to sleep in today, he set it for 8:25, only to end up sleeping straight through to 8:30. Remembering that he had an interview scheduled with Hu Zongyi at 9:30, Chin Chao jumped out of bed like a carp leaping over a dragon gate. He rushed to the bathroom, washed up, shaved, quickly made a simple breakfast, and hastily ate a few bites before heading out. Since today was the first day he was officially selecting talent for his new company, Chin Chao didn't want to be late. He was a punctual person by nature. Before getting the system, when he worked at Tianyi Trading, Chin Chao had never been late, and he consistently earned the full attendance bonus of 200 every month. At 9:15, Chin Chao arrived at the Fujin building. After parking his car in the underground parking lot, he headed straight for the 12th floor of the Buotsaying Rui Company. Good morning, Director Chin. As soon as he stepped through the door, the sweet and lovely receptionist, Zhu Yu, hurriedly stood up and greeted him respectfully. Good morning, Xiao Zhu. Chin Chao smiled gently, glanced at her, and walked inside. He had a good impression of this receptionist. She was beautiful and had a somewhat quirky personality. During work hours, she would slack off, play mobile games, and was timid in her speech and actions. She was an interesting girl. Director Chin, good morning. You're really early. The general manager, Hu Zongyi, approached him, bowing slightly with a fawning expression. No matter how you slice it, flattery is always in fashion, and it was already 9:20. To still say early was truly a talent. Chin Chao thought to himself. Hu Zongyi would definitely be a high-ranking official in ancient times. With his skill in flattery, he would surely rise to prominence and have a smooth career. Despite having 1,000 complaints in his heart, Chin Chao's face showed no signs of it. He spoke calmly and composedly. Good morning, General Manager Hu. Have all the interviewees arrived? They're all here, Director Chin, waiting in the conference room. Good, I'll head over now. Chin Chao made an okay gesture and walked toward the conference room. In fact, the reason Chin Chao wanted to conduct the interviews was not to assess their abilities. Hu Zongyi was the head of a specialized human resources company. He would review resumes and achievements before selecting candidates, so the professional managers and employees he recommended were certainly competent, if not excellent. Chin Chao just wanted to personally vet them. He needed to ensure that the employees and professional managers of his new company were obedient, useful, and had decent character. He wouldn't hire those capable troublemakers. Having worked at Tianyi Trading, he was well aware of the workplace dynamics. Mutual exclusion, open strife, and bloodshed could sometimes even affect the success rate of company projects. He wanted to eliminate such phenomena. His company needed to work together, united as one. Therefore, he needed to understand the personalities and temperaments of these employees first. He wouldn't assess their abilities. He didn't understand those things himself. Professional matters had to be left to professionals. He was responsible for grasping the overall situation. As a boss, it was enough to know how to manage talent. Appropriately delegating authority was even better. If he had to handle everything himself, wouldn't that be exhausting? Chin Chao arrived at the conference room door, pushed it open, and walked in. When he entered, a few people inside were whispering among themselves. I really don't know who our boss is. I heard from General Manager Hu that this boss is also a major shareholder of Buotsaying Rui. I heard that too. They say he holds half the shares, so the treatment for this new company must be quite good. If we succeed in our applications, we'll be old employees. We have to seize this opportunity. Qin Chao glanced around the conference room. There were 5 people inside, 4 men and 1 woman. The men were the ones whispering, while the woman sat alone in the front row, her features delicate, her expression serious and proud, giving off a cold demeanor. Qin Chao immediately became interested in her. Judging by her posture, she was likely one of the candidates for the professional manager position. She seemed to be a beautiful woman with character. Qin Chao speculated inwardly. He walked to the head of the table and sat down, with Hu Zoni following suit. "Hello everyone, I am your interviewer, and my name is Qin Chao." Qin Chao got straight to the point. "Hello, boss. Good morning, Director Qin. Good morning, Director Qin." The applicants were all surprised. The boss looked to be only 24 or 25 years old, far too young. They all speculated in their hearts that he must be a rich second generation. Even the proud woman, with her beautiful eyes, showed a hint of astonishment. Mu Xueqing's expression was somewhat surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. She had been friends with Hu Zongyi for a long time and was well aware that this boss was the largest shareholder of Bo Kaiying Rui. She didn't expect him to be so young. He must have relied on his family, she thought. She looked down on this kind of rich second generation the most, having no abilities of their own, relying on their family to act arrogantly and jump around. With this thought, her beautiful eyes cast a glance at Qin Chao that carried a hint of preconceived disdain. Qin Chao noticed the trace of contempt in Mu Xueqing's eyes and felt very puzzled. What happened? He felt confused. Ahem, he cleared his throat and said, "You are all talents carefully selected by General Manager Hu. I have no doubts about your abilities, so today's interview should be different from the ones you encountered before." Qin Chao continued, "Let's start with self-introductions. I'd like to get to know everyone first. Ladies first," he added, and everyone's gaze turned to Mu Xueqing. Her expression showed no change. She was confident and aloof, exuding a sense of composure. She stood up, opened her mouth, and said, "Hello everyone, hello, Mr. Qin. My name is Mu Xueqing, I am 28 years old, and I graduated from Capital University of Technology. I previously worked at a medium-sized internet company as the operations manager of the e-commerce department. Due to a dispute with the company, I resigned. I heard that Mr. Qin is looking to hire professional managers from e-commerce internet companies, so I came. I am very confident that I can excel in this position and help the new company quickly get on track and achieve profitability. Thank you." Mu Xueqing's words were filled with strong confidence, her clear voice carrying a magnetic quality, very impressive. Her aura was quite powerful, and the male employees looked at her with admiration and astonishment. Qin Chao was also somewhat shocked. Capital University of Technology is a top-tier university, and having such a high-caliber graduate come to his newly established internet company felt like a waste of talent. Not to mention she had previously served as an e-commerce operations manager in a major internet company. She was truly a talent with both excellent education and experience. If she was proud, she indeed had the grounds to be so. Qin Chao couldn't help but marvel at his luck. Ever since he got the system, he had been on a lucky streak. This time, he had directly picked up such a big opportunity. "System, did you give me a luck card? Otherwise, how can this be explained?" Qin Chao silently asked in his heart. "Not at all, please don't fantasize, and is there a possibility that you are the chosen one?" The system remained as sharp-tongued as ever, leaving Qin Chao speechless. Coming back to his senses, Qin Chao ignored the inexplicable disdain in Mu Xueqing's eyes. "With such talent, even if you pointed at my nose and scolded me, I wouldn't mind." After Mu Xueqing sat down, the other 4 male employees introduced themselves one by one. However, with Mu Xueqing setting the bar so high, their resumes seemed rather ordinary. Being small employees was not a big deal. Qin Chao listened carefully to their introductions and formed a rough judgment about their basic situations and personalities. Mu Xueqing, a proud daughter of heaven, confident, and very capable, he could trust her with the company without a doubt. Wang Kuan, an accountant, meticulous, serious, and cautious, he was the best among the 4, and Qin Chao felt quite at ease in trusting him with the finances. The other 3 were just average, but they seemed diligent enough, so Qin Chao decided to keep them all. Ahem. Qin Chao stood up, his smile sincere as he said, "I am very satisfied with everyone. Congratulations, you have all been hired. As for the benefits, let General Manager Hu discuss the details with you. As long as everyone works hard, I can guarantee that your future salaries will definitely be higher than before, even much higher." "Great, Qin Chao is awesome. Fantastic, Qin Chao is really good." As soon as Qin Chao finished speaking, several employees cheered. They were not only happy to be hired but also had a strong yearning for the promises Qin Chao had made. Qin Chao understood very well that motivating employees required spending money. This was the most practical approach, far better than anything else. It seemed that Hu Zongyi was quite reliable. Xin Chao felt he needed to revise his impression of Hu Zongyi. The first task had been completed so well, which deserved encouragement. Xin Chao turned to Hu Zongyi beside him, gave him a thumbs up, and nodded, signaling that he had done well. Hu Zongyi's face lit up with joy, unable to contain himself. Xin Chao was his big boss, and even though he was the general manager, being praised by his superior brought him a sense of joy from being recognized for his efforts. At this moment, Mu Xueqing's eyes flickered with doubt. From Xin Chao's demeanor and the tone of his speech, she felt he was not like those rich second-generation heirs she had encountered before. Those rich second-generation heirs were all arrogant and dismissive. In contrast, Xin Chao was the exact opposite. As the owner of the company and a major shareholder of Bo Kai-ing Rui, he did not carry himself with any air of superiority. His tone was kind, friendly, and polite, and he even personally interviewed the employees, presenting an image of a humble and respectful leader. Coupled with his youthful and robust appearance, he seemed very charming. At this moment, deep down, Mu Xueqing felt a slight fondness for this new boss. Perhaps I was too quick to judge. Xin Chao shouldn't be the kind of rich second-generation heir who relies solely on his family's legacy without any real ability. Mu Xueqing thought to herself. Alright, let's leave it at that for today. Mu Xueqing, come with me for a moment, Xin Chao said with a smile, nodding towards Mu Xueqing. He planned to hand over the company's registration and related paperwork to this proud and aloof beauty, mainly because he wanted to take it easy. After all, completing these tasks would take a considerable amount of time, and Xin Chao did not want to waste time on such trivial matters. Upon hearing her name called, Mu Xueqing stood up straight. Dressed in a well-fitted black women's suit, with a tall figure, long straight legs, and a composed, cold elegance, her striking features exuded an air of chastity. Xin Chao was the first to walk out of the conference room, heading towards Hu Zongyi's office. There was no choice. Bo Kai-ing Rui had not set up a dedicated boardroom, so he directly occupied Hu Zongyi's. Little Hu, you've worked hard, Xin Chao thought to himself. Pushing the door open and entering the general manager's office, Xin Chao sat down at the desk, with Mu Xueqing following closely behind. Please sit, Xueqing. Is it alright if I call you that? Xin Chao said warmly, his tone gentle, with a hint of magnetism in his voice. Mu Xueqing frowned slightly, feeling conflicted for a moment before agreeing. She felt that Xin Chao was clearly a few years younger than her, and addressing him this way felt a bit awkward, but after all, he was her boss. It was just a form of address, so it was fine to accommodate it. No problem, Xin Chao. Well, Xueqing, our company is not registered yet, so can I leave the handling of the related documents and procedures to you? Today counts as your first day of work, and I want to get this done as quickly as possible, ideally within a few days. Xin Chao assigned the first task to this aloof beauty. Sure, no problem, but, Xin Chao, the fastest it can take to register a company is at least a month. Ha? Xin Chao was a bit stunned. Does it really take that long? He thought it would be done in a few days, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. If you find someone to handle it, the time can be greatly shortened, but the fastest would still take about 10 days. Upon hearing this, Xin Chao's furrowed brows relaxed. That was acceptable. A month was truly too long to wait. Oh, I see. Then let's go with 10 days. I'll leave this matter entirely to you. Please handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your hard work. This card has 1 million in it, and the password is 6/8. It's our company's registered capital, and there will be additional funds later. You can withdraw the expenses for registering the company from it. Xin Chao handed Mu Xueqing a bank card and spoke. Yes, I will take care of it, Mr. Xin. Mu Xueqing took the bank card, her expression slightly moved. Her hands were fair and slender, with distinct joints, a typical manga-style hand, very beautiful. The fact that Xin Chao, upon their first meeting, dared to hand her 1 million directly filled her with a sense of heavy trust, which touched her. She didn't say anything like thank you for your trust or anything of the sort, that wasn't her style, but she silently remembered it. She would only complete every task he entrusted to her, and even do it exceptionally well, to repay his trust. You give me a peach, and I return it with a plum. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Once the company is registered, we can sign the contract. I guarantee your annual salary will not be lower than what you earned at your previous company, and I will also give you equity rewards. Xin Chao looked into Mu Xueqing's beautiful, narrow eyes and spoke sincerely. For such talent, he wouldn't skimp on money. Giving her equity was to bind her to the company. She would be a shareholder herself. How could she not care? Thank you, Mr. Xin. Mu Xueqing felt even more moved. She had fallen out with her previous company over this issue. The company had given her deserved equity rewards to the nephew of the vice president, which made her furious. After causing a scene at the company, she left directly. It was precisely because she had experienced such dirty dealings in the workplace that Qin Chao's generous conditions and his unreserved trust made her feel a warmth and touch in her heart. He was truly a different kind of boss. Mu Xueqing thought to herself. It's fine, you go ahead and get busy. Yes. Mu Xueqing left. Qin Chao leaned back in his comfortable office chair, stretching his hands lazily. 10 days. Qin Chao murmured absent-mindedly. He suddenly remembered the feasibility plan for the entrepreneurial project that the system had rewarded him with, Chapter 11. With this, the goals and overall direction for the new company after its opening would have a framework. After all, he was still a blank slate when it came to starting a company. As the boss, he needed to have a clear understanding of the company's overall plans and decisions. He couldn't just be in the dark and know nothing. Since he had nothing much to do these days, he decided to look up information, conduct some research, and generate this feasibility plan first. Having figured out what to do next, Qin Chao felt a bit smug and proud. He wasn't afraid of knowing nothing, he was afraid of not being willing to put in the effort to learn. In starting a company, he was indeed a novice, but he had to take it step by step, eating one bite at a time. He would slowly explore it himself. If worse came to worst, he still had a highly educated professional manager like Mu Xueqing and the systems plan, so he was sure he wouldn't mess it up. He glanced at the time, it was already 11:15. Qin Chao thought that as the big boss of Bo Kai Roi, he had yet to treat the company employees to a meal and didn't know them very well. After all, they were his employees, it was appropriate to reward them a bit, which was a benefit that a boss should provide. He opened the office door and walked into the work area. At that moment, Hu Zongyi, who had taken over the office, was sitting in an office chair, bored, playing with his phone. Seeing Qin Chao come out, he quickly stood up and stepped forward, saying, Mr. Qin, the matter is settled, and it's almost lunchtime. Would you do me the honor of letting me treat you to a meal? Qin Chao smiled slightly and patted him on the shoulder. To be clear, I should be the one treating you to a meal. You've helped me a great deal, and I need to thank you properly. I dare not take credit. It's all thanks to your wisdom and insight, Mr. Qin. I just did what I was supposed to do. Hu Zongyi quickly waved his hand, looking humble. No wonder they say he can be the general manager, his way of dealing with people is indeed on point. Qin Chao was somewhat elated by the flattery, fully aware that he was being insincere, yet he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth lift slightly. He glanced at Hu Zongyi with amusement and said nothing more. Taking a few steps forward to the center of the office area, he cleared his throat and spoke loudly, Everyone, please stop what you're doing. Today, I'm treating you all to a seafood buffet for lunch. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire office area erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Wow, Mr. Qin is so generous. Mr. Qin is amazing. Wow, a seafood buffet. I usually can't bear to eat it, but today I'm in for a treat. Mr. Qin is the best. Having a boss like this is truly wonderful. I swear I'll stick with him from now on, wherever he points, I'll follow. Everyone was immersed in joy, smiling and discussing among themselves. Even the little beauty at the front desk, Zhuyu, who was playing Honor of Kings and controlling the character by Li Shouyue to dominate the game, was drawn over. She was still unclear about what had happened and quickly pulled a close female colleague over to ask quietly. Upon learning that Mr. Qin was treating everyone to a seafood buffet, her sweet and lovely face also broke into a happy smile. She usually couldn't afford to eat seafood, her salary at the front desk was just over 4,000 a month, and after paying rent and basic expenses, not much was left. With cosmetics and clothes, she was basically living paycheck to paycheck, sometimes even relying on her good friend Zhou Jieje for support, making ends meet quite tightly. Good thing I didn't eat this morning. Zhu Yu felt proud of her cleverness. Alright then, let's head out. There happens to be an Amazon seafood buffet nearby, let's all walk over together. Qin Chao said with a smile to the employees, taking the lead and stepping outside. In fact, he had already found the dining place on a review site while in the office. This Amazon seafood buffet was only a few hundred meters away from the Fujin building, just a few minutes walk. With so many employees, Qin Chao estimated there were over 30 people. If the restaurant were far, it would be inconvenient to set off, so he specifically chose a nearby one. The group of over 30 from the company attracted the attention of most pedestrians on the way to the restaurant. They were all puzzled about what this happy bunch was up to. As they walked and chatted, the atmosphere was very harmonious, and even General Manager Hu Zongyi shared a few risque jokes, making the female employees blush and laugh non-stop. I didn't expect you to be like this, Hu Zongyi, Qin Chao thought to himself. He found old Hu to be quite charming. As a superior and a friend, he was quite willing to get along with him. The atmosphere was always good when they were together, and it never fell flat. Soon, they arrived at the Amazon seafood buffet. At 299 per person, it was considered a top buffet in Haicheng. After all, Haicheng was just a second-tier city. Everyone rushed into the restaurant, and the manager at the reception couldn't help but smile broadly. With a wave of his hand, he immediately decided to give everyone an extra serving of cheese-baked lobster. The restaurant originally limited each person to one serving of cheese-baked lobster, but now that they heard they could have an extra serving, the staff were even happier. Awesome, being with Chairman Chin is just awesome. I have to eat until I'm completely full today, definitely going to make Chairman Chin break even. Everyone remember, don't drink soda, don't eat staple foods, just go all out on seafood, that's how we can break even. The employees discussed how to eat while following the waiter to their private room. This restaurant had a beautiful environment and modern decor, making for a pleasant experience. Qin Xiao and Hu Zongyi sat together, while the other employees kept their distance. After all, they were the big boss and the general manager, and everyone felt a bit of awe towards them. This was the inherent pressure that higher-ups exerted on ordinary employees. Hu Zongyi sat to the left of Qin Xiao, and the seat on his right remained empty until a female employee plopped down in it. A fresh and elegant fragrance wafted into Qin Xiao's nose, and when he looked up, he saw Juyu, the sweet and lovely receptionist. Her face was slightly flushed as she forced herself to appear calm, waving her hand to greet Qin Xiao. Hello, Chairman Qin. Hu Zongyi, witnessing this scene, revealed a knowing smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling slightly. Hello, Xiao Zhu. He continued, it's not working hours now, no need to call me Chairman Qin. You look younger than me, just call me Brother Qin. Qin. Brother Qin. The young girl was a bit nervous and shy, stuttering as she spoke, unable to meet Qin Xiao's gaze. Juyu felt her heart racing wildly, as if it would leap out of her chest. Her hands were tightly clenched, palms slightly sweaty. Qin Xiao noticed her nervousness, smiled gently, and reached out to pat her head, comforting her softly. Don't be nervous, just think of me as your big brother. After we finish eating, let's do OQ in honor of kings. I'm not very good. You'll have to carry me. Feeling Qin Xiao's affectionate gesture and his kindness, along with his mention of playing games with her later, her heart gradually relaxed. She smiled sweetly. Brother Qin, my Baili Shoyu is really strong. I'll definitely carry you. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Qin Xiao's lips curved into a smile, sensing that this girl was a bit naive, but she was quite pretty and had a nice figure. Soon, a variety of dishes were served. Foie gras, lobster, Arctic clams, grilled durian, abalone, crab, lobster. The employees' eyes sparkled with excitement. Some female employees took out their phones, adjusting angles to snap photos. It was the usual routine to post on social media first. They added captions like, the big boss is treating us, 299 per person for a buffet, I won't hold back. Before long, there were many comments under the post. What company is this? What boss? Why can't I ever run into one? Wow, sis, I'm so envious, I've wanted to go to this place for ages, and you're eating for free. What's that to me? I'll just stick to my steamed buns and pickles, that's the most delicious thing in the world to me. Qin Xiao glanced at the lively atmosphere around him. Having just had a quick bite in the morning, he joined in and began to feast. After the hearty meal, Qin Xiao went to the front desk to settle the bill. Hu Zongyi took a step back at the right moment, not rushing to pay. He knew very well that since the big boss was treating, the employees would cover his bill, so he wouldn't overstep. Sir, hello, your total is 9,900 yuan. The young girl at the cash register smiled sweetly as she spoke. WeChat, please. Qin Xiao scanned the QR code to make the payment. Ding, the host generously treated the company employees to a big meal, successfully earning a wave of goodwill and sincerity from them, increasing their sense of belonging to the company, and indulging successfully. The indulgence score for this time is 7 points, rewarding Tianyi Trading Company, Ltd, with 20% equity. Note, the system has integrated with reality, all procedures have been completed, just contact lawyer Wang Tian. Wow! Qin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, it was actually Tianyi Trading, the very same Tianyi Trading where he had previously worked. Coming back to his senses, a surge of immense joy suddenly filled Qin Xiao's heart. Damn it, he still remembered that Li Konggai, who had played him. He had no way to deal with him before, but now he had become a shareholder of the company, the time for revenge had come. Qin Xiao could already imagine how ugly Li Jiankong's face would look when he attended the board meeting as a shareholder of Tianyi Trading. Let's see how I can make things difficult for you. Qin Xiao sneered inwardly. Coming back to reality, Qin Xiao walked towards the restaurant exit. At this moment, the company staff were chatting and joking in small groups outside the door, mainly waiting for him. The boss hadn't left, who would dare to go first? Are they looking for trouble? It's lunch break, everyone should do what they need to do, no need to wait for me, just come back on time in the afternoon, Qin Xiao said as he saw everyone waiting for him, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly spoke up. Okay, goodbye, Director Chin. Goodbye, boss. To be honest, he was still young, and his mindset hadn't fully shifted yet. If it were Hu Zongi, he would have just nodded calmly in such a situation without any other reaction. As a boss, one must have the demeanor of a boss, the authority and confidence of a boss. Since you provide them with food, you should enjoy such privileges. After thinking for a while, Qin Chao gradually understood this principle. A boss can be amiable, but must also have an air of mystery and authority to better manage the company. Come on, slowly learn to be a good boss. I still have a long way to go. Qin Chao silently encouraged himself. It was now close to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The scorching sun beat down on the earth, making it unbearably hot and causing a slight drowsiness. Qin Chao didn't plan to go directly back to Buetsayingrui. He had already completed the interview in the morning. Next, he planned to contact lawyer Wang Tian and directly show his presence at Tianyi Trading Company. He couldn't wait to slap Li Jiankong in the face. However, he had to walk back to Fujin Building first and then drive to the Rongtai Building where Tianyi Trading was located. The distance between these two buildings wasn't short, nearly 2 kilometers, which made walking impractical. Thinking of this, Qin Chao quickened his pace towards Fujin Building. Xingu, wait for me. A crisp and pleasant voice came from behind. Qin Chao turned to see Zhu Yu. This sweet and lovely little beauty ran up to Qin Chao, panting heavily, with a bit of sweat on her face. Her features were exquisite, with an oval face, peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose, and slightly pouting, rosy lips that were quite stunning. In addition, Zhu Yu's skin was very fair, and the slight sweat on her forehead reflected a rainbow of colors in the sunlight, adding an unusual beauty to her. Qin Chao stared intently at her pretty face, his gaze slightly dazed. Qin Gu? This little girl had become much bolder after chatting with Qin Chao during lunch. She could now calmly call him Qin Gu. Ah, it's little Zhu. Qin Chao came back to his senses, his expression slightly unnatural. How embarrassing, he was so mesmerized by her face, but little Zhu was indeed beautiful. What's up? Qin Chao asked again. Zhu Yu opened her mouth to say something, but her expression suddenly became a bit shy, and she couldn't get a word out for a long time. Ever since Qin Zhao first came to the company and said he wanted to play games with her in duo mode, even adding her on WeChat, this young girl had been looking forward to the fun of playing together with her boss. However, there had been no news, and she didn't dare to disturb Qin Zhao on WeChat, so she just let it go. Unexpectedly, today Qin Zhao mentioned wanting to duo with her again, and her heart was filled with joy and excitement. After finishing her meal, her gaze was fixed on Qin Zhao, waiting for him to come over and invite her to play, but even after he left, she didn't see him approach her. So, on the way back, when the girl saw Qin Zhao's back, she couldn't help but run up to him, wanting to remind him, but she didn't know how to start. Seeing her in such a conflicted state, Qin Zhao suddenly remembered that he had promised to play games with her during lunch. It seemed he had also mentioned wanting her to help him improve, but he had never really focused on it and gradually forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot that I promised to play games with you, but I have something to do right now. How about this, I have your WeChat, so we can play together on WeChat tonight when I get home, okay? There was a hint of apology in Qin Zhao's eyes, and his tone was gentle and sincere. He truly felt a bit guilty. Zhu Yu was just a young girl, innocent and naive, without much guile. He had stood her up twice, which wasn't very nice. It wasn't that he was attracted to her looks or figure, he could assure that wasn't the case. It's okay, Qin Gu, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll wait for you tonight. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the girl's face gradually broke into a smile. She knew that Qin Zhao was the big boss of the company and must have a lot to handle, so just being able to play together at night was already great. She was very satisfied. Alright then, let's contact each other on WeChat tonight. Seeing the sweet smile on the girl's face, Qin Zhao was also infected by her joy, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a bright, sunny smile. 5 minutes later, Qin Zhao sat in his black BMW. He first called lawyer Wang Tian to inform him to accompany him to Tianyi Trade to complete the equity transfer procedures. Then he dialed the phone number of his long-legged wife, Tian Jing. The call was quickly connected. Hello, husband. Xiao Jing, are you at the company now? Yes, I'm resting at my desk. What's up? That's good. It's nothing serious. I'll give you a surprise in a bit. Qin Zhao said with a smile, keeping her in suspense. What surprise? You're being all mysterious, so I'll be waiting for your surprise. His long-legged wife sounded a bit puzzled, but out of trust in Qin Zhao, she didn't ask for details, though she was somewhat looking forward to the surprise. You'll find out soon. Bye-bye, wife. Bye-bye, husband. After hanging up, Qin Zhao started the car and drove towards the Rongtai building. 10 minutes later, after parking in the building's underground parking lot, Qin Zhao walked towards the main entrance. Just as he reached the door, he saw Wang Tian standing there in a sharp suit waiting for him. Upon seeing Qin Zhao arrive, Wang Tian hurriedly approached, speaking respectfully. Good afternoon, President Qin. Hello, Lawyer Wang. Qin Zhao glanced at him and nodded. Wang Tian was still dressed as the elite he was last time, in a black suit, wearing brown glasses, with his hair meticulously styled, presenting a streamlined and capable demeanor. Let's go up. After saying that, Qin Zhao stepped directly into the building, with Wang Tian following closely behind. As the elevator stopped on the 20th floor, the two stepped out. Just as they exited the elevator, the large logo of Tianyi Trade appeared before them. The scene was still familiar, the style was still familiar, the decor was still familiar. However, at this moment, Qin Zhao's heart showed no signs of fluctuation. His face was expressionless, exuding an air of aloofness that discouraged strangers from approaching. He was no longer the naive person he once was. Soon, he would slap Li Jiankong's face hard. Yuli had been working at the front desk of Tianyi Trading for half a year. Although her salary was not high, just over 4,000 a month, the job was easy and pleasant, and she was quite satisfied with her work. At this moment, she was sitting at her desk, bored, scrolling through Douyin. As the elevator opened, two people walked in at the company entrance. The one in front looked very familiar, but she could hardly believe her eyes. She directly asked, Qin Zhao, is that you? Hello, Xiaoli, Qin Zhao replied with a gentle smile. You've changed so much. I can't believe how handsome you've become in just a few days. Yuli was genuinely amazed. She had a decent relationship with Qin Zhao before, often chatting and joking together. She remembered that Qin Zhao used to be a bit chubby, dressed poorly, and looked rather unkempt, giving off a less than favorable impression. But in just over 10 days, he had transformed completely. His features were sharp and handsome, his jawline clear, and his looks had improved significantly. He was wearing a light blue suit, which, judging by the fabric and craftsmanship, was clearly of high quality and quite valuable. Coupled with his tall and strong physique and calm demeanor, he exuded the aura of an elite gentleman, making her hesitate to recognize him. Have you been working out and losing weight? The results are impressive. Qin Zhao teased her, a light smile on his face. So successful. I really can't believe this is you. Yuli was still lost in her amazement, unable to pull herself away. What brings you to the company today? I thought you had resigned? Coming back to her senses, Yuli curiously asked. Before Qin Zhao could respond, Wang Tian spoke up first. President Qin has acquired 20% of your company's shares. He's here today to handle the equity transfer procedures. Please notify your president. Wang Tian spoke clearly and at a steady pace, and Yuli quickly understood. She was instantly dumbfounded, her mouth agape in disbelief. You acquired the company's shares? As she walked inside, she turned back to look at Qin Zhao in disbelief. Soon, a large group of former colleagues gathered around, with Jiang Tian, the president of Tianyi Trading, leading the way. His long-legged wife, Tian Jing, was among them. When she saw Qin Zhao standing there in his meticulously tailored light blue suit, she was momentarily stunned, her face lighting up with joy. Qin Zhao had already spotted his long-legged wife. When their eyes met, he winked at her. This made several female colleagues around Tian Jing blush, all thinking the wink was meant for them. Jiang Tian slowly approached Qin Zhao, recognizing him as the newcomer from before, who had suddenly become one of the major shareholders with 20% of the company's equity and had joined the board. He took a deep breath to calm his shock and extended his hand to Qin Zhao with a smile, saying, Welcome, Director Qin. Congratulations on becoming one of the shareholders and a board member of Tianyi Trading. Standing next to Jiang Tian was Li Jiankong, the project department director, who immediately recognized Qin Zhao. His face turned red and pale in succession. Then, trembling all over, his eyes widened in disbelief, giving him an oddly comical appearance. He couldn't believe that the major shareholder who had just acquired 20% of the company's equity, whom he had just learned about that morning, was actually the small employee Qin Zhao whom he had previously pushed aside. It's over, everything is over. Li Jiankong's eyes were vacant, his heart a dead silence. He knew that his future days would be difficult. Offending a company boss, especially one with a deadly grudge, he had no idea how he would survive in the company from now on. Hello, President Jiang. I'm also very happy to become a shareholder of Tianyi Trading. After all, I've worked here for half a year, and I have deep feelings for this place. Qin Zhao extended his hand to shake hands with Jiang Tianxian, then shook hands in turn with several department directors around him. When it came to Li Jiankong, Qin Zhao directly ignored him. Li Jiankong's face turned pale, even somewhat bloodless. He understood Qin Zhao's meaning. He would definitely ruin him. President Jiang Tian, standing nearby, saw this scene, but his expression showed no change, and he ignored it. Even as president, he wouldn't dare to casually offend a major shareholder and board member who held 20% of the company's shares. He was aware of the specific grievances between Qin Chao and Li Jiankong from the group chat before, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time. After all, Qin Chao was just a small fry who had been in the company for half a year. He wouldn't focus on such insignificant people. And now, he wouldn't care. Li Jiankong had brought this upon himself. Let him suffer. After Zhang Tian introduced Qin Chao's identity, the company employees behind him were all dumbfounded, and they immediately began to whisper among themselves. Wow, this handsome guy is Qin Chao, I can't be mistaken, right? The new guy who just got confirmed? He became one of our company's big bosses and joined the board of directors. My goodness, he can't be some rich man's illegitimate son here to gain experience, can he? Wow, he was a bit chubby before, but now he's so handsome, he looks so stylish. Tianjing heard the quiet discussions of a few female colleagues nearby, her face beaming with pride and joy. This handsome guy is my husband, who would have thought? The new boss of the company is my husband, what a fairy tale plot. Thinking of this, Tianjing looked at Qin Chao with eyes full of affection, her brows conveying emotions. Xiaojing, I remember you were quite close to Qin Chao, right? Now that he's so handsome and so rich, you must seize the opportunity. This is your chance to cross classes. Sister Qiu reminded Tianjing in a low voice. She was the eldest sister in the company, managing all the gossip. Previously, Qin Chao had been very close to Tianjing in the company, and with her experienced eyes, she could see that Qin Chao liked Tianjing at that time, but he was just too insecure to reveal his feelings. Now that Qin Chao had made a comeback and become the boss of the company, Tianjing was so beautiful, she could just play matchmaker for them. This way, Qin Chao would definitely remember her fondly, and she would have backing in the company, no one would dare to mess with her. If Qin Chao knew her thoughts, he would indeed praise her. You're quite nice. Tianjing's pretty face flushed slightly as she responded softly. She didn't know how to speak to Sister Qiu, so she could only casually brush it off. Everyone in the company was buzzing with discussion when President Zhang Tian finally spoke up. Could Director Qin and Lawyer Wang come to my office for a moment? We need to hand over the relevant procedures. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the office. Qin Chao and Wang Tian followed closely behind. As they passed by Li Jiankong, Qin Chao shot him a fierce glare and whispered in his ear, "Just wait." After saying that, he acted as if nothing had happened, looking straight ahead, calmly walking forward, leaving Li Jiankong beside him, looking ashen, his body trembling. After completing the equity procedures, Qin Chao slowly walked out of the president's office, with Wang Tian respectfully following behind him. He turned his head and looked around for a while. The company's environment and style remained unchanged, just as before. The only thing that had changed was him, Qin Chao. The same place, but a different state of mind. From a diligent little employee, he had transformed into one of the company's bosses, and at this moment, Qin Chao's confidence was unprecedentedly strong. The department director who had casually monopolized his achievements had, in the blink of an eye, become a small pawn he could manipulate at will. He was the butcher, and Li Jiankong was the fish on the chopping block. Qin Chao did not intend to directly fire him. Li Jiankong was a department director, already considered mid-level management, and Qin Chao did not have the authority to dismiss him outright. Qin Chao planned to first find an opportunity to transfer him to a quiet department, then strip him of his position as department director, reducing him to an ordinary employee. After that, he would give orders to Li Jiankong's immediate superior, making him trouble for Li Jiankong every day, messing with his mindset, using his own methods against him. For someone like Li Jiankong, who had always held a leadership position, this would be more painful than death. Qin Chao intended to torment him until he couldn't take it anymore and voluntarily resigned. Only then could the resentment in Qin Chao's heart be eased. Qin Chao strolled slowly and soon arrived at Tianjing's workstation. Tianjing was currently focused on her computer, working diligently. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Chao gently knocked on her desk. Tianjing looked up, momentarily puzzled, and her beautiful eyes instantly filled with joy. "Hubby," Tianjing sweetly called out. Sister Qiu's workstation was right next to Tianjing's. Tianjing had a good temperament, which suited Sister Qiu well. Moreover, since their workstations were adjacent, they got along very well, often chatting and joking together. As Qin Chao walked slowly towards Tianjing, she had been secretly glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Previously, Qin Chao was at most a little transparent in the company, dressed poorly, slightly chubby, and looking like a loser. But now, she had to admit that the tall, handsome, extraordinary, and wealthy Qin Chao had become the ideal man in the hearts of countless women. She was also quite puzzled. It had only been a little over 10 days, and one person could completely transform, truly unbelievable. When she heard Tianjing call out hubby, Sister Qiu was left dumbfounded, her expression blank. So, Tianjing, you were already with Qin Chao, huh? I thought I was being kind. Sister Chiu thought to herself, feeling a wave of resentment. She had just kindly reminded Tianjing, only to find out that they had been together all along, and she was already calling him hubby. She felt like she was worrying for nothing. Xiaojing, how do you like this surprise? Do you like it? Qin Chao reached out and touched Tianjing's smooth face, smiling. Hubby, I really didn't expect you to become a shareholder in the company. I'm so happy. This way, I can see you often. Then you get back to work. Let's have dinner together after you finish. Okay. Qin Chao left. Sister Chiu immediately gathered around, along with some other female colleagues, all filled with gossip. The male employees shook their heads in despair, needing to calm their emotions. Tianjing was the goddess of Tianyi trading, beautiful and tall, with an attractive figure. Basically, all the male colleagues had thoughts about her. Everyone knew she was single before, and they all felt they had a chance, but now, it seemed hopeless. Xiaojing, when did you get together with Qin Chao? You didn't even tell me. That's really not nice. Sister Chiu asked with a resentful expression. We just got together not long ago. Well, Sister Chiu, I didn't mean to keep it from you, I just didn't know how to say it. Tianjing hurriedly explained. In the company, Sister Chiu was considered her good sister, and she cared quite a bit about Sister Chiu's thoughts. Alright, then I'll reluctantly forgive you. You've made it big and found a golden son-in-law, just don't forget your sister in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, the other female employees nearby chimed in, teasing Tianjing. I really envy you, Xiaojing, you have a keen eye for people, spotting such a diamond bachelor in advance. Haven't you noticed that Qin Chao has become very handsome now? Tall and dashing, with an extraordinary aura. Xiaojing is really lucky. While everyone was jokingly teasing Tianjing, no one noticed that a female employee at the edge, Wang Shui, was gritting her teeth, her expression very unpleasant. Wang Shui still remembered that night during the company dinner at Juxianglu, when she and another female colleague were joking about Qin Chao in the car, asking him if he had a girlfriend. During that time, they were pushing each other to tease Qin Chao, actually looking down on him as a country bumpkin. How long had it been? Qin Chao had already become a godlike figure, reaching a level they would never be able to touch. At this moment, Wang Shui was filled with intense regret. She really wished she hadn't acted that way back then and had actively pursued Qin Chao. Maybe then, Qin Chao's girlfriend wouldn't be Tianjing, but herself. Wang Shui's overall attractiveness score is 6.5, while Tianjing's is 9. After parting ways with lawyer Wang, Qin Chao drove back home to Haisheng Tiancheng to lock the relevant equity documents in the safe. There was no way around it. These things were quite precious and couldn't be lost. It wasn't safe to leave them in the car. Glancing at the time, 17:05, it was still early. He had dinner plans with his long-legged wife, and Qin Chao remembered that Tianyi Trading's closing time was 6 p.m. There's still an hour, what should I do? Qin Chao murmured to himself. I just realized that since being with Xiaojing, I haven't given her any gifts. As a boyfriend, that's really unacceptable. Smack. Qin Chao gave himself a big slap, feeling that he was really doing poorly in his relationship with his girlfriend. What should I buy? After pondering for a while, he had an idea. Girls should all like bags, right? He had previously bought a bag for his campus beauty wife, and she was very happy, so he couldn't neglect one for Xiaojing. With that thought, Qin Chao walked into the master bedroom's walk-in closet, changed into a casual yet appropriate outfit, and walked out the door. He drove directly to Wanxiang Center, a high-end comprehensive commercial center in Haicheng, where luxury stores were plentiful. Qin Chao headed straight to the LV store, and with the salesperson's recommendation, he finally bought a Speedy 35 worth 14,000 yuan. This was a versatile bag, highly practical, suitable for work, travel, and fitness, perfect for a tall and elegant woman like Tianjing, who was 172 centimeters. After buying the bag, Qin Chao also bought a bouquet of 99 roses from a flower shop by the roadside. Once everything was done, Qin Chao drove to Rongtai Building. By now, Tianjing was almost off work, and when Qin Chao arrived at Rongtai Building, it was exactly 6 p.m. He parked the car and walked towards the building's entrance, holding the flowers in one hand and the orange box with the LV logo in the other. Qin Chao did not enter Rongtai Building. He stood outside the revolving glass door in a prominent position, ensuring that Tianjing would see him the moment she came out. It was peak time for getting off work, and the entrance of the building was bustling with people coming and going. Many urban elites walked in groups, chatting and joking, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Chao stood tall and straight, handsome and striking, with an extraordinary aura, and dressed in a high-end LV casual outfit, instantly attracting the attention of many women. Wow, that guy is so handsome, his figure is really good, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, just my type. Then why don't you hurry up and ask for his WeChat? Be a little bolder. Two girls passing by whispered to each other as they walked. He's holding flowers and an LV gift box, clearly waiting for his girlfriend, so forget it. Noticing what Qin Chao was holding, the girl sighed, a bit disappointed. What are you afraid of? He's not married, there's still a chance. Go for it, I believe in you. Her companion encouraged her, wearing a look of support. Stop talking nonsense, let's go, let's go. The two quickened their pace and left. Similar scenes happened 3 times in a short while. Qin Chao actually noticed, but he had no thoughts about it. The looks and figures of these girls were too average, he simply couldn't muster any interest. After experiencing the likes of Tian Jing, Shen Xiaohua, and Lu Ruyan, Qin Chao's standards had clearly been raised. To be a fish in his pond, there were requirements. At the very least, a comprehensive score of 8. 5 for looks and figure, anything below 8, he wouldn't even glance at. Ding, the first floor arrived. Tian Jing linked arms with Sister Chiu as they exited the elevator, followed by several female employees from Tianyi Trading, with Wang Shui among them. Xiao Jing, aren't you supposed to have dinner with Director Qin? Didn't he call you? Do you want to call and ask him? Sister Chiu asked curiously. She didn't dare to directly call Qin Chao's name anymore. After all, his status had changed, and the shrewd Sister Chiu wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. No, it's fine. He must be busy with something. I'll wait a bit. Although Tian Jing felt a bit strange, she didn't rush to call and urge him. Instead, she chose to wait. That's just her personality, gentle, delicate, and understanding. Anyone who interacted with her would feel comfortable. You have such a good personality, you're beautiful, and your figure is sexy. No wonder Qin Chao pursued you so early. If it were me, I wouldn't let go of such a gem. Sister Chiu teased with a mischievous smile. Sister Chiu, please don't make fun of me. Tian Jing pouted, linking her arm with Sister Chiu's and quickening her pace. Just as they stepped out the door, a familiar face appeared before her. Tall and upright, with an extraordinary demeanor and striking looks. Not just Tian Jing, but Sister Chiu and several female employees from the company also spotted Qin Chao immediately. Some people are a sight to behold just standing there, it's hard not to notice them. Not to mention, Qin Chao was holding a large bouquet of roses and a big LV gift box. Tian Jing released Sister Chiu's arm and quickly walked up to Qin Chao. Honey, why are you waiting for me downstairs? Her eyes sparkled with joy and a hint of excitement. Looking at his elegant and long-legged wife, Qin Chao smiled, revealing a charming grin. I came to pick you up, he said, handing the vibrant and beautiful roses to Tian Jing. These are for you, my Jingjing. In my heart, you are as beautiful as a rose. Tian Jing accepted the roses, her lovely eyes slightly moist. She felt a bit moved. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and kissed Qin Chao on the lips. Honey, thank you, I love you. Wow, give him a kiss. Cheers erupted from behind, with Sister Chiu being the loudest. This drew the attention of everyone around. They saw a tall, curvaceous beauty kiss the handsome man in front of her. One by one, the men felt a pang of jealousy in their hearts, exclaiming that it was unfair, wondering why that man wasn't them. Listening to their teasing, with countless pairs of eyes around watching the spectacle, Tian Jing's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly raised her handbag to cover her face. Out of sight, out of mind, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who should be. Tian Jing silently comforted herself. Qin Chao had a thick skin, he gently took Tian Jing's soft, delicate hand and greeted the female employees, saying, Hello, everyone. Immediately, the female colleagues came up one by one to greet Qin Chao. Hello, Chairman Qin. Chairman Qin is so lucky to have won our company's goddess. Hello, Chairman Qin, congratulations on winning the beauty. Jokes aside, the gap in status was evident. In front of Qin Chao, they didn't dare to speak recklessly, only teasing him slightly. At the back of the crowd, Wang Shui watched the scene before her heart bleeding. Her hands were tightly clenched, and her body trembled slightly, causing a nearby colleague to look at her strangely and ask with concern, Are you okay? Do you feel unwell? I'm fine. Wang Shui took a deep breath, calming her emotions before slowly speaking. She clearly knew what she had missed in her life, something she could never reach no matter how hard she tried. Qin Chao also noticed Wang Shui in the back row. He nodded slightly at her and then waved goodbye to the female employees, saying, Well, we'll be leaving now. Bye. Bye. Goodbye, Chairman Qin. Goodbye, Xiao Jing. Bye. After bidding farewell to the female colleagues, Qin Chao took Tian Jing's hand and walked towards the parking lot. All the way, their fingers were tightly intertwined, never letting go. Tian Jing even hummed a little tune, feeling very cheerful. Upon reaching the parking lot, Qin Chao unlocked the car, and they both got in. Qin Chao took the LV gift box in his hand and handed it to Tian Jing. Wife, here's a little gift for you. Open it and see if you like it. Tianjing nodded and slowly opened it, feeling a bit excited. She recognized the logo on the outside of the gift box, LV, a luxury brand from abroad. She had never owned such high-end luxury items. Her salary couldn't afford things that cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Not being able to afford it didn't mean she could resist the temptation of high-end luxury goods, and Tianjing was no exception. Just like men couldn't resist the allure of a sexy beauty, unless he was a eunuch. Tianjing carefully lifted the lid of the box, and a classic monogrammed handbag came into view. She gently stroked the bag with her hand, as if caressing a child, afraid that she might accidentally damage it. She was very familiar with this bag. Her college roommate, Lin Shui, had one just like it. Only hers was a knockoff, bought for a few hundred yuan. Even so, Lin Shui treated it like a treasure, rarely using it. Now that Qin Chao had given her a real one, Tianjing felt a mix of emotions. Thank you, husband, but it's too expensive, I can't accept it. Although she liked it very much, Tianjing still refused. She didn't want Qin Chao to think she was with him because of his money and status. Qin Chao gazed intently at his long-legged wife, his eyes filled with tenderness. In this day and age, there was still such a silly woman, so beautiful and with such a good figure. He truly felt he had struck gold. He gently caressed her fair, smooth face and said softly and sincerely, "Baby, you are my wife. I can share everything with you. Can you really bear to reject your husband's heartfelt intentions?" Hearing Qin Chao's heartfelt words, Tianjing was taken aback. Her mind tangled for a moment before she came to a realization. Well, then I'll accept it. Thank you, husband. That's more like it, baby. Remember, you have to accept everything I give you in the future, regardless of its value. Qin Chao smiled and continued, "You are mine, and I am yours. Would you really want to leave me?" "No, I want to be with you forever. I love you, husband." Tianjing's eyes shimmered with emotion, and she gently threw herself into Qin Chao's arms, tilting her head up for a kiss. Qin Chao cradled Tianjing's delicate face, pressing his lips against her full, luscious red lips. MMM. The car was filled with the sounds of their passionate kiss, warm and lingering. After a moment of intimacy, Qin Chao drove Tianjing to Mingzhu Square. Mingzhu Square is the top spot in Haicheng for dining and entertainment, with numerous restaurants, hotels, and snack streets that are very popular among young people. The last time Qin Chao took Shen Xiaohua to eat was also here. "Xiao Jing, what do you want to eat tonight, Sichuan cuisine or Cantonese cuisine?" Qin Chao asked, one hand on the steering wheel while glancing at his long-legged wife. At that moment, Tianjing's fair, delicate face still bore a slight blush, as if she hadn't fully recovered from the 10-minute-long French kiss they just shared. "Ah, I'm fine with anything. How about we go for some snacks? I haven't had them in a while, and I miss them," she said with a bright smile, her whole demeanor lively and energetic, quite different from her usual self. "Alright, I happen to be a bit hungry too. Today, let's eat to our heart's content." As it was nearing 7 p.m., there weren't many cars on the road. 5 minutes later, the BMW arrived at Mingzhu Square. They parked in the B2 parking lot of the mall and walked towards the elevator. Qin Chao held Tianjing's soft, tender hand, ready to head to the B1 level of Mingzhu Square. The snack street is located on the negative first floor of Mingzhu Square, filled with various snack stalls. Spicy hot pot, stinky tofu, grilled squid skewers, frozen lemon tea, crispy pork belly. All made fresh on site, emphasizing freshly made and sold to avoid pre-packaged items. The prices are much more affordable compared to restaurants, often allowing one to eat to their fill for just a few dozen yuan, and the taste is quite good. Qin Chao had been here a few times before, but he usually came alone after work in the evenings. A bowl of fried rice, a serving of stinky tofu, and 2 Suzhou duck heads were his usual order. For just over 20 yuan, he would leave satisfied, enjoying the local atmosphere, which was quite nice. Ding! The elevator arrived. They stepped out, surrounded by familiar snack stalls, inhaling the unique aroma of the snack street, and Qin Chao gradually became a bit dazed. "Wow, I want to eat that, husband." Tianjing pointed at the candied hawthorn in a glass case at a nearby stall, giggling as she looked at Qin Chao. She seemed particularly happy to be here, her charming smile and sparkling eyes captivating. Qin Chao seemed to be infected by her joy, stepping forward to pay. "Let's buy whatever you want." There were many types of candied hawthorn, including strawberry, sunshine rose, hawthorn, blueberry. Qin Chao also ordered a skewer, as it was rare for someone to buy so many at once, making the vendor's eyes squint with delight. After the candied hawthorn was packed, Qin Chao took charge of carrying it, while Tianjing pulled out a strawberry skewer, opened her mouth, and bit off a piece, chewing slowly. After finishing, her eyes curved with satisfaction. "So delicious, sweet and sour, the texture is great. Husband, you should have one too." Saying this, she brought the candied hawthorn to Qin Chao's mouth, and he opened wide, biting off 2 pieces in one go. You owe me. Tianjing pouted, looking at the 2 remaining strawberry candied haws in her hand with a heartbroken expression. She turned away and began to enjoy them alone, leaving Qin Chao standing there with a mischievous smile. It's not my fault if my mouth is big. After wandering around the basement level, the 2 bought a large pile of snacks, and Qin Chao's hands were nearly full, with Tianjing also carrying several plastic bags. They found a spot against the wall, sat down, and prepared to enjoy their dinner. The brightly colored grilled squid, crispy and delicious pork belly, and shiny red spicy chicken were all being devoured with great delight, their faces full of enjoyment. The restaurant had its own quality, and the snacks had their own flavors, which Qin Chao deeply appreciated. I'm full, hubby, it's your turn now, Tianjing said, taking a wet wipe from her bag to clean the grease around her lips, looking satisfied. In truth, she hadn't eaten much, just taking a bite of everything to taste it before feeling full. Qin Chao glanced at the mostly untouched food on the table, swallowed hard, and felt a bit speechless at his long-legged wife. Most of the food was bought by Tianjing, so it was all left for him. Was she treating him like a pig? I'll do my best, Qin Chao replied weakly. In the end, after only eating a few things, he could eat no more. The rest had to be packed up to take home. He understood well that wasting food was shameful. Qin Chao drove Tianjing back to Haishan Tiancheng. With his long-legged wife not going home tonight, Qin Chao's heart stirred after being hungry for 2 days. Looking at Tianjing's sexy and charming figure, her long, straight black stockings, his inner universe erupted. There was too much primal energy in him that needed to be released. As soon as he opened the black armored door and changed into slippers at the entrance, Qin Chao directly hugged his long-legged wife from behind. He gently kissed her neck and hair, his hands roaming over her body, feeling the softness and tenderness at his fingertips. Tianjing was clearly moved. She tightly closed her eyes, feeling the hot breath behind her, her body trembling slightly. The little surprise Qin Chao had prepared for her today made her both happy and touched, and this emotion still lingered, not yet fading. First, Qin Chao became a shareholder and one of the bosses of Tianyi Trading, then picked her up after work at the Rongtai building, and gifted her expensive luxury items, finally accompanying her to the snack street to indulge in food. To be honest, this didn't align with Qin Chao's identity and status. But he still enjoyed it tirelessly, all stemming from his love for himself, which Tianjing understood very well. Thinking of this, Tianjing felt her whole body soften. She just wanted to deepen her emotional connection with Qin Chao. She wanted to vent all her feelings for him, completely and exhaustively. Hubby, I love you so much, love me back. Tianjing's sweet voice reached Qin Chao's ears, laced with a hint of teasing. You wait for me. Qin Chao clearly heard that hint of seduction, his breath thickened, and he spoke fiercely. You help me first. Qin Chao whispered in Tianjing's ear. Tianjing gave him a charming glance and nodded, slowly beginning to savor the taste of love. The love between a man and a woman is like climbing a mountain, starting from the foot, full of energy and vigor, racing up the mountain without stopping. Halfway up, energy is consumed, speed slows, resting while climbing. In the latter half, energy gradually recovers, nearing the summit, continuing to climb with all their might, the speed even surpassing that at the foot of the mountain. Until they reached the peak, enjoying the boundless beauty of the mountaintop, the whole person felt dreamlike, as if suspended among the clouds, with a lack of oxygen in the brain. Tonight, Qin Chao and Tianjing deeply understood this metaphor for love. An hour later, Tianjing, with her long legs, fell into a deep sleep, exhausted. Qin Chao still looked energetic. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time, 2100 hours. Suddenly, he remembered that he had promised the pretty receptionist, Zhu, during the day that he would play Honor of Kings with her when he got home. As the boss, he couldn't let his subordinate down. Qin Chao quickly opened WeChat, found Zhu, and sent her a message. Qin, Xiao Zhu, are you there? Buzz buzz buzz. The message was replied to instantly. Bailey Shoyue, I'm here, Chairman Qin. Bailey Shoyue, this WeChat ID, truly suits her. Qin Chao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He knew she loved to play Bailey Shoyue. Who would have thought her WeChat ID would be this? Probably a girl addicted to the internet. Qin Chao continued to send messages. Qin, I'm home now, come on, log in, pull me directly in the WeChat area. Pingu Community, Building 2, Room 203. At this moment, Zhu was sitting on the sofa in the living room, her eyes glued to the phone screen. Buzz buzz buzz. The WeChat message sound rang out. Zhu quickly opened the message, and after reading it, she exclaimed ah, with excitement and joy on her face. Her best friend, Zhou Jejia, looked puzzled, scratching her head and curiously asked, what's going on, so surprised? Zhu hurriedly shared with her friend, our company's chairman Qin, the young handsome guy I told you about last time, invited me to play games with him. She continued with a face full of surprise. He has stood me up twice already. I thought he would do it again tonight, but I didn't expect he really came to find me. Young and rich, a typical diamond bachelor. Yeah, you have to seize this opportunity. If you catch him, you'll leap across classes. Jo Jeja's beautiful face showed some surprise and a hint of envy. Why couldn't she encounter such a rich and handsome guy? Sigh, what bad luck. After saying that, she became curious about what this diamond bachelor looked like and quickly asked, "Don't you have his WeChat? Let me see how handsome your boss is." Zhuyu, beside her, opened Qin Chao's moments and handed the phone over. "Hurry up, I still want to play games with him. I can't keep the boss waiting." "Got it, I'll just take a quick look." Jo Jeja took the phone, quickly glanced at the profile picture background in moments, and inadvertently noticed the WeChat ID. It felt somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite remember. After returning the phone to Zhuyu, Jo Jeja took out her own phone and opened WeChat. She scrolled down the chat interface until she reached a conversation from about 10 days ago, where a profile picture identical to the one just seen appeared before her. She clicked on the WeChat ID, and it was still the same. Her eyes widened in shock, and her heart raced wildly. It seemed she had discovered some incredible secret. Ye's boss, Chairman Qin, was the same Qin Chao who had come to her to buy a car before? That slightly chubby young man at the time? Wow! Jo Jeja's heart trembled, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable. At that time, she only thought he might be a rich second generation, with an average family background, but she didn't expect he was actually Ye's big boss, a major shareholder of a company worth 50 million. She remembered Ye saying their boss held half the shares, and Jo Jeja felt a mix of shock and delight in her heart. She still remembered the eager look Qin Chao had when he assessed her body. If she could win him over, she would change her fate. Jo Jeja secretly thought to herself. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her bright red, agile tongue licked her lips. She secretly made up her mind to take the initiative and go all out to win over Qin Chao. Glancing at her best friend, who was engrossed in a game, Jo Jeja silently said sorry to herself. Yeah, you can't handle this, man. Let me help you. We're good friends. Let's tackle this together. Zhuyu logged into the game and directly invited Qin Chao, who entered the room without hesitation. The two queued for a minute before starting the game. Zhuyu played mid lane while Qin Chao played jungle, and they began a joyful voice chat duo. "Bai Li Shouyu, hurry over to help me. Liu Bei from the opposite side is coming to counter my jungle." Coming, hold on for 3 seconds, I'm almost there." "Ha, you're so fast, I died, and the jungle monster is gone, let's break up." Looking at the dim screen showing 0 to 3, Qin Chao's mouth twitched, feeling a bit pained. It wasn't Zhuyu's fault, he just wasn't good enough to beat Liu Bei. But in games, one has to shift the blame to feel better. Qin Chao had just made the common mistake that most noobs make, even though the one being blamed was a delicate and beautiful girl. "Qin Dong, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Next time, I won't come over to help you directly." The sweet and lovely receptionist's voice sounded a bit wronged, timid, and even choked up towards the end. Ahem. Qin Chao's face turned red, feeling guilty. Here was a delicate sweet girl, and he had carelessly shifted the blame onto her, making her cry. How embarrassing. He quickly comforted her gently. "Well, it's not your fault, Xiao Zhu, I didn't play well either. Don't be sad, let's surrender this match and play the next one." Let's do our best." So they surrendered and started the next match. In this game, Qin Chao finally shone. Zhuyu, the little beauty, supported him throughout, giving him kills, and he went on a rampage. Qin Chao's face was beaming with joy. "Xiao Zhu, you played well this match, no need to give me kills on purpose." As he finished speaking, he used his ultimate to snatch the low-health Sun Shangxian kill right in front of Zhuyu, pretending to apologize. "Sorry, Xiao Zhu, I was afraid he wouldn't die. Next time, I'll definitely let you have the kill." Zhuyu's expression turned a bit speechless. She felt that Qin Dong's image in her heart had been completely overturned. She never expected Qin Dong to be such a green tea player in the game. Zhuyu thought to herself, time always flies when playing games. Soon it was 11 p.m. After finishing this match, Qin Chao spoke first. "Let's call it a night, Xiao Zhu. We'll continue tomorrow night." He actually wanted to keep playing. He had been performing well in the last few matches and was enjoying the game. However, he had to wake up early for a workout the next morning, so he decided to stop. Games are just entertainment, fitness and self-discipline are fundamental. He needed to have a good body to handle so many beautiful confidantes. Okay, Qin Dong, I had a lot of fun today. No need to call me Qin Dong, just call me Qin Gu. Qin Chao corrected her, feeling that it was awkward for a girl to call him Qin Dong. Calling him Gu sounded much better. Qin Good, brother Qin, how nice that sounds. Got it, Qin Gu, rest early, good night. Good night, Xiao Zhu. After saying that, Qin Chao logged out of the game. You heard Qin Chao's last words, and at that moment, her fair and delicate face flushed with a hint of crimson. She felt both shy and pleasantly surprised. A man like Qin Chao, a god-level figure, was also her boss and incredibly wealthy. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved, but she was self-aware enough not to show it. The phrase "little Zhu's sister" made her feel that her relationship with Qin Chao had taken a step forward, no longer just that of a boss and an employee. It felt more like that of friends who could chat and joke with each other. Thinking of this, Zhu Yu's lips curled up slightly. Take it slow, one day, things will progress even further. Zhu Yu encouraged herself inwardly. Watching Zhu Yu and Qin Chao finish their joyful duo for the night, Zhou Zhezhe felt a subtle stir in her heart. Yeah, it's getting late. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Good night. She quickly found an excuse to slip back to her room, preparing for her first move against Qin Chao. Okay, good night, Zhezhe's sister. The naive Zhu Yu wore a sweet smile on her face, like a simple little white rabbit. She had no inkling of the impending betrayal from her best friend, still carefree, and of course, she was unaware that her friend knew Qin Chao. Back in her room, Zhou Zhezhe quickly took off her shoes and burrowed into her bed, which was filled with the scent of a mature woman. Covering her head with the blanket, Zhou Zhezhe cautiously took out her phone and opened the chat history with Qin Chao. It still showed the friend verification from when they had just added each other. I have approved your friend verification request, now we can start chatting. Since adding each other, they hadn't exchanged a single word, and it seemed Qin Chao had forgotten about her, making Zhou Zhezhe doubt her own charm a little. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhezhe hurriedly opened the camera on her phone to take a selfie, aiming it at her face. On the phone screen appeared a delicate, fair-skinned face without makeup. Pretty good looking. Why hasn't he sent me a single message? A hint of confusion appeared on Zhou Zhezhe's beautiful face. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to take the initiative and test whether Qin Chao still remembered her. She slowly began to type on the screen, crafting a message, then shook her head and deleted it. After a long moment of deliberation, she finally sent her first message. Tianhe District BMW 4S Store Zhou Zhezhe. Hello, are you there, Mr. Qin? After sending it, Zhou Zhezhe felt a bit nervous, her tightly gripped phone trembling slightly. She was wearing a minimal white spaghetti strap nightgown, lying on the bed, her ample curves pressed into an oval shape. Buzz. The WeChat message alert sounded. She hurriedly opened the message. Qin, here, Miss Zhou. Seeing the words Miss Zhou, Zhou Zhezhe let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he at least remembered her. Her eyes brightened, and she quickly sent another message. Tianhe District BMW 4S Store Zhou Zhezhe, Mr. Qin, it's like this, since you purchased a new car from our store, we are giving you some decorations and small items for free. I forgot to give them to you last time because it was a bit rushed. Please let me know if you have time to come by our store to pick them up. To be honest, this reason was a bit flimsy, but it was the best idea Zhou Zhezhe could come up with. In fact, when Qin Chao picked up the car last time, all the items that should have been given to him were already given. Zhou Zhezhe said this because she planned to buy some car air fresheners, holders, and other small items to give to him. She needed a reason to meet Qin Chao, and then, during the meeting, she could casually invite him to have a meal or a cup of coffee together. In short, she wanted Qin Chao to feel that this was just a normal meeting, nothing special. Soon, Qin Chao replied. Qin, sure, I can come by after my workout tomorrow morning, around 10 o'clock. Tianhe District BMW 4S Store Zhou Zhezhe. Great, I will wait for you at the store tomorrow, see you then, good night. Qin, okay, good night. After finishing the chat, Qin Chao scratched his head, feeling somewhat puzzled. He remembered that he had already given her some small gifts last time, so logically, she shouldn't be sending anything again. However, it wouldn't hurt to go for a visit. Qin Chao then thought of the stunning saleswoman, Zhou Zhezhe, in her black silk uniform and short skirt, her curvy figure still vivid in his mind. He had completely forgotten about her. They hadn't exchanged a word since adding each other as friends. At that time, he was too busy with Tianjing and the campus beauty, having no thoughts for other women. There was nothing he could do, there were just too many beautiful women around him. Qin Chao sighed slightly. Sometimes, being too blessed could also be a kind of trouble. Glancing at the time, it was almost noon. He snuggled under the covers, embracing his long-legged wife's sexy body, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, 7 a.m. Qin Chao flipped out of bed like a hawk, got dressed, and looked at his long-legged wife still sound asleep. He leaned over and kissed her smooth, fair cheek. Wife, sleep a bit more before going to work, I'm off to the gym. After receiving a sleepy nod from Tianjing, Qin Chao left the house with a smile. Walking along the tree-lined path in the Haisheng Tiancheng community, enjoying the fresh morning air, Qin Chao felt very content. He strolled leisurely, occasionally stretching and moving his limbs. After all, he had put in a solid hour of hard work last night. Although he was still quite capable, his body still needed strengthening. After all, in the future, the number of his female friends would only increase, and the opportunities for emotional exchanges would grow. How could he manage without a strong body? Even the toughest steel fears the gentlest touch. Moreover, these gentle touches were all beautiful and sexy, with great figures. He needed to forge himself into steel that had been tempered 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, to handle them. Soon, Qin Chao arrived at the parking lot. Unlocking the car, he got in and started it in one smooth motion. He drove his sleek black BMW towards the Jili gym. 15 minutes later, Qin Chao arrived at Jili gym. Having not seen Lu Ruyan for just a day, he found himself missing the sexy and alluring coach who resembled a character from a Korean comic. As the ancients said, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. He hadn't seen Coach Lu for 3 years, so it was no wonder he felt a bit nostalgic. After exchanging a simple greeting with the receptionist, Li Jiaojiao, Qin Chao quickly made his way to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Pushing the door open, Qin Chao's eyes widened instantly. Lu Ruyan, dressed in a white one-piece gym outfit, was quietly sitting on the gym equipment, her head lowered, lost in thought. Her eyes seemed a bit dazed, and she exuded a softer aura, unlike her usual strict training demeanor. Sitting down accentuated her full curves. With a well-rounded chest, a delicate waist, and sexy, curvy hips and legs, she was incredibly alluring, radiating a thirst-inducing temptation. Perhaps lost in her thoughts, Lu Ruyan didn't notice Qin Chao entering. She continued to keep her head down. A mischievous smile appeared on Qin Chao's face as he tiptoed silently to her side. He leaned in close to her ear and spoke in a gentle, magnetic voice, "Ruyan, good morning." "Ah." Lu Ruyan jumped in surprise, exclaiming. She quickly turned her head, her eyes meeting Qin Chao's warm and bright gaze. At that moment, both of their pupils reflected each other's figures, and Lu Ruyan's expression brightened, revealing a radiant smile. "Qin Gu, you're here." An hour later, under the attentive guidance of his personal trainer girlfriend, Qin Chao underwent intense strength training. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, and he plopped down directly onto the yoga mat. "I can't take it anymore, I'm too tired," he gasped, waving his hand. "What are you talking about? This is just the beginning. Aren't you trying to build your core endurance?" Lu Ruyan shot him a glance with her beautiful eyes, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Qin Chao's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, especially since he had just said that a few days ago, and now he was facing a moment of self-reflection. He chuckled awkwardly, "Well, let's take it slow. Gradual training will definitely improve endurance." He. Coach Lu rolled her eyes dramatically, giving him a sultry look that, combined with her sexy and curvy figure, stirred Qin Chao's thoughts. Just imagine, during a deep emotional exchange, a stunning female personal trainer from a Korean comic, rolling her eyes while saying, "I can't take it anymore." How beautiful that scene would be. With that thought, a smile crept onto Qin Chao's lips. "What are you thinking? Why are you smiling so lewdly?" Lu Ruyan's crisp voice interrupted his daydreaming, and Qin Chao snapped back to reality. Damn! What's wrong with him lately? Ever since he connected emotionally with his long-legged wife, he couldn't help but think about driving and being flirtatious. He knew that his relationship with Lu Ruyan was just beginning, with plenty of room for growth, and they weren't at that intimate stage yet. He quickly made up an excuse, "Nothing, just thought of something funny, really amusing." Lu Ruyan shot him a light glare but didn't press further. Every man has his little secrets, and she didn't want to pry and annoy him. She walked to the side, opened her gym bag, and took out a transparent glass lunchbox, handing it to Qin Chao. "Here, this is the fat-reducing meal I carefully prepared this morning. You have to finish it all." Qin Chao reached out to take it, opening it to take a look. Wow! Corn, mixed grain rice, boiled eggs, shrimp, nuts, high-quality carbs, proteins, and fats, all balanced and healthy. Qin Chao's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Thank you, wife. I won't hold back. I promise to clean the plate." "Who are you calling wife?" Hearing Qin Chao's address, Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted softly. That term felt a bit too direct for her. Her face was filled with shyness, yet there was a hint of sweetness. "Of course, it's this angelic beauty with a devilish figure right in front of me." Qin Chao, mouthful of food, couldn't help but flirt. "Just eat your food, all this food can't even shut your mouth." Lu Ruyan feigned annoyance, but the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her. Clearly, women love this kind of praise, especially when it comes from their beloved, a direct hit. After finishing the workout, following a passionate kiss goodbye with his personal trainer girlfriend, Qin Chao walked out of the gym. He glanced at the time, 9:30. Remembering that he had a date with a beautiful saleswoman at 10 o'clock, Qin Chao decided to send her a message to let her know. "Qin, Miss Shou, I'm heading to your store now, I should arrive in about 10 minutes. Soon, he received a reply. Zhou Jiejia from the BMW dealership in Tianhe district. Okay, Mr. Qin, drive safely. I'll be waiting for you at the store. Putting away his phone, Qin Chao headed towards the parking lot. 15 minutes later, the black BMW 330 arrived at the BMW dealership in Tianhe district. After parking the car on the roadside, Qin Chao jumped out and walked towards the store. Just as he reached the door, a stunningly sexy woman approached him with a smile. It was none other than Zhou Jiejia. Her features were exquisite, and her long, shiny black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, giving her an elegant and capable appearance. She wore a gray suit jacket on her upper body, with a white top that was tightly filled out, extremely eye-catching. The lower half consisted of a matching gray pencil skirt, her full thighs wrapped tightly in black stockings, and she wore a pair of pointed high heels that accentuated her curvy hips. Although he had already seen her sexiness when he came to pick up the car last time, Zhou Jiejia still gave Qin Chao a big surprise today. Looking at her outfit, only one famous phrase floated in Qin Chao's mind: "You were so seductive." Just based on the sensory stimulation she provided today, Qin Chao wouldn't mind developing a more-than-friends relationship with her. Mr. Qin, hello, welcome. Standing in front of Qin Chao, the beautiful saleswoman politely nodded and greeted him with a smile. Looking at the handsome man before her, Zhou Jiejia was quite shocked. Was this really the same Qin Chao from half a month ago? She remembered when he first came to pick up the car, he had a slightly chubby face, dull eyes, a slight belly, and dressed rather poorly, looking very ordinary, someone you wouldn't even notice in a crowd. But the man in front of her was tall and upright, with a strong jawline, bright eyes, and dressed appropriately, exuding a remarkable aura, definitely a quality handsome guy. It was hard to believe this was the same person. Hello, Miss Shou. Qin Chao smiled gently, but his gaze couldn't help but fall on her chest. The white top was puffy and alluring, and Qin Chao found it hard to control his eyes. Although he had just shared some feelings with his long-legged wife last night, Qin Chao was only 24 this year. Being a young man, it was normal to be easily influenced. Women are sensitive to men's gazes, and Zhou Jiejia quickly noticed where Qin Chao was looking. However, she had no resistance. On the contrary, she slightly puffed out her chest and pulled in her stomach, making the white top appear even more prominent and enticing. Setting aside looks, in terms of economic strength, he was the big boss of the company where her best friend worked, young and wealthy. Even if he were ugly, there would be no shortage of women wanting to pursue him. Moreover, he was now so handsome and stylish, like a gold ingot. Basically, women couldn't help but be drawn to him. Zhou Jiejia was very clear in her mind that a man like Qin Chao should be pursued early, or else he could easily be snatched away. Thinking of this, her eyes sparkled with a hint of charm as she stared intently at Qin Chao and said, Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. I forgot to bring you the small item I mentioned on WeChat last night. I'll go get it for you now. Okay. After saying that, the beautiful saleswoman turned and walked into the store. Qin Chao kept his gaze fixed on her sexy and captivating figure as she walked away. Under the black stockings and high-heeled uniform skirt, her hips swayed rhythmically with each step, leaving Qin Chao feeling parched. Damn, this is really intoxicating. Qin Chao exhaled a breath of frustration, cursing under his breath. Soon, Zhou Jiejia returned, holding a bottle of perfume and two small stands. This is the Deepening skin flower fragrance we offer in our store. Its base note is musk, soft and light, gentle and smooth. I think it suits you very well. As she handed the perfume to Qin Chao, she explained it to him in detail. In fact, this was something she had bought at the counter before, spending over 1,500 yuan. She had never been willing to use it herself, but she felt no regret giving it to Qin Chao. As long as she could win him over, she would have whatever she wanted in the future. It wasn't that she was materialistic, mainly, she was already 28 this year and had struggled in society for so many years, having been beaten down by reality many times. She understood all too well how cruel reality could be. This society is unfair to the poor. If you have money, you are powerful. Her beauty and figure were her confidence, and many men had offered to support her, but they were all middle-aged uncles in their 40s or 50s, even some over 60, all with big bellies, bald heads, and beer guts. She felt somewhat nauseated by these uncles and grandpas and rejected them all. Although she was somewhat materialistic and wanted to be with a wealthy man, Zhou Jiejia didn't want to compromise herself, so she had remained chaste all these years without any men. Now that a quality man like Qin Chao had appeared in her sight, she would never let this opportunity to rise to the top slip away. Really? This perfume is quite expensive, right? Your store gives away such good perfume? Qin Chao took the perfume and checked the brand on his phone, discovering that this perfume was priced at 1,500 yuan, definitely considered high-end. He felt a bit puzzled and directly asked, well. Zhou Jiejia was momentarily at a loss for words. her brain racing to come up with a good excuse to handle the situation. The expression of the beautiful saleswoman made Qin Chao secretly speculate. Could it be that she gave this to me? Why would she give me such an expensive perfume? Could it be she thinks I'm rich and handsome? Qin Chao guessed it was likely. Now, he could say he was truly a high, rich, and handsome man, which had a tremendous attraction for women, as evidenced by his several beautiful girlfriends. However, she hadn't seen me before she messaged me last night. Her impression of me should still be from half a month ago when I picked up the car. At that time, I was still a bit chubby, and I probably didn't look that good, right? Qin Chao stroked his chin. This was the part he couldn't understand the most. He never expected Zhou Zhezhe would actually be Zhu Yu's close friend. Forget it, no need to think too much. When the soldiers come, I'll block them. When the water comes, I'll cover it. Qin Chao made a decision. Zhou Zhezhe was also his type, though he meant not her personality but her body. Compared to his other girlfriends, Tianjing, Shen Xiaohua, and Lu Ruyan, she seemed more mature. They were still quite innocent and needed development. Zhou Zhezhe possessed a mature femininity that they did not have, a typical urban young woman style, a taste he had never experienced before, and he was curious and wanted to try it out. It was something the boss bought too much of before. I thought it suited you, so I brought it over. Zhou Zhezhe exhaled deeply, finally coming up with a suitable reason, feeling proud of her cleverness. Thank you so much, please thank your boss for me, and of course, thank you. Since I've got it, I'll take my leave now. Qin Chao pretended to propose leaving, but in reality, he wanted to test the beautiful saleswoman's reaction. The saying that a skilled hunter always appears in the form of prey was something Qin Chao began to understand. If she really was just there to give him perfume, then he had overthought it. If she had other intentions, she shouldn't let him leave so easily. After speaking, Qin Chao turned and walked towards the door, but his steps were slow, as if he were waiting for her. As he walked, he silently counted, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2. Finally, when he reached 1, a crisp voice came from behind, Mr. Qin, wait. Hearing the wait, Qin Chao's eyes instantly brightened, and a slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. The prey has taken the bait. He adjusted his facial expression and slowly turned around, looking somewhat puzzled. What's the matter, Miss Zhou? Well, I would like to invite you to lunch, and I wonder if you would do me the honor? Zhou Zhezhe's face flushed slightly as she forced herself to sound calm. She never expected that Qin Chao would just pick up his things and leave without a moment's pause. There was really no other reason to prolong the relationship. He had taken his car and his belongings, so she had to be straightforward. She felt a mix of anticipation and fear. If he rejected her, she truly didn't know what to do. She really didn't want to give up on a high-quality, wealthy man like Qin Chao. This was her first time actively inviting a man to dinner. With her looks and figure, it had always been men inviting her before. Sure, I happen to be hungry too. Qin Chao stared intently at the beautiful saleswoman, smiling as he spoke. He felt a peculiar sensation. He had always been the hunter flirting with women, but now being the prey being flirted with by a woman, it wasn't bad at all. Although he knew Zhou Zhezhe might be attracted to his looks and wealth, he was more than willing. A beauty of this caliber treating you as prey and flirting with you, was she really after someone ugly or poor? Don't be naive, that's just a delusion of losers. This is an era that values looks and wallets, and Qin Chao firmly believed in that. Of course, he was still the ultimate hunter. He was also interested in Zhou Zhezhe's beauty. He wanted to connect with this sexy, feminine, stunning saleswoman and learn a thing or two. Alright, wait for me a moment, I'll go ask the manager for a leave. Zhou Zhezhe's face was flushed, and she spoke excitedly. He really agreed to it. Ha ha ha. At this moment, all her previous unease vanished, replaced only by happiness and excitement. I'll be right back, very soon. Her eyes curved into a smile, and she jogged towards the manager's office inside the store. 3 minutes later, the beautiful saleswoman walked out of the manager's office. Let's go, Mr. Qin, I just asked the manager for a day off, so I don't have to work today. She walked gracefully in her black high heels to Qin Chao, her face adorned with a sweet and charming smile. Alright, you don't have to keep calling me Mr. Qin, it feels too distant. Just call me Qin Chao. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhezhe gently bit her lip to conceal her inner excitement. It was clear that this was a good start, and their relationship was gradually deepening. She raised her hand, tucking a playful strand of hair behind her ear, and shyly asked, would it be inappropriate to call you by your name? I'm a few years older than you. Can I call you Qin Chao, little brother? Zhou Zhezhe's question was actually laced with her own little schemes. She was indeed a few years older than Qin Chao, and directly calling him by his name felt too impolite. Moreover, their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet. Calling him little brother was both affectionate and polite, and it could also test Qin Chao's feelings for her through his response. It was a clever strategy, and Zhou Jieja couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up in her heart. Of course, you can. I was just thinking how nice it would be to have such a beautiful sister like you, Qin Chao said with a smile, a glimmer of meaningful light flashing in his eyes. The prey couldn't help but make a move, and of course, he had to cooperate well with her performance. Qin Chao chuckled inwardly. At this moment, he felt like a cunning fox, setting a trap for a colorful pheasant to step-by-step deliver itself to his mouth. When the time came, he would directly take a bite and enjoy this tempting delicacy. Really? I've always wanted a handsome brother like you. I'm so happy. Zhou Jieja's expression was very vivid, her delicate features dancing as if cheering for having such a brother. Of course, my dear sister. Qin Chao deliberately adjusted his voice, speaking softly yet magnetically. He. Zhou Jieja's eyes curved beautifully, her whole demeanor a bit silly with laughter. She didn't expect Qin Chao to be so easygoing, calling her sister so quickly. This progress even exceeded her expectations. Happiness was only natural, and her smile came from the heart. Alright, brother Qin Chao, let's set off. I know a great place nearby, let's go eat there for lunch, Zhou Jieja enthusiastically suggested, as she was familiar with the area and should be the host. Sure, then I'll quietly look forward to how great it is. Qin Chao smiled and said, then asked, is it far? If it's far, I'll drive. Not far, we can walk there in a few minutes. Come on, brother, let's go, set off. The beautiful saleswoman took the lead, stepping forward. With each step, her legs tightly wrapped in black stockings moved alternately, and a pair of fair, delicate hands swayed slightly, her charming silhouette exuding the allure of a mature woman. The beautiful saleswoman, a trendy urban woman, indeed had extraordinary charm. Qin Chao secretly sighed in his heart. He crossed his arms and followed her leisurely, his gaze constantly assessing her figure from top to bottom. Qin Chao's focus was mainly on her curvy hips. As she walked, the black stockings and short skirt wrapped around her rounded form swayed rhythmically, extremely eye-catching. Qin Chao had even fantasized many times in his mind about what it would be like to lift that skirt. How enticing it would be. He secretly made a resolution in his heart that today he had to realize this fantasy. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of a small restaurant. Qin Chao looked up at the restaurant's sign, Sister Wang's Stir Fry, a very ordinary hole-in-the-wall place, with a plain name and even a somewhat shabby appearance. Qin Chao felt a bit disappointed. In his view, what could be good to eat in such a small place? Despite his disappointment, Qin Chao's face showed no expression. He still understood a bit of human sentiment. Sister Wang, I'm here, too for dinner. As soon as she entered, Zhou Jieja shouted loudly, her voice clear and bright. Seeing her familiar demeanor, it was clear she often came here to eat. She found a table and invited Qin Chao to sit down with her. The boss lady, who was washing dishes in the back, heard her shout and was startled, quickly getting up. Holding a pen and a small notebook, she hurried to their table. Oh, Miss Zhou, it's you. Welcome. Seeing Zhou Jieja's pretty face, the boss lady beamed with a warm smile. This Miss Zhou often came to eat at her restaurant. She was beautiful and had a great figure, and every time she came, she attracted many men to dine here, boosting her business and almost becoming the restaurant's signature. Of course, the boss lady was happy to see her. Who is this handsome guy beside you? Noticing Qin Chao next to Zhou Jieja, the boss lady asked curiously. After all, she had always come to eat alone in the past. Today was the first time she brought a man to dinner. Hello, boss lady, I'm her brother, my surname is Qin. Before the beautiful saleswoman could say anything, Qin Chao answered first. Her surname is Zhou, and you are Qin? The boss lady scratched her head, a bit confused. Hearing Qin Chao's response, Zhou Jieja's eyes curved with joy, looking very happy. She rolled her eyes mischievously and said, well, he is my boyfriend, just younger than me, and usually likes to call me sister. Oh, I see. Your boyfriend is very handsome. You two really make a great pair, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The boss lady suddenly understood. No wonder they had different surnames. They were actually a couple. So she was just a part of their play? Young people really know how to have fun. Hearing the beautiful saleswoman's blatant teasing, Qin Chao's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect this prey to be so bold, daring to play such tricks. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of playing such tricks. I'll make sure you can't get out of bed tomorrow. Qin Chao thought viciously. So, what would you like to eat? The boss lady spoke up. She didn't want to continue being a third wheel and quickly wanted to take their order and leave. She couldn't stand the sourness of young people's love. In her time, men and women were reserved and shy, nothing like today's youth. The world is going downhill. The boss lady sighed inwardly. Let's have stir-fried kidney, scrambled eggs with chives, spicy oil-soaked fish, and a clear stew of soft-shelled turtle. Zhou Jieja waved her fair little hand and quickly placed the order. Alright, just wait a moment. The boss lady cheerfully wrote down the 4 dish names and hurried into the kitchen. After the boss lady left, the two locked eyes immediately. "Oh dear, I'm really sorry, brother, I just casually said you were my boyfriend, I didn't mean it, you won't be angry, right?" Jeja apologized, but her beautiful eyes were filled with playfulness, and there was a hint of teasing in her gaze. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across a mountain, a woman pursues a man through a veil. Jeja firmly believed in this. She was confident that with her looks and figure, along with the femininity she exuded, taking the initiative to pursue a younger brother like Qin Chao should be no problem. "How could I be? I don't mind," Qin Chao replied calmly, smiling, showing little reaction, as if he didn't grasp the teasing in her eyes. In fact, his heart was already roaring. Stir-fried kidney, scrambled eggs with chives, turtle soup, all these nourishing dishes, who do you look down on? Just wait, I'll make you pay for this. If you're not angry, that's good. Jeja's delicate face showed a disappointed expression, and her tone lost the lively spark from before, becoming somewhat flat. She thought Qin Chao was playing the brother-sister title game with her, which indicated a hint of ambiguity between them. Just as she was about to put in more effort to flirt with Qin Chao, she realized he seemed indifferent to her, his tone very plain, his expression calm. Even the few nourishing dishes she deliberately ordered seemed to go unnoticed by him, without any questions at all. This left her somewhat disheartened, feeling a bit downcast. At that moment, the surrounding environment suddenly quieted down, and neither of them spoke, each lost in their own thoughts. After a while, the dishes arrived. "All the dishes are ready, please enjoy." The boss lady cheerfully brought the dishes over and quickly left. What a joke! She didn't want to be the light bulb between the young couple, nor did she want to be a part of their play. "Come on, eat up, Wang Jie's cooking is really good, you should try it." The beautiful saleswoman broke the silence first, smiling as she spoke. "You think such a small hardship can defeat me, Zhong Jeja? Impossible." Jeja encouraged herself inwardly. "Okay." Qin Chao picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of kidney, putting it in his mouth. Tender, springy, refreshing, surprisingly delicious. He picked up a piece of oil-soaked fish next, soft and chewy, spicy and fragrant, also very tasty. "Really not bad, quite delicious," Qin Chao exclaimed sincerely, his face lit up. He had thought that the taste of such an ordinary little shop wouldn't be great, but it truly taught him a lesson. Many things cannot be judged by their surface, one must see their essence to draw conclusions. Qin Chao understood this principle in his heart. "Right? Tasty, isn't it? My taste is good, right?" Seeing the satisfied look on Qin Chao's face and hearing his praises, Jeja felt a bit proud. She leaned forward, looking somewhat like a lively little girl, which was a stark contrast to her previous image. "Sure," Qin Chao replied lightly, then continued to eat heartily, completely embodying the persona of a hungry person. The beautiful saleswoman's expression immediately fell, and she muttered to herself, "What a clueless guy, can't even see such obvious flirting. Is he really that hopeless?" If Qin Chao knew what she was thinking at that moment, he would probably explode in anger and teach her a lesson, making her understand why flowers are so red. Soon, the two finished their meal. Jeja went to pay the bill, and Qin Chao didn't rush to pay. The few dishes only cost a little over 100 yuan, not much at all. Besides, he was the prey now, how could he take the initiative to become the hunter? "Brother, let's go, back to the store," the beautiful saleswoman said, her head down, a bit dejected. Her two straightforward advances had been ignored by Qin Chao, and her confidence was wavering as she prepared to return to the store to think of other ways. "Anyway, I added him on WeChat, at worst, I can just chat with him often and invite him to dinner. I don't believe I can't flirt with him," Jeja silently planned in her heart. "Alright, let's go." Qin Chao smiled and said nothing more. He noticed that the beautiful saleswoman was a bit disheartened, and her appetite was about satisfied. Soon, he would let her experience his revenge. The revenge of a high-end hunter, he vowed to make her unable to get out of bed. 10 minutes later, the two returned to the 4S shop. After saying bye, Jeja slowly walked into the store with her head down. Qin Chao opened the door of his black BMW and sat down. Sitting in the car, he watched the prey's awkward figure. A sly smile appeared on Qin Chao's face as he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message. "Qin, want to come to my house for a visit? I have a cat that can do backflips. Want to see? I'm waiting for you in the car." Jeja walked into the store, now sitting in a chair, her hands crossed, her face resting on her hands, her eyes vacant, looking dazed. She just couldn't understand why he had no reaction to her teasing advances. Was she not pretty? Was her figure not good? Not sexy? Buzz buzz, suddenly, the WeChat notification sound rang out. She was a bit confused, and after a moment, she realized someone had sent her a WeChat message. Slowly picking up her phone, she unlocked the screen, and it was a message from Qin. Her eyes instantly lit up, widening significantly. She quickly unlocked the screen and opened the message. The message Qin Chao sent appeared right before her eyes. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and after confirming the screen hadn't changed, her heart began to race wildly. A surge of immense joy instantly swept away her negative emotions. She jumped up from her chair, excitedly waving her fists. She hurriedly stepped in her high heels, making her way outside. Unable to run fast in the heels, she stopped midway to take them off, her feet wrapped only in black stockings, and walked step by step to the front of the black BMW. Looking at the handsome young man in the driver's seat, her eyes curved with delight, and a sweet, happy smile blossomed on her face. At that moment, Qin Chao was looking at the beautiful saleswoman with a teasing expression, feeling somewhat smug inside. He was the ultimate hunter, and the prey was already in his grasp, just waiting for him to enjoy it. With a click, the door to the passenger seat opened, and Zhou Jieji got in. Qin Chao turned his head, just about to speak, when her moist, sensual lips pressed against his, wild, passionate, greedy, filled with the scent of desire. I was kissed forcefully, was Qin Chao's last thought. 20 minutes later, at Haisheng Tiancheng Community. Building 2, Room 2001. Inside Qin Chao's luxurious flat. The black, solemn double doors slowly swung open, and Qin Chao and Zhou Jieji walked in one after the other. There were no excessive words, their gazes met, and the air between them crackled with tension. At that moment, the beautiful saleswoman's eyes were not on the luxurious flat, her beautiful, lively eyes were fixed on Qin Chao, as if saying, "My lord, come to me." Qin Chao had wanted to devour this tempting prey since earlier, and now, spurred on by Zhou Jieji, he could no longer hold back. "If I don't make you unable to get out of bed today, I won't be called Qin Chao." He stepped forward, cupping the beautiful saleswoman's delicate face in his hands, and pressed his heated lips against hers, excited and reckless. Zhou Jieji was also deeply immersed in this passionate French kiss, her eyes flowing with affection as she engaged in a back-and-forth dance of lips and tongues with Qin Chao. Her heart was filled with joy, like sipping a glass of iced tea on a scorching summer day, leaving her with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. As they kissed, both felt increasingly restless, unsatisfied with the current moment. Qin Chao's hands moved directly to the beautiful saleswoman's silky black-stockinged legs, rubbing and feeling their smoothness and softness. He then roamed all over Zhou Jieji's body, like a brush freely writing and painting on blank paper, the strokes lively and dynamic. While his hands roamed, Qin Chao kept an eye on Zhou Jieji's expression. If she showed any displeasure or resistance, he would stop, no matter how excited he was. After all, he did not want to go against a woman's will and force her into anything. However, when Qin Chao noticed that the beautiful saleswoman showed no signs of rejection and even seemed to cooperate, a flush appeared on his face, a sign of extreme excitement and exhilaration. He directly scooped up Zhou Jieji in a princess carry and headed toward the spacious master bedroom of the flat. Soon, soft moans filled the bright, wide bedroom, accompanied by heavy gasps, echoing endlessly. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully defeated a high-quality woman outside of his girlfriend. Considered a successful indulgence. This indulgence scored 8 points. Reward, a powerful kidney supplement, 1 bottle of Shenbao, and unexpectedly triggered the mainline task of the indulgence system. Shenbao, an essential artifact for men, using it ensures unyielding stamina. A bottle to refresh the mind, 2 bottles for never feeling tired, 3 bottles for eternal life, can be stacked. Main task, for each high-quality woman the host conquers and develops into a confidant, girlfriend, lover, a regular blind box treasure chest can be obtained. Just silently think to open it to unlock the blind box treasure chest. Blind box treasure chest. After opening, you can randomly obtain 1 item, including but not limited to money, equity, medicine, housing, vehicles, etc. Currently obtained treasure chests. 4 treasure chests available to open. 4 treasure chests can be synthesized. 3 regular treasure chests can be synthesized into 1 advanced treasure chest. An hour and a half later, on a high-end soft mattress, the beautiful saleswoman Zhou Jieji was currently flushed all over, breathing slightly heavily. Her eyes were half closed, and a satisfied expression was on her face, as if she was still savoring the passion from earlier. She had had boyfriends during her school days and had shared emotional moments with them. She was not a pure little white flower who knew nothing. During her years as a saleswoman at the BMW dealership, she often chatted with colleagues about such topics, joking around, so she was very clear about how impressive Qin Chao was. Compared to her previous boyfriend, he was simply a weakling, not even in the same league. Zhou Jieji silently complained in her heart after making the comparison. Qin Chao's eyes were not on Zhou Jieji. At this moment, he was focused on the main task of the system. While he was communicating with the beautiful saleswoman, he heard the ding sound in his mind, the sound triggered by the system, but at that time, he didn't have time to check, as he was busy with important matters. Now he finally had the time to check the changes in the system. The main task is to develop confidence. which means to have girlfriends or lovers. This is good. I just wonder what this treasure chest can yield. Could it be the same as the system's rewards? Qin Chao thought silently. What's the use of thinking? It's better to practice directly. Qin Chao quickly thought in his mind, open the blind box treasure chest. Soon, a cold electronic voice from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have opened a regular blind box treasure chest and obtained 1 million cash. 1 million? Qin Chao was a bit surprised. That's not a small amount, and it's just from the lowest regular treasure chest. What about the advanced treasure chest? Qin Chao's heart suddenly felt a bit itchy. He had 4 treasure chests, and from the perspective of confidants, they must be 4 women related to him. His 3 girlfriends and the saleswoman Zhou Jiajia from earlier. This means that as long as he establishes a relationship or has shared emotional moments with a woman, she counts as his confidant. So, if I go out and ask different therapists for massages, would that count? Qin Chao thought silently in his mind. If that works, he could definitely take advantage of this system. No, host, please don't be delusional. It must be based on mutual emotional foundation to count as a confidant. The system's cold voice harshly interrupted Qin Chao's thoughts. Alright, I was just thinking, system, don't overthink. Qin Chao smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Damn, this system knows everything. Qin Chao suddenly felt something was off. Feelings? He and Zhou Jiajia shouldn't have any feelings, right? So why does she count? Qin Chao scratched his head, feeling puzzled. Given the host's impressive performance and emotional communication, Zhou Jiajia currently has a deep emotional connection with you, so she is also counted as a confidant. Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Chao's eyes lit up. Got it, I'm too strong. I directly found the only passage to her innermost heart. Zhang Ailing does not deceive me. Buzzing suddenly, the phone by the bed vibrated. Qin Chao quickly picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. It was a notification of money deposited into his bank account. Looking at the 7-digit number starting with 3 on his bank card balance, Qin Chao broke into a brilliant smile. 3 million, that's impressive. With that thought, Qin Chao quickly combined 3 treasure chests into a high-level treasure chest. He wanted to see what this high-level treasure chest could yield. Silently chanting open in his heart, Qin Chao tightly closed his eyes. The system's voice came from his mind, so it was of no real use. Soon, the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in Qin Chao's heart. Congratulations to the host for opening the high-level treasure chest. You have received a 700 square meter villa in Dijingwan. Note, the system has confirmed that all procedures for this villa have been completed, and the host can go directly to the Dijingwan Property Management Office to collect it. The property fee has been paid for 10 years. Wow! A villa! 700 square meters! Dijingwan! Qin Chao was instantly dumbfounded. This high-level treasure chest was just too amazing. He had certainly heard of Dijingwan, the most famous villa area in High City, where both the environment and the price were undoubtedly number one. Its price reached 50,000 per square meter. What does that mean? The housing prices in a second-tier city could actually exceed 50,000 per square meter, surpassing most first-tier cities. Basically, the residents of Dijingwan were powerful figures in High City's business world, and even if an ordinary person had money, it would be very difficult to buy one. Qin Chao took a deep breath and slowly regained his composure. It was just too hard to believe. A regular treasure chest yielded 1 million, while a high-level treasure chest produced a property worth over 40 million. The gap was simply too vast. Just 3 ordinary chests could be combined into a high-level treasure chest, and Qin Chao's heart instantly ignited with excitement. He needed to hurry and complete the main quest. He silently reminded himself, this is a task required by the system, I can't be blamed. I don't want so many beautiful confidants either. While Qin Chao was still lost in his thoughts, the stunning female sales representative slowly sat up from the bed after resting for a while. After all, she wasn't a rookie, although she had been single for a long time. She often engaged in DIY, so her physique and recovery ability were quite good. Your room is so big, and there's such a large walk-in closet. It's so beautiful. Zhou Jiajia turned her head to look around the master bedroom, exclaiming in surprise. Earlier, she had been so engrossed in her emotional exchange with Qin Chao that she hadn't paid any attention to the house until now when she finally had time to look around. She didn't know about the outside scene, but just this master bedroom had already shocked her. The master bedroom, which was about 50 to 60 square meters, was even larger than the place she rented with Zhuyu. Their 2-bedroom apartment only added up to a little over 40 square meters. It was too exaggerated. Zhou Jiajia's heart was in turmoil. The room's luxurious decor and high-end furniture looked extremely expensive. This was the first time in her 28 years that Zhou Jiajia had seen such a beautiful bedroom, leaving a small shock on her little heart. Do you like it? Let me carry you in to take a look. Qin Chao stood up and stepped to the front of the bed, smiling as he reached out his hands to her. He also quite liked this stunning female sales representative. Her skin was very fair and soft, easily enveloping him like water, and they matched very well. If he had to use one word to describe her, Qin Chao would simply say very smooth. Of course I like it. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful room in real life, and such a big walk-in closet. I only saw it on TV before. Zhou Zhezhe's eyes sparkled as she immediately climbed up beside Qin Chao and stood up, leaping into his arms. After their deep exchange, this beautiful sales representative clearly regarded Qin Chao as her lover, behaving intimately and not caring at all about her exposed beauty. Qin Chao took advantage of the moment to embrace her, his hands tightly wrapping around her slender, smooth waist and hips, feeling her softness. Looking down at the sexy legs wrapped around his waist, Qin Chao smiled gently, leaning forward to plant a soft kiss on her red lips before stepping towards the dressing room. The intimate interaction with Qin Chao made Zhou Zhezhe's heart feel a bit sweet. A bright smile adorned her face as she wrapped her arms around Qin Chao's neck and offered her red lips again. Another round of passionate kissing ensued, and the two resembled a couple deeply in love, reluctant to part for even a moment. It wasn't until they entered the dressing room that they slowly separated. Qin Chao strolled around the dressing room, allowing the person hanging on him to take a good look. The U-shaped entrance design, the open space, the warm lighting, and the well-arranged central island. All of this was hard for Zhou Zhezhe to imagine. She felt like Cinderella from the television, admiring the prince's castle in his embrace. It's so beautiful. I love it here. Her eyes sparkled with fervent light as she stared directly into Qin Chao's eyes, almost saying she wanted to live here. Although Qin Chao also quite liked this very smooth saleswoman, he couldn't let her move in. He had several girlfriends, and Zhou Zhezhe could at most be considered a comrade in emotional exchange. If his girlfriends found out, it would be chaos in his harem, and he currently didn't have the means to handle such matters. Then I'll bring you here often in the future, Qin Chao said lightly, ignoring her eager gaze and turning his head to look elsewhere. He had to be ruthless and cut off that thought of hers, but he could make it up to her in other ways. Qin Chao's evasive demeanor made Zhou Zhezhe understand his meaning. Her eyes dimmed slightly, filled with disappointment. However, she quickly thought again that they had only known each other for a short time. Although they had already become intimate, their feelings were still not very deep, so his refusal was normal. She secretly vowed to firmly capture Qin Chao's heart. Whether in terms of money, looks, or body, Qin Chao was her perfect ideal type. She felt she had already fallen for him and found it hard to extricate herself. Got it, hubby. Zhou Zhezhe tightly hugged Qin Chao, actively calling out this endearing title. In her heart, Qin Chao was already equivalent to her husband, and she felt she would probably never look at another man again. Seeing her so perceptive, a wave of guilt suddenly surged in Qin Chao's heart. What do you like? I'll get it for you as a gift for today, Qin Chao said gently in her ear, wanting to compensate her with something. I don't want your gifts, having you is enough. You are the best gift from heaven to me, Zhou Zhezhe said, her eyes fixed on Qin Chao, sparkling with intense sincerity. Clearly, her level was not low. Although she couldn't be considered a high-level green tea, she was certainly a quantum level 1. Qin Chao was somewhat taken aback by her words. He could genuinely feel her sincerity from her gaze, and remembering that the system had classified her as a confidant, he couldn't help but feel a bit moved. It was hard for any warm-blooded man to remain unaffected by such flattery from a beautiful woman with such a sexy figure. I'll transfer you 50,000 yuan, buy whatever you want. I quite like you, and I'll be looking for you often in the future, Qin Chao said, picking up his phone to initiate the transfer. To be honest, he hadn't yet figured out how to treat Zhou Zhezhe. Considering her as a girlfriend, he had to admit that his feelings for her hadn't reached that level, and he already had 3 girlfriends. If she were just a comrade for emotional exchange, that would be irresponsible towards her, a behavior of a scumbag. So, let's take it one step at a time, support her with money, she should love money, right? Qin Chao speculated in his heart. Is that how you see me? What do you take me for? A prostitute? Zhou Zhezhe's eyes instantly turned red, her head lowered, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she was truly very sad. Perhaps she initially approached him for his money, but now she genuinely had his image in her heart. Hearing him bluntly say he was going to throw money at her, an overwhelming sense of grievance and sadness surged within her, and she exploded. I don't want your money, I'll just leave. Zhou Zhezhe quickly got off Qin Chao, tears flowing as she walked to the bedside, picking up her clothes from the floor and starting to put them on. Black stockings, a short skirt, a top. One by one, in an orderly fashion. When she was putting on a gray suit jacket, a figure tightly embraced her from behind. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just that I already have a girlfriend. Qin Chao's guilt deepened significantly. Zhou Zhezhe's tears indeed left him somewhat at a loss, so he decided to be straightforward with her. I don't care, I just want to be with you. Zhou Zhejia's response surprised Qin Chao. He paused, suddenly tightening his embrace around her graceful figure, gently whispering in her ear, just take the money, isn't it what a husband should do to buy things for his wife? After saying that, he gently kissed her neck from behind, his hands around her waist slowly moving towards her heart. Hearing Qin Chao's words, the beautiful saleswoman's eyes sparkled with light, and a bright, radiant smile blossomed on her face, as beautiful and captivating as a rainbow after the rain. She turned around, slowly tiptoeing, and offered her luscious red lips once again, her eyes flowing with charm, her brows exuding allure. Soon, the room was filled with enchanting moans. 2 hours later, Zhou Zhejia happily left Haisheng Tiancheng. Although she was once again unilaterally slaughtered by Qin Chao in the second round, she still cooperated with him very diligently. Every glance and every move of Qin Chao, she could perfectly grasp his thoughts, achieving an extraordinary level of tacit understanding. Even Qin Chao had to sigh that this was, so far, the most perfect and exhilarating emotional exchange battle of his life. After the battle, having received Qin Chao's acknowledgement of her girlfriend status, Zhou Zhejia's mood was clearly very pleasant, leaving with a sweet smile on her face. At 4:15 p.m., a quiet figure stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window in the spacious apartment, overlooking the scenery outside. The golden sun was still high in the sky, continuing to radiate light and heat to the ground. Qin Chao's consciousness was currently immersed in the system. Kidney treasure? He silently muttered to himself. If he remembered correctly, there was a funny scene in the apartment he had watched before. The system's kidney treasure seemed to have lines that were exactly the same as those in apartment, leaving Qin Chao somewhat speechless. It couldn't be a parody, could it? He felt a desire to take it immediately but was also worried, his face showing hesitation. Host, please do not have doubts about me. If you can't accept it, we can part ways. The cold electronic voice in his mind instantly cleared Qin Chao's thoughts. Yes, he already had a system. What could be more exaggerated than this? A product of the system must be a premium item. With that thought, Qin Chao no longer hesitated. He directly thought in his heart, take the kidney treasure. Soon, a cool sensation came from his kidneys. It was icy, comfortable, and refreshing. Qin Chao felt that his state was very good at this moment. Even if he were to engage in emotional exchanges with the beautiful saleswoman a couple more times, it would be more than enough. It should be noted that after experiencing 2 intense battles, he had already developed a noticeable soreness in his lower back, and he had become somewhat weak. But now, he had fully recovered, even far surpassing his condition before the battles. The system's intervention was indeed extraordinary. System, I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked at you with suspicion. I kneel before you, please accept my submission. From now on, I will only have endless admiration and respect for you, and I will never dare to have any other thoughts. Qin Chao directly softened his knees and knelt in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. One could say the system was like his reborn parents. Without the system, he was nothing. Kneeling before the system was only natural and not at all shameful. Forget it, I'll just complete more tasks in the future. Seeing his sincere attitude of admitting his mistake, the system took a step back, its tone softened considerably, appearing very human-like. Even the still cold electronic voice seemed to carry a hint of warmth. Indeed, the world is not just about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Zhang Dashuai's words are still very effective to this day. Don't worry, I will definitely take the main quest seriously and quickly increase my new romantic interests. Qin Chao vowed earnestly. Even if the system didn't say anything, he would still complete more main quests. After all, he was also tempted. A high-level treasure chest had yielded a 700 square meter villa in Dijingwan, so what about the next high-level treasure chest? Who wouldn't be tempted by such immense wealth? Perhaps only Ma Yun, who famously said, I never liked money. To me, money is just a string of numbers, a statement that many still find intriguing today. It was already close to evening, and going to Dijingwan to receive the villa was clearly not the right timing. Qin Chao suppressed his excited feelings and thought it best to wait until tomorrow morning to take action. One more night wouldn't make a difference. Standing on the 20th floor, looking through the floor-to-ceiling window at the stunning cityscape under the setting sun, Qin Chao felt a bit dizzy. Who would have thought he would possess these previously unattainable things, not even appearing in his dreams? Thanks to the system, I should hurry to complete the main quest. Perhaps completing more will yield additional rewards. Qin Chao murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation in his heart. Currently, I can't open treasure chests with the few girlfriends I have, so I need to develop new targets. From the current situation, there are only a few women related to me, the Porsche saleswoman Xia, the receptionist Juyu, and Li Feng, the daughter-in-law of Qin Yuandao, are all potential targets. Once completed, it would be another high-level treasure chest. High-level treasure chest, TSK. Xin Chao's eyes were clear, and his self-analysis was thorough. 3 people, strategizing one by one would take too long. Xin Chao supported his forehead with one hand, pondering for a moment, and decided to pursue all 3 lines simultaneously. First, he would chat casually on his phone to deepen their mutual feelings. Then, based on their personalities, he would choose different strategies. For example, Xin Chao remembered she had said last time that she was available anytime within 24 hours. When a girl says this to you, it's a clear signal she is open to emotional communication. However, just communicating emotions isn't enough. He needed to make her develop a good impression of him or even like him, which would qualify as the system's definition of a romantic interest. Thinking of this, Xin Chao couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Indeed, the main quest was not that simple. If money could buy a romantic interest, that would be great. Xin Chao silently lamented. It was better to do more than to think more, so he took out his phone and sent a message to Chia. Xin, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you out for dinner and maybe catch a movie. This message was not suitable for their relationship, and it even felt a bit abrupt, but Xin Chao had no choice but to tentatively ask. He couldn't just send, "Want to meet tonight? Room XX, number XX, that would be too foolish." After a while, he received a reply. "Chia, I'm free, Mr. Xin, I'd be happy to." Looking at the message on his phone, Xin Chao raised his eyebrows and a slight smile curved his lips. She was straightforward. He decided to act quickly and win Chia over tonight. It was clear that she was a pure gold digger, a type of woman who had no resistance to money. Although she currently had no good feelings towards him, he could turn money into affection. Luxury goods, cosmetics, high-end services could all translate into pleasure, which in turn could convert into her fondness for him. He didn't expect Chia could indeed be won over with money, but not directly. A little finesse would do. Xin Chao couldn't help but feel a bit proud of his cleverness. With that thought, he quickly replied to Chia. "Xin, slow apricot. Map, Xin, we're having dinner at this restaurant tonight, do you want me to pick you up?" Chia, "No need, I'll just take a taxi, see you tonight, Mr. Xin. Xin, no need to be so polite, Mr. Xin sounds too formal, just call me Xin Chao." Chia, "Okay, Xin Chao." "Brother." Chia, "You're younger than me, is it okay to call you that?" He. "Cute." JPG, Xin, "Of course, no problem." After finishing the flirty chat with Chia, Xin Chao slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and began to ponder. He had to win her over tonight, so he needed to make some preparations. Dinner, a movie, luxury goods, cosmetics, and booking a hotel, preferably the top-tier luxury hotel. Glancing at the time, it was already close to 4:30. Xin Chao hesitated no longer and jogged back to the master bedroom's dressing room, changing into a fitted deep blue suit. Dinner was set at Slow Apricot, and a suit was the best match. Slow Apricot was the most famous Western restaurant in Haicheng, with a beautiful environment, exquisite service, and decor that embodied a typical European aristocratic style, making it very popular among high-end clientele in Haicheng. Of course, the prices were extremely high, averaging over 1,500 per person, making it the pinnacle of Western restaurants at that level in Haicheng. Choosing this place, Xin Chao certainly had his own little thoughts. Today, he planned to be an elegant handsome guy plus a sycophant who gives luxury goods and cosmetics plus a warm man. In short, everything was to increase her fondness for him, so she would willingly spend a wonderful night together, laying the groundwork for completing the system's main task. After changing clothes and getting everything ready, Xin Chao opened the black solemn armored door and slowly walked out. He bought a carry-all small handbag worth 27,000 at the LV counter in Wanshan Plaza and a set of high-end cosmetics worth 10,000 at the nearby La Mer counter, then hurriedly drove to Slow Apricot restaurant. When he arrived, it was just 6 p.m. He parked in the restaurant's designated parking lot, jumped out of the car, and slowly strolled to the restaurant's front door. Through the bright glass doors, Xin Chao saw the general outline of the restaurant's interior. The space was spacious, the decor luxurious, and the style unique, indeed giving a different feeling. Chia had not arrived yet. Xin Chao glanced at his phone and saw he had not received any messages, so he stood silently waiting at the restaurant's entrance. At that moment, Chia was sitting in the back seat of a taxi, still wearing the black office lady uniform she had on at work today. Her posture was upright, her curves smooth and beautiful, her long and full legs tightly wrapped in black stockings, making her appear both sexy and elegant. Her delicate eyes blinked slowly as she gazed out the car window at the scenery, a complex mix of pleasure and tension swirling in her heart. It was a pleasant surprise for Chia that Xin Chao had actively invited her on WeChat. She had a deep impression of this young and handsome guy. Tall and upright, with striking features and an extraordinary aura, he could be said to be her type. Not to mention, he had directly ordered a Porsche Panamera worth 2.4 million at the headquarters. Wealthy, good-looking, and charismatic, Chia couldn't think of any reason to refuse his invitation. From the moment he first came to pick up the car, she had already taken a liking to him. However, she didn't have much confidence in herself. With someone as outstanding as Qin Chao, there must be many beautiful girls who liked him, including wealthy and beautiful women. Compared to such women, she felt utterly lacking. Thinking of this, Chia let out a long sigh. The taxi slowly pulled over to the side of the road. After paying, Chia lowered her head and got out of the car. She walked slowly towards the Slow Apricot restaurant in her gray pointed high heels. When she was about 20 meters away, a tall figure in a light blue suit entered her line of sight. Tall and upright, with handsome features and a defined jawline. Yes, it was him. Upon seeing Qin Chao, a spark ignited in Chia's eyes, and even her pace quickened a bit. "Hi, Miss Chi, it's great to see you. Thank you for gracing me with your presence," Qin Chao said with a slight grin, smiling as he greeted her. Hello, Mr. Qin. Chia stammered for a long time, her delicate face slightly flushed, and finally managed to call him Mr. Qin. She felt too embarrassed to call him Qin Chao brother in front of him, it was too shameful. Online chatting was one thing, but meeting in person was a whole different story. Is it so unfamiliar? Weren't you just calling me brother? Qin Chao's eyes twinkled as he revealed a mischievous smile. Ah, that. Chia's face turned bright red from his teasing, and she stammered for a long time without being able to articulate anything. In fact, she had a calm and composed personality, but for some reason, she always felt shy and blushed in front of him. How about this? Why don't I call you Sister Chi, and you call me Brother Qin? That way, it feels much closer, how about it? Qin Chao suggested playfully, easing her embarrassment and blush. Okay. Then, Sister Chi, shall we go in? Ladies first. Qin Chao gestured for her to go ahead, his smile radiant. Chia nodded dazedly, her mind blank, feeling as if she couldn't think anymore. His smile seemed to have a magical effect on her. The two of them walked into the restaurant, and just as they reached the entrance, a nearby waiter warmly approached them. With a smile on his face, he politely said, "Welcome, sir, madam. How many of you will be dining?" 2. "All right, please follow me." He placed one hand behind his back and gestured forward with the other, walking ahead, exuding a sense of respect and humility, clearly a result of long training. The service was indeed excellent. No wonder it was so expensive. Qin Chao thought to himself. The two followed the waiter to their dining table. As they walked, Chia glanced around at the luxurious and flamboyant decor. Her hands were half clenched, and she appeared somewhat anxious. Although she had heard of Slow Apricot, the top Western restaurant in Haichang, she had never been there before. The minimum consumption of 1,500 per person was somewhat beyond her financial means. As a Porsche salesperson, her salary consists of a basic wage plus commission from car sales. The basic wage is only 2,000 yuan, and due to the high prices, Porsche cars are difficult to sell. Usually, she can hardly sell a few cars in a month, so her average monthly income is not high. Although she is materialistic, she is not like those female salespeople online who rely on selling their bodies for money. To her, that is simply shameless. The reason she agreed to Qin Chao is entirely because this young and handsome guy is indeed her type. In her aesthetic view, she doesn't mind having some sort of relationship beyond friendship with him. Qin's sister, over here. Qin Chao noticed her awkwardness and took the initiative to reach out and hold her hand, smiling gently. Chia nodded foolishly, feeling an extra bit of affection for him in her heart. Chia's delicate, fair hand was very soft, like a piece of mutton fat jade, with a wonderful texture. Feeling the smooth touch at his fingertips, Qin Chao couldn't help but gently hook his pinky in her palm. He slowly turned his head to glance at her, a mischievous smile on his lips. At this moment, the curvaceous and slim Porsche female salesperson had a hint of blush on her face. She slightly lowered her head, unable to meet his burning gaze. The two sat down at a windowside table. "Sir, here is our menu." A nearby waiter handed over a large, exquisite booklet, bowing slightly. Qin Chao casually took the menu, glanced through it briefly, and handed it to Chia. "Sister Chi, you order, anything you want is fine, don't be polite with me." He wore a radiant smile, like the warm sun in winter, warming the heart. At least Chia was completely defenseless against such a smile. Since entering the restaurant, her heart had been pounding thump thump thump, unable to stop. Chia reached out to take the menu and slowly opened it. The patterns and prices on the menu made her eyes widen instantly. The lowest price for appetizers was 98, and not a single steak on the main course was below 2,000. She took a deep breath, her delicate eyes slightly raised, and said, "I haven't really had Western food before, why don't you order, little brother?" "Okay, let me see." In fact, it was also Qin Chao's first time in such a formal and upscale Western restaurant, and he wasn't quite sure what to order either. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chao waved to the waiter waiting not far away, signaling him to come over. Soon, the waiter noticed the situation and jogged over. "Hello, sir, how can I help you? What do you recommend from your restaurant?" Qin Chao asked straightforwardly. Since he didn't know what to eat, he might as well let the waiter recommend something. "Sir, our restaurant's best-selling item is the exquisite high-end couples set meal. It includes several of our signature Western dishes, such as French foie gras with red wine sauce, black truffle cream pasta, and Wellington steak. Its price is also discounted, making it very cost-effective." "Alright, let's order this high-end couples set meal." Qin Chao nodded, making a direct decision. In fact, his inherent impression of Western food was only steak, cream soup, knives, and forks. After all, due to his family background, he had never eaten in a formal Western restaurant growing up. If it weren't for the system, perhaps he would never have stepped into one in his lifetime. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but there was no need. In his view, Chinese cuisine is the highest level in the world, no matter what, whether it's Korean instant noodles and kimchi, Japanese sushi, American fast food, or Western cuisine, they cannot compare to the culinary delights of Greater China. The 5,000 years of Chinese culture leads the world, including its food culture. "Alright, sir, I'll place the order for you." The waiter smiled politely and respectfully stepped back. "Actually, I don't really eat Western food. It's not as good as our Chinese snacks," Qin Chao said with a smile to Chia. "Yeah, I think so too. Our country's food is so delicious." The two began chatting about domestic cuisine, the atmosphere unusually warm, and their relationship grew increasingly harmonious. Discussing Chinese food in a Western restaurant seemed a bit awkward, but they didn't mind at all. The more they talked, the more engrossed they became. The waiter, preparing to serve the dishes, rolled his eyes at their conversation, looking somewhat speechless. "You come to a Western restaurant to talk about snacks? Stinky tofu? Lamb skewers? Barbecue? Hot pot? Why not just go eat snacks instead of coming here for Western food?" Despite the inner monologue, the waiter's professionalism kept a polite smile on his face. "Sir, madam, this is the appetizer for the set meal, French foie gras with red wine sauce. This dish is also one of our signature dishes, rich in flavor and with distinct layers. Please enjoy." Hearing the waiter's introduction, the two stopped their conversation and picked up their forks and knives to take a small piece of foie gras to their mouths. Tender, smooth, with a rich and full texture, accompanied by a hint of red wine fragrance. The taste was indeed good, but just one bite. Qin Chao thought to himself. The portion was truly a bit ridiculous. It was delicious, but after one bite, it was gone, making him feel like he had eaten loneliness. It would have been better not to eat at all. "So delicious!" Chia exclaimed after tasting it, her exquisite eyes clearly brightening up, unable to help but give a thumbs up in praise. "The taste is okay, but it's gone after one bite." Qin Chao couldn't help but complain. I was just about to say that. The portion is really small." The earlier chat with Qin Chao had clearly relaxed the graceful and sexy woman, making her less restrained and much more lively. "Let's eat the main course later. I just want to feel about 8/10 full." "That shouldn't be a problem. There's still pasta." Well, in the intervals while waiting for the dishes, the two chatted again, their relationship growing even closer. Soon, exquisite dishes were served one after another, but the portions remained small. Even the main course was just a slightly larger-looking steak. After experiencing two high-quality battles in the afternoon, Qin Chao was already starving. Looking at the dishes in front of him, he quickly began to feast. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the restaurant. At this moment, the sky had darkened, and the flickering neon lights highlighted the splendor of the urban night. Standing at the restaurant's entrance, Qin Chao glanced at the time on his phone, 1900 hours. "It's still early, let's go watch a movie. There's a newly released film that I've heard is really good," Qin Chao suggested with a smile. He definitely wouldn't let Chia slip away tonight. From their earlier conversation, he had a rough idea of the character of this Porsche saleswoman, and he knew she had a very good impression of him, making the chances of success tonight quite high. There was no helping it, everything was for the main storyline task of the system. Although he had already fought twice in the afternoon, with the system bug and kidney treasure, he could easily fight a few more times. "Sure, I haven't been to the cinema in a long time." Hearing Qin Chao's words, Chia's face blossomed with a bright smile. She was also very willing to engage in more conversation with this tall, handsome, young man. If Qin Chao knew her thoughts at that moment, he would definitely give up on watching the movie and unhesitatingly pull her to a hotel for a deeper emotional exchange. After all, everything he did was to accumulate her goodwill and take the final step. And now, this good feeling seems to be almost at its peak. "Alright, let's go." Qin Chao took the initiative to reach out and hold her hand, stepping towards the parking lot of the Slow Apricot. Chia glanced down at their intertwined hands, nodded, and a blush appeared on her face. Click, the vehicle unlocked. Qin Chao opened the driver's side door and got in. Soon after, the passenger door was pulled open, revealing a graceful and elegant figure settling into the seat. Qin Chao leaned over to grab 2 gift boxes from the back seat, which were the LV bag and the La Mer cosmetics he had bought at the Vientiane Center that afternoon. 2 small gifts for Sister Qi. Qin Chao handed the gift boxes to Chia, a gentle smile on his face. This is. Chia looked at the 2 gift boxes in front of her, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. As a female sales representative for Porsche, and a beautiful woman with a delicate appearance and a hot figure, she was very familiar with these luxury brands. Although her monthly salary might not even be enough to buy 1 bag, she often kept an eye on fashion-related information in her professional environment. LV, La Mer. The luxury items that are hardest for women to resist. For my beautiful and charming Sister Qi, thank you for your company today. Qin Chao's eyebrows arched, his smile radiant. Open it and see if you like it. Chia carefully took the 2 gift boxes and slowly unwrapped the yellow packaging. She was also very curious about what was inside the boxes. As the lid of the gift box was lifted, a flash of black brilliance caught her eye. The LV Carryall Cargo Vibe small handbag, made of soft lambskin leather with a stylish crinkled effect, polished metal fittings, and a relaxed silhouette, making this bag a perfect choice for day and night occasions. The moment she saw the bag, Chia's eyes widened in disbelief and surprise. This was her dream bag. She had wanted to buy it more than once, but the hefty price of 27,000 made her hesitate. The bag she had longed for suddenly appeared before her eyes, gifted by a young handsome guy she felt a strong affinity for, filling her heart with joy and excitement. She leaned forward and gave Qin Chao a quick kiss on the cheek. Thank you, little brother, I really love this bag. I adore you. After saying that, she planted several more kisses on Qin Chao's face, her whole being radiating delight. I'm glad Sister Qi likes it. There's still one more, aren't you going to open it? Qin Chao's lips curled slightly upward, a smile on his face that was now covered in lit prints. It's settled. Tonight, he might just get lucky again. Ah, let me see this one. Chia hurriedly opened the other gift box, revealing a complete set of La Mer cosmetics, including essence, lotion, serum, cream, and eye cream. The entire set was worth over 10,000. In other words, just these 2 small gifts were valued at over 40,000. Thinking of this, Chia's heart raced, and her gaze towards Qin Chao became even more fervent. She already had a high regard for Qin Chao, but who would have thought he would be so generous, gifting her items worth 40,000 right off the bat. This was incredibly extravagant, making her willing to devote herself to him immediately. A man may be wealthy, but men who are so generous to women are still quite rare in reality, and Chia was very aware of this, because she had seen such examples before. The store where she currently works used to have a little girl named Sharo, who got involved with a wealthy middle-aged man with a receding hairline. At that time, she would boast every day in their private sales group chat about how wonderful this man was to her, treating her to lavish dinners, buying her gifts, giving her bags and bracelets. She would also post pictures of the gifts she received in the group. Chia secretly checked the prices of those gifts, and they were mostly over 1,000 yuan but never exceeding 2,000. Her colleagues would tease Sharo, saying that the gifts from the man were all worth just over 1,000 yuan, which was too cheap, and suggested he should buy her a bag worth over 10,000. Teased by her colleagues, Sharo, being a young girl, immediately got carried away and went to ask the man for a bag worth over 10,000, only to be rejected. Later, she was caught by the man's original partner, which caused a scene at the 4S store, and ultimately, the girl was fired. Chia still remembers the appearance of that man with the receding hairline, over 40 years old, pot-bellied, bald, and looking quite unattractive, making one feel a bit nauseous just to see him. Then she looked at the young handsome guy in front of her, with strong features, a calm demeanor, youthful wealth, and he was incredibly generous. What kind of divine luck is this? How could I encounter such an exceptional man? Chia even suspected that her ancestors' graves were emitting green smoke, as if one day such a thing could fall upon her. It was like a novel coming to life. Could she be the chosen female lead? So, how about it? Do you like this? Qin Chao's gentle and magnetic voice interrupted Chia's thoughts, and she gradually came back to her senses. I like it very much, brother. You are really too good to me. I feel like I have already fallen in love with you. Chia's eyes sparkled with light, staring intently at Qin Chao, as if he were stacks of 100 yuan bills. Then come here. Qin Chao smirked, a mischievous smile on his face. Come where? Chia looked confused, her eyes flickering with doubt. After a moment, she realized what Qin Chao meant. She didn't blush, instead, her gaze was filled with flirtation. After a while, she directly leaped onto Qin Chao, leaning in to kiss his lips. The moment their lips touched, the flirtation in Chia's eyes intensified, and she became a bit intoxicated. There was a faint, elegant scent of men's cologne on Qin Chao, a fragrance that was refreshing and made her a little dizzy. Perhaps the position was uncomfortable. After kissing for a while, she straddled him, facing him, and then kissed him passionately again. Facing Chia's proactive assault, Qin Chao felt like a little lamb, while Chia was the big bad wolf. The man's dignity compelled him to fight back. How could a delicate little woman in a black silk uniform ride on him and take charge? He extended his large hands to roam over Chia's body, and soon, the little woman in his arms became limp, as if she had turned into a pool of spring water. Forget about the movie, let's connect emotionally instead? Qin Chao said, slightly out of breath, whispering in Chia's ear. The woman in his arms said nothing, her hands tightly wrapped around Qin Chao's neck, and she pressed her lips against his. Her actions told Qin Chao her answer. 15 minutes later, at the entrance of the Hilton Hotel in Haicheng. As the most famous and expensive five-star chain hotel in Haicheng, the Hilton truly lives up to its reputation. The main building, towering over 50 stories, has a magnificent appearance, designed with minimalism in mind, primarily composed of large glass panels and metal composite materials, giving the building a light and modern look. In the pitch-black night, the enormous Hilton logo at the top of the building flickered with white neon lights, undoubtedly the most famous landmark in Haicheng at night. We've arrived. The BMW came to a stop, and Qin Chao turned to Chia and said, let's get out. The beautiful woman with long black stockings smoothed out her wrinkled clothes and nodded cutely, a hint of blush still lingering on her face. The passion from earlier in the car had left her feeling disoriented, and she still felt a lingering thrill. The two opened their car doors and got out, where the hotel doorman greeted them warmly. Sir, madam, hello, I am Yi Xiu, the doorman of the Hilton Hotel. How may I assist you? Qin Chao loosened his suit collar, took out his wallet, and handed him 300 yuan bills. Please park the car for me, thank you. Of course, sir, it's my pleasure to serve you. Seeing the 300 yuan bills, Yi Xiu's eyes lit up slightly, and he bowed in gratitude. As a doorman at a five-star hotel, he had seen countless luxury cars, but very few guests tipped generously. Usually, it was only between 50 to 100. Although Qin Chao's car was just a BMW 3 Series, the generous 300 yuan tip was indeed unexpected. With this in mind, he looked at Qin Chao with even more eagerness, lowering his head respectfully. Sir, if you need anything else, feel free to contact me, and I will ensure it is taken care of. Alright, got it, go park the car. Qin Chao smiled lightly, his expression confident and composed, exuding an astonishing male charm. He directly took the hand of the stunning woman beside him and strode into the hotel. The Porsche saleswoman, with her delicate features, gazed intently at Qin Chao's handsome face, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable allure. The sound of her sharp high heels clicking on the hotel's smooth marble floor echoed crisply. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel front desk. Hello, sir, how may I assist you? The receptionist greeted with a bright smile, politely inquiring. Please book me a presidential suite. Certainly, sir. How long will you be staying? Upon hearing presidential suite, the receptionist's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Generally, those who stay in presidential suites are either social elites or high-ranking executives, most of whom are middle-aged men over 40. This handsome guy looked so young, yet he could afford a presidential suite. The receptionist couldn't help but fantasize, if only my boyfriend were like this, I'd be willing to live in a big villa and drive luxury cars. Just one night. Qin Chao's gentle voice interrupted her daydreaming. Oh, okay. Glancing at the sexy and captivating Chia behind Qin Chao, the receptionist instantly understood. At the same time, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. What luck this woman has, staying with such a handsome and wealthy man in a presidential suite. Is this a scene straight out of a domineering CEO novel? Sir, if you check in tonight, you can check out before midnight tomorrow, and the total is 108,000. Do you have a membership card or any discounts available? Membership card? Qin Chao recalled that in his 24 years, this was his first time at a five-star hotel. The reason he chose the presidential suite tonight was not only to surprise Chia but also to experience a lifestyle he had never encountered before. After all, for an ordinary person, a room rate of 100,000 a night was an unattainable dream. No, just swipe the card. Alright. The receptionist took the bank card Qin Chao handed her, swiped it on the POS, and soon it showed that the payment was successful. A bright smile spread across her face as she handed Qin Chao a black card with a golden border. Sir, please take good care of your room card. Shortly, a professional butler from our Hilton Hotel will contact you, and he will do his utmost to meet all your needs. We hope you have a pleasant stay. Thank you, but there's no need to trouble yourselves tonight. I will call the room when I need something. Qin Chao reached out to take the black card, politely declining. It was clear that a monumental battle was about to unfold, and he didn't want to be disturbed while fighting. that would be too annoying. Tonight, he just wanted to enjoy a world of two with this saleswoman in black stockings and high heels, and to communicate wildly. He had just taken a kidney tonic in the afternoon, and he was somewhat eager to test its potency. Xin Chao's words carried a clear implication, and Xia, who was beside him, suddenly felt her face flush. It was too straightforward. It was as if she wanted everyone to know what the two of them were about to do. Though she was 1,000 times willing in her heart, she still felt a bit shy in front of the female receptionist. She tightened her grip around Xin Chao's arm, and her pace in her high heels quickened, eager to escape from there. Ding! Xin Chao scanned the black card at the elevator dedicated to the presidential suite, and the elevator doors slowly opened. The two stepped inside. The presidential suite was located on the 53rd floor of the Hilton Hotel, an extremely high floor, essentially the pinnacle of Haicheng, offering an incredibly broad view. Brother, isn't the presidential suite too expensive? If not, we can change to another hotel. Xia clung to Xin Chao's arm, pressing herself tightly against him, whispering in his ear with a seductive and enticing tone. The soft and warm sensation from her arm, combined with the sultry whispers in his ear, made Xin Chao's heart race, and he found it hard to restrain his hands and feet. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Xia's slender, delicate waist, his fingers slowly caressing her waist, feeling the enticing touch from her body. It's okay, I just want you to experience the most expensive things and have the best experience. Xin Chao looked intently at Xia, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, forming a mischievous grin. Though his heart was burning with desire, Xin Chao was not an impulsive person. There were cameras in the elevator, and he didn't want to become the male lead for people to gawk at in the domestic scene after today. Brother, you're so nice. I promise I won't disappoint you today. Xia's eyes sparkled, filled with emotion. She decided to cooperate with him later, using all her knowledge. As a naturally gifted yoga practitioner, her body's flexibility was exceptional, and she guaranteed that Xin Chao would have an unforgettable experience tonight. Ding! The elevator came to a steady stop on the 53rd floor. The two stepped out of the elevator, and Xin Chao took out the black card, tapping it against the door of the presidential suite. The door opened with a sound, and the luxurious and prestigious decor of the presidential suite left Xia momentarily speechless, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes scanning the room incessantly. This room is too big. The decor is too luxurious. The two words clearly reflected her shock. Even Xin Chao was astonished by the opulence of the presidential suite. After all, he was a man with a 388 square meter apartment. In comparison to this presidential suite, Xin Chao suddenly felt that his apartment was no longer appealing. It is indeed very luxurious, but shouldn't we wait to explore it later? We have important matters to attend to. Xin Chao winked at Xia, a mischievous smile on his face. This smile was somewhat lewd, but combined with his handsome features and extraordinary aura, it didn't come off as sleazy. Instead, it had an electrifying quality. Xia found it hard to handle his smile. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head, saying, "I'll take a shower first. I've been out all day and feel a bit uncomfortable." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt herself being lifted off the ground, as if she were flying. Xin Chao directly picked her up, striding confidently towards the bathroom. "Let's wash together. I haven't washed either. I want Sister Chi to help me scrub my back, is that okay?" Xin Chao smiled, acting coyly, deliberately using a high-pitched tone that only a little puppy would make. Hearing her younger brother's playful tone, Xia felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Her heart raced as if it would leap out of her chest. At the same time, her blood flowed faster, filling her with a breath of desire, longing for a passionate battle. Her eyes sparkled with charm, gazing at Xin Chao with a slightly dazed look. No longer hesitating, she quickly reached out her hands, tightly wrapping them around Xin Chao's neck, her fiery red lips kissing him. The two intertwined passionately, feeling the warmth of each other's mouths, instinctual impulses flooding their minds. Xia's figure was graceful, her body well proportioned, with curves in all the right places, showcasing the feminine beauty of her form. One of Xin Chao's hands supported her delicate bottom while the other roamed freely over her exquisite body, expressing the heat within him. Soon, they stepped into the bathroom. No one mentioned the need to run water or take a shower. They remained immersed in their intense kiss. Gradually, their clothes disappeared one by one. After a tacit glance, Xin Chao gently set the graceful Porsche saleswoman down on the floor. Xia's eyes shimmered with waves of allure as she glanced at him before turning around. In the luxurious presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel in Haicheng, Xin Chao and Xia indulged in learning and exchanging feelings. One was diligent and hardworking, while the other was eager to learn. Their figures were scattered across the bathroom, windowsill, sofa, and carpet, leaving traces of their study. Truly a natural yoga body, their compatibility was remarkable. Xin Chao marveled inwardly. If he were to rate Xia's ability to learn, he would give her an 82. with an additional 18 points in the form of 666. So smooth. It was the first time he realized that some knowledge could be presented in such a way, opening his eyes wide. He decided to enroll all his girlfriends in a yoga class, ensuring they all practiced well. After more than 2 hours, the two lay quietly on the soft mattress. Chia felt completely drained, one hand draped over Qin Chao's neck, the other resting on his waist. She buried her face in Qin Chao's embrace, quietly listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump thump. Her eyes were slightly closed, too tired to speak. In fact, her endurance was quite good. She practiced yoga almost every day, and her body was in good shape. Unfortunately, she had encountered Qin Chao, who had a system bug. Products of the system are always top-notch. Watching the main quest progress from 4 to 5, and a new ordinary blind box added, Qin Chao felt very happy. Today's strategy was successful. After 2 hours of intense activity, Qin Chao felt only a little tired. He thought he could handle another 2 hours. The system brother is amazing. I consider myself lucky. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Qin Chao silently promised the system. Just be obedient, host. Complete more main quests for unexpected rewards. The cold electronic voice responded promptly, still so aloof. Coming back to his senses, Qin Chao gently stroked Chia's delicate face. He noticed she seemed to be the legendary cold white skin. After her shower, she was now barefaced, still astonishingly white, like a piece of fine mutton fat jade, shining brightly. Without the embellishment of exquisite makeup, her face was still beautiful and captivating, unlike those TikTok beauty bloggers who look like ghosts after removing their makeup, as if they had changed heads. Her face was plump, her skin smooth, and her features were basically unchanged from what he had seen during the day, a typical cold white-skinned beauty without makeup. You're amazing, brother Qin Chao. Chia spoke first, unable to help but praise Qin Chao. Do you like it? Qin Chao's eyes were filled with pride and satisfaction, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he asked. I like it and I don't like it. Oh, how so? I like it because it's you, and you really are impressive. I don't like it because I can't handle it. I feel like my body is about to fall apart. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Qin Chao couldn't help but burst into laughter. He reached out to wrap his arms around her slender waist and gently asked in her ear, Sister Qi, do you still have energy? Are you hungry? Should we order something to eat to replenish our energy? I'm a bit hungry. The Western food for dinner was just that little bit. I feel like I didn't eat enough, and just now. Chia's face turned slightly red, and she couldn't finish her sentence. Just wait, I'll go order food. Qin Chao got up from the bed and dialed the front desk. Soon, the call was connected. Dear Mr. Qin, hello, how may I assist you? Doesn't your hotel have a butler? Have him arrange some food for me, high in protein, beef, lobster, king crab, all of it. Qin Chao said casually. Okay, Mr. Qin, I will arrange that for you right away, please hold on. After hanging up, the female receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. It had been nearly 3 hours since he checked into the hotel. Excluding the time spent showering, that meant he had at least an hour? Is he even human? At the entrance of the presidential suite on the 53rd floor of the Hilton Hotel in Haicheng, a middle-aged foreign man dressed in a white chef's uniform and wearing a chef's hat stood upright, followed by a large group of waitstaff, each carrying beautifully crafted and enticing dishes. You all pay attention to your posture and etiquette, Mr. Qin is our hotel's most distinguished guest. Make sure to serve him well and make him feel at home, a young man in a black tailcoat with a bow tie, exuding gentlemanly charm, instructed. Understood, the waitstaff replied in unison. Once everything was ready, the young man took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. At the moment the knocking sounded, Qin Chao was playfully wrestling with the sexy and beautiful Chia on the bed. You grab me, I touch you, it was all so joyful and fun. Hearing the knock, Qin Chao guessed it must be the food arriving. He stopped his playful antics with Chia and whispered in her ear, it should be the food. I'll go open the door, you get dressed and get ready to eat. I ordered a lot of delicious food. Chia nodded with a smile, her face full of anticipation. After eating so little for dinner and enduring a 2-hour battle, she was already starving. Qin Chao quickly got dressed and stepped out of the master bedroom of the presidential suite. Approaching the suite door, Qin Chao didn't open it immediately. He asked through the door, who is it? When out, one must always have a sense of security. A respectful voice immediately responded from outside, Mr. Qin, hello, I am your personal butler, Li Han. The food you ordered is ready. Hearing this, Qin Chao relaxed and slowly opened the door. Good evening, esteemed Mr. Qin. Everyone outside simultaneously raised their heads and stood tall, their postures upright, speaking in unison. Qin Chao was taken aback. What the heck? Pulling this stunt at night is really scary. Hello everyone. Qin Chao calmly nodded and walked into the room. The door opened, and a group of people entered, led by the young butler Li Han, followed closely by a middle-aged foreign man wearing a chef's hat, and then came the waitstaff. Except for Li Han, each of them carried a beautifully plated, enticing dish. There were fragrant roasted tomahawk steaks, bright red steamed lobsters, 3 ways of king crab, and steamed grouper. All top-notch, expensive ingredients that an average person could hardly afford. Just put it here, Qin Chao said as he strolled toward the living room, pointing to indicate they should place the food on the table in front of the sofa. The waitstaff followed the instructions, neatly placing the dishes on the table, and after finishing, they exited the room in an orderly manner. Only the young butler and the middle-aged foreign man with a high-nose bridge and deep blue eyes remained in the room. The young butler's hair was meticulously styled, and he wore a pair of slender gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor, somewhat resembling a grand butler from a television show, albeit younger. He stepped forward to stand before Qin Chao, slightly bowing, and respectfully said, "Mr. Qin, hello, my name is Li Han, and I am your one-on-one private butler, available 24/7 to serve you. Anything you wish to arrange within reason can be entrusted to me." Qin Chao smiled at him, nodded, indicating he understood. After introducing himself, Li Han quietly stepped back and stood silently to the side. As the private butler of the presidential suite, he possessed a high level of professionalism and the ability to read the room, having a clear judgment of the client's basic body language. He knew exactly when to do what to say, and what to do, focusing on providing exquisite service and emotional satisfaction to the client. After Li Han stepped back, the middle-aged foreign man in a white chef's uniform stepped forward to introduce himself to Qin Chao. "Esteemed Mr. Qin, hello, I am your private chef, my name is David. I am delighted to serve you tonight and hope you enjoy the food." After introducing himself, he moved to the table and began to introduce the dishes for the evening. This steak is a 5 Wagyu from Kobe, Japan. It is rich in fat and has a tender texture, a premium cut among steaks. This lobster is from the king crab. He meticulously introduced each dish's source, basic preparation, and general taste, providing thorough service. Is this the enjoyment of the wealthy? Qin Chao mused to himself. To be honest, it was indeed exhilarating. This is what life is about, this is what living is. Being rich and being poor are indeed 2 different worlds. Qin Chao cleared his throat twice, steadied himself, and spoke calmly, "Li Han and David, right? Thank you both for your service, you've worked hard." Upon hearing Qin Chao's words, they immediately understood the implication. The 2 respectfully bowed to Qin Chao and left the presidential suite, one after the other. They were both smart people, and Qin Chao silently gave them a thumbs up. After they left, Xia, wrapped in a bathrobe, swayed her hips and walked gracefully to Qin Chao, gently turning around and playfully asking, "Am I beautiful?" "Beautiful." Qin Chao directly pulled the older sister over, placing his hand on her heart, restlessly kneading it, feeling her soft heartbeat. After a while of playful touching, the 2 sat down on the wide, soft, high-end sofa. "Wow, this food is so lavish." Looking at the delicious and tempting tomahawk steak and large lobster on the table in front of her, Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to hold back her exclamation. "Come on, eat. Aren't you starving? I specially ordered this food, packed with protein." The big sister was indeed not polite, directly grabbing the fragrant, roasted tomahawk steak and taking a big bite. Smooth, tender, and juicy, the taste was excellent. Xia's eyes narrowed slightly, her delicate face filled with the joy of enjoying good food. Sometimes, good food can truly make one feel happy from the inside out. "It's so delicious, I'm so satisfied. Come on, have a bite too." Xia deliberately held out the part she had just bitten into in front of Qin Chao's mouth, letting him taste her saliva. "Ah." Qin Chao opened his mouth wide and tore off a big chunk, his cheeks bulging as he chewed slowly. "You have to admit, this 5-star hotel is different." Qin Chao had eaten steak before, the kind that costs a few dozen yuan, paired with a fried egg and a small portion of pasta. At that time, he thought it tasted good, but compared to the steak he was eating now, it was like heaven and earth, completely different levels. "The taste is indeed good, I'll have another bite." "No, don't go, leave some for me." Ha ha ha. The 2 of them ate and joked, fully enjoying their blissful time. The next day, 7 a.m. Qin Chao woke up with his eyes still hazy in the luxurious presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel. He reached out to feel beside him. The big sister was still sleeping soundly, her whole body wrapped around him like an octopus. After a hearty meal last night, they had rested for a while before starting to connect emotionally again. However, this time, the main battlefield had shifted to the soft, wide mattress. The big sister, with her naturally flexible body, was full of elasticity and effortlessly shared various kinds of knowledge, providing Qinchao with both psychological and physical satisfaction. Still, that saying holds true, the big sister is really something. Qinchao slowly moved his body, trying to break free from the big sister's close embrace without waking her up. After 10 minutes of careful effort, he finally sighed in relief, feeling liberated. Who would have thought? The big sister had quite a bit of strength, Qinchao thought to himself. He slowly got out of bed, his feet firmly planted on the ground, but just as he took 2 steps, his feet suddenly felt weak, and he fell onto the expensive carpet. Ouch, I can't, I might have overdone it last night. Qinchao gently rubbed his waist, feeling a slight sting. You have to know, he had taken the kidney tonic rewarded by the system, his combatability was no joke. I need to be more careful next time, can't be too intense. Remembering the big sister's enthusiasm and cooperation last night, the wildness of their learning, Qinchao's face flushed, and he quietly reminded himself. Even with the kidney tonic, a person is ultimately a carbon-based life form, energy is limited and cannot be produced endlessly. Time to exercise. Qinchao slowly got up from the floor, put on his slippers, and walked towards the bathroom. He needed to wash himself clean, getting rid of all the big sister's scent on him, otherwise, if his personal trainer girlfriend caught a whiff at the gym, it would be disastrous. Coach Lu and his romantic relationship had just begun, and he didn't fully possess her yet. Therefore, he needed to be more careful and cautious in front of her, not letting her discover any clues. After showering, Qinchao did not wake the big sister but left a message on her phone. Big sister, I'm leaving. I've sent you the butler's phone number on WeChat. When you wake up and feel hungry, just call him and let him arrange it for you. Contact me on WeChat, see you next time. Butler's phone. When I arrived at Jinli Gym, it was exactly 7:30. I smiled and greeted the lovely front desk girl, Li Jiao Jiao, and then quickly made my way to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. As I slowly pushed open the door to the VIP room, my gaze was immediately drawn to my personal trainer girlfriend's figure. Full bosom, slim waist, curvy hips, graceful lines, and a charming posture, this was the best description of Coach Lu. Even though it wasn't the first time I had seen this scene, and I had even secretly felt Lu Ruyan's full waist and hip curves before, I was still amazed every time I saw it. I vaguely remembered that when I was in college, I used to sneakily hide under the covers at midnight to read comics, the kind with exaggerated art styles from Korea. The 2 most famous ones still lingered in my mind, one was called Brave New World, and the other was Fitness Coach. Lu Ruyan's figure was exactly like the female lead in the latter. Aside from different hairstyles, their face shapes were very similar. My girlfriend is a Korean comic heroine? I self-indulged in my thoughts. The sound of the door opening reached the ears of the sexy female personal trainer who was jogging steadily on the treadmill. She quickly turned her head, and the moment she saw who it was, her face instantly lit up with joy. Xin-gu, you're here. Lu Ruyan operated the treadmill a few times with her fair hand, and after it stopped, she immediately jumped down and quickly walked up to me. Her delicate, lively peach blossom eyes were fixed on me, sparkling with delight and excitement. Yeah, I was a bit late today, there was traffic on the way. I gently touched my personal trainer girlfriend's soft face and smiled as I spoke. Lu Ruyan had a typical oval face, smooth facial contours, soft lines, and very harmonious features, a standard Eastern beauty. If she were to act in a TV drama, she would basically be the perfect female lead. I loved her face, figure, and personality, so in my heart, Coach Lu held a significant position. It's okay, it doesn't matter, as long as you're here, I'm happy. Lu Ruyan waved her hand, indicating that she didn't mind at all. Fitness doesn't have a specific time, as long as I came, she would be very happy. By the way, how's your dad doing? I suddenly remembered the last time I heard her talking to her father and wondered about my gambling father-in-law's current situation. Don't mention him, just thinking about him makes me angry. Upon hearing my question, Lu Ruyan's expression instantly darkened, and she gritted her teeth as she cursed. I gave him money that day, and a few days later, he came to ask me for 10,000 yuan. I didn't give it to him. Then he called me more than 10 times in a day. I was so annoyed that I directly blocked him. I just pretend I don't have such a father, being an orphan is fine. As she spoke, when she reached the sad part, her eyes slightly reddened, and they slowly became a bit moist. She tilted her head back, trying to prevent tears from falling. I suddenly felt a bit guilty. I realized that I hadn't cared enough for my personal trainer girlfriend, and it was only now that I thought to ask her about this matter. Smack! I gave myself a hard slap. The force was enough to leave 5 clear handprints on my face. I'm sorry, Ruyan, I should have asked you earlier. It's all my fault, I'm so stupid. What are you doing? Why are you hitting yourself? Tears streamed continuously from Lu Ruyan's eyes as she stepped forward, tightly grasping Qinchao's hand, and threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. What does it have to do with you? It's my bad luck, it's my fate to have a father like this. Qin Chao crossed his arms, holding his personal trainer girlfriend's slender waist tightly, his eyes filled with compassion. The delicate touch of her slim waist was smooth and elastic, easily leading one to indulge in fantasies, but Qin Chao felt no interest at all right now. His hands slowly moved up to her shoulders, gently patting her, comforting her with words, "It's okay, Ruyan, you have me. I will love you forever and take care of you." Qin Chao's comfort had an effect. After crying for a while, she gradually calmed down, peeking her head out from his embrace, choking back her sobs. "I only have you in this world. If you don't want me, then I will die." Her gaze was sincere, not a hint of jest. Qin Chao's heart jolted. He knew this silly girl could really do something like that. He quickly reached out, cradling her delicate face in his hands, gently wiping away the tears streaming from the corners of her eyes with his thumbs, speaking earnestly, "I swear, we will be together for a lifetime. I will love you and take care of you, giving you the best life, making you the happiest woman in the world. Besides not being able to marry you, I can give you everything else. Even if you want the moon from the sky, I will try my best to get it for you." Qin Chao silently added in his heart. Qin Chao's affectionate gaze and tender tone brought a warm feeling to Lu Ruyan's heart. "It's so good to have you." Unknowingly, Qin Chao had already taken on a very important place in her heart. She couldn't imagine how to live with such a father without Qin Chao. "Thank you, husband." Lu Ruyan looked up, staring directly into Qin Chao's eyes. The title she had been too shy to call out before now came out naturally. Perhaps after crying, her eyes were red, but they sparkled with brightness, lacking the frailness of a weak woman, instead exuding a strong and upright spirit. "Silly girl, why are you thanking me? You are mine completely." Qin Chao pinched his personal trainer girlfriend's cheek, smiling. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, then continued, "But after all, he is your father. Are you really going to ignore him? How can I manage him? Gambling is a bottomless pit. How many people have lost everything because of it, their families torn apart?" Upon hearing Qin Chao's words, Lu Ruyan's emotions suddenly became agitated, her delicate face filled with helplessness and distress. After all, he was her father, blood is thicker than water, he raised her from childhood, and she couldn't bear to abandon him. But how could a small woman manage a gambler? "How about this, I'll go back with you to see your father, and as for his gambling, I have a way to solve it." Qin Chao's lips curled slightly, already having an idea in mind. For a gambler like this, mere persuasion is useless and may even provoke a rebellious mindset. "If you don't let me gamble, then I will gamble even more. That's human nature. What others say 1,000 times is not as good as seeing it clearly with one's own eyes. Only by letting him truly understand the essence of gambling from the bottom of his heart will he have the thought of repentance. After all, he is her father-in-law, and Qin Chao didn't want to make him lose too much face." "Really? Do you really have a way to solve it?" Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in surprise, her delicate brows filled with both excitement and curiosity. "Of course, your husband is capable of anything." Qin Chao's face was filled with pride and satisfaction, a typical case of self-praise. "Then, husband, what are you planning to do?" Lu Ruyan stared at Qin Chao with curiosity, looking as if she was saying, "You better tell me quickly." Qin Chao smiled slightly, pondered for a moment, and then elaborated on his method. When gambling, the brain releases dopamine, creating a sense of pleasure. Long-term gambling increases the brain's dependence on dopamine, forming a strong psychological craving, which is why gamblers become addicted. What is the purpose of gambling? Isn't it just to win money? So the first step is to make your dad understand that gambling can be controlled. Winning or losing isn't just about luck. When we go, I plan to invite a master of cheating to join us, to give him a good lesson and let him know that winning or losing is entirely up to me. Once he understands the essence of gambling, the second step is to isolate him from his gambling friends. If he can't see them, he won't have any thoughts about it. After hearing Qin Chao's method, Lu Ruyan's beautiful big eyes sparkled with excitement. While she felt blank, Qin Chao had come up with such a brilliant plan. She leaned forward and gave him a firm kiss on the cheek. "Hubby, you're amazing. I think what you said is very feasible." Lu Ruyan's eyes curved into crescent moons, her face blossoming with a bright smile, as if she could already see her father after quitting gambling. "But there's another problem with this approach. Where are we going to isolate him?" Qin Chao interrupted her daydream, throwing out a tough question. Lu Ruyan's eyes twitched, silently complaining, "Stinky Qin Chao, why can't you just say everything at once?" She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, seriously considering if there was a place to arrange for her father to stay. "There aren't many relatives back home. Since my mom passed away, I haven't really kept in touch with them. Even if there were, I doubt Dad would agree to stay with them." As she thought about it, Lu Ruyan's expression darkened, feeling a bit troubled. "How about this, if it doesn't work, we can bring your dad to Haicheng, and I'll help him rent a place and find a job." Seeing the troubled look on his girlfriend's face, Qin Chao made a suggestion. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Lu Ruyan paused, hesitatingly asking. Although Qin Chao was her boyfriend, she didn't want to trouble him with everything. Smack! A crisp sound came from Lu Ruyan's rounded backside. Qin Chao had given her a hard slap. In an instant, the tight shark pants accentuated her curves, rippling with elasticity. Ah! Why did you hit my butt? Caught off guard by the sudden attack on a sensitive area, Coach Lu was shocked, her face losing color. If you say such distant things again, I won't stop at just one slap. Qin Chao glared at her fiercely, his expression serious, clearly displeased with her politeness. I understand. I didn't mean to trouble you all the time. Why are you being so fierce with me? Lu Ruyan pouted slightly, stubbornly retorting. Her voice was very soft and somewhat stammering, afraid that Qin Chao might get angry and slap her backside again. However, aside from a slight pain from the slap, there was also a strange feeling. It was hard to describe, as if it was a refreshing thrill that struck her heart and made her scalp tingle. Since you've already called me hubby, we are one, your dad is also my dad. How can it be a trouble? I'm sorry, I was wrong, hubby. I shouldn't have said that. Coach Lu was flexible, realizing her words had angered Qin Chao, so she transformed into a good girl, sincerely admitting her mistake. It's good that you know you were wrong. Be careful next time. I accidentally hurt you just now, didn't I? I'll give you a massage, Qin Chao said with concern, his eyes filled with worry, showing no signs of trouble on the surface. Deep inside, however, it was the complete opposite. The sensation from just now had truly amazed him. As expected of a Korean comic girlfriend, the feel of that figure was incredible. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be exquisite beauty. No, that's not necessary. Lu Ruyan's voice was very soft, even a bit intermittent. Qin Chao was quite unhappy with his personal trainer girlfriend's refusal. He shot her a stern glare, as if threatening her. All right, fine. In her mind, two little figures were fighting, and after a moment of struggle, Lu Ruyan finally agreed. She slightly leaned forward, her pert backside immediately arching back, trembling as she spoke. You can go ahead. Her nervous demeanor seemed contagious, and Qin Chao was affected by it. His hands trembled slightly as he slowly placed them on her. This sensation was absolutely lethal.